The Campus Belle has proclaimed her standards for suitors. If you wish to pursue me, accompany me to the tomb. Those who fear death need not apply. Alumni remark, chasing you could cost one their life. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, embodying the persona of Zhang Qiling, resolves to delve into the tombs in search of a shortcut to graduate school. The Campus Belle scoffs, a mere otaku. Do you really think you can win my affection? She muses, do these aloof individuals genuinely harbor feelings for me? She questions, you save me time and again, yet insist you do not like me? In exasperation, she exclaims, I have boldly confessed my feelings. What more do you desire from me? Within the ancient tomb, blood is drawn to ward off pests, bodies shielded from arrows, soaring before the king of corpses. Director by proclaims, this is my prospective son-in-law. Alumni chime in, this couple is destined. Yi Fan reflects, the wise do not enter the realm of love, I merely seek a path to graduate school. Chapter 1. The most difficult Campus Belle to pursue, without exception in the Daxia, on the water blue planet. In West City lies the nation's most prestigious institution, the Archaeological University. Bai Qingxiu, a third-year student majoring in cultural relics development and restoration, is recognized as the university's unparalleled beauty, slender waist, long legs, fair complexion, and striking features, with an air of aloofness. Most importantly, she is the sole daughter of the vice president. At this moment, she finds herself confronted by two handsome young men, each with distinct styles. These suitors are well known within the university. Gao Hua, the captain of the basketball team, and Li Tai, a wealthy second-generation heir. Gao Hua beams with a sunlit smile. Qingxiu, might you attend my basketball game this afternoon? For you, I shall strive to achieve the highest scored. Li Tai, with a dismissive tone, remarked, what's so fascinating about a ball game? Nonsense. This evening, I shall take you out for a breath of fresh air in my newly acquired Ferrari. Bai Qingxiu cast a cold glance at them, swiftly retrieving her phone and manipulating it for a few seconds before stating, check the forum. With that, she brushed past the two, leaving behind a slender, yet remarkably indifferent silhouette. In the male dormitory 703, with 370 beds occupied, Yi Fan reclined on his bed, languidly gazing at a mobile course on vocabulary for the postgraduate entrance examination, while Lu Xiaoyan focused on English. The dormitory housed 6 individuals, each desk cluttered with an array of disorganized preparatory books for the examination. All 6 were intently fixated on their study materials, their eyes bloodshot from the relentless hours of memorization. A banner hung from the ceiling, adorned with hasty, flamboyant calligraphy that proclaimed, even if it kills me, I must outpace my peers. Yi Fan could not suppress a deep sigh, covering his face with the tablet in his hands, concealing the bitterness etched across his features. Indeed, he had succumbed to this relentless competition in his previous life. Before he could finish his exhale, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System has detected host's melancholic emotions, with a 5 compatibility with the character Dayu. Would you like to assume this character for role-playing? Yi Fan, maintaining a stern expression, selected the option to decline in his mind. Indeed, Yi Fan was a transmigrator in this world. He had once been a diligent student preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, specializing in history. Each day, he toiled from dawn till dusk, yet there were always others who exerted even greater effort than he. This year, the number of graduate school recommendation spots has monopolized 80% of the available opportunities, leaving him with a mere 20% chance. In order to triumph in a fierce competition involving nearly 10 million candidates, he abandoned all forms of leisure and maintained an erratic daily routine. However, 2 days ago, amidst this highly competitive landscape of examination preparation, he succumbed to the relentless pressure. When he opened his eyes, Yi Fan found himself in a world strikingly similar to his own water blue star, within the great Xia kingdom. To his dismay, he discovered that even in this rebirth, he remained a lamentable student embroiled in the rigors of graduate school preparation. Moreover, he was ensnared within the prestigious Archaeology University, known for its elevated entry barriers and intense competition. As Yi Fan wallowed in despair, he heard the unmistakable chime of a system prompt essential for crossing over. Ding! The system has detected the host and is initiating compatibility assessment. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the role-playing system, allowing you to draw character cards based on your points. Different point expenditures yield different character cards. Upon selecting a character card, the protagonist may receive system rewards and character skill bonuses based on the fidelity of the character portrayal. Whenever the fidelity of a character reaches 100%, the host can earn a corresponding monetary reward of 100 points based on the character's level. Currently, the host has 50 points. Available character cards for drawing are as follows. Crayon Shinchan, 30 points, the king of rogue principles. Dayu, 50 points, T appraisal ability at level 10, sarcastic demeanor at level 10, physical strength at 0. Run 2, level 10 and finding fault with a twist. Had it not been for Yi Fan's fortuitous encounter with the illustrious figures of Wu Xie, Zhang Qiling, Chen Yu Lu, Man Shan Dao Run, and Hu Ba, while perusing character cards, he might have been compelled to undergo a second rebirth on the spot. Now, Yi Fan reclined upon his bed, equipped with a modest system that currently afforded him a mere 50 points, simultaneously attending online lectures for his graduate studies while devising grand ambitions for his future. In his previous life, he had been ensnared by the relentless rigors of self-study and examinations, leading to his untimely demise thus. In this lifetime, he was resolute in avoiding a similar fate. Yet, the desire to achieve success remained fervent. Consequently, he was left with but one viable path: securing a recommendation for graduate studies. From what Yi Fan had gleaned over the past few days, there existed a direct, yet formidable route to attain such recommendations at the Archaeological University, delving into tombs personally. Accompanying a mentor on such expeditions would undoubtedly garner additional merit. Furthermore, if he could make notable contributions during these archaeological endeavors, his chances of securing a recommendation would be virtually assured. However, even so, he presently lacked any means to accompany a mentor into a tomb. The original owner of this body had been an inconspicuous figure within the university, lost amidst the throngs of students. His intrinsic memories revealed little more than a solitary focus on his studies. Contemplating these matters, Yi Fan sighed with a tinge of bitterness. Suddenly, the muffled atmosphere of the dormitory was pierced by an exclamation of astonishment from his roommate below. "What the hell?" Several of his roommates leaned forward, intrigued. "What's the matter, third? Did your application for a graduate study recommendation come through? You seem rather jubilant. You're disturbing my eyes. What's going on? Did your wife give birth? Why the excitement?" The voice of the lower bunk, referred to as Old 3, was filled with excitement. "Brothers, quick, check the school forum. The Campus Belle has revealed her criteria for suitors." Instantly, the sounds of turning pages and reciting notes within the dormitory ceased. Yi Fan was not particularly interested in this topic, having only arrived in this world 2 days prior. Thus, he held no thoughts regarding the Campus Belle, whom he had yet to meet. Nonetheless, he opened his phone, curious to see how outrageous her criteria might be. Upon opening his device, he immediately noticed a post that had been pinned due to its popularity. Main post: by Kinks's criteria for suitors. My only criterion is this: accompany me to explore the ancient tomb near the school in 2 days. Those who are afraid or cannot survive half a day within the tomb need not bother me. Interested parties may leave a comment. This post had been up for barely 10 minutes, and already there were thousands of replies. 3L. I saw the Campus Belle's post and couldn't resist, jumping straight to the comments. Let's stick close to the bell. 4L. What the hell? The old wall lamp above is lacking in chivalry. I challenge you to a duel. Let's stick close to the bell. 8L. What? The Campus Belle's criteria? Let me see if I still have a chance. 12L. Ah, so the criterion is to accompany her into the tomb? Never mind. They'll look for another target. 500L. I've even found my household registration, only to discover that the criterion is essentially a willingness to meet death. Farewell. 783L. This approach will undoubtedly reduce the number of her suitors, but will surely enhance their quality. 999L. Is this request somewhat excessive? What if it is a perilous ancient tomb? That would be a matter of life and death, all for the sake of pursuing a school beauty. Surely that is too much. 1223L. Enter a tomb? Why not just say to let me into the ancestral grave of the school Bowtie's family? 1684L. I entered cheerfully, only to exit grumbling. Yi Fan's roommates subsequently echoed their lamentations. Ah, I thought I finally had a chance. Damn, this demand is indeed succinct, but it's a deadly endeavor. I'm out. I have parents to take care of at home. I cannot wade into these murky waters. Yet, amidst the chorus of despair, Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and amidst the cacophony of complaints, he posted a strikingly bold reply. 2015L. I volunteer. Chapter 2. The professional sycophant Yi Fan shocks the entire school. Yi Fan's post can be likened to a stone cast into a still pond, provoking ripples that reverberate throughout the community. Amidst a flurry of mockery and disparaging remarks, 3 succinct words emerged, standing out with remarkable clarity. In an instant, the collective attention of nearly everyone was drawn to the replies beneath Yi Fan's post. Within mere minutes, hundreds of nested comments accumulated. Ah, here comes a reckless trailblazer. All I can say is good luck, my brother. Goodness, has the sycophant stooped this low? One must realize that a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. My friend, it's time to cut your losses. Do you comprehend what it means to venture into the tomb personally? One must pen a farewell letter before each descent. Is the poster an orphan? Truly, you must have driven your parents to despair. You may consider yourself noble. You may think yourself remarkable. But even risking life as a sycophant might not earn you a second glance. Wow, when I checked the poster's profile, I was astounded. Yifan? What of Yifan? I have never even heard of him. Could someone enlighten me? Is he perhaps a hidden gem? Once Yifan's alias was revealed, the ensuing comments became even more animated, with acquaintances stepping forth to provide insights. Yifan is a classmate of ours, a bookworm. I've only seen him in the classroom. With that physique, he dares to venture into the tomb? Am I mad? Or is he? Who would have guessed, Yifan? You usually seem so reserved, yet you harbor such grand ambitions. Goodness. Yifan, it's me, the third one. How dare you accumulate your socks for washing and still aspire to meet the standards of the campus beauty? Come down and duel with me. It is said that a toad dreams of eating swan meat. Not only is the malice towards Yifan evident in the replies, but even his roommates harbor little faith in him. After finishing his response to Yifan's post, the third roommate leaped from his bed to the small ladder leading to the upper bunk, astonished, and inquired, Yifan, are you jesting? With your petite stature, you wish to venture into a tomb? You are hardly enough to fill the gaps between the zombies there. The other roommates chimed in with amusement, Yifan, have you lost your mind from reading too much? What compels you to descend into a tomb? Old Yi, turn back while there is still time. Bai Qingshu is famously akin to a lofty snow lotus. With your disposition, even if you entered an ancient tomb, she wouldn't spare you a glance. Yi Zi. As the saying goes, the wise do not fall in love, lest they repeat the mistakes of the foolish. Do you know who Bai Qingshu's suitors are? Old Yi. What campus beauty could possibly outweigh the importance of your life? Heed my advice, you have no grasp on either Bai Qingshu or the ancient tomb. Listening to his roommate's well-meaning yet mocking advice and observing the ever-growing responses beneath his post, Yifan could not help but sigh. Who said he was pursuing the campus beauty? In truth, he was merely vying for the opportunity to enter the tomb, based on his previous connections. Venturing into the tomb seemed more like a quest for the next life. Yifan, disinterested in responding to the comments, tucked away his phone and inquired of Lao San. Lao San, Bai Qingshu's father is our dean, correct? Lao San, taken aback by Yifan's question, nodded and replied, the dean, albeit an associate. Yifan continued, then that settles it. Bai Qingshu must have a way to secure me a spot for the tomb expedition. Lao San was at a loss for words. Are you suggesting that you wish to enter the tomb? Yifan nodded with natural assurance. What other option is there? My dear brother, descending into the tomb is the sole avenue for us humble scholars to enhance our prospects for graduate school. With that, he reclined on his bed, switched off his tablet, and casually declared, 2 hours of sleep and 1 hour awake. The days when the king of hell praises my robust health. Farewell. His roommates simultaneously thought, a delusion of self-deception. A futile attempt to silence the truth. Of course, Yifan was not truly contemplating a perilous venture into an ancient tomb. Were it not for his rather frail physique, he would never consider such a shortcut. However, he now possessed a system that granted him extraordinary advantages. Furthermore, he had glimpsed the illustrious figures of Zhang Qiling and Hu Bai, renowned tomb raiders, within his character card collection. Thus, this archaeological journey was imperative. Lying in bed, Yifan summoned his handy system within his consciousness. System, I wish to ascertain how many more points I require to unlock the cards for Zhang Qiling, Hu Bai, or the Mover of Mountains. Immediately, a cold mechanical voice resonated, and a blue holographic screen materialized before Yifan's eyes. Character card, Zhang Qiling, Physique, 999, Intelligence, 999. Skill level, 999, required points, 999, 999, current points, 50. Upon seeing this string of numbers, Yifan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The last time he encountered such a disheartening figure was when he compared the full payment for a house he wished to buy with the meager balance in his wallet. However, as a devoted reader of system novels in his past life, Yifan felt a glimmer of hope. He inquired, is there no beginner's gift package available from your system? The system responded immediately. Ding. The system has detected that the host has chosen the tomb exploration experience. Activating the beginner's gift package, 500,000 points. Special note, 100,000 points grants a single card draw opportunity, with card levels distributed randomly. Yifan glanced at his points balance and suddenly felt as if he had transformed from a destitute individual into a newly wealthy person. 500,050. This was indeed a substantial sum. He could now exchange 500,000 for some character cards. For instance, Pansy, who possesses stamina and marksmanship, requires only 300,000 points. Or perhaps Qinjian, endowed with stamina and slingshot abilities, only needs 280,000 points. However, These characters might suffice in an ordinary tomb, but if confronted by formidable monsters, they might not stand a chance. In an instant, Yu Fan made a decisive choice, to draw cards. After all, if he were to encounter a powerful character in the ancient tomb, death would be inevitable. He might as well summon the audacity of a gambling god. Worst case, he could always exchange his 50 points for a Dayu card, with Dayu extracting the willows. A lottery. In an instant, Yi Fan's recently acquired 500,000 points were abruptly wiped clean. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden tooth character card. Stamina, 20. Intelligence, 80. Specialty, a silver tongue in selling antiques. Yi Fan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Hua Xiuxiu character card. Stamina, 50. Intelligence, 99. Specialty, lively and adorable, assists teammates. Yi Fan. What use is her liveliness and cuteness to me? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Lu Sang character card. Stamina, 50. Intelligence, 50. Specialty, possesses absolute hearing. At this moment, Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. He deeply suspected that he had been swindled by the system. How could these character cards be increasingly absurd? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Pansy character card. Stamina, 500. Intelligence, 100. Specialty, possesses the physique of a special forces soldier and wilderness survival skills. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan finally felt that he had not suffered too great a loss. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Zhang Qiling character card. Stamina, 999. Intelligence, 999. Specialty, countless. Bonus item, black gold ancient blade. All lottery chances have been exhausted. Character cards have been added to the host's backpack, and the current character restoration degree is at a mere 5. The corresponding points have been multiplied by 5 and added to the host. Please endeavor to portray the character to unlock skills. Upon hearing the name Zhang Qiling, Yi Fan's blood surged with excitement. Zhang Qiling. This is it. This ancient tomb, Yi Fan must possess it. Chapter 3. Assuming the role of Zhang Qiling, choosing to enter the tomb meanwhile, in the library of the Archaeological University. Bai Qingxi was searching for books related to the Han tombs. Suddenly, her phone vibrated twice. In her contact list, there were only her family and a few close friends. Bai Qingxi opened the message thread. It was from her roommate, containing 2 messages. The first read, Qingxiu, someone wants to join you in exploring the ancient tomb. The second, don't bother, it's just some nerdy guy who seems to think he's a Prince Charming. Bai Qingxiu's eyes flickered. She had posted that message merely to deter her persistent suitors, not to genuinely establish criteria for her ideal partner. The tomb was a place where life and death were uncertain. How could anyone dare to approach it? With a cold expression, she clicked on the post and immediately spotted the most popular reply from Yi Fan. Upon reading the reply, Bai Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. What was this? It consisted of just 3 succinct words. I'm signing up. Shouldn't a typical suitor embellish their response with more flattery? Why did this individual reduce it to such brevity, as if replying to a mundane club activity? This left Bai Qingxiu utterly perplexed. Yi Fan? Who was this person? She had never encountered such a figure among her admirers. He merely uttered those 3 words, seemingly oblivious to the mockery directed at him from below, which included outright personal attacks. Did he retreat upon encountering such derision? Bai Qingxiu shook her head, dispelling those thoughts. She glanced downward again, with Yi Fan taking the lead. A few others had timidly signed up as well. However, these individuals were certainly not as inconspicuous as Yi Fan. Captain of the basketball team, Gao Hua, Qingxiu. I will exert every effort to protect you, no matter the cost. President of the parkour club, Lu Fei, Qingxiu, your direction is the compass of my heart. I will soar with you in the ancient tomb. Li Tai, a self-made billionaire. Su Su, my bodyguard is more attractive than a retired war hero. Zhao Ziming. Just 2 points shy of perfection. Qingxiu, those who are brawn over brains are unreliable. I shall use all my knowledge to assist and protect you. Yinjia. The epitome of beauty. Senior, a handsome and beautiful pairing makes labor less burdensome. When you tire in the tomb, glance my way. Bai Qingxiu thought, now this feels right. It certainly brings a sense of pursuit. But what on earth was that about my signing up? With a swipe of her finger, she turned off her phone. Regardless of their status, whether they were renowned figures or mere shadows, once they personally experienced the trials within the ancient tomb, any bravado would surely evaporate. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Bai Qingxiu felt a sense of reassurance as he began to prepare the necessary materials for his descent into the tomb. In dormitory 703, Yi Fan, who had been reclining on his bed for the entire morning, finally rose from his bunk. He now possessed 2 remarkably useful character cards. One was Pansy, and the other, a legendary card, belonged to Zhang Qiling. His objective was to embody these characters. The higher the fidelity of his portrayal, the closer he would be to mastering all the skill points associated with the card characters. The most straightforward task at hand was to replicate the character's appearance. Yi Fan swiftly exited his room and ventured into the campus, seeking a salon where he could trim his long, unkempt hair, retaining bangs just long enough to graze his eyes. Instantly, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. The host's hairstyle matches the character, achieving a restoration rate of 20. Current restoration rate is 25. Character point value has been multiplied by 25 and added to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring character talent rewards. Ding. Finger of the Tomb Raider. The host possesses extraordinarily elongated fingers with immense strength and heightened sensitivity, enabling the detection of traps within ancient tombs. Ding. Bone shrinking technique, a form of childlike mastery allowing the host to control his bones with ease. In that moment, Yi Fan felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, flowing energetically within his meridians. This was merely 25, yet it had already bestowed upon him such profound sensations. These rewards served as encouragement, propelling him further toward fully embodying his character. After addressing his hairstyle, he rushed into a clothing store and invested lavishly in an outfit that resembled Zhang Qiling's iconic attire. Dressed in a black tank top, a blue hoodie, form-fitting black jeans, and black leather boots, Yi Fan stood before the fitting mirror, gazing at his reflection. He was not short, standing at over 1.8 meters tall. Typically, he seemed as though he were glued to his bed, walking with a slouched posture that gave him an air of lethargy. However, now he straightened his back, and with this ensemble, his tall figure was fully accentuated. His bangs lightly obscured his eyes, and his lips bore no trace of a smile. His jawline was chiseled to perfection, exuding an enigmatic and aloof aura that deterred strangers. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The host's appearance perfectly matches the character, with a restoration rate of 25. Current restoration rate is 50, and corresponding points have been multiplied by 50 and added to the host. Congratulations, host. You have received the character's talent rewards. Ding. Qiling blood, possessing the ability to repel insects, detoxify, and subdue malevolent spirits. Ding. Qiling tattoo, which enhances the effects of Qiling blood, serves as proof of the Zhang family's patriarchal identity, revealing itself when heated and retreating in the cold. Ding. Black gold blade technique, allowing the host to wield the ancient black gold dagger freely, with only the host capable of mastering it. Yi Fan took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him. He then proceeded to purchase a military dagger and etched a faint scar across his face, infusing his mysterious, youthful demeanor with a hint of rugged masculinity. The restoration rate for Pansy had also reached 30. After completing these tasks, Yi Fan returned to his dormitory to prepare his equipment for the upcoming grave expedition. 2 days later, Bai Qingshu, as promised, sent the meeting address and her contact information via private message to several registered participants. By the time Yi Fan arrived, the lobby on the first floor of the Archaeological University's comprehensive building was already populated with numerous individuals. Among them were several elderly professors of varying heights and builds, all distinguished by their graying temples, a team of 16 armed bodyguards, and 6 young male university students, one of whom was flanked by 4 stern bodyguards clad in black. At the center of this gathering, surrounded by the 6 young men, was Bai Qingshu, the initiator of the post and the Campus Belle. Chapter 4. In the Tomb. Give that kid a good beating. As Yi Fan entered the scene, he instantly captured the attention of everyone present. This was not solely due to his status as the last to arrive. Rather, it was the aura he exuded that drew their focus entirely. In their eyes, a tall, slender youth clad in a deep blue hoodie stepped through the main entrance, his features obscured by the shadows of his hood and bangs. The slight curl at the corners of his lips and his indistinct expression lent him an air of inscrutable aloofness, making him appear somewhat unapproachable. At first glance, one might mistake him for a pretty boy. However, a faint scar gracing his chin added an element of ruggedness and depth to his persona, rendering him enigmatic. What truly commanded attention, though, was the ancient sword-like cold weapon slung over his shoulder, accompanied by an unassuming backpack. His presence towered above that of everyone else in the vicinity, setting him apart in a remarkable manner. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, everyone waiting patiently for Yi Fan to join their ranks. Once he integrated into their group, one of the students spoke up. You must be that overconfident recluse, Yi Fan. Now that you're here, you should take a good look at the disparity between us. You might want to withdraw before we set off. This individual was tall and slender, with strikingly refined features. Particularly notable were his alluring peach blossom eyes. Yi Fan immediately recognized him as Yan Jia, the reigning campus heartthrob of the Archaeology University for 2 consecutive years. He had long heard that this fellow was spoiled by the female students, possessing a sharp tongue and a cunning nature. Today, Yi Fan was witnessing this firsthand. His gaze lingered on Yan Jia for but a fleeting second before drifting away. If he were to embody Pansy's character, A couple of slaps across the face would suffice. However, his aspiration was to emulate the enigmatic and taciturn Zhang Qiling. Thus, Yi Fan bestowed not a single glance upon Yin Jia, directing his attention instead to the group of elderly professors present, and said, "Greetings, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness." Upon hearing this name, those in attendance were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the first to comment beneath Bai Qingshu's post? Why had he, upon entering, not acknowledged Bai Qingshu but instead approached the professors? Moreover, the rumored Yi Fan was supposed to be a reclusive bookworm who seldom ventured beyond his door. Even Bai Qingshu herself couldn't help but keep her gaze fixed upon Yi Fan. Upon recalling his succinct three-word phrase of "I sign up," it perfectly aligns with his current aura. Within the student cohort, two derisive chuckles echoed. The affluent heir, Li Tai, was about to articulate a retort but was interrupted by Bai Qingshu, who raised her hand. Li Tai, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, "Qingshu, are you biased towards him?" Bai Qingshu cast him a frosty glance and replied, "Dean Bai is about to speak. Do you wish to interject?" Li Tai, rendered speechless by her rebuttal, shot a fierce glare at Yi Fan and ceased his utterances. From the ranks of professors, an elder with a graceful demeanor and wisps of silver hair, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "Ah, so you are Yi Fan. I am the leader of this archaeological team and your associate dean, Bai Changming. It brings me immense joy to see that the individual who first responded to Qingshu's matchmaking post is such a promising young man. You are not tardy. It is these few youngsters who arrived far too early." Yi Fan modestly replied, "You flatter me." Bai Changming observed the young man before him, who exhibited neither arrogance nor impatience, unlike the eager youths around him seeking to showcase their worth in trivial pursuits. He nodded in satisfaction, though a thought lingered. This young man seemed rather indifferent towards his precious daughter. Yi Fan surveyed the distribution of the groups, a cluster of professors, a cadre of bodyguards, and a faction of students centered around Bai Qingshu. Assuming his current status, he gravitated towards the student assembly. Upon joining, he was immediately subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of several male peers. Yi Fan chose to disregard them entirely, for a sage does not entangle himself in the follies of love. Bai Qingshu cast a glance at him and proactively extended her hand, saying, "Hello, I am Bai Qingshu. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously on this expedition." Yi Fan glanced at the delicate, fair fingers before him. He merely offered a brief, symbolic handshake that lasted less than a second before withdrawing his hand. Bai Qingshu found herself momentarily at a loss for words at his curt response. Was this the very same Yi Fan, the first one to express interest in accompanying her to the tomb? She had extended him such a gracious gesture, yet he seemed utterly indifferent, lacking even the semblance of a devoted admirer. What could this possibly signify? With a hint of indignation, Bai Qingshu turned to observe Yi Fan, who had already passed her by. Yet, Yi Fan appeared entirely preoccupied, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, disregarding anyone else in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Bai Changming began to speak. "Now that we are all gathered, before we set off, allow me to introduce the particulars of this ancient tomb. I am Bai Changming, your team leader. This tomb, discovered near our school, is believed to be a Han Dynasty burial site, notable for its considerable scale, though the identity of the interred remains unknown. Our primary objective in this archaeological endeavor is to ascertain the identity of the occupant and to rectify the historical gaps within this region. To ensure our safety, the school has arranged for a security detail, led by Captain Zhang Qiling." After the introductions, Bai Changming added, "As for your self-introductions, I shall leave that to you young people to undertake during our journey." Upon exiting the school, they boarded the bus destined for their location. Almost everyone clamored for a seat beside Bai Qingshu, while Yi Fan silently traversed the battleground of this rivalry, taking a seat at the back row, gazing up at the ceiling at an angle of 45 degrees. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The host's reactions within the crowd align with the character, restoration rate at 10, currently at 60. Corresponding points have been allocated to the host based on 60. Congratulations, host. You have received a system reward. Ding. The Qiling treading snow technique has been acquired, granting light-footedness and exceptional speed, akin to the ability of shadow shifting. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then elated. It appeared that these rewards included abilities beyond those inherently possessed by the character. However, he maintained a facade of indifference. Suddenly, an enchanting fragrance invaded his senses as Bai Qingshu took a seat beside him. Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance in her direction before shifting his gaze to the several young men in the front row who were eyeing his seat with hostility. Bai Qingshu instinctively averted her gaze from Yi Fan's, unaware of the reason behind her reluctance to meet his eyes. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the group that had previously vied for a seat beside her and coldly remarked, "Aren't you all carsick? Then you may as well sit in the front." Yet, the tremor of her eyelashes betrayed her unconscious anxiety. The hostility of the group was now directed entirely at Yi Fan. Yin Jia let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Some individuals truly do not comprehend the meaning of knowing one's limitations. Seated together, one is a campus belle, while the other is merely a farce." The wealthy heir, Li Tai, adjusted his sunglasses perched on his nose and shot a piercing glare at Yi Fan through the lenses, quietly instructing his 4 intimidating bodyguards in the tomb rating. Ensure that this brat receives a thorough lesson. Chapter 5. Archaeology. Beginning with casual conversations, the ancient tomb was discovered in the vicinity of the archaeological university. Making the journey quite brief, Yi Fan, with his eyes closed amidst an enchanting fragrance and several penetrating stares, leisurely endured the journey for over half an hour. During this time, Bai Qingshu discreetly cast several glances at Yi Fan. Initially, upon learning that a reclusive otaku had become the first to speak up on her dating standards post, Bai Qingshu felt a twinge of mockery and disdain. She believed that this individual should reflect upon the vast disparity between them before daring to approach. Even before meeting Yi Fan today, Bai Qingshu had contemplated directly advising him to reconsider, to avoid being a hindrance within the ancient tomb. However, upon encountering Yi Fan in person, she was unexpectedly taken aback. The impression he left her was entirely devoid of the stereotypical aura associated with an otaku. Furthermore, since joining the team, Yi Fan's indifferent demeanor led Bai Qingshu to feel as though he was not even her suitor at all. As the bus slowed down, Yi Fan finally lifted his eyelids. Meeting Bai Qingshu's gaze, Bai Qingshu swiftly averted her gaze from Yi Fan's face, her palms already clammy with a hint of cold sweat. Though Yi Fan's glance had been but a fleeting one, she had sensed a profound scrutiny within that brief moment of eye contact. Yi Fan, perceptive to Bai Qingshu's evasion, found himself perplexed. Could it be that this campus belle had pilfered something from him? Why did that fleeting glance evoke the air of a thief? After more than half an hour, the bus came to a halt, and the passengers began to disembark in succession. They found themselves in a hilly region, with undulating mountains in the near distance. Bai Qingshu walked at the forefront of the group alongside Bai Changming, while several young men who had come specifically for her crowded around her. The captain of the basketball team, Gao Hua, assured her, "Qingshu, fear not, my reflexes are swift, and I shall protect you with ease." Lu Fei interjected with a dismissive snort, declaring, "The one with the fastest reflexes here is undoubtedly me. Qingshu, I have been practicing parkour for 8 years. Even in this ancient tomb, I could traverse it with my eyes closed. With me around, I will smooth out any tricky routes for you." Li Tai, flanked by 4 bodyguards in black, shouldered aside 2 individuals with an air of arrogance. "You 2 are merely students," he boasted. "The worth of these 4 behind me is such that any one of them is beyond your means." With that, he confidently patted his chest and addressed Bai Qingshu, "Shushu, once we enter, you shall follow my lead." Bai Qingshu cast a cold glance at them, utterly disregarding their overtures. After giving a few individuals the cold shoulder, he glanced back briefly before swiftly turning away, feigning nonchalance as he continued onward. The others followed suit, casting a backward glance as well. Among the young individuals who had arrived based on their criteria for companionship, only Yi Fan remained, silently trailing at the rear with his arms crossed. Li Tai clenched his fists in fury, muttering through gritted teeth, "A clueless fool." Yin Jia let out a derisive laugh, remarking, "Just an introvert. He ought to consider his own worth before competing with us." Meanwhile, Yi Fan, striving to enhance his immersion in the role, had entered a state of mental vacancy, entirely oblivious to the fierce competition brewing among the throng surrounding the campus beauty, and thus disregarded the palpable malice emanating from the front. Moments later, the group stood before a sealed grave pit. Descending into the pit revealed a tightly shut grave door. The instant Bai Qingshu laid eyes on the door, her previously indifferent expression ignited with a spark of fervor. Bai Changming glanced at his daughter, recognizing her newfound enthusiasm for the ancient tomb. In times past, she would recklessly explore the tomb, disregarding her own safety. He felt an urgent need to find a dependable potential son-in-law among these young men. Bai Changming's gaze swept through the crowd, noting the sycophantic youths surrounding Bai Qingshu. Although they were all distinguished in their respective fields, their restlessness and greed were glaringly apparent. Could such a person genuinely protect his daughter in an ancient tomb? Bai Changming shook his head as he observed Yi Fan, who stood furthest from the crowd. Upon first sight, Bai Changming discerned the extraordinary aura that enveloped Yi Fan. Perhaps the inexperienced youth around him were oblivious, yet someone like Bai, who had spent half a lifetime navigating the treacherous depths of ancient tombs, could recognize it instantly. Not to mention the calm and composed demeanor Yi Fan exhibited. The cold weapon slung across his back was not something an ordinary individual could wield. Bai Changming immediately identified it as an exceptional ancient dagger, a weapon capable of delivering a lethal blow, yet also worthy of being an invaluable exhibit in a museum. Possessing such a weapon, Yi Fan was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, Bai Changming discreetly approached Yi Fan and softly said, "Young friend Yi Fan, If you would be so kind as to look after my daughter, Bai Qingxiu, down below. Yifan glanced at him. Although he did not comprehend why Bai Changming specifically addressed him, he extracted a crucial piece of information. Taking care of Bai Qingxiu would enhance his chances of receiving additional points for his graduate school application. After all, she was none other than Professor Bai's beloved daughter. Yifan silently nodded, reflecting on the need to embody the role of Zhang Qiling. He distilled the notion of classmates assisting each other into a succinct response. It is only natural. Upon hearing Yifan's reply, Bai Changming's heart swelled with joy. Unexpectedly, this seemingly aloof and composed young man possessed a warm-hearted nature. Bai Changming returned to the center of the formation with a satisfied smile, proclaiming, "The authorities have entrusted us with such a significant task, and I hope each of you will showcase your unique skills. As members of the Archaeological University, we have the opportunity to bring honor to our institution. As citizens of the Great Xia Nation, we can also aid in the exploration of this ancient tomb, rectifying the gaps in our history and contributing to our homeland." While Bai Changming delivered his lengthy discourse, Yin Jia and Li Tai quietly approached Yifan. Yin Jia, gazing in the direction of Bai Changming's speech, whispered to Yifan, "Some individuals simply cannot recognize their own position. They ought to take a moment to reflect upon themselves and consider what qualifies them to be among us." Li Tai was even more blunt, stating, "Yifan, I warn you for the last time, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Otherwise, I will ensure that you do not exit this tomb unscathed." Initially, Yifan had no intention of engaging in a debate with these individuals. However, now that they had pointedly confronted him, he would not allow himself to be bullied. Resorting to Zhang Qiling's prowess to deal with these two inept individuals seemed beneath him. He chuckled lightly and said, "Oh, I was just sitting with Bai Qingxiu earlier. Are you too upset about that? If you knew that Professor Bai asked me to look after his daughter, you wouldn't be jealous, would you?" This light-hearted banter instantly caused the expressions of the two to shift between shades of pale and green. "You are merely pretending to be aloof," Li Tai exclaimed in exasperation. However, as those around him were captivated by his voice, Yifan had once again donned a mask of indifference. The two individuals stared at him in exasperation, yet Yifan had completely transformed back into his previous aloof demeanor. Offering them not a single glance, Li Tai pointed at him, gritting his teeth. "Just wait." Meanwhile, a chilling system notification echoed in Yifan's mind. Ding. Host T-words and T-language restores the character card Lu Sang. Restoration rate 50. Current restoration rate 55. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward. Ding. Thunder listening Saint S chant, enabling the ability to hear even the faintest of sounds. No whisper or subtle noise can evade the host's ears. Yifan was momentarily taken aback. This was a path he had not anticipated. He had waited for what seemed an eternity for Zhang Qiling's restoration rate to increase. Yet it was through his own T-words and T-language that he had unlocked the skill of Lu Sang's thunder listening. It appeared that the further one progressed, the more challenging restoration became. Nevertheless, this skill of listening to thunder was indeed exceedingly useful. Ignoring the piercing glares from Li Tai and Yin Jia, Yifan closed his eyes to attune himself to the sounds surrounding him, the rustling of the wind through the grass beneath his feet, the rhythmic sounds of breaths and heartbeats from those nearby, and from beyond the tomb gate, the relentless approach of a multitude of swiftly moving insects. Chapter 6. Swarm Assault. In an instant, Yifan opened his eyes. It was evident that upon the opening of the tomb gate, a tactical onslaught of insects awaited them. Meanwhile, several esteemed professors were engaged in researching methods to unlock the tomb's entrance, while a few young individuals, drawn by the allure of Bai Qingxiu, gathered around her as usual. Among them, a previously unremarkable young student retrieved a live streaming setup from his backpack. After making a few brief adjustments, he turned to the camera and commenced his introduction. "Dear alumni, I am your good friend, Lu Bowen. I now stand before the ancient tomb's gate, poised to venture inside. For your sake, I have chosen to take this perilous plunge myself. Let's rally those little red hearts." Despite Lu Bowen's fervent enthusiasm, the live stream garnered little response, with only a few comments trickling in at a snail's pace. "I'm so tired of archaeology. Why is there even a live stream for this? Let us cut the nonsense. I'm just here to see the campus beauty. Show me her stunning presence in the tomb. I only want to catch a glimpse of campus heartthrob Jia, so do give him a few more shots." Upon noticing his paltry fan count barely reaching double digits, Lu Bowen swiftly pivoted the camera to include Bai Qingxiu in the frame. With her presence, his audience swelled from mere tens to over 100. "Now that's more like it, young man. You must learn to master the art of engagement. Streaming archaeology students is one thing, but showcasing beautiful women is quite another." Indeed, the campus beauty lived up to her reputation, exuding an aura of pure elegance. By the way, is it still possible to sign up to join the descent into the tomb? Let us disregard the earlier comments. Have you taken a moment to consider the distinguished individuals who have registered this time? It seems that we can only engage with someone like Yifan. Haha. Yet, The school beauty is willing to associate with a recluse like Yi Fan. Perhaps there is still hope for us. However, with such a modest following, we are a far cry from the fame we aspire to achieve. Suddenly, a figure appeared within his frame, obscuring his coveted focus on the school beauty. Lu Bowen widened his eyes in disbelief. The person before him was indeed Yi Fan. Just moments ago, he had been aloof. And now he sought to bask in his limelight. Lu Bowen, filled with indignation, turned around only to find that Yi Fan was not gazing at him, but rather at the cryptic door ahead. When Bai Qingshu noticed Yi Fan approaching her side, her heart fluttered ever so slightly. As Lu Bowen directed the camera towards her, she felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. Nonetheless, out of respect for her own composure, she chose to endure the moment. To her surprise, Yi Fan, who had lingered at the back, stepped forward to shield her from the camera's lens. Bai Qingshu subtly bit her lip. Indeed, Yi Fan's previous reticence had been a fade, seemingly motivated by his own criteria for companionship. He was no different from the other persistent admirers surrounding her. Yet, when she turned her gaze upon Yi Fan, she realized that his eyes had not lingered on her for even a fleeting second. What could he possibly be contemplating? Might this be a silent manifestation of Yi Fan's guardianship? As Bai Qingshu pondered the intentions of Yi Fan, and Lu Bowen glared at him in frustration, Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. Is there a source of fire? At that moment, Bai Qingshu had just discerned the mechanism to open the door. Upon hearing Yi Fan's query, he turned around and, with a relieved smile, replied, Young friend Yi, are you suggesting we use fire to measure the oxygen inside the tomb? We possess specialized oxygen measuring equipment, so we no longer need to resort to such antiquated methods. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tai derided Yi Fan with scornful remarks. You country bumpkin, surely you don't even know what oxygen measuring equipment is? Bai Qingshu shot Li Tai a frosty glance, admonishing, Li Tai, we are all companions on this journey. Such derogatory terms undermine our unity. Clenching his fists, Li Tai glared fiercely at Yi Fan. Unfazed by Li Tai's hostility, Yi Fan focused on the tomb door and remarked, there are sounds coming from within. It would be prudent to prepare a source of fire. Bai Qingshu cast a puzzled glance at Yi Fan, then at the tomb door, pressing his ear against the stone door. He could only discern the humming of the air within, conducted through the stone. He gestured to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, come over and listen. Captain Zhang complied, but shook his head in response. At this moment, all eyes turned to Yi Fan. The elderly professors wore expressions of bewilderment, while the few university students who had come for Bai Qingshu appeared to be watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Yan Jia sarcastically remarked, if you're afraid, you can leave now. Is it really necessary to concoct such a ridiculous excuse? Lu Fei chuckled lightly. What noise are you talking about? Surely you're not imagining things out of fear. Li Tai gritted his teeth. If you're scared, just admit it. Leaving now could spare you some embarrassment. Bai Qingshu listened to the verbal sparring among these individuals and cast a glance at Yi Fan. He was aware that they were all drawn to his precious daughter. Yet his attention had immediately been captured by the composed Yi Fan. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed an ethereal quality and a profound sense of history within this young man, as if he belonged to another realm entirely. Why then, was Yi Fan uttering such peculiar words? Even if he wished to speak to Yi Fan, he found himself at a loss for words. Bai Qingshu also regarded Yi Fan with confusion. She did not believe that his words were born of cowardice, yet she too had not heard the sounds he mentioned. Every action of this man baffled her to no end. Ultimately, Bai Qingshu cleared his throat and stated solemnly, regardless of whether there are sounds or not, it is impermissible to speak harshly to your companions. We must maintain our unity. Young friend Yi Fan, there is no need for concern. It is entirely normal to experience physiological reactions during your first descent into a tomb. If you truly feel uncomfortable, you may step back. Yi Fan responded with a subtle, cold smile. He had offered all the reminders he could. Since they chose not to believe him, they would have to face the consequences of their own choices. He did not take a step back, yet he fell into silence. Bai Qingshu turned his head and pressed down on the mechanism he had just discovered. With a creaking sound, the stone door slowly opened a crack. A glimmer of joy flickered in the eyes of the crowd. However, in the next moment, as the gap widened, they beheld a horde of enormous beetles surging forth from the opening. The sound of their claws scraping against the ground pierced their eardrums, becoming alarmingly distinct as the stone door fully opened. Chapter 7. What is the matter with Yi Fan and the Campus Belle's pairing? The swarm of insects moved with astonishing speed, crawling and biting at the sight of humans. Before they could react, a dense mass of bugs had coalesced into a dark brown sea beneath their feet. The gigantic beetles possessed remarkably sharp and powerful claws capable of piercing through clothing to grasp their skin directly. Soon, anguished cries of pain echoed from within the group. The two professors closest to the door were caught off guard. As they attempted to retreat, they stumbled and fell to the ground, instantly engulfed by the swarm. Writhing in agony, Zhang Qiling bellowed, "Fire! Find fire!" Yet even he, amidst the chaos, was overwhelmed by the biting insects. He could only tread upon the bugs at his feet while enduring the pain in a desperate search for a source of flame. Bai Qingshu, swatting at the insects upon him, anxiously glanced at his daughter. He saw that a few bugs had also crawled onto Bai Qingxiu, who was simultaneously crushing the insects underfoot while trying to pull the ones on her body away. However, the sheer multitude of insects and their rapid movements overwhelmed her. By the time she managed to pull one off, 10 more had already scuttled onto her. Bai Qingxiu had never felt such despair. The claws of the creatures had already pierced her skin, and if this continued for another 5 minutes, she would be entirely consumed by them. Who would have imagined that her fate would be to be devoured alive by a swarm of insects, leaving no trace behind? Those who had sworn to protect her moments ago, Lu Fei, relying on his agile parkour skills, had leaped into the grave pit, while Gao Wei, the captain of the basketball team, had clambered up the edge, leveraging his height. Yin Jia desperately shielded his face, crying out, "Don't touch my face." Meanwhile, Li Tai was well guarded by 2 bodyguards, serving as his human shield, while the remaining 2 fired bullets at the insects beneath them. Yi Fan. Bai Qingxiu. In that instant, her heart skipped a beat. It was Yi Fan's voice. He had seized her wrist, taking advantage of the chaos. Bai Qingxiu's face flushed, and she glared, exclaiming, "Yi Fan, what are you doing?" Yet, before she could finish her protest, he released her hand and swiftly retreated from her presence. Bai Qingxiu stood there, stunned, feeling her wrist, which had just been grasped by Yi Fan, was damp. Glancing down, she noticed a crimson handprint on her fair wrist. It was Yi Fan's blood. Simultaneously, the insects that had been voraciously gnawing at her suddenly dispersed like a receding tide. Bai Qingxiu gazed in astonishment at Yi Fan's retreating figure. At this moment, Yi Fan swung his arm at the old professors, who were enveloped in cocoons spun by insects. And a spray of blood droplets accompanied his motion. The instant the blood droplets descended, the insects scattered in every direction, fleeing in panic. Some of the creatures retreated along their original path back into the tomb, while others frantically scurried into the farthest corners of the pit, desperately seeking escape. The professors, who had seemed destined to become a feast for the swarm, were miraculously saved. They instantly sat up, gazing in astonishment at the fleeing insects. These creatures were terrified of Yi Fan's blood. But why was this so? Everyone in the pit stared at Yi Fan with astonished eyes. It was evident that the sounds he had mentioned coming from behind the door referred to these insects. One professor murmured, "Yi Fan not only heard the insects behind the door beforehand, but he can also subdue them with his own blood." Zhang Qiling, equally incredulous, surveyed the now empty ground and glanced at his own wounds, confirming that the events had indeed transpired. It was unfathomable, simply astonishing. The insects were afraid of this classmate's blood. Bai Changming also looked at Yi Fan, his expression a mix of complexity. Just as he had anticipated, this young man was certainly extraordinary. Having asked him to look after his daughter in the ancient tomb had undoubtedly been the wisest decision. Furthermore, he had witnessed everything that had just occurred, remaining indifferent and silent to the reactions of others, even when his suggestions were met with skepticism. In times of peril, when faced with danger, he did not hesitate to offer assistance, even at the cost of lacerating his own palm. Now, he merely stood in silence, without any desire for recognition or admiration, refraining from boasting about his swift response. His strength, coupled with his character and grace, far surpassed that of the ostentatious peacocks around him. Yi Fan stood firm, one hand gripping the ancient black gold blade, while the other steadily dripped with blood. As it was his first experience of inflicting such an injury, he was somewhat unaccustomed to the act. However, he benefited from the enhancements provided by Zhang Qiling's character points. His capacity to endure pain had greatly improved. Externally composed, internally he reveled in the satisfaction of having saved numerous lives, though he may not achieve the coveted research recommendation. He certainly felt he had amassed enough merit for at least 3 weeks of commendation. The exchange of a single cut for 3 weeks of validation was worth it. Bai Changming approached Yi Fan and bowed deeply before him. He had witnessed Yi Fan's prompt rescue of Bai Qingxiu. Lifting his gaze, Bai Changming expressed his gratitude. "Young friend Yi Fan, thank you for safeguarding Qingxiu, and for saving us all." Yi Fan, upon meeting Bai Changming's sincere eyes, realized that his initial estimate of 3 weeks of effort was, in fact, quite conservative. At the very least, it would amount to 5 weeks. Yi Fan replied succinctly, "It was but a trifling effort." Bai Changming shook his head solemnly, stating, "A debt of life." Yi Fan responded, "You overstated." In truth, Bai Changming was filled with a myriad of astonishments and confusions. Was Yi Fan's earlier mention of hearing sounds from within the door a reference to these creatures? What exactly were these insects? And why did they fear Yi Fan's blood? What, indeed, is the true origin of Yi Fan? Yet, when he attempted to inquire, he was deterred by the indifferent gaze emanating from Yi Fan, which left him momentarily speechless, unable to utter a single question. Bai Qingxiu lowered her gaze, fixating on the bloodied imprint on her wrist, a vivid recollection replaying in her mind of the instant Yi Fan had grasped her wrist. A rare blush of shyness adorned Bai Qingxiu's cheeks. Wasn't Yi Fan the first to rescue her? As she beheld the figures of Yi Fan standing alongside her father, a warm sensation blossomed within her heart. However, it would have been even better if he had displayed his intentions a bit more overtly. Meanwhile, the group of young individuals who had previously scattered in panic returned to the grave pit now that safety had been restored. Gao Hua, visibly anxious, asked Bai Qingshu, "Qingshu, are you all right?" Zhao Ziming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Qingshu and remarked, "Qingshu, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed." Lu Fei leapt down from the tree with urgency, exclaiming, "Qingshu, why didn't you come with me earlier?" Bai Qingshu tugged at her sleeve, concealing the bloody imprint. Casting them a cold glance, and without uttering a word, proceeded directly to stand beside Yi Fan and Bai Changming. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and pointedly remarked, "If you desire something, you should express it more directly." Yi Fan was taken aback. What he truly yearned for was to secure a place in this fiercely competitive archaeological university for further studies. To be more forthright, that meant it was time to take action. He nodded and replied, "President Bai is absolutely right. Professor Bai, if everyone is not seriously injured, we must continue our journey." Bai Qingshu's gesture of brushing her hair froze momentarily. She cast a look of disbelief at Yi Fan, who had already made his way to the entrance of the tomb. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen glanced at the live streaming equipment he had been protecting amidst the chaos. To his astonishment, the number of followers in the upper right corner had surged to over 800. Was that just now Yi Fan? Goodness, he appeared somewhat charming. What was going on? Why was there such a buzz about Yi Fan and the school beauties pairing? The scene was too chaotic to discern what had transpired. Yet it seemed Yi Fan possessed considerable advantage. Lu Bowen watched as the barrage of comments began to fill with Yi Fan's name, his eyes widening in surprise. This live stream was intended to elevate his own profile, yet suddenly, everyone was fixated on the coupling of Yi Fan and the school beauty. Chapter 8. A warning from the tomb's master. At this moment, all those who had been scattered by the swarm of giant beetles had regrouped in the tomb pit. Once again forming a collective, several young individuals gathered around Bai Qingshu once more. Noticing that Bai Qingshu's gaze lingered on Yi Fan's retreating figure, their expressions darkened considerably. Yan Jia remarked, "Senior, what is there to admire about him? You should focus on my face. At least it will brighten your mood." Lu Fei looked earnestly at Bai Qingshu and said, "Qingshu, you must keep up with me next time." Li Tai adjusted his sunglasses, having just been shielded by 2 bodyguards who served as his human shields. Thus, he stood out as the most dignified among the crowd. "Su Su, please do not stray too far from me next time. Otherwise, should I wish to protect you, others might seize the opportunity and claim the credit for themselves." As he spoke, he removed his coat, intending to drape it over Bai Qingshu's shoulders. Listening to the banter of the men around her, Bai Qingshu let out a cold laugh. She shrugged her shoulder, evading the coat that Li Tai offered. Those who professed to protect her with such fervor were the very ones who fled at the first sign of danger, faster than hares. Only Yi Fan, after ensuring his own safety, chose to quietly withdraw. He now stood silently at the entrance of the tomb, observing the situation within rather than boasting of his valor. Such a person was truly worthy of her trust. At that moment, as Bai Qingshu enveloped Yi Fan in an aura of silent guardian, perceiving him as her valiant prince, Yi Fan was instead listening to the system's prompt echoing in his mind. Ding. The host's actions of using Qiling blood to drive away pests and save others align with the character's persona, with a restoration rate of 5. The current restoration rate is 65, and the corresponding points have been allocated to the host accordingly. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward. Ding. Golden Heart Armor. A level 3 protective gear can be worn as a thin layer over the host to prevent ordinary blade injuries. At a critical moment, it will converge at the host's vital heart, transforming into an indestructible heart protection armor. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt as though a cool sensation enveloped his heart, akin to a refreshing touch directly against his skin, chill yet soothing, reminiscent of a texture akin to jade. Soon, this sensation transformed into a gentle coolness that spread across his entire being. This was the state in which the purple gold heart-protecting armor typically enveloped him. Although merely a level 3 armor, it was sufficient to withstand ordinary attacks. At that moment, Bai Qingshu gazed at Yi Fan's tranquil silhouette, contemplating that his reaction was likely one of silent guardianship, devoid of any expectation for recompense. Her initial frustration at his aloof demeanor was swiftly replaced by warmth. She promptly dismissed a few individuals nearby and approached Yi Fan. Turning to Bai Changming, she remarked, "Professor Bai, I believe Yi Fan is correct. Since everyone is unharmed, let us not squander time. This is merely the beginning." Bai Changming observed the shared silhouette of his daughter and the ideal son-in-law candidate, a smile of paternal pride blossoming on his face. "Indeed, let us proceed." As they entered the corridor, Bai Qingshu trailed behind her father at the forefront of the group. Surrounding them were still Li Taiyin and Jia, among others. Bai Qingshu scanned her surroundings, but could not locate Yi Fan. She inquired, "Where's Yi Fan?" Yan Jia chuckled softly and replied, He is certainly at the back. Let us be understanding. After all, being at the rear allows him a convenient escape should danger arise. Bai Qingshu cast a cold glance at him, recalling Yin Jia's reaction upon encountering the swarm of insects. He had clutched his face with the fervor of a young girl, terrified of any damage befalling that visage. Externally resplendent, yet internally flawed, Bai Qingshu chose to disregard him, turning instead to find Yi Fan, who stood with arms crossed at the rear of the group, displaying no intention of advancing. A wave of indignation washed over her as she pondered Yi Fan's behavior. What was he thinking? While he had once risked lacerating his own palm to save her, now he exhibited not a shred of desire to step forward. Even the faintest sign of movement towards the front would have prompted her to clear the space around her, making room exclusively for him. Yet now, he offered not even a glance in her direction. Was this truly the same Yi Fan who had eagerly responded to her call for help? At that moment, Yi Fan was quietly surveying the surroundings of the corridor. The walls were constructed entirely of a singular material, laid with azure bricks. Not a single inscription or mural graced the surfaces that might reveal the identity of the tomb's owner. The entrance he had previously observed was merely an ordinary stone door. From these superficial details, the tomb appeared to belong to a county lord of little renown or perhaps a merchant of modest means. It was evident that the officials of the Great Xia shared this assessment, as they had entrusted this archaeological endeavor to a university rather than the entire archaeological institute. However, Yi Fan, drawing on his expertise as a tomb raider, which had reached a proficiency level of 65, sensed that this tomb was far more intricate than it initially appeared. The passage was not lengthy. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a stone door at the end of the corridor. Bai Qiling gestured for them to halt before the stone portal. The dimensions of the door mirrored those of the corridor's entrance. In the center, a narrow gap revealed it to be a pair of double doors, yet there were no rings or handles to be found. The stone door bore a pale hue, reflecting a soft white glow under the beam of their flashlight. It was devoid of any ornamental carvings, polished to such a smooth finish that the original texture of the stone was nearly indistinguishable. Only along the sides were 2 lines of deeply etched characters, inscribed in the format of couplets. Bai Changming illuminated the inscriptions with his flashlight and recited, "Who are you, O traveler? Here lies the grave of the deceased. The road ahead offers little hope for the living. Turn back to the shore of safety." Chapter 9. Take cover upon completing the recitation. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Bai Changming's forehead. Even without modern linguistic translation, the team members grasped the ominous implications of the phrases. This was the first encounter with anything directly related to the tomb's owner since their entry. To their astonishment, it was a dire threat presented right at the outset. The sight of such a foreboding warning caused a flicker of unease in each heart. Li Tai adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, "Doesn't this imply that we ought to turn back for our own safety?" Lu Fei added, "To encounter such a statement right away is indeed rather ominous." The young streamer Lu Bowen directed the camera towards the 2 lines of text on the stone door, addressing the dwindling audience of 200 to 300 in the live stream. "Dear viewers, a mysterious ancient tombstone door has revealed a grave threat. Please click on the follow button in the top right corner and shower me with hearts. Join Bowen as we delve into this enigmatic tomb." Thanks to these 2 lines of text, the previously diminished viewer count surged back to over 800. "Wow, this is getting interesting," someone chimed in. "I'll take a look too. Hilarious. They probably won't dare to enter. The tomb owner has already warned them." Bai Qingshu scrutinized the inscriptions on the tomb door once more, her brow slightly furrowed as she remarked, "This is seal script, a font commonly used during the Han Dynasty. This is one of the few Han tombs discovered in our Great Xia Kingdom to date. I refuse to be intimidated by mere words." Following Bai Qingshu's initial declaration, the attitudes of the young men beside her underwent a complete transformation. Li Tai immediately asserted, "The 2 lines of text left by someone who died over 800 years ago are hardly formidable." Zhao Ziming adjusted his glasses and concurred, "Qingshu is right. In comparison to the Han Dynasty civilization contained within this ancient tomb, these words pose no threat to us." Bai Changming also nodded slowly, adding, "In fact, many ancient tombs feature such intimidating inscriptions at the entrance to deter grave robbers. The purpose of these 2 lines of text is akin to that of a scarecrow in a field." With Bai Changming's words, the restless hearts of the crowd were instantly calmed. However, at that moment, Yi Fan silently gazed at the stone door. He did not perceive the significance of these 2 lines as merely serving the function of a scarecrow. Rather, his skepticism was not directed at the lines themselves, but at the door as a whole. Bai Changming cleared his throat twice and turned to the crowd, stating, "If there are no further objections, we shall officially proceed into the ancient tomb. No, what is there to fear? Qingshu, I will ensure your safety until the very end." The responses from the crowd were nearly unanimous. Only Yi Fan, who had remained silent at the back, offered a singular dissenting reply, "Wait." Instantly, all eyes turned to Yi Fan. Among them were the puzzled gazes of the elder professors, the astonishment of Bai Qingshu, and the derision from Li Tai and others. Li Tai scoffed dismissively, saying, "So now you're afraid? The entrance is not far from us. You can still turn back." Yan Jia looked at Yi Fan with a sardonic expression. Surely, no one would truly be frightened back by these two lines. Yi Fan silently regarded these two individuals, categorizing them among those who seemed to take their lives for granted. Bai Qingxiu observed Yi Fan, unable to fathom his intentions. While she could understand someone's concerns for their safety leading them to withdraw, she felt that there was not a hint of retreat in Yi Fan's silent gaze. In an instant, a thought suddenly surged into her mind. Could it be that Yi Fan is feeling jealous? Yi Fan was undoubtedly the most favored candidate for son-in-law by Bai Changming, who would naturally not wish to see him withdraw at such a critical moment. Yet, if Yi Fan truly chose to step back due to a mere exchange of words, it would indeed be a grave disappointment to the expectations placed upon him. Young friend Yi Fan, it would be wise to contemplate your decision thoroughly before speaking. Just as Yi Fan was about to express his perspective, he was interrupted once more. Gao Hua, the captain of the basketball team, had been eager to seize an opportunity to shine before Bai Qingxiu, but she remained focused solely on Yi Fan. He was convinced that Yi Fan had saved Bai Qingxiu from a swarm of insects, which had garnered her and Bai Changming's considerable attention. Therefore, when Yi Fan took a contrary stance, it was the perfect moment for him, Gao Hua, to showcase himself. The weight of these two doors appeared significant. The physique and strength he had honed through basketball training were all for this moment of revelation before the crowd. Approaching the doors, he declared, "It's merely a door. What is there to fear in entering?" With that, he placed his hands on both doors and forcefully pushed them open. Yi Fan's brow furrowed tightly as he sternly shouted, "Get down." In that instant, a row of densely packed holes appeared in the stone door, and a torrent of arrows shot forth in a straight line. Upon hearing Yi Fan's command, everyone immediately dropped to the ground instinctively. Several elderly professors, whose physical conditions rendered them incapable, were swiftly subdued by the bodyguards standing nearby, narrowly escaping calamity. The reflexes of the young and physically capable individuals, Lu Fei and Gao Hua, were remarkably sharp. Li Tai was shielded by the bodyguards he had brought along. Bai Changming was brought down to the ground by his companion Zhang Qiling, and when his gaze instinctively fell upon his daughter, his breath caught in his throat. Bai Qingxiu was encircled too tightly by several boys and, in her desperation to fall, found herself uncertain of which direction to flee. Her complexion was pale, leaving her no capacity to regard those around her. She could only watch the arrows raining down towards her throat, hopelessly reflecting that the very individuals who had vowed to protect her were now the ones causing her confusion about where to escape. Qingxiu. Bai Changming's throat felt as though it might tear apart. In that fleeting moment, Bai Qingxiu tightly shut her eyes, unwilling to confront the final moment before death. However, at that instant, she felt a tightening embrace, followed by a dizzying whirl. Someone had firmly wrapped her in their arms, through the human body as a medium of sound. She heard the iron arrows piercing into this person. Bai Qingxiu clung tightly to this individual, feeling the coolness radiating from him, her eyes already brimming with tears. Meanwhile, Bai Changming, pulled down by Zhang Qiling, gazed in shock at the scene before him. Just moments ago, he had feared he would witness his daughter perish before his eyes, when suddenly, Yi Fan embraced Bai Qingxiu and swiftly turned, swapping positions with her. Yet Yi Fan took the place of the fallen, becoming the recipient of the relentless rain of arrows. In mere seconds, the onslaught ceased, thanks to Yi Fan's warning. The majority of the team managed to evade a dire fate. The arrows, stripped of their momentum, soon plummeted to the ground across the battlefield. A few individuals, caught off guard, sustained minor abrasions from the iron projectiles. However, Bai Changming was oblivious to these injuries, for it was evident that the gravest wounds were borne by Yi Fan, the very one who had come to their rescue, and most notably, saved Bai Qingxiu. His back was pierced by 5 or 6 iron arrows. "Young friend Yi Fan," Bai Changming exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and stumbling towards Yi Fan and Bai Qingxiu. Upon hearing Bai Changming's call, Bai Qingxiu immediately recognized that the one embracing her was indeed Yi Fan. The realization struck her. The savior was none other than Yi Fan himself. A tumult of emotions surged within her at this revelation. On one hand, she yearned for the person holding her to be Yi Fan. Yet on the other, the implication that this brave soul, who had shielded her from harm, now lay in peril was a bitter pill to swallow. Tears welled in her eyes as her heart ached, and her voice quivered as she softly called out, "Yi Fan, are you foolish?" As she spoke, she instinctively reached to return his embrace. Bai Changming, filled with sorrow, gazed at Yi Fan's back, his trembling hand hovering above the arrows embedded within him, yet he found himself unable to muster the strength to act. Thus far, the most satisfactory son-in-law he had encountered ultimately sacrificed himself to protect his daughter. 2 streams of tears flowed from his long dry eyes. Even the onlookers around, witnessing such a poignant scene, could not help but reveal expressions of sorrow. An elderly professor wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and lamented. What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? If it were not for this calamity, old Bai, you would surely have gained a remarkable son-in-law. However, just as Bai Qingshu was about to embrace Yi Fan once more, Yi Fan, who had been holding her without any reaction, suddenly released her. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Yi Fan was not dead. They watched in disbelief as Yi Fan wrapped his hand around his back, expressionless, and began to extract the arrows embedded in him, discarding them carelessly onto the ground. Bai Qingshu exclaimed, Yi Fan, you are alive. This was her greatest emotional upheaval since entering the grave. No, since her birth. Just moments ago, her heart had been shattered, and now, in an instant, he had returned to life. The joy that sparkled in Bai Qingshu's eyes was undeniable as she gazed at Yi Fan. Bai Changming was utterly dumbfounded. Having been struck by so many arrows, even if he were still alive, he should have been on the brink of death. How could Yi Fan appear as if nothing had happened? It was as if the arrows had not pierced him at all. Yi Fan, my friend, your wounds. The crowd was left in shock as they looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan apathetically touched the tear in the back of his garment. Just moments ago, when he embraced Bai Qingshu, he had enveloped his upper body in the protective Z-Gene armor. As the iron arrow was about to strike his vital heart, he concentrated the armor's defenses over his heart. With a calm demeanor, Yi Fan stated, It only struck my clothing. I am unharmed. However, to others, this conveyed a different sentiment. Li Tai gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, putting on a brave front. Yin Jia, nursing the wound on his arm inflicted by the iron arrow, refrained from expressing his pain, indignantly retorting, What are you pretending for? Bai Qingshu, however, gazed at Yi Fan with concern, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Yi Fan, you need not force yourself for my sake. Chapter 11. The remarkable feats of a stoic man. Bai Changming soon grasped the situation. Was Yi Fan feigning composure to spare Qingshu from feeling guilty or distressed for the sake of someone she held dear? Contemplating this, Bai Changming's expression turned grave. He looked at Bai Qingshu and said earnestly, Qingshu, even if Yi Fan wishes to shield you from worry, you must remember that the wounds he bears are for you. Do you understand? Having wept in Yi Fan's embrace moments ago, Bai Qingshu's eyes now shimmered with a faint redness. Particularly, the vibrant crimson at the corners of her eyes added a touch of sensuous allure to her typically ethereal beauty. This was a side of her that others would rarely witness. Bai Qingshu nodded earnestly. She gazed affectionately at Yi Fan and said, Yi Fan, I will certainly consider you. Yi Fan, with a calm exterior, felt an inner turmoil, exclaiming to himself, Oh, schoolflower sister, your mere consideration is of little use to me. What I truly desire is for your father to take me into account, particularly regarding my supplementary points for graduate school. Of course, Yi Fan was somewhat assured, as he had just saved the life of Bai Changming's daughter. One life saved could surely offset the burden of 1,000 exam questions, could it not? However, on the arduous path of examination preparation, Yi Fan was acutely aware that merely counterbalancing 5 weeks of effort and 1,000 questions was utterly insufficient. Thus, the revolution was yet to succeed, and comrade Yi Fan needed to strive further. As for the profound affection emanating from the schoolflower, it was naturally overlooked by Yi Fan, who was already traversing the relentless grind of exam preparation. The wise do not fall into the throes of love. Those engrossed in study do not entertain romance. Yi Fan nodded lightly and replied, You're welcome. In an instant, the depth of Bai Qingshu's gaze transformed into confusion. You're welcome? Shouldn't you seize the moment and confess directly? The budding feelings of affection that had just ignited in Bai Qingshu's heart were doused by Yi Fan's unexpected response. Could it be that Yi Fan did not harbor such intentions? Bai Qingshu looked at him in disbelief, and when her gaze fell upon the tear in the back of Yi Fan's shirt, she immediately dismissed that notion. If he did not genuinely care, who would shield her with his body? Yi Fan must have been quietly guarding her all along. In a fleeting span of mere minutes, Bai Qingshu experienced a whirlwind of emotions akin to a roller coaster ride, marked by extraordinary intensity. Bai Changming turned his gaze towards Yi Fan, speaking earnestly, Young friend Yi Fan, I am well aware of your intentions. However, the injuries you have sustained cannot be neglected. You must at least apply some antiseptic ointment. As this is your first venture into the tomb, you may be unaware of the conditions within. The environment inside is far more challenging than that outside. While we may encounter adverse circumstances in the open air, the conditions inside will undoubtedly hinder the healing of your wounds. Not only Bai Changming, but the other esteemed professors also urged him. Indeed, dear student, your injuries are of paramount importance at this moment. Do not feel embarrassed. We all understand your plight. Just as Yi Fan was about to contest and assert that he was not injured, he overheard the mocking laughter of several boys. Yin Jia remarked sarcastically, Perhaps it's best to refrain from showcasing the physique of a homebody. Yi Fan glanced back, noticing a bodyguard diligently tending to the wound on his arm. Yin Jia, the campus heartthrob of the Archaeological University, possessed an undeniably handsome face and strikingly long limbs. However, he lacked any semblance of muscle, and despite his attractive appearance, he fell short of embodying the masculinity expected of a man. As he continued speaking, he addressed Lu Bowen, who was holding a camera, saying, "A1. It would be wise not to capture Yi Fan in the process of undressing. Otherwise, how will he ever find a girlfriend in the future?" However, the more Yin Jia insisted, the more Lu Bowen directed the camera towards Yi Fan. His initial intention for this daring venture into the tomb was to elevate his own fame, yet now, within the live stream, nearly 1,000 viewers were fervently shipping the couple of Yi Fan and the Campus Belle. Seizing the opportunity to undermine Yi Fan and diminish his popularity in the broadcast was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. The surrounding suitors of Bai Qingshu observed him with eager anticipation, particularly Yin Jia, who deliberately flaunted his well-toned arm. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, contemplating that he might have let Yin Jia off the hook, had he not chosen to humiliate himself. Bai Qingshu turned to Yi Fan, suggesting, "Yi Fan, perhaps you should let the team doctor examine your injury in private." Yet, Yi Fan promptly removed all his gear, placing the black gold ancient sword and backpack at his feet, stating, "No need." He then shed his outer hoodie, revealing a black tank top underneath. Instantly, his flawless physique was on full display. Bai Qingshu's gaze instinctively fixed upon Yi Fan. Could this truly belong to a mere otaku? Broad shoulders and a slim waist, with muscles that were defined, smooth, and elongated, not an ounce of excess flesh to be found. Every contour seemed as if it had been meticulously sculpted by a divine artisan. This was the epitome of a physique that appeared slender in clothing, yet muscular when revealed. What astonished Bai Qingshu and those around her the most was the highly conspicuous tattoo adorning Yi Fan's right shoulder. Most of the tattoos were concealed beneath a black tank top, yet the patterns visible on his exposed shoulder revealed a fierce blaze of black flames. Could it be that Yi Fan truly embodies the archetype of the reclusive homebody? Bai Qingshu forcibly shifted her gaze from Yi Fan to his back, only to find that his posture was remarkably upright. The black tank top bore several tears, yet beneath them lay unblemished skin. How was Yi Fan completely unscathed? At that moment, Yin Jia's complexion had turned an unsettling shade of pale. Lu Bowen, observing the increasing number of viewers in the live stream and the incessantly scrolling comments, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Goodness, is this truly Yi Fan's physique? The very same Yi Fan who spent his days cooped up in the dormitory with me? I can't help but wonder, is it still worthwhile to pursue Yi Fan now? Could he possibly be involved with the underworld? How did he end up with such elaborate tattoos? Wait, is this some sort of special effect? Wasn't Yi Fan just impaled like a porcupine while protecting the school beauty? Did I missee? I was utterly dumbfounded. If I had been pierced like that, I would surely be in a world of hurt right now. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Fan bore not a single scar. Feeling the scrutiny of those around him, Yi Fan mused, "This is the physique of a brother. Was I merely jesting?" After a brief display of his physique and ensuring that those who genuinely cared for him, like Bai Qingshu and Bai Changming, checked for any injuries, Yi Fan silently donned his hoodie once more. Bai Changming gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment for a moment before inquiring, "Young friend Yi Fan, are you truly unscathed?" Yi Fan nodded. "The fabric is thick." Just as he fastened the zipper, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The host's reaction to the crisis aligns with the character. With a restoration rate of 3. The current restoration rate is now 68, and corresponding points have been allocated to the host. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward. Ding. The ancient and modern translation of the 1,000-character classic. All ancient scripts spanning 5,000 years can now be comprehended. Yi Fan paused for a moment. With this capability, he could guarantee full marks on translation assessments. Meanwhile, the suitors of Bai Qingshu, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, could hardly suppress their gulping. This Yi Fan, indeed, resembled a member of the underworld. Chapter 12. Self-inflicted humiliation. Once it was confirmed that Yi Fan was indeed fine, they redirected their attention to the stone door. At that moment, the instigator of the mechanism, Gao Hua, rose from the ground. His complexion was as pale as a sheet. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I merely wished to push the stone door open for everyone." He spoke in a disjointed manner, nervously glancing at Bai Qingshu. "Qingshu, I truly did not mean it. I'm so glad you're unharmed." Bai Changming observed Gao Hua, still seated on the ground, and displayed a sympathetic expression. However, as Gao Hua's teacher, he could not wholly blame a student who had inadvertently erred and nearly caused a calamity. If Bai Qingsu's father were to regard Gao Hua as one of his daughter's suitors, Bai Changming would be exceedingly displeased, impulsive, and presumptuous. However, ultimately, in his capacity as the vice dean, Bai Changming remarked, "Gao Hua, you need not feel overly guilty. After all, we all hoped to unlock this stone door just moments ago. Yet, in the future, you must carefully contemplate the consequences before making decisions. Such recklessness within an ancient tomb could endanger us all." Had it not been for Yi Fan's timely reaction, We might have met our demise before even entering the tomb. Gao Hua, lost in thought, nodded absently, reflecting on the fact that it was Yi Fan's swift intervention that spared them from disaster. Bai Changming turned his attention back to Yi Fan. Young friend Yi Fan, did you already discern that there were mechanisms here? Yi Fan nodded and responded, the structure of this stone door is, in fact, a significant trap. The 2 lines of text placed here serve not to intimidate intruders, but rather to divert their attention. Bai Changming was taken aback. This was the most he had heard Yi Fan speak since their acquaintance. He quickly pressed on, young friend Yi Fan, what do you mean by that? Yi Fan explained, typically, the doors of ancient tombs face outward, as the tomb owner wishes to display their status. However, this tomb door is smooth and even, allowing one to easily notice these 2 lines of text. The content of the 2 lines above pertains to matters of life and death, and it is evident that no one would remain indifferent. People have naturally forgotten. This door seems as though it has been installed incorrectly. Bai Changming, while gazing at the tomb door, could not help but nod. However, upon hearing the next words, his pupils suddenly contracted for a moment. Yi Fan, like a voice awakening one from a dream, made Bai Changming realize the peculiarities of this tomb door. There were, in fact, no doorknobs or rings that one would expect on a properly functioning double-opening tomb door. Observing Bai Changming's reaction, Yi Fan understood that he had grasped the implication, and thus he ceased to elaborate further. At this moment, Yi Fan's character card resemblance to Zhang Qiling had reached 68, and his manner of handling situations had naturally aligned with the role without the need for deliberate imitation. Therefore, Yi Fan refrained from speaking excessively. Bai Changming had suddenly come to a realization and could not help but exclaim, yes, indeed, we were misled by these 2 lines from the very beginning. With these words present, we naturally assumed that this was the front-facing side of the door, without questioning its orientation. Yet, the door is starkly devoid of any handles. And despite being a double-opening tomb door, we would instinctively attempt to push it open. However, when we do so, it is precisely at that moment that we fall into the trap. Following Bai Changming's further elaboration on Yi Fan's explanation, everyone else also experienced a moment of clarity. Bai Changming looked at Yi Fan, his eyes now filled with astonishment. A sudden thought penetrated his mind, and he could not help but inquire, young friend Yi Fan, is this truly your first venture into a tomb? Upon hearing Bai Changming's question, everyone present turned in astonishment toward Yi Fan. They too suddenly realized the gravity of the inquiry. Is it possible that this is indeed Yi Fan's inaugural descent into a tomb? His profound understanding of ancient sepulchres and his composed demeanor seemed entirely uncharacteristic of a novice in such matters. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Observing Yi Fan's reaction, Bai Changming was convinced that he was not being deceptive. Could it be that this was merely a figment of his imagination? Yet, recalling Yi Fan's response to the bloodletting for parasitic expulsion and his enscathed state after being pierced by an iron arrow, Bai Changming remained convinced that Yi Fan was far more formidable than he appeared. He glanced between Yi Fan and Bai Qingxiu, secretly deliberating that only by entrusting his daughter to this man could he find true solace. Clearing his throat, he continued, it appears that this door is not meant to be pushed inward, but rather should be pulled open from the outside. Bai Qingxiu frowned slightly and remarked, however, this door lacks even a handle. Are we to pry it open through the crevice? At that moment, the now recovered Gao Hua spoke up. Allow me to give it a try. I nearly caused a calamity earlier, so let me take action to make amends for everyone. Given our team's training regimen, I possess the confidence to attempt this. Bai Changming regarded him thoughtfully. Gao Hua is indeed a formidable figure, standing over 1.90 meters tall and exuding a robust presence that suggests considerable strength. He nodded affirmatively and remarked, since you have this determination, give it a try. Do not overexert yourself. Filled with anticipation, Gao Hua positioned himself at the entrance. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed his fingers against the narrow gap of the door, gritting his teeth in an attempt to pry it open. Yet, despite the bulging veins on his forehead, the stone door remained utterly immobile. Within mere minutes, his face flushed crimson, approaching the brink of asphyxiation. Zhang Qiling, the captain of the bodyguard team, promptly patted his shoulder and said, young man, no matter how strong you are still a child. Such feats of strength are best left to us. Gao Hua, feeling a tinge of disappointment, stepped aside and couldn't resist casting a glance at Bai Qingxiu, declaring, Qingxiu, I will surely succeed next time. However, Bai Qingxiu's response was rather indifferent. Her gaze lingered on Yi Fan's silhouette for quite some time before shifting to the stone door. Zhang Qiling surveyed the impeccably sealed stone portal, noting the minuscule gap of less than 2 millimeters. He turned to summon 2 members of his team, saying, Heiyun, Baihu, come over and open the door. This is clearly your domain. Subsequently, 2 tall and muscular bodyguards emerged from the ranks. Each took their position on either side, firmly wedging their fingers into the door's crevice and exerting all their strength to pull outward. Their might was undeniably astonishing. leaving deep impressions on the ground where their footwear made contact. Nevertheless, the stone door before them remained utterly unchanged. Soon, the faces of the two individuals turned crimson. The black bear and the white tiger simultaneously released the door, panting heavily as they shook their heads at Zhang Qiling. "Captain," they said, "I am absolutely confident in my own strength, but this door, even if the mightiest were to come, it may not yield." At that moment, the others gazed at the tomb door, their faces betraying a flicker of despair. To them, the stone door had transformed into an insurmountable mountain. If they could not open this door, they would be destined to return empty-handed. Bai Changming sighed deeply. Bai Qingxiu, unwilling to concede, clenched her fists and declared, "I'll give it a try." Bai Changming responded, "Qingxiu, do not act recklessly. If the bodyguards cannot open this door, what can a delicate girl like you possibly do?" Bai Qingxiu's eyes glistened with a hint of red as she replied, "But I cannot accept this. I refuse to accept it." At this juncture, Yi Fan stepped forward, saying, "Let me give it a try." Bai Qingxiu watched in shock as Yi Fan approached her. Could it be that, driven by her own frustration, he was also willing to test his strength? Yet, Yi Fan appeared significantly smaller in stature than the bodyguards from earlier. A warm feeling blossomed within Bai Qingxiu. How could she have ever doubted Yi Fan's feelings for her? For her sake, he was willing to attempt anything. Bai Changming initially wished to dissuade Yi Fan from making a futile attempt, but upon meeting the calm and unwavering gaze of Yi Fan, he found himself at a loss for words. Yin Jia observed Yi Fan's retreating figure and scoffed. "Isn't this merely inviting humiliation?" Li Tai adjusted his sunglasses and addressed his bodyguard, instructing him to prepare explosives to force open the impenetrable door. He vowed that no matter the cost, he would clear the path for Su Su. Bai Qingxiu shot a piercing glare at Li Tai before redirecting her attention back to Yi Fan. Unlike the others who resorted to brute force, Yi Fan did not even cast a glance at the door's crack. Instead, he meticulously explored the surface of the door. As the onlookers pondered his actions, a sudden click echoed through the air. A beastly head carving emerged from the top of the door, its mouth clutching a jade door knocker. Chapter 13, The Double Standards of Professor Bai. Who gave you the right to call my esteemed fiancé a tomb raider? In the midst of the astonished expressions surrounding him, Yi Fan proceeded to employ the same method on another door. His fingers deftly traced the smooth surface, sensing a concealed mechanism within less than a minute before activating it. Soon, another beastly head materialized, its mouth holding a golden knocker. Bai Changming gazed in awe at the two heads that had emerged from the door. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with finely detailed scales and fierce expressions, each line carved with remarkable liveliness. Their eyes, painted in vermilion, glinted ominously, and their exposed fangs instilled a shiver in those who dared to look. The golden and jade rings dangling from their mouths served as the knocker for the stone door. Yi Fan stepped back, allowing everyone to fully appreciate the intricate design of the beast heads and the door knockers. The crowd, taken aback, regarded Yi Fan with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Just moments ago, the formidable bodyguards, Gao Hua and the duo of Black Bear and White Tiger, struggled immensely to open the stone door. Yet it took Yi Fan less than 2 minutes to discover the handle hidden upon it. Yin Jia stared in astonishment at the previously smooth door, now revealing a beast's head after Yi Fan's deft manipulation. He turned to Yi Fan, marveling at his ability to locate a mechanism that even Bai Changming had overlooked. "Yi Fan, have you been here before?" Yin Jia exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Lu Fei quickly caught on, remarking, "Yi Fan bears tattoos. He is certainly no ordinary, docile student." Zhao Ziming adjusted his glasses, his expression grave, as if he had unraveled the mystery. Neither Professor Bai nor I could discern the location of the mechanism at a glance, yet Yi Fan identified it in mere minutes. Could it be that he is overly familiar with this place? Moreover, those extravagant tattoos do not belong to a typical student. "Yi Fan, you are, in fact, a tomb raider, aren't you?" The group directed their scrutiny towards Yi Fan's true identity. As soon as their conjectures surfaced, even the seasoned professors began to harbor doubts about him. Bai Changming furrowed his brow slightly, casting a concerned glance at Yi Fan. He regarded Yi Fan as the most promising prospective son-in-law he had encountered, without exception. However, as a devoted archaeologist, he harbored profound disdain for grave robbers. The presence of tomb raiders merely exacerbates the already fractured and scarred legacy of the Xia culture, driven by self-interest to the extent of trafficking artifacts to avaricious foreigners. Bai Changming glanced at Bai Qingxiu with a hint of concern, discovering that his daughter too wore a frown directed at Yi Fan. Bai Qingxiu's heart was tumultuous. She realized that had she not expressed her unwillingness to enter the tomb, Yi Fan might not have taken action on her behalf. Now, as Yi Fan effortlessly navigated the mechanisms, he found himself suspected of being a tomb raider. If he truly were one, would his identity not be compromised because of her? In the Xia kingdom, the crime of tomb raiding is undoubtedly a grave offense. The thought that Yi Fan could risk exposing himself for her sake filled her with a bittersweet ache. Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at them, a smirk forming within. While he might currently embody the role of a formidable and almost divine tomb raider, in truth, he was merely a diligent university student preparing for examinations. I am not, he stated succinctly, his tone and expression betraying no hint of emotion. Yin Jia exclaimed loudly, impossible. How could you be so familiar with this ancient tomb if you are not a tomb raider? Can you claim to be superior to Deputy Bai? Yi Fan regarded him with indifference, retorting with 3 simple words. Where is the evidence? Those 3 words left Yin Jia utterly speechless, and even Bai Changming and the onlookers, grappling with their own complex feelings, were momentarily taken aback. Although Yi Fan's performance in the ancient tomb was undeniably proficient for an intern, his unremarkable reactions left several individuals at a loss for words. Bai Changming was still contemplating how to smooth things over for Yi Fan when the latter's 3 words left everyone around him utterly speechless. Observing their own inadequacy in comparison to Yi Fan, Li Tai and others redirected their gaze towards Bai Changming. Who could be unaware that Bai Changming had devoted his entire life to the archaeological endeavors of the Great Xia Kingdom, harboring a profound disdain for tomb raiders who desecrate the nation's historical relics? At that moment, seeking Bai Changming as a bulwark to uphold justice seemed most fitting. Yin Jia exclaimed, Professor Bai, can you truly permit a tomb raider within your team? Zhao Ziming adjusted his glasses, a knowing expression on his face as he remarked, indeed. Professor Bai, allowing a tomb raider into the ancient tomb poses significant risks for us. After all, a thief within one's own home is the hardest to guard against. However, Bai Changming cast a glance at the young men. Yi Fan was, after all, his most favored candidate for a future son-in-law, and it was evident that his precious daughter held Yi Fan in high regard as well. How could he allow others to tarnish Yi Fan's reputation as a tomb raider? Moreover, as Yi Fan had pointed out, despite his seemingly adept performance within the tomb, they had no evidence to substantiate the claim that he was indeed a tomb raider. Bai Changming cleared his throat and stated solemnly, Yi Fan is correct. Li Tai? Bai Changming continued, to suspect a companion of being a tomb raider without any evidence is unwarranted. In an environment fraught with crises, such actions undermine unity. Fellow students, I urge you to tread carefully before expressing your opinions. Li Tai's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, a sight most unpleasant. It was evident that Bai Changming was now addressing Yi Fan. He cast a fierce glare at Yi Fan and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed upon the azure bricks atop the tomb, appearing utterly detached from the turbulent undercurrents swirling around him. Bai Qingshu followed Yi Fan's line of sight, finding nothing but a corner of the azure bricks. A pang of bitterness welled up within her. If Yi Fan were not a tomb raider but was nonetheless suspected of being one, he must be feeling quite aggrieved at this moment. However, given Yi Fan's character, he would certainly not voice any of his inner turmoil. Thus, she resolved to stand firmly by his side. As for Yi Fan himself, his apparent detachment stemmed from his focus on the system's prompts. Ding. The host's reaction to hostility aligns with the character, restoration degree at 5, current restoration degree at 73, corresponding points have been allocated to the host. Congratulations, host. You have received a system reward. Ding. The return to one Bagua mirror, gathering the righteousness of the world to quell the malevolence of the backward mirror. Only when the 2 mirrors face each other can all crises be resolved. Chapter 14. In front of the ancient tomb. Do not look back. Yi Fan silently repeated the names of the 2 artifacts mentioned in the system prompt, the backward mirror and the return to one Bagua mirror. It seems that he is about to encounter the returning mirror. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a weight in his backpack, as a substantial object materialized within it. He recognized this as the one Bagua mirror that the system had just mentioned. Meanwhile, due to Bai Changming's earlier words, several individuals harboring animosity towards Yi Fan and intending to accuse him of being a tomb raider fell silent. The group had reverted to a state of tranquility, redirecting their focus back to the archaeological endeavor at hand. Bai Qingshu gazed at the 2 beast heads that had just appeared, each clutching a door ring in their mouths, and furrowed her brow, inquiring, are these beast heads, perhaps, Jiao dragons? Why do the door rings differ? Bai Changming inhaled deeply and replied, such beast head door rings are indeed rare. Typically, the beast heads that grasp door rings are more tangible divine beasts, symbolizing either power or auspiciousness. However, those that evoke a sense of dread are indeed uncommon. Zhao Ziming, adjusting his glasses, stood nearby, acknowledged as the academic elite at the Archaeology University and the top candidate for graduate recommendations. He had previously been hindered by physical limitations that prevented him from showcasing his abilities. Now, in this moment that called for intellectual prowess, Zhao Ziming naturally stepped forward. Observing the 2 tomb doors, he remarked, this beast head is unmistakably the Jiao dragon that Qingshu mentioned. Moreover, the 2 door rings are crafted from gold and jade respectively. In our Great Xia Kingdom, there exists a saying, a golden and jade marriage, the offspring of nobility, which typically symbolizes preciousness and beauty. Thus, this implies that the tomb owner, in his frugality, must possess immense wealth. However, his status does not permit the use of a dragon totem, leading to the adoption of a serpent dragon emblem instead. Hence, I surmise that the tomb owner is either a high-ranking minister or an exceedingly wealthy merchant. The fierce expression of this beast's head serves to intimidate outsiders, suggesting that the tomb harbors a considerable treasure. Zhao Ziming's analysis was so cogent that it left the audience somewhat convinced, as there seemed to be no alternative explanation. Even Bai Qingshu could not help but cast a couple of extra glances in his direction. Zhao Ziming, feeling quite pleased with himself, turned to Yi Fan and declared, "In ancient tombs, success is not solely dependent on brute strength. We must also engage our intellect." However, Yi Fan shot him a cold glance and retorted, "This is not a serpent dragon." Zhao Ziming's pupils constricted, but he soon burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Yi Fan, have you lost your mind? This is the serpent dragon head certified by Professor Bai. So, what do you claim it to be?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Yi Fan. He regarded the beast's head with indifference and replied, "This is a serpent, or rather, a giant python. I believe this relates to the identity of the tomb owner." After saying this, he turned to Bai Changming and added, "Professor Bai, we have squandered too much time here. Let us proceed inside." Bai Changming, suddenly the focus of Yi Fan's gaze, felt an unsettling pang in his heart. As if compelled by an irresistible command, Bai Changming instinctively nodded and uttered, "All right, let's proceed." Zhao Ziming let out a derisive laugh, standing proudly at the forefront of the line, eagerly anticipating Yi Fan's impending embarrassment. Zhang Qiling then summoned the two bodyguards, Black Bear and White Tiger, who had failed to open the door previously. "Now that we have the door ring, you two should be able to open it," he asserted. The duo responded in unison, "Yes." Subsequently, one positioned himself to the side, grasping the door ring. The stone door, which had proven impenetrable moments ago, swung open with surprising ease. The crowd inhaled sharply, their hearts racing with a mixture of tension and anticipation as the gap in the stone door gradually widened before them. As the tomb door creaked open, a warm, golden light spilled forth from the chamber within. One by one, they entered the tomb, their breaths caught in awe at the opulent decor surrounding them. The tomb's vast expanse was reminiscent of a football field. Along the walls, 3 tiers of light troughs were embedded, each ablaze with flickering orange flames, illuminating the entire chamber with a radiant glow. At the forefront of the tomb, 3 adult-sized merman corpses were suspended by iron chains from the wall. Their upper bodies resembled desiccated human forms, while their lower halves were shriveled fishtails. The 3 merman bodies were connected to the surrounding light troughs. Above their heads, bright flames danced elegantly. At the rear of the chamber stood several rows of stone statues, each wielding weapons, their gaze fixed intently ahead, as though poised to unleash an attack at any moment. At the very center of this crypt lies a ritual platform, extending over 3 meters in length, upon which rests an empty incense burner. Behind the platform stand 3 coffins, each crafted from different materials, bronze, jade, and gold. Above the altar, an ominous sculpture of a vengeful spirit cradling a mirror commands attention. The stone effigy is painted in a verdant hue, while its bulging eyes and hair are adorned with a vivid vermilion, and its fangs gleam in a pale azure. The spirit's visage bears a chilling grin. Most unsettling, however, is the massive bronze mirror it holds, towering over a person's height, angled downwards at 30 degrees to survey all within the tomb. The blurred surface of the mirror reflects the entirety of the ancient tomb's forepart. Upon sighting this mirror, a collective gasp escapes the onlookers. Bai Qingshu furrows her brow slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the intrusive mirror, remarking, "Why is there a mirror hanging here? And in such a frame?" At this moment, Zhao Ziming steps forward, proclaiming, "As the ancient verse states, a bright mirror in the grand hall mourns the white hair," referring to the mirror that hangs in the main hall, allowing all who enter to behold themselves. The bright mirror symbolizes a constant reminder to maintain integrity and uprightness. We now find ourselves in the antechamber of the ancient tomb, akin to a grand hall. Thus, I believe the purpose of placing this mirror here is to awaken the descendants of the tomb's master, as well as those who venture into this ancient sepulchre to lead a life of honor and righteousness. Bai Qingshu cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Ziming, finding a semblance of reason in his words. Even Bai Changming nodded with a knowing expression, remarking, "The saying the bright mirror in a high hall indeed exists. However, whether this mirror serves such a purpose by being here remains a matter of debate. We cannot hastily draw conclusions. Impulsiveness can be perilous in an ancient tomb." At that moment, Yi Fan lifted his gaze to the copper mirror, observing the hazy reflections of the entire archaeological team, and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He had deduced that this was the reversal mirror mentioned by the system earlier. Chapter 15. The School Bell. He rescues me. He loves me. Yi Fan, extra points. Meanwhile, following Zhao Ziming's interpretation of the mirror, the majority found his reasoning plausible, thus alleviating much of their unease regarding the mirror. Bai Qingshu instinctively glanced at Yi Fan and noticed the fleeting frown that had crossed his face, prompting her to inquire in confusion, Yi Fan, do you also sense something amiss with this mirror? After all, the frame of this copper mirror is intricately carved with fearsome spirits. Yi Fan was deep in thought, contemplating the activation mechanism of this so-called reversal mirror and the clinical reactions that could lead to danger, which caused him to be slow in responding to Bai Qingxiu. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Jia interjected with a sarcastic tone, Sister Qingxiu, you may not know that the people most afraid of mirrors in this world are the ugly ones. Yi Fan, could it be that you are so fearful that even the sight of a mirror terrifies you? With that, he struck a few poses before the mirror above, lamenting, alas, this mirror is woefully unclear, failing to showcase the entirety of my handsomeness. Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at Yin Jia's exaggerated antics, a strong premonition stirring within him that Yin Jia was on the verge of a misfortune. Indeed, in the next moment, without any forewarning, Yin Jia clutched his face, wailing pitifully, what is happening? Do not touch my face. Do not touch my face. Yin Jia's cries were so genuine that the onlookers believed some malevolent force was assailing the visage he cherished most. However, in reality, his face remained unscathed, untouched by any harm. Beside him, Li Tai called out, Yin Jia, what madness has seized you? Are you overacting? Who has laid a finger on your face? Your skin is perfectly fine. Everyone shared the same bewilderment and astonishment. Yet, only Yin Jia continued to lament with heartfelt despair, soon collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, appearing even more tormented than before. Witnessing Yin Jia's reaction, the crowd instinctively turned their attention to the mirror overhead. After all, the last action Yin Jia had performed prior to his distress was to gaze into that very mirror. In less than a minute, several others began to scream in horror. Without warning, Li Tai fell to the ground, terror-stricken, exclaiming, do not kill me. How much do you want? I can give you anything. Please don't kill me. The 4 bodyguards trailing closely behind him were equally incapacitated, writhing in agony on the ground, uttering foreign words that seemed to echo their suffering. Even Bai Changming suddenly collapsed without warning, his expression contorted with pain as he repeatedly muttered, everything is ruined. It all holds no meaning anymore. Take me away. Bai Qishu, filled with anxiety, crouched beside Bai Changming, supporting him as tears welled in her eyes. Dad, what are you saying? What has been destroyed? Did you see something in the mirror? She gazed around in sorrow, witnessing the scene unfold. The team members who had been standing just moments ago were now nearly all sprawled on the ground. It was not just the students and elderly professors. Even the seemingly formidable bodyguards had succumbed. Each person appeared to be confronted with their deepest pain or fear, writhing in torment. The situation was dire. Some lay pallid, foam or blood oozing from their mouths and noses. Even the head of the bodyguards, Zhang Qiling, was bewildered by the unfolding events, poised to press his handgun to his temple. Had it not been for his 2 unscathed subordinates desperately trying to restrain him, he might have ended his own life in that tomb. Bai Qishu looked around in despair, feeling utterly helpless in the face of such overwhelming chaos. Who can elucidate the events that have transpired here? A thought surged into her mind. The mirror. The mirror. Before everyone became so peculiar, their final action was to gaze upon the bronze mirror atop the altar. Until now, she had refrained from looking at that mirror, wary of the sinister statue clutching it. Now, Bai Qingxiu instinctively yearned to lift her gaze, to uncover what lay within the mirror that had rendered her father so despondent, utterly devoid of hope. However, just as she was about to raise her head, a tall figure interposed itself before her, obscuring the mirror above. Bai Qingxiu was already quite familiar with this silhouette. The figure bearing a sword was none other than Yi Fan, who had protected her countless times along their journey. Yi Fan, Bai Qingxiu called out to him, her voice tinged with tears. Yet, Yi Fan appeared oblivious, standing resolutely in front of her. As she regarded his silent form, her eyes reddened. She realized that Yi Fan stood before her deliberately, wishing to shield her from the mirror's revelations. In his unwavering resolve to protect her from the mirror's influence, Yi Fan had positioned himself directly in her path. This brought to mind the moments when he had acted as a shield, deflecting arrows meant for her. Though his demeanor towards her was often cold, in these critical instances, he consistently placed her safety above his own comfort, standing steadfastly before her. One must ponder how many individuals in this world would willingly go to such lengths to protect those they hold dear. Reflecting on her earlier doubts regarding Yi Fan's feelings due to his indifferent demeanor, Bai Qingxiu could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's thoughts were consumed with, how did this esteemed professor fall into such a predicament? Would he even be aware of the lengths to which I have gone to safeguard his precious daughter? Thankfully, he had positioned himself in front of Bai Qingxiu just in time. Otherwise, if she too had fallen victim, he would have been left without a witness. Who then could he turn to for validation? Fortuitously, his quick reflexes had spared the campus beauty from harm. He hoped that when the time came for her father to awaken, she would surely mention his commendable act of altruism to Professor Bai. However, Yi Fan's presence here was not solely to shield the campus beauty. He lifted his gaze, his cold eyes fixed upon the reflection in the bronze mirror. The mirror revealed the shadows of everyone present in the tomb. The reflections were vague, merely offering a general outline. Yet, Yi Fan noticed that the shadows of those who had already fallen victim were becoming increasingly distinct within the mirror's depths. Chapter 16. Professor Bai, what is his true identity? Yi Fan gazed coldly at the reflections in the bronze mirror, his mind engaged in a tempest of thoughts. He had discerned that the reflections of those ensnared were far clearer than those who had yet to succumb. Moreover, the more intense the reaction to the mirror, the clearer and more profound the reflection on the bronze surface became. Particularly, those few who had begun to cough up blood and were slowly ceasing their struggles. Their shadows were nearly fully discernible upon the bronze mirror above them. Yi Fan took a deep breath. What he needed to ascertain was what this mirror could reveal. Thus, he concentrated his attention upon the bronze mirror. Suddenly, the image within began to sharpen. What appeared was his dormitory from a past life. His bed cluttered with examination papers and an array of textbooks. Upon witnessing such a scene, Yi Fan involuntarily gasped, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Isn't this precisely what terrifies him the most? The relentless competition of graduate entrance examinations. It dawned on him that the purpose of this bronze mirror was to unveil the deepest fears harbored within one's heart. Truly, a nefarious tomb owner. Yi Fan exerted considerable effort to maintain his focus, refusing to let the allure of this mirror consume him entirely. Now, with 73 of the character card Zhang Qiling's attributes at his disposal, his willpower was naturally far more formidable than that of the average individual. He merely closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to return wholly to reality. Having discerned the influence of this mirror, the next step was to resolve the current chaotic situation. At that moment, Bai Qingshu gazed at Yi Fan, who stood before her in silence, unresponsive and seemingly indifferent. A pang of anguish struck her as she thought, Yi Fan must have been ensnared in this predicament to protect me. How selflessly he has gone to such lengths for my sake. Slowly, she extended her hand, yearning to reach out to the silent figure, when suddenly, Yi Fan moved. In the instant he turned to face her, Bai Qingshu swiftly withdrew her hand, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, her cheeks flushed with a faint hue of crimson. Stammering, she uttered, "Why, Yi Fan? Are you all right? This is truly wonderful. I feared you had succumbed too." Her excitement escalated, completely shedding her usual aloof demeanor in front of others. Any young man who had pursued her would have been moved to tears, instantly envisioning himself as Bai Changming's son-in-law. Yet, Yi Fan remained oblivious to the transformation of the cool, elegant school beauty. He gazed at Bai Qingshu with solemnity and instructed, "Bai Qingshu, you must remember. Never look into the mirror above, do you understand?" With tears glistening in her eyes, she nodded fervently, her heart swelling with the realization of Yi Fan's deep concern for her. Had he also fallen victim to this peril, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to despair and gazed into that mirror, plunging into the eerie realm alongside her father and Yi Fan. However, now, Yi Fan had shielded her from that mirror, and he remained unscathed, his serious demeanor exuding an overwhelming sense of protection. Therefore, she must not betray Yi Fan's trust, nor relinquish her hope for survival. However, Yi Fan, with a grave expression, observed Bai Qingshu, who was lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to the turmoil within her mind. Instead, he pondered, "Oh, School Belle, you must not act recklessly. It is imperative that you remain composed and, at the appropriate moment, inform your father of who has made outstanding contributions to the team, whether he could offset the 10 sets of examination questions, totaling 5,000 queries, hinged upon how the esteemed School Belle would elucidate this matter to her father." Upon witnessing Bai Qingshu's resolute nod, Yi Fan felt assured that she would cooperate with his endeavors. He reciprocated her nod, and then turned to glance at the mirror above the sacrificial altar, removing his backpack. Obeying Yi Fan's request, Bai Qingshu refrained from gazing at the enigmatic bronze mirror, focusing her attention entirely on him. Uncertain of Yi Fan's intentions, she could only watch him intently as he busied himself. Yi Fan approached the bronze mirror, rummaging through his backpack for something. Soon, he reached the altar's edge and retrieved a mirror from his bag. This mirror was a standard octagonal shape, with a broad frame resembling a boudoir ray, while the central lens was merely a small circle. After positioning the mirror, a sudden beam of golden light emanated from the boudoir mirror, casting directly onto the bronze mirror atop the altar. As the beam struck the bronze mirror, it appeared to erase the very essence of the surface, much like an eraser would. The reflection upon the bronze mirror gradually became indistinct. Within 2 minutes, the image on the mirror had reverted to the state it was in when they first entered, becoming increasingly unclear. Bai Qingshu stared in astonishment at Yi Fan's actions, poised to utter a remark. Suddenly, Bai Changming, whom she was supporting, gently nudged her, puzzled as he inquired, "Qingshu, what is it? Why are you crying?" Bai Qingshu quickly lowered her head, realizing that the once despondent Bai Changming whose face had been etched with despair and devoid of any desire to live, had now completely regained his composure. Overwhelmed with emotion, she exclaimed, "Dad, this is wonderful. You're all right." In a surge of joy, Bai Qingshu threw herself into Bai Changming's embrace, exclaiming, "I was truly terrified just now." Bai Changming gently patted her back, soothing her as he replied, "It's all right. It's all right. I seem to have experienced a suffocating nightmare." Bai Qingshu, still brimming with excitement, insisted, "That was no mere dream, Dad. Just moments ago, everyone was almost entirely affected by that bronze mirror. Had it not been for Yi Fan, who prevented me from gazing into it, I surely would have succumbed as well. It was Yi Fan who saved us all." With that, Bai Qingshu released herself from Bai Changming's embrace and turned to face Yi Fan, who stood before the altar. Bai Changming followed suit, directing his gaze towards Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan had completed his task and was now inspecting the reflection on the bronze mirror. Observing that the images had all become blurred, he silently readjusted his backpack onto his shoulders. Bai Changming gazed at Yi Fan's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt gratitude for Yi Fan's rescue of the archaeological team, as well as satisfaction towards this prospective son-in-law. Yet, the predominant feeling within him was one of profound astonishment. How had Yi Fan resolved the peril they had just faced? Why had he remained unscathed? How did he possess the knowledge to avert the crisis? What was the true identity of this young man, whom he admired so deeply? Chapter 17. The Turning Mirror. Meng Pasup. At this moment, everyone in the tomb had regained their senses. Those who had been severely affected, some even having spat blood and teetered on the brink of shock, were still physically weakened but had completely awakened from their nightmare. Yin Jia lowered his hands from his face, revealing a countenance devoid of color, his lips a ghastly white. What just happened? Li Tai, with the assistance of his bodyguards, gradually rose to his feet, looking around in bewilderment. Where are the kidnappers? I swear I just dreamt I was kidnapped, and the abductors even severed my hand. His bodyguards were unable to respond to his queries, as they too had just undergone an unforgettable ordeal. Each person's reaction mirrored the others, as if they had collectively experienced a near-fatal nightmare, now awakened to a reality that felt surreal and disorienting, as if they had crossed into another realm. Bai Qingshu cast a glance at Bai Changming, who shook his head, lamenting, "I just witnessed the barbarians obliterating our ancient tombs and setting fire to our historical sites. It feels as though all hope in life has vanished." Bai Qingshu understood that these treasures were of utmost importance to her father. At that moment, Lu Bowen, rubbing his head, sat up from the ground. The first thing that came to his mind upon regaining consciousness was to check his streaming equipment. The few individuals around him also recalled that Lu Bowen possessed a live streaming setup. By reviewing the playback or observing the audience's reactions, they could ascertain the events that had transpired. Thus, the young people eagerly gathered around Lu Bowen. Initially, they assumed that the live stream must have lost most of its viewers. However, when Lu Bowen glanced at the screen, he was taken aback. The audience, which had dwindled to below 500, had surged to over 1,500. The barrage of comments was exceptionally lively. To be frank, Yi Fan moved me deeply. Indeed, only Yi Fan harbored genuine feelings for the Campus Belle. How is it that Yi Fan and the Campus Belle's pairing is so endearing? He shielded her with his own body. I yearn for such fortune. What on earth is Yi Fan's background? How can he effortlessly improve the archaeological team's situation? Is this truly not scripted? I can't stop laughing. What was Yin Jia's reaction just now? A pretty boy is just a pretty boy. More concerned about his appearance than any woman. What was Li Tai doing earlier? Whom did he pay to buy his own life? The wealthy second generation, as one would expect, seems to believe that everything can be resolved with money. Yet, in the end, it was none other than Yi Fan who came to the rescue. Is this my roommate? Yi Fan. When did you, Yi Fan, keep secrets from me, getting tattoos, working out, and acquiring such an impressive mirror? The more I observe, the more I find Yi Fan strikingly handsome. Is this merely an illusion? How was I unaware that our school harbored such a dashing figure? Lu Bowen swiftly scrolled through the historical comments, discovering that nearly everyone was singing Yi Fan's praises. It turns out that he was the one who resolved their recent crisis. His face paled instantly, and everyone turned in astonishment towards Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the others, upon reading the comments, turned a shade of green. They realized that Yi Fan had stolen the spotlight while they had made fools of themselves before an audience of over 1,000, leaving their dignity in tatters. The group glared resentfully in Yi Fan's direction. Yi Fan had already slung his backpack over his shoulder again, leaving the 8 trigrams mirror atop the altar. At that moment, he stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazing up at the copper mirror, which had returned to its innocuous state. Lu Bowen's lips moved as he muttered in disbelief. My goodness, what is Yi Fan's true identity? How could he manage to resolve such matters? Yin Jia scoffed, deliberately raising his voice to proclaim, what else could it be? Yi Fan is surely a tomb raider. Only a grave robber would possess such an eclectic assortment of items. Wouldn't they? Li Tai gritted his teeth and remarked, A tomb raider wishes to accompany us into the tomb. I cannot fathom what ulterior motives Yi Fan harbors. The two spoke deliberately loudly, ensuring that everyone in the chamber could hear them. Each person inhaled deeply, casting glances in Yi Fan's direction. Perplexed by the fact that this usually indifferent individual, known for his brevity, consistently emerged as the pillar of strength in critical moments. Now, he even possessed specialized tools to address the imminent crisis. How could such a person possibly be an ordinary student? In their minds, there remained a significant possibility that Yi Fan was indeed a tomb raider. Even Bai Changming found himself uncertain about Yi Fan's true identity. Unperturbed by the duo's skepticism, Yi Fan chose to remain silent. Li Tai approached him directly, demanding, "Yi Fan, do not pretend you cannot hear me. Are you, or are you not a tomb raider?" Yi Fan replied succinctly, "No." Li Tai pressed further, "Then how do you explain this mirror? Are you daring enough to claim you have never set foot in this ancient tomb, yet you possess this specialized mirror? You must be quite familiar with this place." Yi Fan coldly regarded Li Tai, unwilling to waste words on him, feeling that to answer every inquiry would be beneath him. Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu gently nudged Bai Changming, who instantly comprehended her intent. The unspoken bond of their shared bloodline led him to align with Bai Qingshu's thoughts. Thus, Bai Changming rose and, under the gaze of the gathered crowd, approached the space between Yi Fan and Li Tai. Li Tai, upon noticing Bai Changming approaching, became even more arrogant. He cast a derisive smile at Yi Fan and remarked, "Now that Professor Bai is here, let's see how you can justify yourself." He then greeted Bai Changming with a beaming smile, saying, "Professor Bai, you too must find this fellow's behavior suspicious, right?" However, Bai Changming shot a stern glance at Li Tai and replied, "Li Tai, before casting such doubts upon young friend Yi Fan, you should first remember that it was he who saved us just moments ago." Li Tai's smile instantly froze on his face. Bai Changming then turned back to Yi Fan, his expression softening as he humbly inquired, "Young friend Yi Fan, do you possess some knowledge about this bronze mirror?" In the presence of Bai Changming, Yi Fan's demeanor became more relaxed as he explained, "This mirror is known as the turning back mirror. According to legend, when one dies and crosses the Naiha Bridge, they drink the Mengpa soup to forget their past lives. Some individuals, burdened by their attachments, refuse to drink the soup, and thus, at the Naiha Bridge, vengeful spirits await with this mirror for those who hesitate. When a person who has not consumed the Mengpa soup approaches the mirror, they will witness the most terrifying scenes from their past lives, as if they were reliving those experiences. Those who are compelled to confront their deepest fears will ultimately turn back to drink the Mengpa soup. Hence, this mirror is also referred to as the turning back mirror." Bai Changming listened in astonishment, gazing at Yi Fan. Is this truly the turning back mirror of Mengpa? Chapter 18. The Campus Belle. He actually risked his life to assist me. He must be deeply in love with me. Yi Fan's explanation compelled everyone to cast a glance at the returning mirror atop the sacrificial altar, followed by a stunned look at Yi Fan himself. In the realm of common knowledge, they had only ever heard of Mengpo's soup and the Naiha Bridge. However, the tale of the returning mirror was entirely foreign to them. Had it not been for Yi Fan's narration, they would remain oblivious to this aspect of the legend surrounding death and reincarnation. Bai Changming furrowed his brow as he regarded the returning mirror, which had now transformed into an ordinary copper mirror, leaving only vague patches of color in its wake. The information Yi Fan shared was something even he, a luminary in the archaeological field of the Great Xia Kingdom, had never encountered. Who exactly was he? How could he possess such profound knowledge of a legend almost unknown to others, and recognize the returning mirror at first glance? Moreover, Bai Changming's gaze fell once more upon the mirror Yi Fan had placed on the altar, framed with a bagua array. It was evident that Yi Fan's understanding extended beyond mere tales. He was well versed in practical solutions to the dilemmas posed by the returning mirror, equipped with specialized tools to address the ensuing crises. This indicated that Yi Fan's knowledge was not merely theoretical. He was capable of actual execution. To have brought Yi Fan along on this expedition was, indeed, akin to unearthing a treasure. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming abruptly stepped forward, now fully convinced that Yi Fan was nothing more than a deranged tomb raider. He pointed at the Gi Bagua mirror on the sacrificial altar and questioned, "How do you explain this mirror? If you had never been here and knew in advance about this returning mirror, why did you prepare it beforehand? What is the name of this mirror?" Yi Fan cast a cold glance at him, picked up the Gi Bagua mirror from the altar, and replied, "Gi Bagua mirror. It wards off evil." Receiving such a response, Zhao Ziming felt a surge of unwillingness and was about to press further with relentless inquiries. However, at that moment, Bai Qingshu had already approached Bai Changming's side. She had completely emerged from her earlier despair, once again embodying the image of the ethereal, aloof school beauty that everyone was familiar with. Standing beside Bai Changming, Bai Qingshu coldly regarded Zhao Ziming and said, "Classmate Zhao Ziming, since this mirror is the returning mirror as stated by classmate Yi Fan, It follows that your previous reasoning regarding the bright mirror is, in fact, incorrect. With Bai Qingshu's reminder, everyone swiftly recalled Zhao Ziming's fervent explanation of the returning mirror. Zhao Ziming, too, remembered his prior assertions about the bright mirror, and his bravado was immediately diminished. Yet, upon realizing that Bai Qingshu was essentially providing a defense for Yi Fan, his complexion fluctuated between green and white. Observing Zhao Ziming's reaction, Bai Qingshu, who had unconsciously aided Yi Fan, subtly pressed her lips together and glanced expectantly in Yi Fan's direction. However, Yi Fan had his hands tucked into his pockets once again, allowing himself to become detached, as if everything transpiring at that moment bore no relevance to him. Bai Qingshu gently bit her lip, noting his familiar reaction. It was only when he encountered danger that Yi Fan would express his true feelings, even going so far as to use himself as a shield. Yet, each time he regained his composure, he would feign that nothing had ever occurred. He quietly safeguarded and sacrificed without the slightest thought of seeking recognition or reward. At this moment, while Yi Fan appeared to be lost in thought, he was, in fact, attentively listening to the System's report on his performance in a conscious space. Ding. The host has encountered a crisis. The act of turning the tide aligns with the character's role, with a restoration rate of 3. The current restoration rate stands at 76, with the corresponding points multiplied by 76 allocated to the host. Congratulations to the host on receiving a system reward. Ding. The elixir of universal antidote, a potion capable of counteracting all poisons, offering an unparalleled solution to any toxin in existence. Ding. The host's explanation of issues demonstrates cognitive abilities consistent with the character, with a restoration rate of 5. The current restoration rate has risen to 81, and the corresponding points have been multiplied by 81 allocated to the host. Congratulations to the host on receiving a system reward. Ding. Encyclopedia of Rare Creatures. The host gains the ability to access information on all extraordinary species, acquiring comprehensive data on each. Yi Fan was immensely gratified to have directly obtained 2 rewards, particularly as these rewards would prove invaluable not only within the ancient tomb, but also beyond its confines. Especially this encyclopedia of rare species, isn't it akin to a concealed little dictionary that one relies on during the rigorous pursuit of postgraduate examinations? Furthermore, the individual in question indeed harbors a profound interest in these peculiar beings. At that moment, while Yi Fan felt a sense of gratification regarding the 2 rewards and the increasingly elevated degree of character restoration, Bai Qingshu silently clenched her fist, gazing at Yi Fan, and uttered, "Yi Fan, you saved me." Realizing the implications of her words, she promptly added, "You saved not only me, but everyone. Is there anything you desire? I shall do my utmost. No, both Professor Bai and I will strive to fulfill your wishes." As she spoke, her gaze towards Yi Fan was imbued with sincerity. Regardless of what Yi Fan might propose, she felt an obligation to acquiesce, for he had already rescued her 3 times. Moreover, through Yi Fan's conduct, Bai Qingshu had come to believe in the authenticity of his intentions towards her. However, Yi Fan merely glanced at Bai Qingshu. He remained oblivious to the tempest of thoughts that had just surged through her mind. Nor did he notice the distinct warmth in her gaze compared to how she looked at others. Yet, he had indeed gleaned the most coveted piece of information from her earlier words, that he had saved Bai Qingshu and the entire archaeological team. Wasn't that a remarkable contribution to the team? This alone could surely offset the 3 months spent in the library, couldn't it? Thus, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "I desire nothing more." He then internally added, "I only wish to secure a place in the postgraduate program." However, unaware of Yi Fan's true intentions, Bai Qingshu gazed at him with profound emotion. With no other desires, she savored the weight of those 4 words in her heart. She mused that Yi Fan must hold her in the highest regard, for after so many selfless acts of salvation, he remained altruistic. In a world where few possess such feelings for her, she felt compelled to earnestly consider Yi Fan's affections. Bai Qingshu nodded approvingly at Yi Fan, having formed an initial understanding of his capabilities. What impressed him most was not merely Yi Fan's formidable strength, but also his remarkable breadth of character at such a tender age. Subsequently, Bai Qingshu cleared his throat. Clasping his hands behind his back, he surveyed the surroundings of the tomb chamber and declared, "Since we have all emerged unscathed, it is time to embark on our primary endeavor." Chapter 19. The Changming lamp is not a merman, but a poisonous spring. Guessed the primary endeavor Bai Qingshu referred to was, of course, the archaeological work. Those affected by the returning mirror had begun to rise from the ground, reassembling into their respective teams. In no time, the entire archaeological team regained its prior orderly demeanor. Bai Qingshu stood at the forefront, stating, "The tomb chamber we currently occupy must be the main hall of the ancient tomb. Judging by the scale of this hall, it is evident that this ancient tomb is far more expansive than we initially anticipated. Thus, the tomb's owner may be more complex than we had surmised before setting out. Therefore, I urge everyone to dispel any notion that this is merely a routine archaeological investigation. The intricacy of this endeavor may surpass your prior expectations. The group nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. After aligning the archaeological team's mindset, Bai Changming led the team to commence their exploration of the tomb chamber. They circumnavigated the sacrificial altar and approached the wall at the chamber's forefront. The surrounding walls were illuminated by 3 tiers of light slots, casting a brilliant glow throughout the entire chamber. At the apex of these light slots hung, suspended by iron chains, the millennia-old corpse of a mermaid. The group gazed up at the ancient figure, a collective gasp escaping their lips. Yin Jia remarked, "What peculiar inclinations might the tomb's owner have possessed? Why entomb a figure in such a manner?" Li Tai, observing the 3 desiccated bodies, wrinkled his nose in distaste and commented, "Surely, this tomb owner cannot possibly belong to the Han dynasty? Was there even such a creature as a mermaid during that era? The craftsmanship is rather grotesque." Bai Qingshu cast a cool glance at the two, her feelings of revulsion deepening. With a slight parting of her lips, she remarked coldly, "This is not the mermaid of fairy tales, nor is it an artificially created burial artifact. This is most likely the fabled Jiao Ren. Initially thought to be a mere fabrication of folklore, it appears that the Jiao Ren truly exists." Li Tai was merely a wealthy heir who relied entirely on his family's fortune to gain admission to an archaeological university, utterly ignorant of the legendary merman. He scoffed. "The so-called merman? Is it merely an unattractive version of a mermaid?" Bai Qingshu frowned slightly and cast him a glance. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming, who had just made an error in the rearview mirror, was eager to find an opportunity to redeem himself in the eyes of others, particularly in Bai Qingshu's estimation. Realizing that this was his moment, he stepped forward and added to Bai Qingshu's statement, "Mermen have no relation to mermaids whatsoever. If we are discussing mermen, then their presence here is not for burial purposes, but rather to serve as fuel for the surrounding lamps. The adipose tissue within mermen has a remarkably low ignition point and requires minimal oxygen, making it an excellent source of everlasting light. It is said that records of everlasting lamps fueled by mermen can be found in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang." Having said that, he smiled at Bai Qingshu. She returned his gaze, her earlier indifference somewhat softened. It was evident that among the several young men vying for her attention, Zhao Ziming, as an academic achiever, possessed genuine knowledge. Even the older professors, after hearing Zhao Ziming's explanation, couldn't help but commend him. "Indeed, Ziming, you truly have a grasp of such obscure knowledge. I told you bringing Xiao Zhao along for this investigation would be a wise decision, old Bai. After all, Xiao Zhao's academic performance has always been commendable." Zhao Ziming smiled faintly and remarked, "You all flatter me. I merely read more than my peers. There is nothing remarkable about that." Li Tai cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Ziming and scoffed, "What are you pretending for?" Upon witnessing Zhao Ziming basking in the limelight, the group of young individuals turned their collective scorn towards him. Yin Jia interjected, "Weren't you just misquoting the mirror of the High Hall? How is it that you suddenly know Zhao Ziming now?" Lu Fei also scrutinized Zhao Ziming, asserting, "What use is mere rote learning? When faced with danger in the ancient tomb, isn't agility of the body far more vital?" The young ones engaged in a chorus of mockery and derision. Bai Qingshu glanced over, fully aware that their envy was directed at her. She had long grown accustomed to such scenes and chose to ignore them. Yet, one individual remained entirely uninterested in this subtle conflict, Yi Fan. Bai Qingshu looked at him in confusion, only to find Yi Fan intently gazing at the merman suspended high above. This stirred a pang of frustration within her, as Yi Fan's focus seemed far more intense than when he looked at her. Even though the 3 mermen had already been rendered into mere corpses, Bai Qingshu felt utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Yi Fan's intentions. He had signed up to join her under her criteria for a partner and had repeatedly risked himself to protect her in the ancient tomb, yet in moments like this, he displayed no desire for acknowledgement whatsoever. Even now, the 3 grotesque corpses of the aquatic beings captivated Yi Fan far more than himself. While Bai Qingshu was engrossed in a mental whirlwind, endlessly speculating on Yi Fan's thoughts, he was, with great interest, experimenting with the rewards recently bestowed upon him by the system. Having been thoroughly absorbed in his preparation for postgraduate entrance exams, Yi Fan firmly believed that the wise do not fall into the throes of love. He had no desire to engage in the petty jealousy among those few individuals. Thus, he found himself idly perusing the exotic biological encyclopedia in search of information on the 3 aquatic beings before him. However, upon discovering the details of these ancient creatures in the database, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The name that flooded his mind was not the so-called aquatic beings, but rather another appellation, spring guests. Spring guests, human form with fishtails, freshwater organisms. Extremely aggressive during their lifetime, they are carnivorous creatures. Active during the Qin and Han dynasties, it is said their tears could form pearls, and their flesh and blood could be used in medicine for longevity. Their fat could serve as fuel for everlasting lamps. Later experiments confirmed that their blood, flesh, and fat contained potent toxins, with clinical reactions in victims manifesting as the growth of fish-like scales, an overwhelming thirst for water, followed by respiratory failure until death, after which the prey would be dragged into the water for consumption. Due to these characteristics, they were extensively hunted and persecuted by humans during the Han Dynasty, and were completely eradicated during the Wei and Jin periods. After absorbing this information in his mind, Yifan could not suppress a frown. If these were not aquatic beings, but rather spring guests, then all of them had already begun to be gradually invaded by the toxins emanating from the fat of the spring guests since entering this tomb. Chapter 20. The School Belle Blushes. Yifan, she is not shy, she is poisoned. The essence of the is toxic. Yifan understood that, shielded by his Qiling blood, he was impervious to the poison of the. Thus, to discern the extent to which the archaeological team had succumbed to the toxic gas, he realized that clinical reactions from his own body would yield no insights. Consequently, Yifan shifted his gaze from the corpse of the above and turned his attention to the majority of the archaeological team members. This glance fortuitously collided with Bai Qingshu's gaze. Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Had the school belle been observing him all along? Bai Qingshu was equally startled. Yet a flicker of joy surged within her. Surely, he still cared about her. As such thoughts coursed through her mind, her ears flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze from Yifan, pretending to be merely admiring the merman above him. Noticing Bai Qingshu's reaction, Yifan's understanding deepened. The school belle was simply curious about the on his side. Nevertheless, he did not divert his gaze from her. Rather, he focused intently on Bai Qingshu. He mused that since he was already observing, he might as well select a clinical reaction sample. His options were limited to the robust bodyguards, several elderly professors past their prime, a few classmates who had consistently challenged him, and the captivating Bai Qingshu, the school belle. Thus, rather than scrutinizing disinterested older gentlemen, he opted to gaze upon Bai Qingshu, who, despite not being his primary interest, was at least a delightful sight. Consequently, Yifan's gaze lingered on Bai Qingshu, unwavering. Within mere seconds, Yifan discerned the faint blush adorning Bai Qingshu's ears and neck. He furrowed his brow. Indeed, the archaeological team had begun to succumb to the enchantment. However, at that moment, Bai Qingshu was distracted, gazing at the spring guest before Yifan. She could sense his intense scrutiny, stirring within her a mix of anxiety and anticipation, tinged with the bashfulness and delight typical of a young girl. She mused to herself. Clearly, Yifan holds me in regard. Otherwise, why would he gaze at me with such focused attention? Her eyelashes fluttered gently, relishing the attention bestowed upon her by Yifan. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming, having garnered the approval of several esteemed professors, felt an inflated sense of pride and straightened his posture as he cast a glance toward Bai Qingshu. Just as he was about to flaunt his knowledge before her, he quickly noticed that her ears and neck had flushed a deep crimson. Moreover, her expression, though her gaze lingered on the merman, was marked by trembling eyelashes, quivering pupils, and even a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. It was a stark contrast to her usual aloof and frigid demeanor. This was the very countenance that blossoms in the throes of youthful infatuation. Realizing this, Zhao Ziming became immediately vigilant and swiftly intercepted the gaze that lingered on Bai Qingshu from Yifan. With a decisive stride, he positioned himself in a heroic stance, effectively shielding Bai Qingshu behind him and severing the connection between her and Yifan. Zhao Ziming then raised his voice, challenging, Yifan, at last, you reveal your true intentions. How dare you look at Qingshu in such a manner? Light Feathers felt a twinge of embarrassment under your gaze. As he spoke, Zhao Ziming turned around with utmost consideration, addressing Light Feathers. Do not fear, Light Feathers. Please tell everyone, did Yifan not just leer at you with a lascivious gaze? In an instant, all attention was drawn to the trio. Yan Jia, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, truly deserving of the title otaku, daring only to steal glances in such a manner. Yet unaware that she is the Campus Belle, while he himself is merely a jest. Lu Bowen aimed his device's lens directly at Yifan, akin to a detective zeroing in on a suspect, clicking his tongue and saying, weren't you just pretending to be all high and mighty? Li Tai then commanded his black-clad bodyguards behind him. Mike, Jason, seize this man for his public indecency. At his command, two of the imposing bodyguards swiftly approached Yifan, their large hands reaching out simultaneously. Yet, Yifan merely regarded the two formidable figures before him with a steely gaze. And just as their hands were about to make contact, he seized each of their wrists with a single hand. With a synchronized thud, the two robust foreigners found themselves toppled and subdued beneath his feet. I could kill you. Who the hell are you? Yifan discerned one demanding his life, while the other inquired his identity. However, Yifan paid them no heed, his cold stare fixed upon their master. In his heart, he scoffed. Who do you think you are confronting? This is Zhang Qiling, whose reaction speed and skills have been restored to an impressive 78. Li Tai, Under the weight of Yi Fan's gaze, felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, instinctively retreating a step behind the other two bodyguards clad in black. The sudden chaos left Bai Changming momentarily flustered. While he marveled at Yi Fan's remarkable abilities, his concern shifted towards his precious daughter. If Zhao Ziming's earlier words held any truth, and if Yi Fan had indeed been lewdly ogling his daughter, as a father, he could not simply let it go. Yet, a sliver of rationality lingered within him. Before hearing his daughter affirm the claim, he could not unjustly accuse anyone. Bai Changming turned to Bai Qingxiu, inquiring, "Qingxiu, please, explain what transpired." Zhao Ziming glanced back, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Bai Qingxiu. However, his actions only deepened Bai Qingxiu's feelings of embarrassment and indignation. She was vexed that Yi Fan had mustered the courage to express his feelings, only to be misrepresented by Zhao Ziming as a lecherous gaze. She felt shame for having been caught blushing under Yi Fan's gaze, a fact that Zhao Ziming had so brazenly exposed. Bai Qingxiu raised her head, shooting Zhao Ziming a furious glare, her voice icy enough to freeze. "Zhao Ziming, cease your nonsense. Step aside. Yi Fan is not being lewd, nor am I embarrassed by his gaze." Zhao Ziming, taken aback by her fierce glare, quickly turned away, gripping Bai Qingxiu's shoulders and imploring, "Qingxiu, are you so intimidated by Yi Fan's prowess in combat that you hesitate to speak the truth? Fear not. We are all here. Even if he possesses extraordinary fighting skills, could he truly incapacitate us all?" Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, with his current abilities, he could easily subdue everyone present. Bai Qingxiu cast a cold glance at Zhao Ziming and asserted, "I am not blushing due to embarrassment. I merely..." She glared at Zhao Ziming, at a loss for words to explain the reason behind her flushed cheeks. In that moment, Yi Fan, who preferred action over idle chatter, suddenly interjected, saying, "It is not embarrassment." Bai Qingxiu immediately turned her gaze to Yi Fan, realizing he was attempting to provide her with an exit. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, Yi Fan continued, "It is a case of poisoning." Bai Qingxiu. Chapter 21. The Resolution of the Ironclad Man. The Campus Belle is stunned. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Bai Qingxiu's expression nearly shattered. "Truly, you are Yi Fan. What a quintessential ironclad man. Is this truly your method of rescuing your beloved?" Bai Qingxiu regarded Yi Fan with a complex expression. Bai Changming gasped, nervously approaching Bai Qingxiu's side. He cast a worried glance at her, then anxiously turned to Yi Fan, urgently inquiring, "Is Qingxiu poisoned? What on earth happened?" The surrounding individuals mirrored his concern, their eyes fixed anxiously on Bai Qingxiu. Firstly, almost all of the young men present were suitors vying for Bai Qingxiu's affection. Secondly, Bai Qingxiu was a student at the Archaeological University, with an incredibly promising future ahead. Ultimately, Bai Qingxiu is the sole daughter of the team leader, Bai Changming. If anything were to happen to Qingxiu here, it would undoubtedly deal a tremendous blow to Bai Changming. Lu Fei turned to Yi Fan and exclaimed, "Yi Fan, cease your nonsensical chatter. Qingxiu is standing right before us, unharmed. Surely you are fabricating excuses to evade admitting that you were secretly gazing at her." Yin Jia also interjected loudly. To concoct such a vile rationale merely for the sake of evasion. "Yi Fan, I truly wonder what your intentions are." Yi Fan's gaze swept across the group, swiftly noticing the areas where they were exhibiting symptoms of poisoning. Most were experiencing reactions on their necks and wrists. He remarked, "Look at your wrists." Li Tai scoffed and promptly rolled up his sleeves, stating, "What is it? Do you wish to see the 5 million on this young master's wrist?" However, upon observing the condition of his wrist, the latter part of his sentence was abruptly choked back, his pupils constricting in a moment of terror as he stared at his wrist, exclaiming, "What is this? How repulsive." Soon, others echoed similar cries of alarm. "How could scales sprout from my wrist? When did these appear? I felt nothing at all. What are these things? I must be poisoned as well." Bai Qingxiu also rolled up her sleeve, and her heart sank with a jolt, her scalp tingling with dread. Before her, her once delicate and fair wrist was now entirely cloaked in a meticulously arranged array of pale pink fish scales. Yet, she could not recall when these scales had begun to adorn her body. They had simply manifested upon her arm, causing no pain or discomfort. Had it not been for Yi Fan's reminder, she might have remained oblivious to the presence of such repulsive markings on her skin. Bai Qingxiu trembled, cold sweat trickling from her forehead to her soles. The reality struck her. Yi Fan had not deceived her. She was indeed poisoned. The symptoms were both bizarre and nauseating. The thought of what she might ultimately become sent shivers down her spine. Would she perish? Here, in this place? And would she do so bearing these scales? Transforming into a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost? The deeper her thoughts wandered, the more despair engulfed her. Soon, propelled by this overwhelming despondency, her breathing became labored. Clutching her chest, she gasped for air, feeling akin to a fish out of water, struggling to survive in an arid environment. In agony, She reached out to the person before her, pleading, "Water, give me water." The individual standing in front of her was none other than Zhao Ziming, who, midway through the act of retrieving water, abruptly halted. She called out to him twice, only to find him unresponsive. Confused, Bai Qingshu lifted her gaze, yearning to grasp the water from his hands. However, in the next moment, Zhao Ziming forcefully pushed her away. Zhao Ziming unscrewed the cap of his water bottle and poured its contents over his face, shedding any semblance of his usual genteel demeanor. After emptying his bottle, he cast his gaze towards Bai Qingshu, and upon noticing the water bottle dangling from her backpack, his eyes glinted with avarice. In an instant, Zhao Ziming lunged at Bai Qingshu like a wild beast, maniacally exclaiming, "Water! Give me water! Hand over the water!" Bai Qingshu clutched her chest, gazing helplessly at him. She could sense from the surrounding commotion that the entire archaeological team had succumbed to madness. Her mind was consumed solely by the thought of water. In a desperate attempt to safeguard her precious resource, she grasped her water bottle tightly. Yet, her slender frame was no match for Zhao Ziming. Once he pounced, he pinned her down, effortlessly grasping both of her wrists with a single hand, rendering her utterly powerless. Perhaps it is better to perish. What purpose does survival serve now? I would merely become a grotesque creature, my body covered in scales. In such a case, death would be a release with a sense of despair. Bai Qingshu slowly closed her eyes, resigned to embrace her fate. However, just as she braced for death, she was startled by a muffled grunt from Zhao Ziming. Instantly, she opened her eyes to behold Yi Fan wielding a small cup from a thermos lid, poised in a stance reminiscent of someone who had just delivered a kick. Zhao Ziming had been forcefully sent sprawling to the side by Yi Fan's swift intervention. She blinked her eyes, and 2 scalding tears slid down her cheeks. "Yifan, don't look at me," Bai Qingshu murmured. However, in the next moment, Yifan brought a small cup to her lips. The cup contained a transparent liquid. It was water. Bai Qingshu clutched the cup as if it were a lifeline and tilted her head back to drink its contents. The instant the liquid slid down her throat, clarity returned to her mind. The sensation of suffocation dissipated, and the overwhelming desire for water vanished. She quickly lifted her arm and was astonished to see that the scales on her arm had shattered into a fine red powder, revealing her once fair and delicate skin. Bai Qingshu gazed at Yifan in disbelief. Could it be that Yifan had given her the antidote? Yet before she could voice her inquiry, Yifan stood up, pouring the water onto Zhao Ziming's face before departing. At that moment, Yifan held his thermos, surveying the chaotic scene around him. Realizing that the archaeological team had been poisoned, he recalled the antidote rewarded by the system. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziming persistently clung to his accusation of Yifan harassing Bai Qingshu, while Li Tai foolishly summoned bodyguards to subdue him, adding to his annoyance. Now that the archaeological team was reacting violently, they had no time to bother him, allowing him to focus on his work in peace. Knowing that the symptoms of poisoning included an intense thirst, Yifan had simply mixed the entire supply of the antidote into the water bottle. He glanced at the current situation and sighed silently. If everyone were to pass water as leisurely as Bai Qingshu, it would take an eternity. Were it not for his disdain towards Zhao Ziming, who, beneath his seemingly refined exterior, was a perverse coward, he would have been the first to rescue someone capable of aiding him. Yi Fan shook the bottle in his hand. Maintaining an air of civility was no longer feasible. It was time to demonstrate that he could indeed single-handedly topple the entire archaeological team. Chapter 22. Yi Fan's Resilience, His True Face During Confrontation with a Cup in Hand. Yi Fan exerted force beneath his feet. He silently chanted, "Qiling treading on snow." This was a reward from the system he received when he initially portrayed Zhang Qiling. During a phase of heightened authenticity, since entering the tomb, he had yet to find an opportunity to test it. Now, fate had presented him with the perfect moment. Qiling treading on snow allowed for light-footedness and extraordinary speed, possessing the ability to create illusions of displacement. Bai Qingshu observed Yi Fan's silent figure and surmised he was troubled by the order of rescuing others. After all, the entire archaeological team had descended into chaos, with each member desperately in need of the antidote. The workload was exceedingly daunting. Just as Bai Qingshu was about to volunteer to assist Yi Fan in distributing the antidote, Zhao Ziming, previously drenched in the antidote-laden water Yi Fan had splashed, regained consciousness and scrambled to his feet. He immediately wished to apologize to Bai Qingshu, but her gaze was devoid of regard for him. After casting a cold glance at Zhao Ziming, she turned to call for Yi Fan's assistance, only to discover that he had vanished like a fleeting shadow. Bai Qingshu stood in stunned silence, gazing at the direction where Yi Fan had vanished. She realized that it was not Yi Fan who had disappeared, but rather that he had moved with such extraordinary swiftness that her eyes could not keep pace. Yet, wherever Yi Fan had passed, a team member would inevitably collapse, only to regain their composure moments later. Like a tempest sweeping away the remnants of a storm, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 minutes. By the time Yi Fan came to a halt, All the members within the tomb were seated on the ground, utterly bewildered. As they began to process what had transpired, their faces reflected sheer astonishment as they turned to gaze at Yi Fan, who stood at the opposite end. Each individual was beset with a multitude of questions and disbelief. Had Yi Fan truly administered an antidote? How had he managed to incapacitate them so effortlessly? Why was it that everyone found themselves in a state of defeat at his hands? What on earth was Yi Fan's true identity? At that moment, Yi Fan shook the bottle in his hand, discovering it completely devoid of liquid, the previous amount meticulously measured. Casually, he returned the bottle to his backpack. Lu Bowen rose from the ground, inspecting the live-streaming equipment that had been knocked from him. To his surprise, he found that Yi Fan had neatly picked it up and placed it upright on the floor. Lu Bowen glanced at the live screen, where the viewer count had surged to over 5,000. The barrage of comments was livelier than ever. Seeing the rising number of fans, Lu Bowen exclaimed joyfully, "Over 5,000. I'm about to become famous." Upon hearing his words, several young individuals gathered around him eagerly. Yin Jia remarked, "What does it matter to have over 5,000 people? Do you have any idea how many fans I have from the Archaeology University alone?" "Undoubtedly. A significant portion is here for our campus's heartthrob." Li Tai interjected, "What is the big deal about just 5,000? I could easily procure 500,000 bots." Let us see what the comments are saying. The group turned their attention to the screen, where the barrage of comments flowed swiftly and vibrantly. "Wow, how did Yi Fan accomplish this? If he is not competing in the next Olympic hurdles, I won't bother watching." The alumni tuning into the live stream exclaimed, "Congratulations on discovering a treasure, our university's newly crowned heartthrob, Yi Fan. Wow, Yi Fan, you sly one. Were you pretending to lose that seat to me in the library? Next time, I'll bring my chair right in front of you. Please don't hold a grudge." Another added, "Seriously, I can't stop laughing. Wasn't there someone who said Yi Fan could never take them all down? I never expected that to come back around. Goodness, Yi Fan is quite the character. He clears things up when necessary and doesn't waste words when action is required." To be honest, I've been watching the live stream from the beginning. The pairing of Yi Fan and the campus beauty is truly a worthwhile investment. Wow, is this my classmate Yi Fan? I must introduce this remarkable man to the entire world. It would sadden me if even one person remains unaware of this extraordinary individual. As they absorbed the lively comments, their expressions fluctuated between shades of green and pale. Lu Bowen, with tears unshed, suddenly realized that from the very beginning of his live streaming journey, he had been crafting a garment for Yi Fan. Initially, he had hoped to achieve fame for himself, but now he found that even the popularity of his live stream hinged upon the mere mention of Yi Fan's name. Having perused the barrage of comments, Lu Bowen had fully resigned himself to his fate. On one hand, he had been saved by Yi Fan on several occasions. On the other, he simply could not compete with him. With skills that, combined with his previous tattoos, clearly indicated a background in organized crime, Lu Bowen concluded that if he could not defeat him, he might as well join him. He approached Yi Fan with his live streaming equipment in hand and said, "Yi Fan, esteemed leader, would you kindly take me under your wing?" Yi Fan replied, "I am not." Meanwhile, Bai Changming, upon regaining his composure, instinctively rushed to ascertain whether his daughter was also fully restored to normalcy. He hastened to Bai Qingshu's side and inquired, "Qingshu, how are you feeling now?" Bai Qingshu rolled up her sleeve to show Bai Changming, pursed her lips, and offered a faint smile as she glanced in Yi Fan's direction, saying, "Father, the first person Yi Fan saved was me. And what about you? Are you feeling better now?" Bai Changming breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and then cast a look of gratitude towards Yi Fan. This young man was exceptionally strong. In fact, he had become so formidable that he surpassed Bai Changming's wildest expectations. Moreover, Yi Fan had treated his daughter with great care. If it became necessary for him to marry her off, Yi Fan would undoubtedly be his first choice. However, this man, while astonishingly powerful, remained shrouded in an air of mystery. In the ancient tomb, where every step felt like walking on thin ice for them, he moved with an effortless grace. How could someone with such remarkable agility possibly be an ordinary university student? Bai Changming regarded Yi Fan with a complex expression. Soon after, Bai Changming approached Yi Fan and gently inquired, "Young friend Yi Fan, since you possess the antidote, do you know what poison we have just encountered?" Yi Fan glanced at the ancient corpse on the wall and replied, "This is not a merman, it is a spring guest." Bai Changming asked in confusion, "Spring guest?" Yi Fan succinctly explained, "The greasy substance is toxic. This is not merely a luminous lamp, but also the source of the poison." Lu Bowen's face turned pale as he said, "If this is the source of the poison, then is this not a gas chamber? What shall we do now?" Yi Fan cast a reassuring glance at him and replied, "It is all right." Bai Changming observed Yi Fan's expression, hesitating momentarily in his thoughts. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Young friend Yi Fan, if it is not too much trouble, could you please enlighten us? Who exactly are you?" Chapter 23, The Campus Belle. I believe his intentions are pure. Clearly, Bai Changming's question reflected the concerns of the entire archaeological team. Who indeed was Yi Fan? Although he often remained taciturn and walked at the rear of the group, never eager to showcase himself, in moments of crisis, he always managed to turn the tide. He adeptly navigated the dangers that had arisen within the ancient tomb, reflecting upon his previous performances in critical moments, as well as his extensive knowledge regarding the artifacts within the ancient tomb. It becomes evident that even a few esteemed professors have never encountered the concepts of the returning mirror and the spring guest. Not only is he aware of what these items are, but he also possesses an understanding of how to confront the crises they may invoke. With such remarkable attributes, how could Yi Fan possibly be an ordinary student? Upon hearing Bai Changming's inquiry, Lu Bowen, who had shifted his allegiance to Yi Fan, eagerly directed the camera towards him. In the tone of an on-site reporter, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now graced with the first archaeological site report brought to you by young Lu. Our Professor Bai is currently inquiring about the true identity of the esteemed Yi Fan. Soon, we shall uncover who Yi Fan truly is and the ultimate purpose of his visit to the ancient tomb." While introducing the scene, Lu Bowen attentively addressed Yi Fan, saying, "Brother Yi Fan, could you please maintain direct eye contact with our camera while revealing your identity?" Observing the lively discussions among the audience in the live stream, he felt a surge of delight. Indeed, the school beauty and the ancient tomb are merely superficial attractions. This mysterious figure before us is the true key to captivating an audience. When Yi Fan volunteered for this archaeological project, I sensed that he was no ordinary individual. My goodness, Professor Bai has posed the very question I had longed to ask, but dared not voice. Who exactly is this Yi Fan? Ladies, this narrative serves as a reminder. Never underestimate any seemingly unremarkable individual around you. Their apparent introversion may merely be a guise for the treasures they hold within. Reflecting on the previous altercation with Yi Fan, I can only express my gratitude for his mercy that has allowed me to continue living. Lu Bowen, holding the live streaming equipment, urged Yi Fan, "Master Yi Fan, look at the camera, look at the camera." Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance in Lu Bowen's direction. That singular gaze was captured on camera, revealing Yi Fan's cold yet tranquil eyes, devoid of any emotion. Lu Bowen's hand trembled slightly as he held the device. He swallowed hard, anticipating an astonishing revelation from Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan calmly replied, "I am Yi Fan, a third-year student in the history department at the Archaeological University." With that, he turned away. Lu Bowen, taken aback by Yi Fan's response, felt as if he had just been blindsided. He couldn't help but marvel at how this individual could maintain such composure while uttering an unbelievable falsehood. After all, if Yi Fan's demeanor suggested he was merely a university student, who would possibly believe it? The replies in the live comments echoed this sentiment, unanimously declaring the improbability of such a claim. Lu Bowen pressed on, "Master Yi Fan, aside from being a third-year student, do you hold any other identities? Look, you are a university student, and I am a university student as well, yet my circumstances differ significantly from yours. To assert that you are just a university student seems utterly implausible." He earnestly directed the camera towards Yi Fan, hoping to touch him with his sincerity. At this moment, Yi Fan gazed at the tomb's pinnacle, a subtle wave of melancholy coursing through his heart. As a junior in college, this marked the commencement of his arduous journey into the relentless competition of postgraduate examinations. If he failed to seize this opportunity to bolster his academic record or secure a recommendation for further studies, he would once again be ensnared in the grueling whirlwind of exam preparation. With this thought, Yi Fan's resolve to achieve distinction and escape the suffocating cycle of competition within this ancient tomb solidified. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxiu, who had quietly observed Yi Fan's reactions, sensed a fleeting glimmer of sorrow in his gaze, her woman's intuition alerting her to the depths of his unspoken troubles. Could it be that Yi Fan harbored a unique secret? Yet, the nature of this secret remained unutterable for the time being. Reflecting on Yi Fan's previous actions within the tomb stirred emotions within Bai Qingxiu. Were it not for his repeated attempts to protect her, his naturally unassuming demeanor would likely have prevented others from detecting any vulnerabilities so swiftly. In that case, he could have continued to exist as an ordinary introverted youth in the eyes of others. Indeed, had she not publicly articulated her criteria for a partner on the campus forum, Yi Fan would never have ventured into this ancient tomb. Contemplating this further softened Bai Qingxiu's heart. Since Yi Fan currently bore unexpressed burdens and wished to keep his true identity concealed, she felt compelled to assist him in gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Bai Qingxiu composed herself, concealing all traces of emotion from her face, and resumed the aloof demeanor of the esteemed campus beauty that was so familiar to those around her. She stepped into Lu Bowen's frame, standing before Yi Fan. Gazing at the camera as she spoke, "Yi Fan is our classmate. Lu Bowen, do not hastily assign any other identity to your fellow student without evidence. Moreover, Bai Qingshu glanced back at Yi Fan, a subtle smile curving her lips, and continued, I believe that Yi Fan's purpose for entering the tomb is entirely pure. Thus, I place my trust in him. Yi Fan lowered his gaze at the Campus Belle, a series of question marks swirling in his mind. Impossible. There was absolutely no way. His motive for entering the tomb was to enhance his chances for graduate school, a secret known only to heaven, earth, and himself. This campus beauty could not possibly be aware of it. On the other hand, Bai Changming had never perceived Yi Fan as merely an innocent university student. However, now that his daughter had publicly expressed her trust in Yi Fan, and considering that all of Yi Fan's unusual actions thus far were aimed at saving others, Bai Changming cleared his throat and remarked, I, too, have faith in the character of young friend Yi Fan. Given this, I believe we ought to express our gratitude for his recent intervention. Yi Fan then turned to glance at Bai Changming and silently nodded, feeling a sense of relief within. With Bai Changming thinking so, he felt reassured. He merely hoped that Bai Changming would remember this favor, facilitating a smoother journey for his graduate school aspirations. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! The host's response to gratitude aligns with the character, achieving a restoration rate of 5. The current restoration rate stands at 83, and the corresponding points have been allocated to the host at 83. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Ding! The identification orb possesses keen insight, capable of discerning truth from falsehood. Chapter 24. The Tombkeeper's aesthetic is quite ahead of its time. Upon hearing the system's reward, Yi Fan felt a surge of joy within. Although he was uncertain of the reward's utility within the ancient tomb, he recognized it as a potential cheat in his upcoming examination. With this, he would effortlessly discern the answers to the true-false and multiple-choice questions on his test paper. Meanwhile, Li Taiyan, Jia Zhao, and Ming Zhao stood together, having formed a coalition to resist Yi Fan. Prior to their arrival, they had dismissed Yi Fan, the first to register, underestimating him as merely a rival competitor and a hypothetical enemy. Now, each one of them had been thoroughly embarrassed by Yi Fan's prowess. Yin Jia gazed towards Yi Fan's direction and remarked, What are you pretending for? We are all seasoned foxes here. There is no need for such theatrics. Lu Fei added, I see no kindness in him. What kind of serious student would adorn themselves with such extensive tattoos? Moreover, considering his recent display of skill, Yi Fan might very well be a hidden gangster within our school. Zhao Ziming furrowed his brow slightly, having once again reverted to his genteel demeanor. He cast a worried glance at Bai Qingshu and Bai Changming, letting out a deep sigh as he remarked, I too sense that this Yi Fan harbors ill intentions. His actions towards us have been rather subdued. Yet, look at the current situation. It is abundantly clear that Qingshu is deliberately favoring Yi Fan. Professor Bai, who dotes on his daughter, has undoubtedly been influenced by him as well. My greatest fear is that both have been ensnared by Yi Fan's facade. What good can come from gangsters and tomb raiders? Ultimately, it is Professor Bai and Qingshu who will suffer. Li Tai gritted his teeth fiercely, glancing back at the 4 bodyguards behind him, particularly at the 2 who had been easily subdued by Yi Fan moments ago. What is the matter with you? Are you incapable of handling a mere weakling of a college student? How could you allow me to suffer such humiliation? Do you think you deserve the salaries my father provides you? The 2 immediately bowed their heads in shame. Jason interjected, We miscalculated the opponent's reaction speed earlier. Now that we have a preliminary understanding of him, we assure you that we will not falter again. However, despite their claims, having engaged Yi Fan personally, he was acutely aware of the depth of the opponent's strength. Yi Fan's abilities were undoubtedly far beyond what he had displayed thus far. Thus, the incredulous look exchanged between Mike, who had also been knocked down by Yi Fan, and Jason was laden with unspoken doubt. Are you sure? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jason's forehead, yet he boldly asserted, Our previous assault was direct, neglecting the advantageous props and environment surrounding us. I believe that if we can lure him among those stone figures, we could utilize them to our advantage and bring him down. Although his reflexes are remarkably swift, his strength is certainly inferior to ours. Li Tai cast a glance at him, his expression shifting to one of satisfaction as he nodded and replied, We must not falter this time, understood? Yes. Immediately, Li Tai cleared his throat and called out towards Bai Changming, Professor Bai, shouldn't we proceed further? I find these stone statues quite intriguing. Zhao Ziming added, Indeed, Professor Bai, there is a wealth of information inscribed upon these figures. The styles and craftsmanship of their attire can provide us with invaluable insights into the era and identity of the tomb's owner. Bai Changming nodded in agreement. Glancing at Bai Qishu and Yi Fan, he remarked, Zhao's observation is astute. We can use the information from the statues as our initial breakthrough in deciphering the mysteries of this ancient tomb and its occupant. Let us advance. Subsequently, the archaeological team gathered and made their way towards the latter part of the tomb chamber. The rear section of the tomb was arranged in a stepped formation, resembling a grandstand in a vast arena, akin to that of a football field. The stone figures are arranged upon a tiered viewing platform. The steps where the stone figures stand serve as seats on this platform, with a significant height difference between each tier. Every 10 meters or so, there exists a row of steps crafted to a standard height suitable for ascending. These steps, less than 2 meters in width, are devoid of stone figures, seemingly reserved for those wishing to ascend. The archaeological team gradually ascended these walkable steps. At this moment, Liu Bowen, recognizing the wisdom of aligning himself with the prevailing forces, had defected to Yi Fan's camp. He was acutely aware of his inability to compete with the likes of Yin Jia and Li Tai, and thus, his initial intent was not solely to pursue the school belle. Rather, he sought to ride the wave of popularity to enhance his own visibility. Now, having discovered the key to this popularity, Yi Fan, he willingly positioned himself beside him. While Yi Fan preferred to linger at the rear of the group, Liu followed closely behind. As he captured images of the stone figures on either side, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is hardly a tomb. It resembles the viewing platform of our school's football field. Could it be that during the Han Dynasty, our great Xia possessed such architectural artistry? The aesthetic sensibilities of the tomb's owner are remarkably advanced." Yi Fan too noted this observation. The architectural arrangement of these stone figures was indeed ahead of its time. Nearly a perfect replica of a football stadium's viewing platform, as if the tomb's owner had traversed back to the Han Dynasty. Yi Fan was once again reminded of the moment he entered the tomb chamber, with the two colossal serpent heads grasping the door ring. The notion of time travelers and giant pythons inadvertently conjured the name of a historical figure, Wang Ming. Could it be that all of this was mere coincidence? In front of the group, Bai Changming had already reached the midpoint of the steps. He paused and turned to face the team behind him, saying, "There are numerous stone statues here, and each of you should have a specific target for your observations. Therefore, I will allocate 20 minutes for everyone to explore and examine at their own pace. During this time, please document any pertinent information regarding the stone statues that you discover and share it with us. After 20 minutes, we shall convene to discuss our findings. Remember, although the quantity of stone statues may appear overwhelming, it is imperative that we do not damage any artifacts. Now, let us commence our exploration." As soon as Bai Changming finished speaking, the archaeological team sprang into action. Several elder professors approached the stone statues with expressions of awe, engaging in their respective tasks. Zhao Ziming and Yin Jia quickly gravitated towards Bai Qingxiu, who was surrounded by a throng of eager young men. Yin Jia flashed his signature smile and said, "Qingxiu, I came here primarily to learn from you. You are so remarkable. Would you be willing to guide me?" Zhao Ziming, acutely aware of having offended Bai Qingxiu, was eager to make amends. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his own abilities, he fervently proposed, "Qingxiu, why don't we collaborate? I was the champion of the National Archaeological Knowledge Competition last month. I believe that our combined strengths will undoubtedly yield significant contributions to the archaeological team." Li Tai glanced around at the stone figurines and remarked, Su, don't you have a penchant for studying these artifacts? Once they are unearthed, a portion will surely be allocated to collectors. I promise to procure one for you to admire." Yet, amidst the flurry of voices vying to display their personal charm, Bai Qingxiu absorbed none of it. Anxiously, she surveyed her surroundings. The individuals around her had already formed their alliances, leaving her concerned that if Yi Fan wished to partner with her, there would be no space available. Thus, she was desperate to locate Yi Fan. However, upon finally spotting him, her expression froze. Yi Fan was standing several steps below her, engrossed in observing a row of stone figurines, accompanied by Liu Bowen, who was animatedly circling around him. He showed no inclination to partner with her, not even glancing in her direction. Indeed, Yi Fan might be entirely unaware of her presence. Frustrated, Bai Qingxiu turned away, unable to fathom Yi Fan's thoughts. Yi Fan was undoubtedly the first to sign up to accompany her into the tomb, and time and again. He had risked his life to protect her. He should have been the one who cared for her the most. However, in this moment, Yi Fan seemed to wish to distance himself from her as much as possible, showing no inclination to engage with her. Moments ago, he had been as distant as the hanging springs on the wall, and now, he resembled the stone statues standing on the ground. His interest in these artifacts far surpassed any he exhibited towards her. Bai Qingxiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. With a woman's sixth sense, she pondered the reasons behind Yi Fan's fluctuating warmth and coldness towards her. Meanwhile, a few boys, who had received no response from Bai Qingxiu, began their internal struggle against Yi Fan's alliance. Zhao Ziming remarked, "You might as well form your own teams. Given your abilities, you won't be of any help to Qingxiu. You'll only hinder her." Yin Jia retorted sarcastically, "Zhao the academic, if you are so capable, why do you still rely on senior Qingxiu? Why not venture out on your own?" Their quarrel sparked inspiration in Bai Qingxiu. In an instant, she grasped the reason behind Yi Fan's attitude towards her. Indeed, Yi Fan did not wish to rely on the one he cherished. With this realization, the expression on Bai Qingxiu's face softened. She now understood Yi Fan's stance and felt a deep appreciation for him. Unlike Zhao Ziming and Yin Jia, Yi Fan was certainly not the type to seek praise based on his past achievements. Yi Fan only measures his worth by his current achievements. Believing himself to be the most exceptional individual, Bai Qingxiu slowly exhaled, finally directing her attention to the few individuals surrounding her. She surveyed the area, noticing the unusual demeanor of those nearby, and turned her gaze toward Li Tai. Li Tai, did you not bring 4 bodyguards? Why are only 2 remaining now? Li Tai adjusted the sunglasses resting atop his nose and replied with a charming smile. These foreigners have taken a liking to the ancient art of our great Xi'an nation. I granted them a brief respite of half an hour to indulge in some cultural enrichment. Su Su, is it true that you are so attentive to me on a regular basis? I am truly touched, he added playfully. Bai Qingxiu cast him a cool glance, nudging him aside as she remarked, do not obstruct me from attending to important matters. Li Tai chuckled, watching as Bai Qingxiu maneuvered past him. He then turned his gaze towards the direction she had just traversed. Yi Fan stood before a stone statue, arms crossed, while Lu Bowen babbled on beside him, oblivious to the content of his own words. Moments later, Li Tai noticed Jason and Mike stealthily positioning themselves on the uppermost steps above Yi Fan. Having confirmed that Jason and Mike had successfully taken their positions, a smile graced Li Tai's face as he thought, even if we do not render Yi Fan permanently incapacitated, we can at least ensure he breaks a couple of bones. With this thought, Li Tai felt a surge of satisfaction and hurried to catch up with Bai Qingxiu. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained on the lower steps, arms crossed, gazing intently at the stone statue before him. The attire and headgear of these stone figures are reminiscent of the combatants from the Han Dynasty. The artistry of the carvings is remarkably exquisite, capturing even the intricate wrinkles on the faces with astonishing realism, and each stone figure bears a distinct visage. With a hint of perplexity, he let out a soft hiss. Lu Bowen swiftly directed the camera towards him, inquiring, brother, have you discovered something? Yi Fan chose to disregard Lu Bowen's portrayal of him as a figure akin to the underworld, preparing to express his current uncertainty. Suddenly, above them, 2 piercing screams echoed. Who the hell are you? What the hell is this? Yi Fan and Lu Bowen looked up, before Lu Bowen could comprehend the unfolding situation. Yi Fan grasped him by the collar and yanked him aside, leaping a considerable distance. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of stone figures tumbled down from the very spot they had just vacated. It was as if a line of dominoes had fallen, the figures cascading downwards at a rapid pace, obscuring their features. Had Yi Fan not pulled him to safety, he would have been crushed by the descending stone figures. In light of this realization, Lu Bowen's anger surged, and he exclaimed, brother, someone must be deliberately trying to harm us. How could these stone figures suddenly fall like this? Meanwhile, the other members of the archaeological team also heard the commotion emanating from their direction. Everyone instinctively gathered towards them. In a moment of urgency, they did not descend from the small steps intended for navigating the stairs, but instead utilized the stone statues as handrails, maneuvering down the broader staircase lined with the statues. As Lu Bowen, in a state of exasperation, observed the cloud of dust that erupted upon the stone statue's impact with the ground, Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. His keen senses of sight and hearing alerted him to the subtle movements within the dust. He promptly scanned this scene into the Encyclopedia of Extraordinary Creatures. Soon, a stream of information flooded his mind. Living gravel, ancient organism. Chapter 26, Infinite Replication, Powers Bestowed by the Divine. Yi Fan coldly regarded the swirling dust below, silently absorbing information about the stone statues in his mind. Living gravel, ancient organism. It has a dormant phase, possessing the fundamental characteristics of biological warmth and shelter. During its dormant stage, it assumes a stony texture, and upon awakening, it appears as if the stone has come to life, hence the name living gravel. Biological traits. An organism with an exceptionally strong learning ability, capable of absorbing biological electricity through contact, allowing it to learn about its prey in an instant. Its manifestation can achieve a strikingly accurate resemblance to its prey, encompassing the prey's external appearance, vocalizations, and even cognitive patterns, to the extent of completely supplanting the prey. Biological weakness. While learning all the attributes of its prey, it also assimilates their fatal points. Thus, attacking the vital areas of a prey transformed into a living stone will revert it back to its original stony state. Active during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, it became extinct in the Qin and Han periods. Upon comprehending this string of information, Yi Fan deduced the situation. He coldly observed the scene below the steps and remarked, reaping what one sows. Yi Fan now understood why the 2 defeated subordinates, intent on pushing the stone statue down to crush themselves, had exchanged vulgarities in a foreign tongue, inquiring, who the hell are you? And what the hell is this? As they aimed to topple the statue, the process, influenced by bioelectricity, had already caused these living stones to mimic their past selves. Once awakened, these living stones transformed into exact replicas of the individuals who had pushed them. Hence, they were met with the shocking sight of identical figures, eliciting confusion and dread. The living stones that tumbled down alongside them must have awakened as well. Lu Bowen, puzzled by Yi Fan's previous remark about reaping what one sows, then observed the flying dust gradually dissipating, now separated only by a thin veil of dust. He discerned several dark figures within. Such an appearance could only belong to the 4 bodyguards trailing behind Li Tai. It turned out that these 4 bodyguards had also fallen down with them. Lu Bowen suddenly comprehended the reason behind Yi Fan's statement. Instinctively, he struck the stone statue beside him, eager to express his overwhelming satisfaction. However, before his hand could make contact with the statue, Yi Fan deftly redirected his hand with an ancient blade sheathed in its scabbard. Lu Bowen momentarily failed to grasp Yi Fan's intent, looking at him with a perplexed expression. Yi Fan coldly instructed, "Do not touch." Lu Bowen recoiled as if he had been electrocuted, swiftly retracting his arm. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of startled cries erupted from the archaeological team above them. The exclamations were notably repetitive. "What is this? What is this? Ah, how can these stones move? How can these stones move? Who are you? Who are you?" The eerie nature of these sounds sent shivers down one's spine, for upon closer inspection, it became evident that the echoed responses were not merely a perfect recording, but rather a peculiar imitation, reminiscent of someone struggling to articulate their words for the very first time, as if they were learning to speak anew. Only Yi Fan understood the gravity of the situation. In an instant, Yi Fan pivoted, a frown creasing his brow. He observed that some members of the archaeological team, who had heard the fall of the stone statue, had inadvertently encountered the animated gravel on their way, awakening it with the electric charge of life. Moreover, they had not merely encountered one animated entity. The phenomenon of being captured by a doppelganger, transformed from a living stone, is not an isolated occurrence. Those ensnared do not face a singular entity, but rather find themselves encircled by several identical beings, each mirroring their own appearance. This bizarre circumstance sends shivers down the spines of all those surrounded. The individuals before them are their exact replicas, even down to their mannerisms, voices, and intonations, elements they are most intimately familiar with. Numerous individuals find themselves trapped by these doppelgangers. Bai Changming, confronted by 3 identical versions of himself, feels cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The trio mirrors his every reaction. Zhang Qiling, who was merely 2 steps ahead, turns back upon hearing Bai's voice, only to be met with the surreal sight of 4 professors, all of whom share the same visage, exchanging anxious glances while simultaneously regarding themselves with trepidation. Zhang Qiling swallows hard, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he gazes at the quartet. Bai Changming, observing Zhang Qiling's reaction, comprehends that at this moment, beyond himself, no one else could possibly discern who is the genuine Bai and who is the counterfeit. Unbeknownst to him, the gravest threat looms closer. Just as he prepares to speak, he hears his counterpart uttering words before him. These entities seem to only mimic our behavioral traits. For now, they pose no further danger. The tone, calm yet laced with speculation, is unmistakably his own. Upon hearing this statement, Bai Changming's expression pales. This is precisely the greatest peril these beings present. These individuals, strikingly identical to them, are not merely capable of mimicking their behavioral traits. They even possess their own consciousness. This is certainly not a simple replication. At that moment, his foremost thought was to check on his precious daughter, Bai Qingxiu, to see if she had encountered these entities as well. However, before he could react, another Bai Changming beat him to it, exclaiming in terror, "These beings can think for themselves. This is dire. Where's Qingxiu? Captain Zhang, please assist me in locating her." Zhang Qiling, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, was instantly taken aback, his vigilance reignited as he gazed at the 4 Bai Changmings before him. "By Professor?" Bai Changming's heart sank with a jolt. A chill ran down his spine as he was engulfed in an unprecedented panic. He looked in horror at the 3 identical versions of himself, frantically scanning the archaeological team's predicament. The entire group was facing a similar crisis. His heart grew heavy as he glanced in the direction of his daughter, only to see 5 identical Bai Qingxis surrounded by 7 Li Tais, 3 Gao Huas, 1 Lu Fei, 8 Yin Jias, and 7 Zhao Ziming. A chaotic tangle of arms and legs ensued, with each Bai Qingxi wearing a face marked by both fear and helplessness. Chapter 27. Will you leave, or shall I end you? Witnessing the dire situation surrounding Bai Qingxiu, Bai Changming was plunged into a profound despair. Despite his deep concern for his daughter, he believed himself to be the person who understood her best in that moment. At this very moment, amidst this poignant scene, it was utterly impossible to discern who truly embodied the essence of Bai Qingxiu. Every daughter within sight appeared equally helpless and flustered. Regardless of the authenticity of the situation, the tableau inflicted a profound anguish upon his heart. Yet, what transpired next sent a chilling wave from his crown to the tips of his toes. A gunshot abruptly silenced the entire tomb, instilling a fleeting stillness. In terror, everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the shot, which emanated from a bodyguard clad in black, standing beside Li Tai. There. One bodyguard remained poised with his weapon drawn, while another, identical in appearance, lay lifeless on the ground, a dark bullet hole marking his forehead. His eyes wide open in eternal shock. This black-clad figure had been by Li Tai's side, positioned nearby Qingxiu and a few other young individuals. After a brief silence, the air was pierced by the shrieks of several youths. Among them, not only the women associated with by Qingxiu cried out, but the young men nearby joined in the cacophony. Oh no, there has been a murder. A murder. Li Tai, your bodyguard has killed someone. Li Tai himself was equally bewildered, unable to ascertain whether the deceased was the true bodyguard or if the one who had fired the shot was the authentic guardian. However, what was most chilling was that this gunshot served as a stark reminder to all present who possessed firearms that they wielded such lethal weapons. Moreover, if they did not act in self-defense, they risked becoming the next victims. In an instant, the bodyguards, emulating the chaos, raised their weapons, aiming them at their own reflections. No, no, help, help. Desperate cries echoed from the archaeological team. Even Zhang Qiling, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. He could no longer concern himself with discerning which of the four by Changming was the real one. He bellowed at his teammates, White Tiger, Golden Eagle, White Tiger, Gray Wolf, Black Cat, Green Snake. You've all turned against me. You little rascals, put down your weapons at once. However, under the looming threat of death, his orders fell on deaf ears. In the next moment, Gao Chang watched in horror as an elongated, black, unidentified object suddenly soared past him. When he turned to look, the black object had already embedded itself into the body of the black-clad bodyguard who had just fired his weapon. Instantly, the bodyguard collapsed to the ground. Several of Li Tai shouted in unison, Yi Fan, what have you done? The perpetrator of this act was none other than Yi Fan. The moment Zhang Qiling shouted, Yi Fan swiftly drew the black gold ancient dagger from its sheath and hurled it at the black-clad bodyguard. He remained poised in the throwing motion, and the dagger struck the bodyguard's chest with remarkable precision. He coldly gazed in the direction of Li Tai and uttered chillingly, fake. No sooner had Yi Fan's words left his lips than the fallen black-clad bodyguard transformed into a lifeless stone figure. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their minds momentarily blank, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, unsure of how to react to the extraordinary sight before them. At this moment, Yi Fan approached the stone figure amidst the astonished gazes surrounding him. He firmly planted his foot on the stone figure to immobilize it, slightly bent over, and extracted his black gold ancient sword from within the figure's body. In an instant, as he withdrew the sword, the once intact stone figure shattered into a heap of fragments. With a flick of his wrist, he turned to face the members of the archaeological team, raising his voice for the first time since entering the ancient tomb. Cold yet resonant, he declared, do not touch the stone statues. They are all living stones. Whoever fires a shot, I shall kill. These few succinct words instantly struck terror into the hearts of the entire archaeological team. Those few who had imitated him and raised their weapons against their own bodyguards were similarly daunted, instinctively lowering their guns. Yi Fan cast a frigid gaze over all the members of the archaeological team. The previous system reward, the discerning eye, proved invaluable at this moment. With a mere glance, he immediately discerned who among the team was genuine and who was an impostor. His eyes met Zhang Qiling's, who promptly recognized the implication. Cooperation was required. He subtly signaled to several individuals who had not yet engaged with the living stones, and they quickly grasped his intent. At this juncture, addressing the other impostors was not the foremost concern. The priority lay in dealing with the impostors wielding weapons, who posed a significant threat to the entire archaeological team, namely, the substitutes for his own team members. Yi Fan switched on his flashlight and cast its beam over the individuals present. The individuals illuminated by the light beam immediately displayed expressions of sheer terror. Just as they were about to offer their justifications, Yi Fan coldly interjected, stating, aside from these few, they are all impostors. Zhang Qiling and the remaining bodyguards reacted with remarkable swiftness, while only those who initially escaped the light's glare, believing themselves to have narrowly evaded disaster, remained oblivious. In the blink of an eye, gunfire erupted within the tomb. In less than a minute, all the bodyguards who had evaded Yi Fan's gaze lay lifeless on the ground. Not a single drop of blood was shed, and mere seconds after their collapse, they transformed into humanoid stone figures. Zhang Qiling released the trigger, exhaling a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the stony remains. Everyone, in a state of shock, lifted their heads to behold Yi Fan. It was evident that he could discern the genuine from the counterfeit. How had he accomplished this? What were these living stones? Who exactly was Yi Fan? Under the intense scrutiny of the astonished onlookers, Yi Fan returned their gaze with a chilling stare. Liu Bowen, grappling with the live-streaming equipment, stumbled to Yi Fan's side, panting as he surveyed the scene. Brother, if we continue to eliminate these living stones one by one, might it be deemed excessively ruthless? After all, They truly resemble our comrades, he remarked, casting a glance towards Bai Qingxiu. The 5 Bai Qingsis all wore furrowed brows as they regarded Yi Fan, appearing quite pitiful. Even when he was aware that 4 among them were impostors, he could not bring himself to act with malice. Would Yi Fan be capable of such a deed? Yet, Yi Fan merely surveyed the individuals around him, twirling the black gold ancient dagger in his grasp, and coldly declared, I can see through you. Either restore yourselves to dormancy, or I shall end your existence. Chapter 28. A man who dares to kill must surely be of the underworld. Yi Fan's words sent a jolt through the hearts of everyone present, whether genuine or counterfeit, each heartbeat resonating with a palpable intensity. Although his gaze was remarkably calm, upon closer inspection, it bore no hint of murderous intent. Nevertheless, those gathered felt an unmistakable certainty that any act of defiance would lead them to certain doom. In no time, the expressions of the majority of the mimics began to contort grotesquely, their lips repeating the nonsensical phrases they had previously learned. Who are you? Who are you? What is this? What is this? Help! Help! Their tones were exceedingly bizarre, akin to malfunctioning automatons. The entire scene appeared both surreal and eerie. The authentic members of the archaeological team, witnessing the strange reflection of themselves, broke into a cold sweat. Subsequently, the impostors stumbled backward, their limbs moving with an unsettling rigidity, as if frozen in place. Gradually, they returned to their original positions, standing still. Once they had settled, the materials of the living golems surrounding them transformed entirely, reverting to the stone-like state they had assumed upon the team's initial arrival. However, the faces of these living gravel, which have been imitated to the core, no longer resemble the stone figurines of the Han dynasty. They have all transformed into the visages of petrified members of the archaeological team. It appears as though a lifelike self has been sculpted. The entire tomb chamber was suddenly enveloped in an absolute silence. Each member of the archaeological team, drenched in cold sweat, gazed in the direction where the living gravel had retreated. Their pupils trembled as they beheld the faces of their stone-turned friends, or their own reflections. They now comprehended with utmost clarity that these entities were not mere stone figurines, but the living gravel that Yi Fan had spoken of. Although no one understood precisely what living gravel was, Yi Fan's earlier warning against touching these objects deterred them from making any attempt. Suddenly, Lu Bowen's exclamation shattered the profound silence within the tomb chamber. It has surpassed 10,000. Brother, the number of fans in my live stream has exceeded 10,000. Lu Bowen's eyes widened as he watched the figures in the upper right corner of the live stream fluctuate. There were now over 15,000 viewers, and the count continued to rise. The previously sluggish barrage of comments had surged to an incomprehensible speed. What is this? Is it a live broadcast or a reality show? Does this thing really lack a script? It's utterly surreal. Yi Fan, why didn't you inform us of this capability sooner? Do you have any idea how badly we've been duped? This is something that even movies wouldn't dare to portray, right? A script wouldn't even venture to write such a plot. A living example. Is this the living example? I cannot find anything even after searching extensively on the browser. Is this the palpable sensation of the stark disparity in absolute strength, where an open book examination pales in comparison to a closed book one? Drawn here by reputation. I am utterly captivated by Yi Fan's charisma. How could it be that only over 10,000 people have seen this? Yi Fan, ignite my passion. It would sadden me deeply to think that anyone is unaware of Yi Fan's extraordinary prowess. Lu Bowen, brimming with excitement, gazed at Yi Fan and exclaimed, Brother, you have become famous. Yi Fan only cast a faint glance in his direction before sheathing his black gold ancient sword upon his back. The term brother was uttered with an air akin to that of a crime lord. Had this been during the youth of the once impetuous Crow brother, perhaps Yi Fan would have embraced the title. However, he had evolved into a mature candidate for the graduate entrance examination and was resolutely determined to extricate himself from the competitive and arduous path of self-study. If he were to pursue the shortcut of securing a recommendation for graduate school, he certainly could not bear the stigma of being associated with a gangster. Do not address me in such a manner, he replied. Lu Bowen nodded enthusiastically, understood, brother. Meanwhile, the archaeology team member, who had earlier been frightened to the point of losing his composure, finally regained his senses. In that moment, everyone turned their attention toward Yi Fan. Bai Changming, coming back to reality, first glanced at his daughter, Bai Qingxiu. Upon seeing her freed from the clutches of despair, he truly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qingxiu was now gazing intently to her right. Following her line of sight, Bai Changming's gaze landed upon Yi Fan, where he found his daughter's eyes filled with profound emotion. She vividly recalled that Yi Fan had been standing at the bottommost step just moments ago. Yet now, he had traversed nearly 10 meters to stand beside her. This swift approach was prompted solely by the threat to her safety posed by Li Tai's black-clad bodyguard. Bai Qingxiu was utterly convinced that Yi Fan had come for her. For on this staircase, she was the only one present, surrounded solely by Li Tai. Yinjia, and their entourage. Throughout their journey, Li Tai and his companions had not uttered a word to Yi Fan. Thus it was inconceivable that Yi Fan had come to their rescue. Indeed, even if Yi Fan had remained a distance of 10 meters away, he must have been vigilantly watching over her. If he had not been attentive, how could he have appeared at her side the moment she encountered danger? Bai Qingshu silently mused. Yi Fan, a man who feigns indifference while genuinely caring. Although he pretended to be aloof, he was, in truth, deeply concerned for her well-being. Just as Bai Qingshu found herself moved by Yi Fan's actions, Li Tai suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself directly in her line of sight and obstructing her view of Yi Fan. Li Tai did not intend to hinder Bai Qingshu. He merely stood beside the fallen bodyguard. He nudged the motionless body with his foot, calling out, "Eddie? Eddie?" Yet the bodyguard merely swayed slightly with the kick. It was evident that life had long since departed. His wide-open eyes were filled with the terror of his final moments, offering no response to Li Tai. After calling out twice, Li Tai confirmed that the bodyguard was indeed beyond the realm of life. Frustrated, he lifted his head and glared at Yi Fan in the distance. "Yi Fan, what on earth are you scheming? Do you have any idea how much I spent to hire them? Can you afford to compensate me?" He pointed a finger at Yi Fan, shouting, "Are you still harboring a grudge from when I ordered them to subdue you? If you have grievances against me, you should voice them directly, yet you chose to kill him. Do you not understand that one must consider the master when striking a dog?" Li Tai's face flushed crimson as he vehemently accused Yi Fan. After addressing Yi Fan, he turned back to Bai Qingshu, saying, "Xiu, you must keep your distance from this man. Anyone who dares to take a life is undoubtedly involved in the underworld." Chapter 29. Li Tai's complaint meets double standards. I am the victim. As Li Tai turned, he met Bai Qingshu's icy gaze, which instantly diminished his bravado. Feeling suddenly guilty, he spun back to glare at Yi Fan, asserting, "In any case, it was you who killed my bodyguard, Yi Fan. You must provide me with an explanation today." Yi Fan glanced at the lifeless body of the black-clad bodyguard, noting the dark hole on the forehead, a clear indication of the cause of death. The weapon, a black gold ancient sword, lay behind him. Yi Fan, weary of engaging in futile discourse with the evidently desperate Li Tai, resolved to present irrefutable evidence instead. With a cold glance cast upon Li Tai, he raised his hand, poised to retrieve the ancient black gold blade from his back. At this sight, a palpable tension enveloped the onlookers, as a collective unease gripped their hearts. Had Yi Fan finally reached his limit, choosing not to spare Li Tai any longer? Particularly affected was Li Tai, whose complexion drained of color, transforming from a furious crimson to a ghostly pallor, resembling a lifeless corpse sprawled upon the ground. In a state of sheer panic, he stumbled backward, casting frantic glances around him. Is no one going to stop him? You all witnessed this. Yi Fan intends to silence me. At that moment, the spectators came to a startling realization. They had not entertained the notion of intervening on Li Tai's behalf. This was due, in part, to the recognition of their own inadequacies in confronting Yi Fan, who was far beyond their capabilities. Moreover, they found no fault in Yi Fan's intention to wield his blade against Li Tai. However, Li Tai's desperate cries pierced the atmosphere, jolting those present back to awareness. Lu Bowen, brandishing his live-streaming equipment, stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yi Fan with an expression of grave seriousness. The corners of Li Tai's stiffened mouth curled into a semblance of a smile as he halted his retreat, addressing Lu Bowen. "Lu Bowen, it seems you possess a modicum of sense. Are you currently broadcasting live? Then you should inform the audience in the live stream of Yi Fan's current misdeeds." As he spoke, a triumphant smile graced his lips, and he addressed Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, your time is up." The audience's eyes are remarkably perceptive. Yi Fan, puzzled, cast a sidelong glance at Li Tai, pondering silently. Could it be that this wealthy heir has lost his sanity after the scare in the ancient tomb? Subsequently, he coldly directed his words at Lu Bowen, "Step aside." He added inwardly, "You are obstructing my ability to present evidence to prove my innocence." However, Lu Bowen resolutely shook his head. Turning back, he gazed at Yi Fan with an earnest and loyal expression, leaving Yi Fan momentarily taken aback. What is with this young man's unexpectedly righteous demeanor? Lu Bowen declared, "Brother, do not tarnish your blade. I shall handle this." With that, Lu Bowen aimed the camera at the bewildered Li Tai and said, "Li Tai, do not flip the narrative on us. Surely you have not forgotten what you instructed your bodyguards to do just moments ago? It was you who commanded your 2 bodyguards to push the debris down upon us." Lu Bowen spoke passionately to the surrounding team members. "Everyone remembers the sudden fall of the stone figurine, right? If it weren't for my brother pulling me back, I would have surely been crushed. I am left wondering how a perfectly stable stone could simply fall. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that it was none other than Li Tai's 2 bodyguards mingling among the stone figures." As he spoke, Lu Bowen directed the camera back at Li Tai. "Li Tai, you are inciting attempted murder. What more do you have to say? Moreover, that deceased bodyguard was nothing more than a counterfeit, killed by the very impostor. My brother just saved you. Lu Bowen's impassioned words directed the gaze of the crowd towards Li Tai. Zhang Qiling remarked, to command foreign mercenaries to harm one's fellow classmates is utterly reprehensible. A bodyguard standing beside him nodded in agreement, stating, let alone Yi Fan, if someone were scheming against me from behind, I certainly would not be here now, shouting thief. An elderly professor could not help but shake his head, lamenting, Li Tai, while your academic performance has consistently been lacking, you must at least ensure that you possess a kind and upright heart. Various voices reached Li Tai's ears, causing his complexion to oscillate between shades of green and white. He turned to Bai Changming and exclaimed, Professor Bai, I am the one being threatened by Yi Fan. I am the true victim. Bai Changming sighed and shook his head. He had also been puzzled as to why Yi Fan suddenly sought to confront Li Tai. Could it be that Li Tai's words had struck a nerve? However, upon hearing Lu Bowen's remarks, he quickly grasped the situation. First, Li Tai had schemed against him, and now he was falsely accusing him. And what of Yi Fan? He had not uttered a single word, placing the safety of the entire archaeological team above all else. Now, with all issues resolved and safety confirmed, the situation had reached a conclusion. Yi Fan had come to confront Li Tai about these outstanding grievances. What an exceptional young man he is, possessing both a broad-minded perspective and the capability to settle accounts. Bai Changming let out a deep sigh, turning his gaze towards Li Tai, and solemnly stated, Li Tai, you have indeed erred this time. Had I known you harbored such malicious intent, I would have unequivocally rejected your application to enter the tomb. Inflicting harm upon a classmate and jeopardizing cultural relics, I now formally issue you a warning on behalf of the Institute. Li Tai was at a loss, his hands empty. While Yi Fan exuded an intimidating presence, the roles of victim and perpetrator had completely reversed. Clenching his fists, Li Tai glanced back at his allies in the resistance against Yi Fan's victimhood alliance. At that moment, none were inclined to champion Li Tai's cause. A few of them collectively averted their gazes. Zhao Ziming cleared his throat a couple of times and remarked, while Li Tai's actions are indeed questionable, I believe his suspicions are not without merit. Yi Fan's demeanor is certainly not that of an ordinary university student. His familiarity with everything within the tomb is astonishing. It hardly seems like his first foray into an ancient crypt. And now, with such expertise, Yi Fan has chosen to accompany us into the tomb. Shouldn't we be curious about his true motivations? Zhao Ziming's analysis and inquiries plunged the archaeological team into a profound silence and contemplation. After being deeply struck by Yi Fan's performance, each member was enveloped in a cloud of uncertainty. Yi Fan appeared to possess an extraordinary familiarity with this place, and his formidable prowess was utterly incongruous with the identity of an ordinary university student. What, then, was the true origin of Yi Fan? What was the purpose of his descent into the tomb alongside others? The crowd turned their gaze towards him, enveloped in a thick veil of mystery. Chapter 30. The Campus Belle. Has Yi Fan finally confessed his feelings to me? Feeling the weight of the onlookers' stares, Yi Fan discreetly sheathed the blade at his back. The trajectory of events had indeed taken an unexpected turn. His earlier act of drawing the knife was merely an attempt to present Li Tai with the most tangible evidence. Who in the world desired to threaten him? After all, he was a steadfast young man resolutely pursuing his aspirations for graduate studies. Fortunately, the situation did not devolve into a more bizarre state. Upon hearing Bai Changming's final verdict regarding Li Tai, Yi Fan silently exhaled. At that moment, a system prompt unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Ding. The host's image of considering the greater good while harboring a vendetta aligns with the character. Restoration rate 5. Current restoration rate 88. Corresponding points multiplied by 88 have been allocated to the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Ding. Pure Tranquility Lotus Seed. A unique seed that, when scattered in water, can purify all toxins. What does restoration rate signify? A question emerged in Yi Fan's mind. His restoration rate only increased by 3 after resolving the crisis, yet the restoration rate for his image in the eyes of the crowd surged by 5. Thus, Yi Fan deduced the principle behind the increase in restoration data. Only by restoring the characteristics of a character for the first time can one achieve a higher degree of authenticity. Actions such as assisting the archaeological team in resolving crises have been performed numerous times. Therefore, relying solely on these restorations, the data will increasingly become more challenging to enhance. He must discover new methods to restore his character's attributes if he wishes to completely and swiftly embody the persona of the young master. Once he achieves a full restoration, greater rewards will await him. Yi Fan silently acknowledged this pattern in his mind. Having discerned this rule, his subsequent direction and thought process became distinctly clear. It was precisely because Yi Fan was deeply engrossed in contemplating this principle that he failed to notice the intricate gazes directed at him by the surrounding members of the archaeological team. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming, after articulating his viewpoint, discerned the team's reaction and realized that his method had proven effective. The archaeological team remained notably concerned about Yi Fan's origins and the purpose behind his descent into the tomb. Even more to his astonishment, Yi Fan did not respond to his probing questions. Was this not indicative of a guilty conscience? If he could unveil the unsavory truths lurking behind Yi Fan's facade, he would effectively eliminate a potential threat to the archaeological team. In that moment, Bai Qingshu and even Bai Changming would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. Zhao Ziming envisioned a future where his contributions to this archaeological endeavor would lead him to unprecedented heights, and his resolve to eliminate Yi Fan solidified even further. Thus, he seized the moment and pressed Yi Fan, inquiring, "Yi Fan, it is best for you to honestly reveal your purpose for accompanying us to the ancient tomb." At that moment, Bai Qingshu gazed at Yi Fan with deep concern. She had long discerned the reason for his presence here. Were it not for her, with Yi Fan's remarkable skills, he might never have chosen to join the archaeological team in their descent into the tomb. However, given Yi Fan's nature, would he actually divulge the truth? Throughout their journey, it was only in the face of danger that Yi Fan had appeared by her side. He had concealed his intentions so impeccably, maintaining a facade of silence and composure. How could he possibly disclose the purpose of his visit now? With this thought, Bai Qingshu cast a cold glance at Zhao Ziming, lost in visions of the future whereby Qingshu would be utterly devoted to him. Zhao Ziming remained oblivious to the sharpness in her gaze. He smiled and reassured her, "Qingshu, do not worry. I will ensure he does not continue to deceive everyone." Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "The same as you." Those four succinct words caused Bai Qingshu's heart to race. Was Yi Fan confessing? The motives of Zhao Ziming and his companions were all too clear. They had come in response to her post regarding her criteria for a partner. If Yi Fan was now stating that his purpose for being here was akin to theirs, was that not a veiled confession? Bai Qingshu's face instantly flushed with a delicate blush. Upon recalling his purpose for being there, Zhao Ziming found himself at a loss for words in response to Yi Fan's four-character declaration. His mind raced, desperately searching for a breakthrough within those words that could facilitate the achievement of his ultimate goal. "You are evading the question. You are merely shifting the focus," he retorted, gesturing animatedly towards Yi Fan, his rapid thoughts leaving him momentarily incoherent. Bai Qingshu cast a poignant glance at Yi Fan, who had just delivered a veiled confession of affection towards her. A shy smile, delicate and fleeting, graced her lips. However, when she turned to Zhao Ziming, her expression instantly reverted to one of noble aloofness. "Zhao Ziming, your inquiry has already been addressed by Yi Fan. I firmly believe his words to be true." As she spoke, Bai Qingshu directed her gaze towards her father. "Father, what is your opinion?" In that instant, Zhao Ziming was rendered speechless. Typically, in public settings such as school or during archaeological endeavors, Bai Qingshu would refer to Bai Changming as Professor Bai, a gesture meant to assert her distinction as a student who maintained a clear demarcation between her public and private life. However, in this moment, she addressed him as father, signaling a profound shift in her identity, no longer merely the student council president of the archaeological university, but the daughter of the esteemed vice dean, Bai Changming. On the other hand, Bai Changming undoubtedly received the implicit message from his daughter. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. Even if it means forsaking principles and leveraging the identity of his vice president's daughter, he is determined to defend Yi Fan. Bai Changming nodded. In truth, even without Bai Qingshu's insistence, he was already inclined to favor Yi Fan. With decades of experience and discerning character, he felt a profound confidence in his judgment. Although he recognized that Yi Fan was far from an ordinary university student, he could also discern that such an individual could not possibly be a malevolent fiend. Yi Fan possessed an extraordinary strength that allowed him to navigate the treacherous ancient tomb with remarkable ease. Yet, he also harbored a heart of justice and compassion. Bai Changming had observed the attitudes of the several young people towards Yi Fan, and based on Lu Bowen's earlier remarks, it was clear that Yi Fan was willing to extend a helping hand in times of peril. His character was certainly not that of the ruthless villain Zhao Ziming had described. Thus, Bai Changming concluded, Yi Fan's true identity must belong to some enigmatic and extraordinary figure. Chapter 31. Yi Fan. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my blade. Bai Changming cleared his throat. Zhao Ziming. My young friend Yi Fan has saved us on multiple occasions. He rightfully deserves the treatment accorded to a benefactor. Therefore, to question his identity without any evidence is rather disrespectful. I have faith in your talents and knowledge, but I hope you will take this time to reflect on how to cultivate your character in the days to come. Bai Changming had always been regarded as a kind and benevolent elder, especially regarding Zhao Ziming, a remarkable student who has already secured a place for further studies. There is a profound appreciation for such future talent. However, this time, his expression was notably grave, and his tone exuded an air of indifference. It became evident that Bai Qingshu's innate coldness was indeed inherited from his father. Zhao Ziming had never before been treated by Bai Changming with such a demeanor. Consequently, he found himself devoid of any grounds for rebuttal. After a brief pause and gritting his teeth, he replied, "Understood, Professor Bai." With that, he retreated back to his faction opposing Yi Fan and the Victims' Alliance. With Bai Changming's declaration, even though the other members of the archaeological team remained curious and speculative about Yi Fan's identity, they chose to withhold their expressions of intrigue at that moment. Bai Changming turned his gaze toward Yi Fan, smiled, and resumed his familiar, benevolent demeanor of a senior mentor. "Young friend Yi Fan, I must express my gratitude for your timely intervention." Each time Bai Changming extended his thanks, it served as a balm of reassurance for Yi Fan, who thought to himself, "If you say so, then I am at ease." Bai Changming's acknowledgement was tantamount to a guaranteed enhancement of his standing. As the prospect of further studies drew ever closer, Yi Fan felt a great sense of clarity and relief. Thus, when Bai Changming inquired, "Young friend Yi Fan, you referred to these objects as living gravel. Is there any significance to them?" Yi Fan, unusually verbose in this instance, began to elucidate. "Living gravel, or rather, living stones, do not refer to a mere type of stone, but rather to an ancient organism. When dormant, they maintain the properties of stone and exhibit no aggression. Yet once touched, it awakens under the influence of bioelectricity. The living gravel possesses a remarkable capacity for learning, adept at precisely mimicking all characteristics of its prey, including appearance, temperament, and even problem-solving methods. Consequently, the threat level posed by the living gravel varies according to the danger associated with the prey it imitates. Its vulnerability lies in the fact that while it replicates all traits of its prey, it also inadvertently copies their fatal weaknesses. The key to vanquishing the living gravel is to follow the same procedures used to slay the creatures it mimics. Active during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, it vanished during the Han period. After hearing Yi Fan's account of the living gravel, the entire archaeological team gasped in astonishment. Bai Changming remarked, "Indeed, young friend Yi Fan is truly well informed. However, without witnessing it firsthand, one would scarcely believe such extraordinary beings exist in this world. It appears that we modern humans, who often pride ourselves on our technological advancements and consider ourselves the most advanced beings on Earth, overlook the existence of such remarkable creatures that thrived thousands of years ago." Lu Bowen, while Yi Fan was presenting, directed the camera towards him. After listening, he could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this living gravel is incredibly formidable. If it hadn't gone extinct so early, who knows who might be ruling the aqua blue planet now." Immediately, a comment appeared on the screen in response to Lu Bowen, questioning, "Isn't the focus of your discussion misplaced, host? Isn't Yi Fan the most remarkable individual now?" What an eye-opener. Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu quietly listened to Yi Fan's introduction. However, she did not focus on the content of his speech as others did. While she was astonished that such a remarkable creature as the living gravel once existed on her planet, and that Yi Fan possessed such profound knowledge about it, her attention was primarily drawn to the volume of Yi Fan's words. In just a few short minutes, he had spoken as much as he had since entering the tomb. Surely, Yi Fan must have become more open in his speech due to his implicit confession to her earlier. Now that someone as seemingly indifferent as Yi Fan had taken such a proactive step, she knew she had to plan ahead. By recognizing her feelings sooner, she could confidently take that decisive step toward Yi Fan. With this thought in mind, Bai Qingshu approached Yi Fan. The moment they appeared together in Lu Bowen's camera, the atmosphere in the live chat shifted dramatically. Is this the Campus Belle? Can she truly approach others? Am I mistaken? Is this the aloof beauty who keeps everyone at arm's length? I am genuinely amazed. Even the distant campus beauty has a moment of vulnerability, rekindling my belief in love. What is this sweetness about? It's as if I were a single dog walking down the street, suddenly kicked by a passing couple. Brothers, I witnessed it all. This unfolding drama indicates that the campus beauty is poised to pursue Yi Fan. Lu Bowen gazed at the barrage of comments, contemplating that Yi Fan must have descended into the ancient tomb due to the selection criteria of the Campus Belle. With a keen glance in Yi Fan's direction, he approached him with great enthusiasm, showcasing the reactions from the screen and murmuring, "Brother, it seems nearly everyone is shipping you with the campus beauty. While those few individuals may appear formidable, they pale in comparison to you. Ultimately, it will be you who wins her heart." Yi Fan observed the comments on the screen, then glanced towards Bai Qingshu. A subtle frown creased his brow as he discreetly increased the distance between himself and Bai Qingshu, stepping out of Lu Bowen's frame. Having only recently arrived in this world, he knew little of the aloof campus beauty. However, he was aware that Bai Qingshu was an elegant woman, devoted to her career. Should rumors of their association arise and displease her, it could jeopardize his prospects for graduate school. Most importantly, in the fiercely competitive realm of postgraduate examinations, love could only hinder his pace in wielding his sword. At this moment, the archaeological team had regained its composure. Following the brief upheaval, Bai Changming resumed his authoritative role. "These living stones are still too perilous. We shall refrain from engaging with them for now. Everyone, be cautious not to disturb the living stones nearby. Let us descend and investigate what information may lie within the coffin. Chapter 32. The missing sacrifice. Having learned from previous lessons, the members of the archaeological team descended the steps with utmost caution. A few minutes later, they found themselves once again standing before the sacrificial altar, glancing back at the mirror. Although only a mere short while had passed since their descent into the tomb, the series of bizarre and uncanny crises they had endured felt as though they had lingered in this tomb for an eternity. They gazed upon the empty, sacrificial altar, their eyes drifting beyond it to the three unique coffins positioned behind. Unlike the conventional wooden coffins they were accustomed to, these were crafted from gold, bronze, and jade. The coffins were arranged in a fan-like formation, with one end facing the altar while the other angled outward, together with the altar in front. They resembled an ornate treasure cover. Bai Changming regarded the coffins thoughtfully and remarked, though we remain unaware of the identity of the tomb's owner. It is evident from these three coffins that they were undoubtedly a person of immense wealth or nobility in life. Therefore, the archaeological significance of this tomb must exceed our initial expectations by a considerable margin. As he spoke, Bai Changming's face broke into a gratifying smile. This will certainly be a test for us. However, from another perspective, we are fortunate, having been entrusted with a task more intricate than we had anticipated. We are bound to reap rewards greater than we imagined. Bai Changming observed the expressions of the younger team members closely. Among the young individuals present, aside from Bai Qingshu and Zhao Ziming, who both possessed exceptional academic achievements and prior experience in tomb exploration, the remaining students were embarking on their inaugural venture into the world of archaeology. Initially, Bai Changming, upon observing the crude and simplistic tomb entrance, had assumed it to be an ordinary burial site. Consequently, he had affixed his signature to the applications of several inexperienced students without a second thought. Little did he anticipate that upon entering the antechamber, they would encounter a catastrophe that even he, a seasoned professor of archaeology, found insurmountable. As the leader of this archaeological endeavor, Bai Changming remained acutely aware of the emotional state of the novice tomb raiders. While offering words of encouragement to uplift the spirits of the young archaeologists before the coffin was opened, he cast a discerning gaze over each of their faces, noting the shadows of trepidation that clouded their expressions. The previous setbacks had undoubtedly weighed heavily upon these neophytes. With a silent sigh, he turned his attention to the three coffins before him and remarked, "The occupants of these coffins are likely not the tomb's master. Typically, the primary burial is situated within the main chamber. Thus, it is probable that these coffins contain either relatives of the deceased or offerings." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the archaeological team. Yan Jia commented, "Gold, jade, bronze. This tomb master certainly indulged in extravagance, utilizing such fine materials even for the burial accompaniments." Lu Fei, his eyes widening in disbelief, inquired, "Li Tai, given your family's circumstances, could you possibly afford such lavish coffins?" Li Tai merely huffed in response, choosing not to answer. In the team, a chubby professor who appeared somewhat younger than Bai Changming remarked, "Professor Bai, in order to diligently safeguard the artifacts within the coffins, I propose that we open these three coffins one by one. We must strive for absolute security." Bai Changming nodded in agreement, stating, "I share the same sentiment. Given that these three coffins are constructed from different materials, the order in which we open them warrants careful consideration." Several senior professors in the group also nodded in concurrence. Zhang Qiling added, "The decision of which coffin to open first rests solely with the esteemed professors. We, the laymen, shall merely await our turn to contribute." Before long, the group of senior professors congregated, and Bai Qingshu followed suit. A few younger individuals, either motivated by their admiration for Bai Qingshu or genuine eagerness to showcase their abilities, also gathered around. The only ones remaining stationary were the bodyguards and Lu Bowen, who had become Yi Fan's personal cameraman. Lu Bowen observed the professors initiating their discussions, then glanced at Yi Fan, who stood silently gazing at the coffins. Anxiously, he inquired, "Brother, don't you have any thoughts on this? Shouldn't you join the discussion with the Campus Belle? If this continues, the spotlight will be stolen." Yi Fan slightly furrowed his brow and remained silent, disinterested in engaging with the group of young people. He believed that earning merit in this endeavor would ultimately rely on the tangible contributions made within the ancient tomb. As the number of individuals seeking to curry favor with Bai Changming increases, one must ponder how many can genuinely secure research opportunities under his auspices. Yi Fan willingly considers himself a beacon of clarity amidst the chaos. Moreover, he has indeed discerned a peculiar relationship between the coffins and the altar, prompting him to delve deeper into the enigmatic nature of this connection. Lu Bowen observed Yi Fan's reaction, contemplating for a moment. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and he gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, whispering, "Brother, your insight is truly remarkable. The 36 stratagems, What a masterful application of feigned retreat. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent as he continued to ponder. He felt an inexplicable void in the preceding imagery. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the 3 coffins, each crafted from exquisite materials, displaying impeccable workmanship and appearing wholly intact. His gaze then shifted to the altar before the coffins. In a moment of clarity, Yi Fan's eyes brightened with realization. Something was amiss. Lu Bowen had been eagerly awaiting Yi Fan's response, and upon finally receiving it, sensed an undercurrent of tension in Yi Fan's words. This could only mean that Yi Fan had made a significant discovery. With palpable excitement, Lu Bowen called out to the esteemed professor, "Professor Bai, my brother has made a new discovery." His exclamation instantly captured the attention of the entire archaeological team. Yin Jia, Li Tai, and others turned their gazes toward him, their eyes filled with apprehension. Bai Changming gazed back at him, smiling as he inquired, "Young friend Yi Fan, what have you uncovered?" Yi Fan, still fixated on the altar, replied, "There are no offerings upon this altar." Bai Changming felt a tinge of confusion as he gazed upon the sacrificial altar. Indeed, there were no offerings upon it. However, this seemed to be a trivial detail. Beside him, Yin Jia chuckled lightly and remarked, "Ha, I thought it was some earth-shattering discovery. It turns out to be a matter so simple that even a child could discern it." Gao Hua added, "Yi Fan, if you wish to make an impression, why not join us in our discussion? This revelation is dreadfully underwhelming." Yi Fan scoffed inwardly, silently reflecting on the folly of his companions. He coolly stated, "What I mean is, the absence of offerings on the altar suggests that the offerings are not placed there. The contents of those 3 coffins are not merely burial goods. They are, in fact, the offerings for this tomb." Chapter 33, The School Bell. It is entirely reasonable for a man to be cautious for the sake of his beloved. Yi Fan's assertion caused the members of the archaeological team to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Bai Changming glanced towards the coffins and said, "If what lies within the coffins are indeed the offerings, then their significance here diverges entirely from our previous understanding. Burial goods can only be human remains, ancient corpses, which provide us with ample information about the tomb's master. However, if the coffins contain offerings, then the nature of those contents becomes uncertain." Bai Changming's expression grew somewhat grave, and the other members of the archaeological team pressed their lips together in contemplation. Yi Fan's notion was one they had never previously entertained. Zhao Ziming suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Since ancient times, coffins have been designated for the repose of the deceased. This is common knowledge. Based on our archaeological experience, we have encountered altars devoid of offerings. However, the notion of using a coffin to contain offerings is unprecedented. Yi Fan, I am aware of your desire to draw attention. Yet, the manner in which one seeks the spotlight should not involve reckless speculation." With Zhao Ziming acting as a bulwark against Yi Fan's assertions, the remaining members of the group found their confidence bolstered. Although they had briefly felt apprehensive due to Bai Changming's remarks, they held a firm belief in Zhao Ziming's archaeological expertise, having successfully secured a place in postgraduate research. Thus, Gao Hua turned to the coffin and inquired, "Yi Fan, are you perhaps afraid to open the coffin?" Lu Fei then cast a look at Yi Fan and added, "This coffin, by anyone's estimation, is intended for the interment of treasures and valuables. We have already decided which coffin to open first. Your sudden interjection seems rather disheartening." Simultaneously, Bai Qingshu directed her gaze towards Yi Fan, her brow slightly furrowed. At this moment, rationally, she aligned with Zhao Ziming's perspective. As fellow representatives of exemplary students, their experiences in tomb exploration were akin. Hence, she too believed that the likelihood of the coffin containing funerary items was considerably higher. However, on an emotional level, her inclinations leaned more towards Yi Fan. In her view, given Yi Fan's character, it was implausible that he would feel compelled to seek attention, as Zhao Ziming suggested. After all, if Yi Fan truly relished the spotlight, it would indicate that he possesses a remarkably proactive disposition. Yet, if Yi Fan were indeed such an assertive individual, how could it be that he only appears by her side during perilous moments, while maintaining a considerable distance at other times? If he were truly proactive, she would have likely accepted his confession by now. Thus, Bai Qingshu does not perceive Yi Fan's exaggerated statements as mere attempts to seek attention. However, if his words are not motivated by a desire for notoriety, it signifies that he has earnestly contemplated this conclusion. In an instant, Bai Qingshu comprehended everything. It must stem from Yi Fan's cautious nature. After all, this is his first venture into the tomb, compounded by the numerous dangers they have previously encountered. It is entirely reasonable for a man to be vigilant when his beloved is amidst such treacherous surroundings. Enlightened, Bai Qingshu cast a glance at the silent Yi Fan, her gaze brimming with emotion. Her immediate objective is to alleviate his concerns. "Yi Fan, this may be your first exploration of a tomb, and you might not fully grasp the circumstances within. We have encountered similar situations before. The offerings on the sacrificial altar may have deteriorated over time or been consumed by other creatures lurking in the tomb. Therefore, the absence of offerings is not an inexplicable phenomenon, and there is no need for you to worry. Yi Fan lifted his eyelids and glanced at Bai Qingshu, weighing in his mind the potential repercussions of countering the cherished jewel of Bai Changming, which would ultimately determine his prospects for a successful postgraduate recommendation. As someone who has restored the character card of the young master to a remarkable 88%, he has also acquired 88% of all the points associated with him. Yi Fan firmly believes in his intuition. Among their peers, the school beauty and Zhao Ziming might be regarded as relatively experienced in tomb raiding. However, in the presence of Zhang Qiling, this seasoned tomb raider, even Bai Changming, appears as nothing more than an inexperienced youth. Thus, the tomb raiding experience of these individuals pales in comparison to the young master's instincts. It is certain that the coffin contains far more than mere burial goods. Yet whether Yi Fan can secure a recommendation for further studies hinges entirely on a single remark from Bai Changming. Bai Qingshu is Bai Changming's pride and joy. From his observations, it is apparent that this old man is thoroughly enamored with his daughter. Should Bai Qingshu whisper sweet nothings into Bai Changming's ear? All the points Yi Fan has previously accumulated would evaporate into thin air. If he were to confront the school beauty again, it would only lead to further misfortune. Yi Fan sighed quietly to himself, having contemplated all these possibilities, and his heart was left with a singular thought. May there be no more doting fathers in this world. He cast a fleeting glance at Bai Qingshu and said, "As you wish." Bai Qingshu regarded Yi Fan with a gentle smile. Indeed, what mattered most to Yi Fan was her opinion. She then turned to Bai Changming and declared, "Professor Bai, let us proceed according to the original plan." Bai Changming nodded in agreement and stated, "Our discussion has concluded that we shall first open this jade coffin. After all, jade is a relatively fragile and precious material. Thus the likelihood of setting up mechanisms within this coffin is quite minimal." Meanwhile, the bodyguards have made preparations to open the coffin. Zhang Qiling called out the names of 4 individuals: White Snake, Golden Eagle, Black Cat, and Green Snake. The 4 team members stepped forward in response. These 4 individuals were notably slender within the bodyguard team. Zhang Qiling stated, "The jade is too delicate. We cannot allow rough men like Black Bear to handle this. The task of opening the coffin is entrusted to you. Is there any objection?" The 4 responded resolutely, "None." They then approached the coffin's edge. One of them touched the coffin lid and involuntarily shivered, remarking, "This coffin is truly cold." However, he did not dwell on such trivial details and swiftly commenced his work. They inserted a crowbar into the gap between the coffin lid and the body, and then they heaved together. Cautiously, they managed to shift the lid a small distance away from the coffin. As soon as a gap of less than an inch was created, a crimson liquid began to seep forth from the opening. The liquid flowed relentlessly through the crevice, as if something were continuously injecting blood into the coffin. Yet the volume of blood within far exceeded the coffin's capacity. The originally green coffin, where the liquid adhered, transformed to match the color of the fluid. This phenomenon resembled not merely a liquid, but rather some form of highly adhesive substance akin to glue. The 4 individuals who had opened the coffin simultaneously lifted their heads and exchanged glances. Before Zhang Qiling could issue a command, they instinctively sought to reseal the coffin. However, at the very moment they exerted their collective strength, an immense force suddenly struck the coffin lid, causing it to break free from the grip of gravity and the control of the 4 bodyguards, propelling it several meters away. The 4 guards were likewise thrust backward by this overwhelming force, landing more than 10 meters away. The jade coffin lid shattered upon impact, scattering into a multitude of fragments. With a thunderous crash, the entire tomb chamber snapped back to reality, and all eyes turned toward the coffin, astonishingly liberated from the lid's restraint. The crimson blood within surged forth with reckless abandon. A palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the group as they instinctively recoiled. Yin Jia, with a look of disdain directed towards the coffin, could not help but exclaim, "Why is there so much blood? With such a deluge, could the burial companion be a 300-pound behemoth?" Li Tai silently retreated a considerable distance, positioning 2 bodyguards in front of him as he remarked, "What on earth? Why is there still so much blood in the coffin? Even if there are treasures of gold and silver within this jade coffin, after being steeped in blood for thousands of years, they must have depreciated into worthless refuse." Upon hearing Li Tai intertwine the discussion of artifacts and monetary gain, Bai Qingshu turned her head sharply, casting a cold glare in his direction. Li Tai received Bai Qingshu's gaze and immediately transformed the look of fear on his face into one of calm assurance. He smiled at Bai Qingshu and said, "Su, why do you look at me like that? Do not be afraid. I shall protect you. Do not stray too far from me, lest my bodyguards neglect your safety." Bai Qingshu scoffed coldly, "That is unnecessary." Lu Fei, with a disdainful chuckle, turned his attention to Li Tai, stating, "If you genuinely wish for your bodyguards to safeguard Qingshu, you should simply keep them close to her. The truth is, you are reluctant to part with even one to share the burden of protection. As he spoke, Lu Fei moved closer to Bai Qingxiu, placing a reassuring hand on his chest as he vowed, Qingxiu, rest assured. With my agility, I have no need for these outsiders. Should any danger arise, I can swiftly carry you away. I will personally ensure your safety. I am the one who truly cares for you. Hearing Lu Fei's earnest declaration, Bai Qingxiu instinctively glanced towards Yi Fan. In previous encounters with peril, it had always been Yi Fan who stood by her side. At this moment, he must be worried about her. The thought of Yi Fan possibly fretting over her brought a subtle smile to her lips, despite the tension and fear she felt. However, when Bai Qingxiu finally located Yi Fan, the smile vanished instantly upon witnessing his demeanor. What was Yi Fan doing? She saw him being pulled by Lu Bowen, standing defiantly in front of him, casting a cold stare towards the direction of the coffin. Gazing intently at the coffin, she exhibited no intention of sharing her thoughts. Bai Qingxiu's delicate brows momentarily twisted into an anguished frown, her heart racing within her chest with an intensity she had never before experienced. Even when Yi Fan had occasionally distanced herself or feigned indifference, Bai Qingxiu's feelings had merely oscillated between confusion and disappointment. Yet this time, intertwined with her bewilderment and sorrow, there simmered a flicker of anger and discontent. Why, she pondered, did Lu Bowen, a grown man, feel the need to cling to Yi Fan? Did Yi Fan truly care for Lu Bowen more than for her? Did she not harbor any concern for Bai Qingxiu's well-being? Her mind whirled with a flurry of questions. In that moment, these tumultuous emotions eclipsed her fear and anxiety in the face of danger. Lu Fei, having noticed Bai Qingxiu's gaze toward Yi Fan, cast a glance in Yi Fan's direction as well. He then turned to Bai Qingxiu and said, Yi Fan is hesitant to approach. She is undoubtedly unreliable. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Bai Qingxiu's shoulder, looking at her with sincerity and stating, but I will always be here to protect you. Bai Qingxiu hardly registered Lu Fei's words. Instead, in a fit of frustration, she leaned closer to him. Thank you, Lu Fei, she said, her eyes drifting toward Yi Fan. At that moment, she fervently wished for Yi Fan to notice her, to assertively push Lu Fei aside and declare that this was his rightful place. Thus, she continued to gaze at Yi Fan. Suddenly, Yi Fan cast a glance in her direction. Bai Qingxiu had initially intended to engage in actions that would provoke jealousy in Yi Fan. However, as Yi Fan's gaze fell upon her, Bai Qingxiu instinctively retreated a considerable distance from Lu Fei. Her heart raced, filled with thoughts of, oh, Yi Fan, please do not misunderstand. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen, faint from the sight of blood, found his legs turning to jelly upon witnessing the liquid inside the coffin. He clutched Yi Fan, the source of his comfort. To maintain a semblance of stability, Lu Bowen said, Brother, you are truly kind to me. Seeing the school beauty leaning against Lu Fei while still being willing to remain by my side, I shall forever pledge my loyalty to you, brother. It was he who had just alerted Yi Fan to the fact that Bai Qingxiu was too close to Lu Fei. Yet, in truth, when Yi Fan glanced over moments ago, he had only observed the scene of Bai Qingxiu distancing herself from Lu Fei. In his heart, Yi Fan silently empathized with Lu Fei, reflecting on the philosophical musings of his life. The wise do not fall into the abyss of love. The foolish repeat their mistakes. These male compatriots, each a distinguished talent in their respective fields, had all tragically succumbed to the allure of the school beauty. Was it merely her beauty that ensnared them? If so, then those enamored by appearances are indeed not deserving of sympathy. Yi Fan shook his head quietly in his mind. He then turned his attention back to the coffin, where a crimson liquid continued to pour forth, resembling thick blood, spreading slowly across the ground. The ground beneath the entire coffin resembled a gruesome murder scene. Observing the viscous liquid, Yi Fan scoured his mind, consulting an encyclopedia of rare species for pertinent information. Soon, a torrent of data flooded his consciousness. Blood moss, an ancient fungal organism, possessing an exceptionally resilient vitality, capable of infinite division and the ability to resurrect. Its common forms are liquid and colloidal, sanguinary in nature, exhibiting high aggressiveness and strong adhesion. Preferring high temperatures, its activity diminishes with a drop in temperature. It vanished from the blue water planet during the Ice Age. Yi Fan furrowed his brow and abruptly lifted his gaze towards the flickering lights surrounding the tomb chamber. Typically, the temperature within a tomb is rather low. However, due to the presence of these eternal flames, which have been burning for millennia, this chamber had transformed into a veritable greenhouse. Consequently, the current temperature had reached conditions conducive to the activation of the blood moss. Chapter 35, The School Belle's Despondency. All men are just big bores. Yi Fan murmured softly. This is not good. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen, believing Yi Fan had finally realized that Bai Qingxiu was too close to Lu Fei, remarked, Don't worry, brother. This is merely the suspension bridge effect. When women are frightened, they instinctively seek the protection of the nearest person. It is not a matter of being smitten. Should you approach the Campus Belle now, she would undoubtedly push Lu Fei a full 200 meters away to make room for you. Upon uttering this, Lu Bowen immediately regretted his words. For indeed, Yu Fan was already reaching into his backpack while attempting to move forward. Realizing this, Lu Bowen tightened his grip on Yu Fan's backpack and exclaimed loudly, Brother, this Lu Fei truly poses no threat to you. I require your protection at this very moment. I am genuinely faint at the sight of blood. Yu Fan was perplexed by Lu Bowen's assertion that Lu Fei could be a threat. What he desperately needed, the tranquil lotus seeds, remained in his backpack, which Lu Bowen was currently clutching. He turned his head coldly to glance back and said, Let go. Lu Bowen was taken aback by that look. Drenched in a cold sweat, the psychological impact of that gaze far exceeded the shock of a blood-fainting patient witnessing the pool of blood before him. With the combination of his faintness and Yu Fan's piercing stare, Lu Bowen's legs weakened further, and he collapsed to the ground. As Yu Fan retrieved his backpack, he sighed and remarked, This is not blood. Just then, as he was about to open the backpack, a multitude of slender, red, thread-like objects surged forth from within the previously silent coffin. These entities, numerous and swift, surged towards the direction of the group with alarming precision. Lu Bowen shouted in terror. What on earth are those things? His legs turned to jelly, and he scrambled backward in a frantic retreat. 2 tendrils of blood lichen swiftly entwined around his ankle, and Lu Bowen felt a sharp sting at the sight. Almost immediately, he experienced the unsettling sensation of blood flowing backward towards the wound. Lu Bowen quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. These creatures were siphoning his blood. Brother, save me. In the next moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed before Lu Bowen's eyes, and the tendrils constricting his ankle loosened instantly. His eyes brightened with excitement as he looked at Yu Fan, who had severed the blood-sucking appendages with his ancient black gold blade. Yu Fan cast a cold glance at him and remarked, Blood lichen drains blood. You must flee. Lu Bowen nodded vigorously, yet his legs had already turned to jelly, leaving him utterly devoid of strength to escape. While Yu Fan adeptly evaded the lichen, he noticed that Lu Bowen remained completely stationary. Before Lu Bowen could be ensnared once more, Yu Fan swiftly grasped the collar of his shirt and hurled him toward the jade coffin. Lu Bowen soared through the air in a low glide, brushing past others similarly ensnared by the lichen, until his back collided with the coffin, bringing him to a halt. Concurrently, the rest of the team was thrown into chaos as the blood lichen surged forth from the coffin. Several elderly professors, unable to react swiftly, fell victim in an instant. What are these creatures? Why do they sting? One exclaimed. It seems they can drain blood. Bai Changming was also ensnared tightly by the lichen. He struggled desperately, attempting to move his neck in frantic search of his daughter amidst the turmoil, glancing in the direction of the young man. At first glance, he did not see his daughter, but rather a group of boys. Li Tai found himself entangled by his 2 bodyguards, who were frantically attempting to free him. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, What the hell is this? Get these things off me, now. The bodyguards struggled with their brute strength to pry the tendrils away. Yet the more they resisted, the tighter the tendrils gripped them, contorting them into an even more bizarre shape, a posture that exuded evident agony. Gao Hua and Yin Jia were bound together, sprawled on the ground, desperately writhing in terror. Gao Hua exclaimed, This creature is far too strong. We can't break free. Yin Jia cried out, Damn it. It's biting me. I'll be left with scars. Bai Changming's gaze swept over these individuals with profound disappointment as he fervently continued to search for his daughter. Meanwhile, Bai Qingsu was being led by Lu Fei, who had just narrowly evaded an attack from a blood moss. As a professional parkour athlete, Lu Fei's reflexes were markedly quicker than those of the average person. The moment the blood moss emerged, he had swiftly pulled Bai Qingsu to safety on a nearby patch of ground. Gripping her wrist, Lu Fei turned to her with a reassuring smile, saying, Qingsu, I promised I would protect you. A flicker of panic crossed Bai Qingsu's pale face. She had not anticipated being rescued by Lu Fei. Yet, the realization that he was not Yu Fan left her heart tinged with bitterness. She bit her lip and nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps, aside from Yu Fan, there might indeed be others among these individuals who were reliable. It was simply that Yu Fan had always been the first to appear, which led her to focus her attention solely on him. As Bai Qingxu reflected on Yu Fan's earlier demeanor towards her, a chill crept into her heart. Perhaps Yu Fan did not care for her as much as she had believed. Just as her thoughts were consumed by Yu Fan, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist. She was ensnared. In an instant, she felt a release on her arm. Lu Fei had let go. As he released her, he leaped in another direction, performing 2 backflips to evade several attacking tentacles. Bai Qingxu realized that once Lu Fei had freed her, he had no intention of looking back. She smiled faintly, tinged with mockery. Moments ago, he had professed a heartfelt desire to protect her, yet it seemed that in the face of danger, he was merely willing to flee at a moment's notice. Soon, a sharp pain radiated from her waist, accompanied by the sensation of blood rushing backwards. Bai Qingxu looked down, striving to wrench free from the tentacles that ensnared her, feeling a surge of resentment. Indeed, She had been too naive, believing there was someone truly worthy of her trust. However, it now appeared that her decision to test these suitors by descending into the tomb was indeed the right one. For it was only in such dire moments that she was starkly reminded of the unreliability of men. Bai Qingshu's heart reverted to its former icy state as she tugged fiercely at the tentacles around her waist. Yet, her efforts were in vain. As long as she remained trapped, more tentacles would continually emerge to bind her further. Just when Bai Qingshu felt her spirits waning, suddenly, something flew past her eyes. She opened them wide in an instant. It was Yi Fan, having thrown Lu Fei, who had just jumped away, onto the edge of the jade coffin. Bai Qingshu's heart raced wildly as she gazed in Yi Fan's direction, her eyes brimming with warmth. There he stood, approximately 5 meters away, one hand gripping the ancient black gold blade, deftly slicing through the blood vines that lunged toward him. The other hand remained poised in the act of throwing. Chapter 36. Yi Fan, I knocked out the campus beauty's beloved. Will she scratch me? Bai Qingshu widened her eyes, staring at Yi Fan. Upon confirming that it was Yi Fan who had tossed aside Lu Fei, who had abandoned her to flee, her heart, which had been utterly disillusioned with men and prepared to be sealed away, began to race once more. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan had come to find her. Yi Fan had always been watching over her. The reason he hadn't sought her out immediately must have been due to jealousy over Lu Fei. Bai Qingshu recalled how, earlier, she had positioned herself closer to Lu Fei in an attempt to provoke Yi Fan, who had remained by Lu Boan's side, without sparing her a glance. At that moment, she had felt anger and frustration because of Yi Fan's lack of overt reaction. Little did she know that he had not been entirely indifferent. Her heart stirred as she watched Yi Fan, silently advancing towards her while wielding the black gold blade to vanquish the crimson tendrils. A tumult of emotions surged within her. She felt touched and elated, tinged with a hint of guilt. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? Yi Fan was a man of few words and fierce resolve. Such a reticent individual, one who shuns the limelight. How could he possibly exhibit jealousy? Moreover, Yi Fan is distinct from other men. While others might confront their partners, questioning their proximity to other men, Yi Fan is different. When jealousy stirs within him, he does not immediately interrogate the one he cherishes about her actions that have incited his feelings. Initially, he remains composed, offering no overt reaction. Instead, he allows the one he loves to linger beside that man, all the while discerning the latter's true character. Bai Qingshu's heart races uncontrollably. Surely, Yi Fan must be contemplating this. Thus, he refrains from hastily expelling Lu Fei from his side, choosing instead to remain close. Even now, as he teeters on the brink of emotional revelation, he comes to realize that Lu Fei, too, is one to abandon him in times of peril, fleeing alone. Only when Bai Qingshu's disappointment in Lu Fei reaches its zenith does Yi Fan finally take action, casting aside the man who has harmed the one he holds dear, throwing him perilously close to the edge of a coffin. Yi Fan's jealousy is not absent. Rather, it is expressed through an exceptionally mature lens. At this moment, Bai Qingshu's heart, once encased in ice, begins to thaw, transforming into a warm and tender spring. In stark contrast, Yi Fan's inner world remains resolute. With fluid grace, he severs the audacious threats that dare to approach him, advancing before they can regenerate anew. Yi Fan surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the most effective strategy to rescue his comrades. He recalled the characteristics of the blood moss. The higher the temperature, the more it thrived, drawing sustenance through its vampiric tendencies. Thus, the blood moss exhibited heightened activity further from the coffin and closer to the ever-burning lights on the surrounding walls. Its self-repair capabilities and aggressiveness surged correspondingly. Just as Yi Fan grasped this insight, Lu Fei unexpectedly sprang forth, executing flamboyant flips and acrobatic parkour maneuvers to evade the assaults of the blood moss, only to distance himself further. Were it not for the blood moss's propensity to become more animated in warmer conditions, Lu Fei's remarkable speed would have alleviated Yi Fan's burden in the rescue. However, the very nature of the blood moss seemed tailored to counteract individuals like Lu Fei, who excelled in speed. Consequently, Lu Fei's greatest asset became his most significant liability in this scenario. Typically, Yi Fan would not concern himself with Lu Fei's whims regarding direction and method of flight. Yet, faced with the blood moss, he could not afford such indulgence. To prevent Lu Fei from inadvertently complicating matters for the team with his erratic movements, Yi Fan made a decisive choice. Just as Lu Fei was about to venture even farther, Yi Fan swiftly intercepted him. Before Lu Fei could react, Yi Fan seized his collar and deftly hurled him toward the coffin, ensuring he landed beside Lu Boan. Unlike Lu Boan, who willingly accepted his placement by the coffin, Lu Fei was not inclined to such a fate. Thus, Yi Fan exerted greater force in his throw. As a result, Lu Fei collided with the jade coffin, rendering him unconscious. Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance, his heart sinking, trouble brewed. He had miscalculated his strength, and now this fellow had fainted outright. He recalled Lu Bowen mentioning that Bai Qingxiu, the Campus Belle, had been growing quite close to Lu Fei. Could it be that the campus beauty harbored feelings for Lu Fei? Had he inadvertently knocked out Bai Changming's future son-in-law? Given Bai Changming's notorious obsession with his daughter, even a mere whisper of discontent from the son-in-law would surely warrant attention. Yi Fan couldn't help but lament internally. Working under such a fatherly figure made the challenges of securing postgraduate recommendations no less daunting than those of self-study examinations. May the world be free of doting fathers. Having inadvertently incapacitated Bai Changming's son-in-law, Yi Fan shifted his focus to Bai Qingxiu. A glance in her direction revealed that she was regarding him with an exceedingly complex expression. Was there a hint of sorrow within her gaze? Yi Fan felt a pang of unease. He wondered if he could salvage his image as an exemplary youth by rescuing Bai Qingxiu in this moment. Fortunately, she was not struggling excessively. He elegantly severed the blood vines before him and resolved to navigate towards her for a final rescue. However, in Bai Qingxiu's eyes, Yi Fan's approach was a signal of hope. As he drew nearer, her will to survive surged. With Yi Fan, who cherished her so deeply, standing strong, she could not afford to be a burden. She could no longer wait indefinitely for Yi Fan to save her. She refused to remain in his eyes as a woman of such little worth. Unbeknownst to her, a surge of strength emerged from within, prompting Bai Qingxiu to struggle fervently. She desperately clawed at the blood lichen clinging to her, yet with each effort, the lichen grew more formidable, its vampiric grip tightening with alarming swiftness. Yi Fan, observing Bai Qingxiu's sudden struggle, felt a chill of apprehension. Indeed, this illustrious school beauty harbored affections for Lu Fei. Was she genuinely so agitated by the sight of the very person who had rendered her beloved unconscious by the coffin? What if she were to be rescued only to retaliate against him, leaving him unable to defend himself? Yi Fan sighed inwardly, realizing the formidable nature of a woman in love. However, dear school belle, with such a petite physique, your struggles could very well lead to you being drained to a mere husk by the blood lichen. Yi Fan, grounding himself, fixed a stern gaze upon Bai Qingxiu and commanded, Bai Qingxiu, do not move. Chapter 37. As a staunchly masculine man, do you still desire a girlfriend? In the midst of her vigorous struggle, upon hearing Yi Fan's voice, Bai Qingxiu abruptly ceased her movements. Her heart pounded fiercely within her chest as she stared blankly at Yi Fan before her. She could not fathom whether Yi Fan's voice possessed an enchanting power, capable of conquering her overwhelming instinct for survival. To halt her struggle felt akin to relinquishing her will to live. Yet, she instinctively believed that Yi Fan's words were not meant to harm her. Furthermore, she firmly trusted that since Yi Fan had uttered such a statement, he would undoubtedly find a way to rescue her. The sense of security this man provided for her far surpassed her instinctual desire for survival. Bai Qingxiu relaxed all her muscles, quietly observing Yi Fan as he approached. With remarkable grace, Yi Fan wielded the black gold ancient knife amidst a sea of crimson tendrils. His movements fluid and precise. Sharp glimmers of cold light flickered through the intricately woven red nets. His expression remained impassive, even as splatters of blood stained his face. His eyes unwavering, he advanced toward her step by step, resembling a war god emerging from the depths of hell. Bai Qingxiu's chest rose and fell dramatically. She felt that even if one disregarded Yi Fan's astonishing feats prior, this singular scene was sufficient to stir the hearts of all women in the world. Unaware of Bai Qingxiu's thoughts, Yi Fan noticed her sudden stillness, even a hint of dazedness, and inwardly lamented. Had his tone been too harsh? Had he frightened the Campus Belle? He was well aware that she was accustomed to being the center of attention. Yet today, he had knocked her beloved unconscious and frightened her in the process. Was this not a double transgression? Yi Fan internally groaned, channeling his frustration into the blood monsters before him. His strikes became more decisive, his steps quicker. A faint smile curved on Bai Qingxiu's lips. Indeed, Yi Fan's concern for her had become remarkably evident. She should not have used Lu Fei to test whether Yi Fan would feel jealous. This matter must be explained clearly to Yi Fan. Soon, covered in a crimson liquid reminiscent of blood, Yi Fan approached Bai Qingxiu. Bai Qingxiu endeavored to suppress the excitement in her voice and called out, Yi Fan. Having mentally prepared several charges against himself, Yi Fan dared not allow Bai Qingxiu to speak further. After all, he was not adept at reasoning with women. Rather than waiting for Bai Qingxiu to accuse him, he decided to take the initiative. He coldly stated, I know, I'm sorry. As long as he apologized swiftly enough, her reproach would not catch up with him. With that, Yi Fan acted decisively. Bai Qingxiu could barely discern Yi Fan's movements. She only caught glimpses of sharp, cold glimmers flashing amidst the blood-red hue. Then, she felt a sudden lightness. The red tendrils that had ensnared her lost their source of nourishment and instantly withered and retracted. Falling to the ground, she looked up at Yi Fan with affectionate eyes. Yi Fan stood protectively in front of her, battling the blood moss that had begun to regrow. Bai Qingxiu nodded slightly and whispered, it's good that you know. Although her voice was as faint as a whisper, Yi Fan, aided by Lu Sang's keen hearing, caught every word. However, he was now too preoccupied to ponder the meaning behind Bai Qingshu's words. In any case, he had saved her. Any further self-recrimination would be unreasonable on her part. He surveyed the surroundings, calculating the distance to the coffin. Some of the surrounding team members were still fiercely resisting, while others had exhausted their strength to struggle. Those who clung to their defiance were mostly ensnared by the blood moss, contorted into excruciating positions. One of Li Tai's bodyguards, for instance, had his limbs twisted backward, his entire form resembling a thoroughly cooked shrimp. Yi Fan surveyed the surroundings and called out loudly, "The blood moss fears low temperatures. Those with abilities should gather near the coffin. Cease your struggles. Do not let the flow of your blood quicken." After speaking, he turned to Bai Qingshu and asked, "Shall I take you to find Lu Fei?" Bai Qingshu was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Yi Fan's jealousy was so intense that he couldn't bear to let her approach another man. With determination, she shook her head. "No, it's unnecessary." Yi Fan nodded briskly. "Then take care of yourself." With that, he once again brandished his blade and continued on his path. Bai Qingshu was left standing in place, bewildered. She watched Yi Fan's swift retreat. Although he had cleared away most of the creatures he referred to as blood moss, allowing her to barely evade their attacks. Was it truly wise to leave her beloved behind? Frustrated, she nearly stomped her feet in anger, internally shouting, "Yi Fan, with your unyielding masculinity, do you really intend to forsake your girlfriend?" Meanwhile, the other members of the archaeological team, upon hearing Yi Fan's voice, realized in astonishment that he had somehow evaded the control of these creatures. The team members who were not completely under control all endeavored to move closer to the edge of the coffin, as per Yi Fan's instructions. Meanwhile, those few who opposed Yi Fan's victim alliance, upon seeing him unscathed and approaching from the direction of Bai Qingshu, felt an instantaneous surge of rage. Yin Jia struggled fiercely to free his hand from behind him, exclaiming, "Do not resist? Is that merely waiting for death? Impossible, such a fate cannot befall me. I absolutely refuse to perish here." The two bodyguards bound to Li Tai had originally halted instinctively upon hearing Yi Fan's voice. One of them had a calf pressed painfully against his back, while the other had his neck contorted at an angle that made breathing agonizing. Li Tai caught between them, sensed their sudden pause and bellowed, "Why have you stopped? Hurry up and rescue me. Yi Fan does not allow us to move because he himself is not captured." "Do you truly believe his words?" one of the bodyguards retorted. "If we remain still, are we simply waiting for death? This thing will drain our blood." At this, the two bodyguards resumed their struggle. However, within mere seconds, a sudden crack echoed as one bodyguard's neck snapped. "Mike!" the other bodyguard shouted in despair. But Mike was no longer able to respond. Li Tai's pupils constricted in horror. Mike is dead, not from being drained by these creatures, but from having his neck brutally twisted. Simultaneously, Yi Fan had already arrived at the edge of the jade coffin. Chapter 38, The Blood Moss and the Scarlet Lotus. Beside the coffin, Lu Bowen was huddled with a live streaming device in hand. Beside him lay Lu Fei, still unconscious and yet to awaken. Prior to Yi Fan's arrival, Lu had been pressed against the cold, unyielding coffin, broadcasting the conditions within the tomb. To his astonishment, the viewer count had surged to over 30,000, a feat he had never witnessed before. In less than an hour, the numbers had escalated from a mere few hundred to an impressive 30,000. With such rapid growth in followers, his rise to fame seemed imminent. However, Lu was well aware that the majority of the audience was not there for him. Yet, he had deciphered the secret to gaining traction. He directed most of the camera's attention towards Yi Fan, juxtaposing the circumstances of those around him with Yi Fan's presence to entice fans drawn to the latter. Additionally, he provided glimpses of Yi Fan alongside the campus beauty, spawning a surge of fans devoted to their pairing. Before Yi Fan's arrival, Lu had been passionately narrating, "Dear viewers, this is love. A perfect match of talent and beauty. This pairing is a worthy investment. I can only imagine that our hero will protect the campus beauty with one hand while forging ahead with the other. Here he comes. Is he alone?" In the next moment, Yi Fan appeared at the coffin's edge, prompting Lu to exclaim, "Hero, why have you come alone? Where is the campus beauty?" Yi Fan stood beside the coffin, casually reaching into his backpack while nonchalantly saying, "Go ahead." Lu Bowen watched as Yi Fan extracted a silken pouch and opened it, inquiring, "I mean, why didn't you bring the Campus Belle along?" What Yi Fan retrieved was the serene true lotus seed, a reward previously bestowed by the system. As he silently poured the seed into the cauldron of surging blood moss within the coffin, he replied, "She didn't come." Lu Bowen thought to himself, Yi Fan may not realize that girls possess a quality known as modesty and shyness. Just as he was about to impart the wisdom that another invitation might be necessary, the unfolding scene rendered him speechless. After the granules from the pouch were cast into the coffin, the already frigid casket transformed instantaneously into a colossal block of ice. A chilling gust emanated from within. and the once turbulent crimson liquid was swiftly congealed into red ice. Before freezing, it erupted into circles of blood blossoms within the coffin. As the blossoms burst, they crystallized, resembling crimson lotuses blooming within a jade-like coffin. The aggressive, audacious red tendrils predominantly began to shatter from the side of the coffin, some fragmenting like shards of ice, cascading to the ground and reflecting the ambient light. The fragments that were propelled upward transformed into hexagonal, snowflake-like crimson flakes. They floated down gracefully from the heights, enveloping the entire tomb chamber in what appeared to be a cascade of red snow. The scene, once so terrifying that it nearly suffocated everyone, was suddenly transmuted into an exquisite romance, rare and breathtaking. Simultaneously, the blood leeches that had been entwined around the team members, draining their life force, instantly lost their vitality. They morphed into ordinary red lines, slipping away from their bodies, devoid of any reaction. All eyes were fixed in awe upon Yifan and the coffin. How beautiful. We are saved. What did Yifan just do? Is this some form of magic? Meanwhile, Lu Bowen captured this stunning spectacle in its entirety for his live stream. The number of viewers surged dramatically, and the comments section erupted in astonishment. Wow, what an ethereal scene. This is simply too beautiful. Who funded this live stream to create such effects? How romantic. I wish I could be there in person. Yifan, do I still have a chance? Wow. Yifan, why didn't you share this amazing experience with us earlier, only showing it to the school beauty? Yifan remarked, brothers are like centipedes, while women are akin to winter clothing. Is Yifan some kind of runaway Disney princess? The last time I saw a scene like this was in Frozen. The members of the archaeological team stood in stunned silence, gazing in Yifan's direction. There he stood, with his back to them, silently observing the tableau within the coffin. Seemingly oblivious to the circumstances within the tomb, Bai Changming rose from the ground and swiftly approached Bai Qingxiu, eager to ascertain whether she had sustained any injuries. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxiu had been entirely captivated by the enchanting scene of red snowflakes conjured by Yifan. Her heart raced, as no woman could possibly resist such a mesmerizing spectacle. It was only upon Bai Changming's arrival beside her that she regained her composure. Gently shaking her head, Bai Qingxiu reassured Bai Changming, I am fine. Before casting a lingering glance filled with affection towards Yifan, Bai Changming, recognizing his daughter's unique feelings for Yifan, silently reflected on the matter. He, too, turned his gaze towards Yifan. As a father, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of his cherished daughter one day becoming a bride. Yet, if that person were someone as formidable as Yifan, he would willingly entrust his daughter to such a strong and reliable individual. However, Yifan remained an enigma. With such remarkable capabilities, how could he possibly be an ordinary university student? Bai Changming scrutinized Yifan, and suddenly his attention was drawn to the pouch in Yifan's hand. What was that? Previously preoccupied, he had not had the opportunity to observe Yifan's actions. But now, the object in Yifan's possession instantly captured his interest. Simultaneously, others in the group began to notice the pouch's presence. Yin Jia, having risen from the ground, looked at the pouch in Yifan's hand and exclaimed, Yifan, what is that you are holding? You claim you have never been here? Clearly, you came prepared. Li Tai kicked aside the lifeless body of his bodyguard, retreating several paces with both hands and feet. Hearing Yin Jia's voice, he exclaimed, Yifan, why did you not utilize this earlier? Must you wait until my people have perished before taking action? What is it that you truly intend? Zhao Ziming retrieved his glasses from the ground and placed them upon his face. Yifan, although you have just saved yourself and everyone else, if you had prior knowledge, why did you not act sooner? Furthermore, Lu Fei and Lu Bowen were also cast aside by you, were they not? Who exactly are you, Yifan? Chapter 39. The scholar captures Yifan's secret as a tomb raider. In an instant, the attention of everyone in the tomb shifted from the swirling crimson snow to Yifan. Zhao Ziming's suspicions, though extreme, were not entirely unfounded. However, the others harbored more feelings of astonishment and gratitude towards Yifan, thus refraining from vocalizing their inquiries too loudly. Nevertheless, they were all eager to discern what response Yifan would provide. At that moment, Yifan gazed into the coffin, where the red jade had frozen into a solid mass, blooming with crimson ice lotuses. Upon hearing Zhao Ziming's voice, Yifan finally examined the pouch in his hand. The pouch was crafted from golden silk, adorned with a delicate silver thread embroidery depicting an exquisite image of guanine. Beneath guanine lay a green lotus. Even disregarding the fact that it once contained the serene, true lotus seeds, the pouch itself was evidently a treasure of considerable worth. With a subtle gesture from Yifan, those present in the tomb chamber beheld the exquisite and valuable artifact. Zhao Ziming adjusted his glasses and remarked, during the Tang dynasty, Buddhism was widely embraced. This is surely a piece of shoe brocade from that era, an authentic cultural relic. Such an item could not possibly be found on the market. Yifan, you cannot deny being a tomb raider. Meanwhile, several other young individuals regained their confidence through Zhao Ziming's words. Li Tai, standing beside him, added, I have never seen such a blatant use of bright yellow silk for a pouch in any antique auction. Imperial artifacts are unlikely to be passed down as heirlooms. Are they? This pouch must have been pilfered from the imperial tomb by Yifan. Yifan found himself increasingly irritated by their incessant chatter. He slightly raised his eyelids and cast a cool glance at the group. Instinctively, Zhao Ziming and Li Tai took a step back. However, they stubbornly insisted. What you possess is the loot of a tomb raider. It serves as evidence of your grave robbing. Li Tai turned to his bodyguard and commanded, Jason, retrieve the stolen goods from Yifan. We cannot allow this tomb raider to abscond with our nation's treasures. Yifan's grip tightened around the hilt of the black gold ancient dagger, pondering whether it would be overly oppressive to use it against the black-clad bodyguard. If he were to accidentally cause a fatal injury, would it be deemed an act of self-defense or premeditated murder? Regardless of the outcome, his chances of securing a graduate scholarship as a model youth would be gravely jeopardized. Yifan silently vowed to himself, I must control my hand wielding the knife. These minor nuisances can be dealt with using just my feet. However, Jason, observing Yifan's direction, felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Before encountering Yifan, he had never imagined that the remuneration for a bodyguard could be so arduous to earn. Why had his employer chosen to provoke Yifan for no apparent reason? Nevertheless, since his employer had mandated this course of action, as a bodyguard whose substantial payment depended on the completion of the task, he could not openly refuse. Since arriving at the ancient tomb, Jason had already lost 2 companions. He cleared his throat and turned to his remaining ally, saying, Rod, I will stay here to protect young Master Li. You go. Upon hearing this, Rod nearly lost his glasses. He stared at Jason in disbelief. Was this a manifestation of the saying in Daxia culture that one would rather see a comrade perish than to face death oneself? Meanwhile, Li Tai impatiently urged, What are you two dawdling for? Do you expect me to go over there personally? Rod swallowed hard, adjusted his attire, and, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to approach Yifan. Suddenly, Bai Changming's voice resonated from behind them. Wait. He hastily strode towards Yifan. Simultaneously, both Yifan and Rod felt an involuntary sigh of relief. Rod thought, excellent, I want to have to go over there. Yifan mused, wonderful. I needn't worry about accidentally delivering a fatal blow. With Bai Changming stepping in, Li Tai and Zhao Ziming felt a surge of pride in their hearts. Everyone present was acutely aware that Bai Changming harbored an intense disdain for tomb raiders, those who, driven by greed, desecrate ancient graves and tarnish the rich cultural heritage of the Great Xia. At this juncture, no matter what abilities Yifan might display, he could never hope to redeem his image in Bai Changming's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ziming quickly approached Bai Changming with a smile, saying, Professor Bai, please don't let your anger overwhelm you. It is detrimental to your health. Although Yifan is indeed a tomb raider, he has, after all, rescued us on several occasions. Furthermore, he has shown remarkable care for Qingxiu. While his true intentions remain unclear, given these actions, it would suffice for you to merely advise Qingxiu to maintain her distance from such individuals. Here, it would be prudent not to take immediate action against him. Zhao Ziming's words fell upon Yifan's ears with precision. He chuckled coldly within himself. The essence of Zhao Ziming's remarks was replete with subtlety. Although superficially they appeared to advocate on his behalf, each utterance was laden with innuendo. By incessantly labeling him a tomb raider and invoking the name of Bai Changming's cherished daughter, suggesting his proximity to Bai Qingxiu, was this truly a conversation suited for a father protective of his daughter? How far must he distance himself from Bai Qingxiu to be deemed uninvolved? As Yifan engaged in this mental tempest, Bai Changming had already approached him, flanked by Zhao Ziming and Li Tai among others. Yifan regarded the group with an icy gaze. He was never a tomb raider, so he felt no apprehension in the face of the impending inquiries. However, after Zhao Ziming finished his remarks, Bai Changming turned to him with a cool glance and asked, Have you finished speaking, young Zhao? The intensity of that gaze sent a shiver through Zhao Ziming. He pursed his lips and nodded. I have finished, Professor Bai. Regarding the items in Yifan's possession, Bai Changming interrupted. When did I claim that the pouch in young Yifan's hands was contraband? As he spoke, he turned towards Yifan, his face adorned with a warm smile, and said, Young Yifan, might I trouble you to allow me a look at the pouch you hold? Yifan responded with a soft acknowledgement and handed the pouch to Bai Changming. Bai Changming received the pouch with both hands, one cradling it while the other delicately traced the intricate patterns embroidered upon it. His hands trembled slightly, revealing a profound sense of awe. Bai Changming remarked, Young Zhao, you have misjudged. This is not mere Tang Dynasty shoe brocade. It is authentic Xia brocade, woven from the unparalleled silk of the celestial silkworm. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would have the fortune to behold true celestial silk Xia brocade. Chapter 40. The Campus Belle. My allure is eclipsed even by the dried corpse of a spring wanderer, a mere clod of earth. Bai Changming's words left Zhao Zimying's expression frozen in disbelief as he looked up at Yi Fan, incredulous. How could he possess such a treasure? Celestial silk xia brocade. Originally, the intention was to use this stratagem to brand Yi Fan as a grave robber, marking him as a historical villain. However, this plan has devolved into a futile endeavor. On one side, the second-generation heir Li Tai failed to comprehend what Bai Changming referred to as Tian Kanxia Jin and disdainfully inquired, "What is this Tian Kanxia Jin? Regardless of what it is, I have never encountered such an artifact in a legitimate auction house. Generally, items that do not appear in legal auction venues must have been pilfered from ancient tombs, rendering them unsellable." Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu approached from behind, stating, "Tian Kanxia Jin is said to be the first batch of silk woven from the heavenly silkworm's ice silk, crafted by the wife of the Yellow Emperor. It was from this that their descendants learned the art of sericulture and silk spinning. However, while later generations mastered the technique to produce exquisite and comfortable silk, the original silk woven from the heavenly silkworm's ice silk was not only aesthetically remarkable, but also possessed the ability to withstand blades and resist fire and water. The heavenly silkworm, however, demands an exceptionally stringent living environment and can only produce a single strand of silk once in its lifetime, after decades of nurturing. Consequently, no one has been able to replicate the first batch of Tian Kanjin woven by the Yellow Emperor's wife. Thus, this singular batch remains unparalleled." As she spoke, Bai Qingshu had reached Yi Fan's side and cast a cool glance at Li Tai, adding, "The value of such an item cannot merely be quantified by monetary means. It is entirely normal that you have not encountered it in an auction house." Li Tai's face fluctuated between hues of blue and white, for the expression in Bai Qingshu's eyes unmistakably conveyed 3 words: "You are unworthy." Zhao Zimying swallowed hard, unwilling to concede, and declared, "Professor Bai, despite our extensive archaeological endeavors, we have never encountered the so-called Tian Kanxia Jin. Just observe the embroidered guanyin on this pouch, which is a vibrant yellow. Yellow is a color reserved for royalty, and the emperors of the Tang dynasty were fervent Buddhists. This is most likely silk from the Tang dynasty." Bai Changming sighed deeply and turned to Zhao Zimying, saying, Xiao, your discerning eye still requires refinement. This is a fundamental skill for archaeology students. If your foundational skills are not well honed, I shall have to reconsider your recommendations for graduate studies with your advisor." Zhao Zimying's face turned pale, rendered speechless. Bai Changming then raised the pouch higher, exposing more of its surface to the light, which began to emanate a faint, colorful halo around it. "Indeed, just as I suspected, if this were ordinary silk, it would oxidize and disintegrate upon excavation. However, Tian Kanxia Jin does not suffer from such concerns. It is said that the Shanhai Jing was inscribed upon Tian Kanxia Jin." With Bai Changming's compelling affirmation, everyone turned in astonishment towards Yi Fan. The Tian Kanxia Jin, something only known through legend and never truly witnessed, was astonishingly in Yi Fan's possession. Who exactly was Yi Fan? Bai Changming once again offered the silk pouch with both hands, returning it to Yi Fan. At that moment, Lu Fei, who had been knocked unconscious and thrown beside the coffin by Yi Fan, groggily opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Squinting, he surveyed the group of teammates gathered around the coffin. Upon spotting Yi Fan, memories of how he had arrived at this place flooded back to him. Lu Fei sprang to his feet with a sudden motion, pointing at Yi Fan amidst the crowd, exclaiming, "Yi Fan, it was you who threw me here. As a suitor of Qingshu, we are all competing fairly, yet you resort to such underhanded tactics to eliminate your strongest rival?" Hearing Lu Fei's voice, the others recalled that someone lay unconscious by the coffin. Yi Fan thought to himself, "Oh no, Professor Bai's prospective son-in-law has awakened. How has he misconstrued me as a rival in love?" With a clear conscience, Yi Fan stood firm in his integrity. Not only was he entirely disinterested in the Campus Belle, but he also would never stoop to such petty schemes. Was Lu Fei's confusion a result of my actions? Or had love simply rendered him foolish? Simultaneously, Bai Qingshu cast a cool glance at Lu Fei, her heart secretly filled with concern for Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had treated Lu Fei this way for her sake. Although she could understand and appreciate Yi Fan's expression of jealousy, others might not interpret his actions with the same understanding. What if they mistakenly perceived Yi Fan as petty and ruthless, unaware of the true reason behind his behavior? Overall, Yi Fan's actions were motivated by her recent proximity to Lu Fei. Yi Fan had already done enough for her and could not allow her to tarnish her reputation in the eyes of others. As Yi Fan was about to explain, Bai Qingshu interrupted, stating that it was not Yi Fan's fault. The primary responsibility lay with her. With a cool gaze directed at Lu Fei, Bai Qingshu declared, "Lu Fei, if you truly seek someone to blame, let it be me." Lu Fei looked at Bai Qingshu, recalling the moment he had released her, acutely aware of his own wrongdoing. "Qingshu, allow me to explain. I merely intended to draw the fire away from you, to ensure your safety." Bai Qingshu scoffed. If Lu Fei's intention had genuinely been to shield her, he would not have fled without a backward glance. At that moment, while he had left her side, Yifan had diligently cleared away the surrounding dangers, genuinely providing her with a relatively safe zone. In contrast, Lu Fei had, at best, simply run away. Upon comparing the two, Bai Qingshu gazed at Yifan, her heart stirred. However, Yifan, self-proclaimed as a neutral party in domestic affairs, merely gazed at the grave's apex from a 45-degree angle, no longer interested in the romantic entanglements of the couple that fortuitously salvaged his reputation. Observing Yifan's reaction, Bai Qingshu's expression shifted from amusement to confusion. When she had declared that blame should rest upon her, was Yifan not supposed to appear promptly, standing behind her to offer support? Why was he now fixated on the grave summit? In the eyes of a staunchly masculine man, could it be that the sight of a dry corpse, a living rock, or even a grave top holds more allure than his beloved? Why is this ironclad man so preoccupied with the grave top? Is he truly concerned that it might collapse? Meanwhile, within Yifan's mind, the system's prompt echoed suddenly. Ding. The host has been critiqued by others in accordance with their character, achieving a restoration rate of 5. The current restoration rate stands at 93, with corresponding points multiplied and allocated to the host. Congratulations to the host. You have received a system reward. Ding. Celestial Silkworm's Silk Measuring Line. Effective in exorcising evil and pacifying the dead. Chapter 41. The School Bell. Knowing it is futile yet pursuing it. Do you still claim not to love me? Upon hearing the system's notification, a question mark formed in Yifan's mind. What is happening? Is there truly such a restoration rate? He had been critiqued by the archaeological team for his resemblance to Zhang Qiling. Why must he be criticized even after saving someone? Who could be so unreasonable as to disparage his savior? After much contemplation, he deduced that the one who had misunderstood him as a rival was none other than Lu Fei, the prospective son-in-law of the dean. Thus, he discreetly cast a glance over by Qingshu and directed his gaze at Lu Fei. However, Yifan overlooked a crucial detail. At that moment, his restoration rate to Zhang Qiling had reached an impressive 93. Hence, what seemed to him an unremarkable glance bore immense impact and intimidation in the eyes of others. Lu Fei, caught by Yifan's gaze, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Just moments ago, Bai Qingshu was lamenting about Yifan's bluntness, yet upon witnessing his reaction, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Indeed, Yifan embodies the essence of a silent guardian. Though he does not boldly stand by her side, he watches over her from the shadows, protecting her in ways unseen. A subtle smile graced Bai Qingshu's lips as she quietly turned away. Meanwhile, Bai Changming cleared his throat and remarked, since it was Qingshu's misstep, I suggest that classmate Lu Fei discuss this matter with me once we emerge from the ancient tomb. For now, our primary focus remains on continuing our archaeological endeavors. Lu Fei swallowed hard, casting a fierce glare at Yifan. Upon receiving Lu Fei's gaze, Yifan silently acknowledged him. Indeed, it was Lu Fei who had just been critiquing him. Bai Changming surveyed the current state of the archaeological team. Despite the earlier onslaught of the blood algae, Yifan's timely intervention had mitigated the damage, resulting in minimal casualties. Most of the team members had merely suffered from shock and exhaustion due to blood loss, with only Li Tai's bodyguard perishing amidst the crimson pool. Bai Changming took a few deep breaths, directing his attention to the remaining 2 unopened coffins. Recalling Yifan's words prior to the opening, he stated, it appears that young friend Yifan's initial hypothesis was indeed correct. The purpose of these coffins is not for burial, but for sacrificial rites. If that is the case, these coffins serve as vessels for the offerings. Bai Changming furrowed his brow deeply. At this moment, the attention of the group shifted entirely to the 2 coffins that had yet to be opened. Just moments ago, these coffins appeared to them as vessels brimming with gold, silver, and the treasures of the esteemed. Now, however, the 2 coffins have transformed in their eyes into Pandora's box, the opening of which could unleash catastrophic consequences upon their lives. Li Tai cast a glance at the bodyguard beside him. The loss of 2 bodyguards had significantly diminished his sense of security. He spoke with a stiffened neck, since there are no burial items within. What purpose does opening them serve? In business, the most crucial aspect is to halt losses in a timely manner. Otherwise, one risks suffering greater detriment. Li Tai's words resonated with many, as even one seemingly innocuous coffin had caught them off guard. The remaining 2, the bronze coffin and the golden one, bore an ominous presence. Yin Jia remarked, this tomb owner is ruthless. He surely would not have placed anything of value within these 2 coffins. Aware of the dangers that lie within, we should prudently avoid such risks. An elderly professor took a deep breath and said, Li Tai, Yin Jia, both of your arguments hold merit. However, this is archaeology, not commerce. It is not a gamble of profit and loss, but rather an exploration of history. Within the group, 2 factions emerged, those in favor of opening the coffins and those against. Bai Changming naturally advocated for the former, as his passion for archaeology could surmount his fear of the unknown. He surveyed the crowd and acknowledged, "I understand your concerns. It is human nature to hesitate in the face of fear. Nevertheless, I hope you all grasp an essential truth. Once a choice is made, one must take full responsibility for it. Those who wish to mitigate their losses promptly may depart within 20 minutes." Escorted to the official residence by Captain Zhang's team of bodyguards. "However, I implore you to reflect upon your original intentions when making this choice." After Bai Changming concluded his remarks, the archaeological team fell into a hushed silence. Yanjia Li Tai and others were taken aback to discover that the two options presented were either to open the coffin or to withdraw entirely. It is worth noting that they initially came with the intention of pursuing the Campus Belle, each having boasted grandly prior to their arrival. Within the school, they were prominent figures, all harboring dreams of winning the affection of a beautiful woman. Even if they managed to leave successfully, returning empty-handed would already be a source of embarrassment. To withdraw midway would be even more humiliating. Bai Qingshu cast a cool glance at a few individuals, secretly wishing for them to withdraw. The post she had made regarding her standards for a partner was intended to rid herself of relentless suitors. If they were to exit early, it would signify the achievement of her goal. Yet what of Yifan? The thought of him caused her to furrow her delicate brows. Yifan was the first to suggest that the coffins contained offerings. Logically, the one who identified the danger should discourage the opening of the coffins. Yet, now there were only two choices, to open the coffins or to withdraw. Her heart began to race. Yifan's silence left her feeling profoundly insecure. She originally did not wish to interfere with the choices of these individuals, yet the anxiety gnawed at her, prompting her to finally speak up and inquire, "Yifan, what are your thoughts?" Yifan cast a fleeting glance at the two coffins. What did he think? Of course, he could not withdraw. This was the only shortcut available to him, an otherwise ordinary candidate preparing for the graduate entrance examination. He had already been consumed by guilt in his previous life. Having been reborn, he vowed never to tread the same path of regret again. Yifan replied, "Existence is justification enough." Bai Qingshu was momentarily taken aback. Yifan did not declare his intention to leave, nor did he suggest opening the coffins. Yet, it was abundantly clear that his response implied he intended to stay. Bai Qingshu felt her eyes welling with warmth. In her view, Yifan, who was the first to recognize that the coffins were placed here for the purpose of sacrifice, must be acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Thus, if he chose to depart, it would be entirely reasonable. However, now, Yifan, fully cognizant of the peril, chose to remain. To act knowingly against one's better judgment, what else could it be but true love? Meanwhile, Li Tai and his companions, who were already averse to the idea of withdrawing prematurely and losing face, found themselves provoked by Yifan's response. They glared at Yifan, their hearts filled with resentment. Among their peers, wealthy heirs, academic elites, and campus heartthrobs, they could accept defeat against anyone, but not against Yifan. Losing to a reclusive nerd in the eyes of others would tarnish their reputations at the archaeology university. Li Tai remarked, "I merely assess the risks instinctively. It is a rational choice. Yet regardless of how high the risk, I will undoubtedly accompany you to the end." Su Su. Yanjia added, "I feel the same." A few individuals who had hesitated ultimately reversed their decisions. Bai Changming cast a glance at everyone. "In that case, I hope each of you will take responsibility for your choices. We shall open the coffins." Chapter 42. Elder brother, you truly deserve the title. Within the ancient tomb, following Bai Changming's address, not a single member of the archaeological team opted to withdraw. The team members took a moment to recuperate, replenishing their energy and tending to wounds inflicted by the blood moss. Out of humanitarian concern, Zhang Qiling arranged for several bodyguards to assist Li Tai in properly laying Jason's remains to rest. During their brief respite, Bai Changming, alongside several esteemed professors, reached a consensus regarding the sequence in which to open the two coffins. After resting for half an hour, the team members gradually rose from the ground. They gathered before the sacrificial altar, each face reflecting a solemnity that starkly contrasted with the ease they had displayed when opening the jade coffin earlier. The remaining two coffins no longer appeared as mere valuable burial artifacts or treasure chests of the deceased. Instead, they resembled exquisitely adorned Pandora's boxes. Closed, they concealed alluring secrets. Opened, they threatened to unleash catastrophic calamities. At this moment, the two coffins sat silently, yet their mere presence was enough to instill fear in all outsiders. Bai Changming stood at the forefront, cleared his throat, and declared, "The professors have deliberated and decided to commence with the opening of this golden coffin. Does anyone have any objections?" Bai Qingshu was the first to shake her head, indicating her full agreement. A few individuals huddled close to her, eager to express their agreement as though fearing the opinions of others might overshadow theirs. Li Tai remarked, "The golden coffin is indeed splendid. It exudes a sense of opulence far superior to the bronze coffin beside it, aligning perfectly with our genteel disposition." Zhao Ziming adjusted his glasses and, with a gravitas befitting the moment, expounded, the very essence of gold embodies positivity and auspiciousness. According to ancient feudal ideologies, the likelihood of placing monstrosities within such a coffin is exceedingly slim. To do so would be an act of sheer extravagance. Furthermore, the ancient customs surrounding the rites and music of social hierarchy were held in the highest regard. Thus, one would never bestow upon the deceased burial ceremonies that did not reflect their status. Therefore, regardless of the potential perils that may lie within this golden coffin, the information it conceals is undoubtedly of greater significance to us than that within the bronze coffin. Zhao Ziming's analysis mirrored the earlier assessments of the esteemed professors present, who nodded in satisfaction. Professor Lu, Zhao Ziming's direct mentor, acknowledged him with a nod. Having witnessed his protege navigate several missteps previously, he felt a slight embarrassment. Yet, it was heartening to see Zhao Ziming remain resolute in his pursuit of understanding and in showcasing his intellect appropriately, which pleased Lu immensely. As a teacher, he felt compelled to support a student with such evident ambition. With a smile, Professor Lu affirmed, Ziming's analysis aligns perfectly with the insights we have just discussed. Thus, this professional competence is indeed where Ziming excels beyond the rest. Although theoretical achievements do not encompass the entirety of one's capabilities, a solid foundation in specialized skills can undoubtedly attest to an individual's level of excellence. Ziming has already acquired the analytical thinking and reasoning abilities akin to those of us seasoned veterans. It is likely that he will soon be capable of standing on his own after graduation, should he have the opportunity to partner with Qingxiu. They would undoubtedly represent the youngest duo in the field of archaeology, akin to a legendary pair of heroes. Wouldn't you agree, Lao Bai? Bai Changming offered a smile that did not quite reach his eyes and remarked, Lao Lu, we are currently discussing the matter of opening the coffin, so let us not stray from the topic. Professor Lu tilted his head back and laughed heartily a couple of times, undeterred by Bai Changming's slight displeasure. Having resolved to support his student Zhao Ziming, he was also reclaiming his dignity as a direct mentor. Now was the perfect moment to capitalize on the momentum. Professor Lu turned his gaze toward the quietly contemplative Yi Fan and asked, Yi Fan, do you have any thoughts to share? At the moment he posed this question, Professor Lu was already confident that Yi Fan would struggle to present any alternative arguments. Zhao Ziming had thoroughly articulated the analyses of us esteemed professors in archaeology. Thus, by soliciting Yi Fan's input, it would allow Zhao Ziming's academic prowess to shine through, as his superiority over Yi Fan resided solely in this domain. With a knowing smile, he awaited Yi Fan's response. At this moment, Yi Fan gazed upon the coffin. In truth, his perspective diverged significantly from the conclusions reached by the professor's group. Firstly, he had achieved a remarkable restoration level of 93% regarding Zhang Qiling. With the instinct honed from the century-old experience of descending into tombs, Yi Fan immediately sensed that this golden coffin was far from the tranquil facade it presented. Secondly, his analysis came into play. Reflecting on the golden and jade door rings he had observed upon entering, he surmised that the two rings were undoubtedly linked to the golden and jade coffin within the tomb, given that the jade coffin contained blood moss. The concept of gold and jade in this ancient burial site certainly did not align with the auspicious notion of a harmonious union as understood by the common folk. Therefore, it could not be the case that the golden coffin was arranged in strict accordance with the rites and music as posited by several elderly professors. However, all these analyses hinged upon the question of whether the coffin needed to be opened, rather than which coffin to open first. Consequently, Yi Fan refrained from divulging the entirety of his thoughts and instead remarked coldly, the order is meaningless. Implicit in his statement was the notion that, having already resolved to open both coffins, further deliberation on which to unveil first was merely a waste of time. The smile on Professor Lu's lips instantly froze. In his original expectation, Yi Fan could at most provide two types of responses. Either he would concur with Zhao Ziming's assertion, thereby aligning his thoughts with it, or he would lag behind Zhao Ziming, lacking independent theoretical contemplation and merely echoing Zhao Ziming's conclusions. In the second instance, Yi Fan did not concur with Zhao Ziming's assertions. This was akin to contradicting the professor's group. Thus, from his perspective, Yi Fan had already made a critical misstep. He had unwittingly placed himself in a position of inevitable defeat. However, Yi Fan evaded his meticulously crafted trap entirely. With but a few words, he conveyed to Zhao that he was not ensnared in the game at all, rendering the entire professor group speechless. Indeed, had they resolved from the outset to open both coffins, then their prior deliberations regarding the sequence were rendered utterly trivial. Not only Professor Lu, but the entire professor group began to reflect on this dilemma. Bai Changming cast a complex glance at Yi Fan. His discussions regarding the order of opening the coffins clearly indicated lingering reservations. In contrast, Yi Fan, having made the decision to proceed, was able to cast aside all apprehensions, even disregarding the order of opening. Such a response is unattainable without substantial experience, an indomitable mindset, and formidable strength. These few words unequivocally demonstrated that Yi Fan is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 43. The school bell feels for Yi Fan's solitude, to be the first to gaze at him unflinchingly. Professor Lu's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that this turn of events would backfire on him. The several innocent professors who found themselves inadvertently caught in the fray shot reproachful glances at Professor Lu, silently agreeing. Why provoke him when it was unnecessary? Bai Changming addressed Professor Lu, saying, "Old Lu, Yi Fan is correct. This time, we indeed acted unnecessarily. Having resolved to open the coffin, we must summon the requisite determination." Professor Lu, this time, did not regain his dignity. Instead, he was skillfully outmaneuvered by Yi Fan, leaving his countenance alternating between shades of green and white as he retreated to the group. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen discreetly gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly live up to your reputation. You acted without a moment's hesitation. Impressive." As he spoke, Lu Bowen purposefully raised his voice toward Yi Fan, his gaze drifting toward Zhao Ziming. This is the demeanor of a true strongman. Unlike some individuals who merely think aloud and then presume to express their misguided opinions, one would think they value their own life. Zhao Ziming, stung by Lu Bowen's sarcastic remarks, was left flustered and speechless, his face a portrait of frustration. He glared fiercely at Yi Fan, who stood before Lu Bowen. It was Yi Fan who, with a mere phrase, less than 10 words, had rendered Zhao's previously reasoned analysis utterly insignificant. Even his direct professor seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Now, he watched as Lu Bowen, emboldened by his association with Yi Fan, continued to taunt him with thinly veiled sarcasm. Among the university students who had descended into the tomb based on Ing Bai Qingsu's standards for choosing a partner, Zhao Ziming held a particular disdain for the unassuming otaku Yi Fan and the small-time streamer Lu Bowen. Yet, how had Lu Bowen dared to speak to him in such a tone before? Now, he merely believed he had latched onto the formidable Yi Fan. Thus, all this turmoil stemmed from Yi Fan. Zhao Ziming glared resentfully at Yi Fan, who, at that moment, merely stood as an observer, reveling in the unfolding drama. Lu Bowen's sarcasm towards Zhao Ziming evoked deep reflections in Yi Fan. Indeed, ordinary students have long suffered the resentment of these academic elites. Given Zhao Ziming's character, he likely harbors considerable animosity towards those of lesser academic standing. Yi Fan sighed silently, pondering that since one has taken a shortcut inaccessible to others, one ought to maintain a degree of modesty. The youth of today, having gained advantages, still seek to flaunt their superiority, which is exceedingly unwise. Unbeknownst to him, due to the striking similarities between his character and that of Zhang Qiling, Yi Fan had unwittingly begun to perceive those around him through the lens of a centenarian. As Yi Fan was lost in thought, he met Zhao Ziming's furious gaze. For a brief moment, he was taken aback. How could Zhao Ziming harbor animosity not just towards an individual, but also towards an entire group? Was it because, among all present, aside from the typical academic prodigies and affluent heirs, he alone, alongside Lu Bowen, could be considered part of the lesser gentry? Yet, Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, who do you think you're competing with in this silent stare-down? When it comes to glances, my esteemed brother Zhang has never been bested. Thus, feeling the intense hostility emanating from Zhao Ziming, Yi Fan coolly lifted his eyelids and returned the icy glare. At first glance, his gaze seemed devoid of any personal emotion, his profound eyes resembling a tranquil, ancient well, unlike Zhao Ziming's, which were clearly marked by overt hostility and animosity. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the temperature of that gaze was frigidly cold. In an instant, Zhao Ziming felt an icy chill penetrate to his very marrow, as if he were plummeting into an abyss of extreme cold. He stood frozen in place, utterly immobilized. Zhao Ziming, being the target of that stare, was not alone. Even those who were not directly observed sensed an oppressive low pressure surrounding them. Everyone was affected by this palpable tension. Initially, a few members of the resistance against Ye Fan from the Victims' Alliance, who had intended to speak on Zhao Ziming's behalf, merely moved their lips but could not utter a single word. Even the professors were momentarily taken aback, failing to respond. Ultimately, it was Bai Changming who first regained his composure. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Ziming, my dear student, Ye Fan's intentions are noble. You should step back." Zhao Ziming looked incredulously at Bai Changming, a flurry of question marks swirling in his mind. "Professor Bai, are you serious? Has the Victims' Alliance misunderstood? Was it not he who nearly faced annihilation under that gaze?" Bai Changming discerned the disbelief and grievance reflected in Zhao Ziming's eyes and felt a sense of helplessness. After all, from the perspective of an observer, the animosity and hostility in Zhao Ziming's expression were almost palpable. In stark contrast, Ye Fan's gaze was calm and profound, as if he were simply meant to regard others in such a manner. When compared side by side, the intentions were unmistakably clear. The onlookers collectively thought, "Why provoke him at all, you two master and disciple?" Bai Changming let out a deep sigh and reiterated, "Please, step back." Zhao Ziming clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled in frustration as he retreated to the rear of the group alongside his mentor, Professor Lu Lu. Simultaneously, Yi Fan withdrew his gaze, once again acting as though nothing had transpired. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle, allowing his eyes to rest upon the tomb's apex. Inwardly, he lamented, "Truly, there is not a single formidable opponent in sight. How profoundly lonely it is to be invincible." Meanwhile, Bai Qingxiu, who had remained an observer until now, experienced a sudden epiphany. She instantly comprehended why Yi Fan was so drawn to the lifeless artifacts within the tomb. The living beings capable of enduring Yi Fan's scrutiny likely do not exist in this world. The thought caused a pang of sorrow to surge within Bai Qingxiu's heart. Yi Fan must have endured countless instances of yearning for sincere eye contact, only to be met with the fearful avoidance of others. It was no wonder that he had grown accustomed to gazing upon these inanimate objects within the ancient tomb. Despite the eyes being the windows to the soul, Yi Fan found himself unable to engage in genuine eye contact with others. One wonders if he has been bearing this solitude all along. Bai Qingxiu gently bit her lip. Since Yi Fan had taken the first step by signing up beneath her criteria for a partner, seeking to protect her within the tomb, and treating her with such sincerity, she could not allow him to strive alone. Even if she could not provide a definitive response at this moment, she at least owed him an acknowledgement of his earnestness. Since others could not meet Yi Fan's gaze, let her be the first to do so, or perhaps the only one. Chapter 44. Is there a lax attitude towards opening the coffin? Understanding my thoughts, Bai Qingxiu called out to Yi Fan. Yi Fan. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Fan shifted his gaze from the top of the tomb to Bai Qingxiu. A chill ran through her heart at his emotionless stare. Bai Qingxiu steadfastly met Yi Fan's eyes, feeling as though his gaze was akin to a mysterious and profound ancient well. In that brief moment, which lasted less than a minute, it felt as if her entire soul was on the verge of being drawn in. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qingxiu barely managed to hold her gaze for a minute before turning her head away. "It's nothing." Her chest rose and fell slightly, her heart racing. After several deep breaths, she gently closed her eyes, attempting to adjust her current state. In her heart, she encouraged herself. "Excellent. This is the first step. 1 minute. If I keep looking, one day, I shall become the first, perhaps even the only one, capable of meeting Yi Fan's gaze with ease." However, at that moment, Yi Fan regarded Bai Qingxiu with a perplexed expression. What exactly did she want him to do? Her direct gaze and her hesitance left him bewildered. What an enigmatic person she was. With a hint of melancholy, he lifted his gaze once more towards the top of the tomb. If Bai Qingxiu remained silent, he could only rely on his clear-minded intellect to deduce her intentions. Yi Fan stepped forward again. Suddenly, a terrifying thought jolted him. Could it be that the campus beauty actually favored Zhao Ziming? Although he had only been in this world for a few days, he had long been aware of the renowned reputation of the two. The two individuals share numerous similarities. Both hail from scholarly families and are exceptional students poised for graduate studies. They have participated in numerous competitions, achieving an array of accolades. As Professor Lu recently remarked, should Zhao Ziming swiftly rise to independence, coupled with the brilliance of this academic beauty, they would be akin to a pair of legendary heroes within the ancient tomb. Upon reflection, Yi Fan realized that, in comparison to the professional extreme sports parkour athlete Lu Fei, who had been rendered unconscious by his own misstep, Zhao Ziming appeared far more compatible with the campus beauty in various respects. Thus, when the illustrious school beauty cast a glance his way, was it an unspoken warning directed at him? Yi Fan felt an inexplicable weariness. All he desired was to secure his place in graduate studies. He had no intention of engaging in this fruitless game of guessing who the true heir might be. May the world be devoid of enigmatic couples. Moments later, Bai Qingming inhaled deeply, first glancing towards Zhang Qiling, then redirecting his gaze to the golden coffin, stating, "Captain Zhang, I appreciate your efforts once again." Zhang Qiling furrowed his brow, his expression growing solemn as he nodded resolutely. He turned to his team, commanding, "Bai Hu, He Xiong, Hua Bao, prepare your gear and follow me." Upon his directive, 3 robust team members promptly assembled, wielding professional crowbars designed for coffin prying. The 4 positioned themselves at each corner of the golden sarcophagus, while the archaeological team stood a short distance away, each member furrowing their brows, anxiously observing the coffin's direction. At this moment, Yi Fan too ceased his contemplation of the tomb's ceiling and turned his attention towards the golden coffin. Whether it was the profound intuition conveyed through the meticulous observations of Brother Zhang, or the reasoning he had just employed, combining the golden jade gate ring with the jade coffin, the golden sarcophagus emanated an unmistakable aura of danger. Thus, Yi Fan instinctively drew the black gold ancient sword from its sheath. Bai Changming, witnessing Yi Fan's action, felt a tumult of emotions. The mere act of Yi Fan unsheathing that enigmatic blade suggested that whatever lay within the coffin must indeed be terrifying. Bai Changming addressed the 4 bodyguards stationed beside the coffin, saying, "Gentlemen, exercise utmost caution." Zhang Qiling nodded, then glanced at his 3 team members, declaring, "On the count of 3, we commence together. If anyone detects anything unusual, do not wait for my command. Report immediately and withdraw. Understood?" The 3 team members responded resolutely in unison, yes. Subsequently, the flat heads of 4 crowbars were inserted into the minuscule gap beneath the coffin lid. Zhang Qiling inhaled deeply. His speech measured as he counted 1, 2, 3. Instantly, the 4 men exerted their strength, pressing down forcefully on the crowbars. However, the coffin yielded only a minuscule opening. Upon receiving such a response, the 4 exchanged puzzled glances. Bai Hu turned to the golden eagle opposite him and remarked, "Golden eagle, are you not exerting any effort at all?" The golden eagle immediately retorted, "I thought you had exhausted all your strength when we opened the door earlier. How come there's not a whisper of movement from your side?" Zhang Qiling cast a puzzled glance at the black bear across from him, on the verge of inquiring why he lacked the resolve to exert himself, only to be met with an equally bewildered expression emanating from the bear. It was a look that conveyed a desire to question, yet hesitated to voice itself. With a deep breath, Zhang Qiling relinquished his grip on the pry bar. Following suit, the 3 team members released their own implements. Observing his companions, Zhang Qiling addressed them. "Are you 3 hesitant to unleash your full strength due to concerns about what lies within?" Upon hearing this, the trio shook their heads vigorously, as if caught in a whirlwind. "Captain, such a notion is utterly unfounded. Captain, you know me well. When it comes to strength, I, the black bear, would never hold back for anyone. Captain, you are aware of my principles. I, the white tiger, cannot abide the black bear boasting of his prowess in my presence. Captain, you know my stance. I, the golden eagle, hold the utmost disdain for those who lag behind the team." Zhang Qiling scanned the faces of his teammates, each one radiating sincerity. He had faith that these individuals would not choose to falter out of an inner fear. If the issue did not lie with his team, could it be that he himself was at fault? This notion, however, was swiftly dismissed by Zhang Qiling. The problem did not rest with the individuals. It must be associated with the coffin itself. He turned his gaze toward the coffin. The golden lid was nearly 3 inches thick. Could it be that the weight of the coffin was the hindrance? Zhang Qiling glanced at the remaining standby team members, gesturing with his hand as he commanded, "Retrieve the pry bars and bring in a few more people." Suddenly, all the remaining bodyguards brandished their crowbars. Zhang Qiling added, "Leave a few to protect the students and the professors. Don't all rush up. How can you be so inflexible, you foolish lads?" Below, Bai Changming remarked, "Captain Zhang, given the weight of this coffin lid, I suspect that the contents within may not be as terrifying as we previously imagined. If there were deadly traps or monsters set by the deceased, they would not have designed such a difficult lid to open. In fact, it would likely be easier to access. Therefore, I believe we need not retain too many team members for our protection." After hearing Bai Changming's analysis, several others in the team, aside from the bodyguards, eagerly volunteered. Gao Hua exclaimed, "Let me do it. The strength training from the basketball team is certainly no joke. I want to contribute." Lu Fei raised his hand as well, stating, "Strength cannot merely be measured by weight. As per core athletes, our core strength is undoubtedly superior." Even Li Tai designated a bodyguard. Ultimately, about 10 individuals stood at the edge of the coffin, inserting their crowbars into the crevice beneath the lid. Zhang Qiling looked at them and counted 1, 2, 3. Chapter 45. Goodness. The corpse inside the coffin has risen. As Zhang Qiling's countdown echoed, the surrounding individuals gritted their teeth and pressed down on their crowbars in unison. They exerted nearly all their weight upon the crowbar, and the veins on each person's forehead and neck swelled prominently. After the concerted effort of more than a dozen individuals, the lid of the golden coffin finally emitted a low, creaking sound. Upon hearing this noise, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Gripping the black gold ancient dagger in his hand with greater intensity, his frown deepening. In that instant, his acute hearing and keen judgment discerned an anomaly in the sound emanating from the coffin. It resembled an old object, long neglected and in disrepair, producing a dull and viscous tone, rather than the crisp and sharp sound one would expect from a golden material. Standing beside him, Lu Bowen noticed the subtle change in Yi Fan's demeanor and shifted the camera's focus from the coffin to a close-up of Yi Fan's profile. "Brother, have you discovered something?" The screen displayed a series of comments overlaying Yi Fan's sharply defined profile. It must be said, when it comes to charisma, Yi Fan truly has it under control. One might ask, is the phrase blade-like profile not aptly suited to Yi Fan? With a face like that, how could he possibly be a recluse? Such a waste of resources. Wow, that profile shot is simply stunning. Yi Fan, if you were to venture out more often, The title of school heartthrob might need to change hands. I am genuinely impressed. With a face like that, why remain a recluse? If I had such a visage, I would strut through school with rainbow-colored hair. Yi Fan initially furrowed his brow at Liu Bowen's rather incongruous appellation of him as a model youth. He then remarked, "The sound is incorrect." Liu Bowen, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean by the sound being incorrect? Are you suggesting that the calls of the team members opening the coffin are wrong? Do you think the force applied is inadequate to unseal the coffin?" Their exchange drew the attention of those nearby, including Bai Changming and Bai Qingxiu. However, Yi Fan offered no acknowledgement to anyone, his gaze fixed coldly upon the coffin. Observing the widening crevice of the coffin, he uttered but 2 words, "the coffin." These words sent a chill of apprehension through those present. Before they could inquire further into Yi Fan's meaning, the team members in front let out a collective grunt, and the coffin was finally unsealed. As the lid was lifted, those who first beheld the contents beneath the cover were left in stunned silence. Heiyun, wiping the sweat from his brow, froze mid-motion upon gazing at the scene below the coffin lid. What is this? His wide, bear-like eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Standing at the foot of the coffin, he was the first to glimpse what lay beneath, as his teammates were in the process of lifting the head of the coffin to reposition the lid. To his astonishment, the lid was not an ordinary object. The interior side of the lid was adorned with 9 remarkably stout wooden pegs. The arrangement of 9 wooden pegs consists of a singular peg at the head, with the remaining 8 symmetrically positioned on either side. However, they are not lined up in 2 parallel lines. Rather, they form a curvilinear and intricate pattern, exhibiting a remarkable sense of order and intent. Most chillingly, each peg is saturated with dark crimson blood. The blood has seeped into the wood, transforming the heads of the pegs into a deep, obsidian hue. It is evident that these 9 pegs are the reason why the 4 individuals were unable to open the coffin under any circumstances. Black Bear's pupils trembled as he gradually shifted his gaze downward into the coffin. What lay within sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, as he peered inside, a corpse clad in red battle armor opened its eyes wide. Those eyes, of vivid scarlet, were almost entirely engulfed in crimson veins, as if tears of blood would flow with the slightest blink. Although Black Bear understood that from the corpse's current perspective, it could only see the ceiling of the tomb above, he nonetheless perceived an overwhelming sense of hatred and resentment within those blood-red eyes. It felt as though this ancient corpse had been entombed with a deep-seated grudge and unwillingness. What horrified Black Bear the most was the presence of 9 black, congealed blood holes located on the forehead, shoulders, hands, knees, and feet of the corpse. It was painfully obvious that these were the very points where the wooden pegs had been driven into the base of the coffin lid. A cold sweat broke out over Black Bear's body, and in an instant, he pulled the gun's bolt and shouted, "Captain, there is something amiss inside the coffin." Meanwhile, those who were placing the coffin lid also noticed the wooden nails at the bottom of the coffin, and those standing beside the Black Bear observed the contents within. Liu Fei exclaimed, "What the hell? The corpse has risen." As he shouted, he staggered backward. The surrounding members involved in the coffin opening instinctively retreated as well. What on earth was happening? The corpse just opened its eyes, didn't it? The body is alive. Run. It moved. At that moment, Zhang Qiling, having just set the coffin lid aside with 2 team members, heard the Black Bear's voice and immediately chambered around. Zhang Qiling shouted, "There is something amiss inside the coffin. Black Cat, Golden Eagle, escort Gao Hua and Liu Fei back to the team. The rest, assess the situation and follow orders. Be ready to counterattack." Upon Zhang Qiling's command, 2 team members swiftly acted, grasping the arms of the already weak-legged young men and guiding them back to the archaeological crew. Bai Changming, seeing the 4 individuals return to his side, anxiously inquired, "Comrades, what is happening inside the coffin?" Here, he could only see the wooden nails at the bottom of the coffin, barely making out a few, when he heard the Black Bear's report and Liu Fei's panicked cries. Golden Eagle steadied Gao Hua, holding his weapon firmly, cast a serious glance towards the coffin, and replied, "Professor Bai, it seems something is amiss with the corpse inside." The corpse appeared to have been forcefully driven into the coffin by 9 wooden nails, which made the opening of the coffin exceedingly arduous. The head, shoulders, and limbs were riddled with blood holes, presenting a rather eerie sight. Upon the lid's removal, the eyes of the corpse snapped open. I could only muster the courage to glance at them once, unable to gaze any longer. "Professor Bai, have you encountered such a phenomenon before?" Although Bai Changming had not witnessed the scene described by Jin Diao, merely hearing about it caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He pressed his lips together and shook his head. Never before. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also directed his attention towards the coffin. From his vantage point, the condition of the ancient corpse within remained obscured. However, he could discern the 9 wooden nails protruding upward from the coffin's base. The arrangement of the coffin lid must surely be connected to the ancient corpse inside. Thus, rather than fixating on the condition of the corpse, Yi Fan began to mentally consult the compendium of rare species regarding these 9 wooden nails. Subsequently, a cascade of information unfolded in his mind. Chapter 46. Yi Fan now sought to showcase his abilities before others. Bai Qingshu felt her thoughts in disarray. Golden Coffin, by Wugo Spell Nail Formation, Attribute, extremely Yin. By Wugo Wood, thriving in the sunless realms of ancient battlefields and mass graves, sustains itself by drawing nourishment from decaying corpses. When stripped of its bark, the wood is dense and robust, with a smooth surface that resembles darkened bones, hence its name, by Wugo Wood. Due to its extremely Yin attribute, it is often employed in the nurturing of malevolent corpses. Bai Wugo spell nails are crafted from 9 pieces of Bai Wugo wood, totaling 81 in number. To entrap a sacrificial offering of extreme yang into a coffin while it is still alive, one must drive white bone nails into its forehead, shoulders, hands, knees, and feet. With each strike of the nail, a curse must be recited, ultimately sealing the offering within the coffin, enabling the creation of a toxic corpse. The golden coffin serves to preserve and nurture this corpse. The resulting toxic cadaver is imbued with venom, impervious to death and battle, and possesses formidable aggression due to the accumulated resentment from the white bone nails. It attacks indiscriminately, relentless, and unyielding. Its bodily fluids are laced with potent toxins and must not be touched. Yi Fan remained remarkably composed as he assimilated all the knowledge regarding the white bone nail formation within his mind, as he had anticipated, even without needing to inspect the corpse within the coffin personally. The 9 peculiar nails embedded in the underside of the coffin lid provided a clear deduction about the state of the corpse inside. Meanwhile, in the direction of the golden coffin, the previously inert toxic corpse, which had merely opened its eyes, suddenly exhibited a second movement. It slowly and stiffly opened its mouth, reminiscent of a long-neglected puppet. A cloud of black mist emanated from its parted lips. Although the frontline team could not witness the corpse's mouth opening, they could see the dark fog gradually rising from within the coffin. Before the rear team could inquire about the origin of this mist, a frontline team member shouted, "What the hell? Is this ancient corpse still alive? How can it still be breathing?" Upon hearing these words, a chill enveloped everyone, causing their limbs to grow icy. Lu Fei, his voice trembling as he recalled the sight of the poisoned corpse, exclaimed, "I told you the body in the coffin has risen. I just witnessed its eyes open momentarily. Those were eyes unlike any I have ever encountered." As he spoke, he instinctively retreated further back. Li Tai initially deemed Lu Fei's reaction excessively theatrical. However, he cast a glance at Jason, who had participated in the coffin's opening. Jason, drenched in cold sweat, nodded solemnly at Li Tai. Those were eyes filled with resentment. At this revelation, Li Tai immediately stepped back, seeking refuge behind his 2 black-clad bodyguards. The members behind them were on the verge of losing their composure, each straining to maintain their position rather than flee in panic. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang's voice rang out ahead, commanding to the bodyguard team at the rear. "Escort the professor and students backwards, create distance, and maintain your formation. Stay calm. Even if this is an ancient monster that has lived for a millennium, bullets will not create insurmountable chaos." Having issued a mix of reassurance and orders, Zhang Chang instructed the frontline team to prepare their ammunition and remain vigilant. The bodyguards quickly sprang into action, maneuvering around the perimeter to guide the professor and students in a gradual retreat. Li Tai and Lu Fei, filled with trepidation, hastily distanced themselves from the ominous sight. As soon as Zhang Chang's words fell, Li Tai immediately beckoned to Bai Qingshu, who was still positioned relatively close. "Qingshu, come over here," he called out. "Captain Zhang has said so, and we must cooperate with his work." Zhao Ziming, standing beside Bai Qingshu, added, "Qingshu, let us go over together. Lu Fei and Li Tai's bodyguards have just witnessed the ancient corpse. We can hear their descriptions and analyze it in advance." Zhao Ziming's words struck a chord with Bai Qingshu, although she was apprehensive about the alleged resurrection of the dead. The urge to study the ancient corpse had already triumphed over her fear of an impending crisis following Zhang Chang's earlier remarks. However, given the uncertainty of the situation ahead, she could not venture forward to see the ancient corpse for herself. Thus, her only recourse was to listen to the accounts of those who had encountered it. Bai Qingshu nodded in agreement. Yet, she had resolved not to provoke Yu Fan into jealousy any more to ascertain his feelings for her. Therefore, she turned to Yu Fan, intending to invite him along. However, Yu Fan's attention was entirely elsewhere. While everyone else was gradually retreating, he resolutely moved forward. The brief aftermath of the toxic corpse suddenly opening its mouth to release black gas coincided almost perfectly with the moment Yi Fan had gathered information about the Bai Wugazu wooden stake formation and deduced the characteristics of the toxic corpse. Upon hearing Zhang Chang confidently declare that as long as the corpse was thoroughly destroyed, everything would be well, and instructing his team to be prepared to fire at any moment, the members of the rear team found renewed confidence and breathed a sigh of relief. Only Yi Fan furrowed his brow deeply and stated, "We absolutely cannot fire." Everyone heard Yi Fan's words. Bai Qingshu was about to call out to Yi Fan when she heard him speak, looking at him with confusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming observed Yi Fan. Noting the stark contrast between Yi Fan's suddenly serious expression and the slightly relaxed demeanor of the surrounding team members, Zhao Ziming let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Qingshu, you need not concern yourself with him. Why did Yi Fan remain silent earlier? Now that Captain Zhang has expressed confidence in handling the possibly resurrected ancient corpse, he suddenly wishes to showcase himself. He must have heard Captain Zhang mention that the situation ahead is not as perilous, thus seeking to claim credit." Bai Qingshu shot Zhao Ziming a cool glance, unconvinced. Yi Fan is not that kind of person. Zhao Ziming responded, "Qingshu, you are merely deceived by his facade. Only men truly understand men. He is certainly trying to impress you. Yet, to suggest that Captain Zhang's team should not fire is nothing short of reckless command, only serving to complicate matters for Captain Zhang." Bai Qingshu was momentarily taken aback. For all these years, she had devoted herself to her passions. Despite the multitude of admirers surrounding her, she had never truly taken the time to understand them. Consequently, her knowledge of the opposite sex paled in comparison to her expertise in archaeology. Zhao Ziming, also a man, could he truly be as he claimed? Was Yi Fan now attempting to present himself before her? Bai Qingshu stood rooted in place, her heart racing as she gazed in Yi Fan's direction. Being caught in the moment, she was entirely oblivious to the fact that Yi Fan need not make any deliberate effort to impress her. Her gaze had unconsciously begun to follow his every move. Chapter 47. The emergence of the poisoned corpse, immortal in battle, unyielding to death ahead, while the crowd retreated. Yi Fan, as an iconoclast, resolutely advanced. Lu Bowen, who had been trailing closely behind him, remained bewildered, clutching his live-streaming equipment. He yearned to catch up with Yi Fan, but was apprehensive of the ominous figure exhaling black mist from within the coffin. Torn between the desire to retreat and the fear of being seen as treacherous, he helplessly called out to Yi Fan, "Brother, which way should I go?" Without turning his head, Yi Fan responded, "Retreat." Instantly, Lu Bowen felt as though he had received a royal decree, joyfully exclaiming, "Understood, brother. I will wait for you at the back." As he spoke, he lifted the live-streaming device, directing the camera towards Yi Fan, and began to step back. Assuming the role of the event host, "Dear classmates, what we are witnessing now is our fellow student Yi Fan, who is bravely moving against the tide of the crowd. Next, I, Xiao Lu, will guide you through an immersive appreciation of the performance of the countercurrent hero Yi Fan in the ancient tomb." Simultaneously, the bodyguards at the front took a few steps back, casting a swift glance at Yi Fan. Their firearms remained steadfastly in hand. Zhang Qiling rapidly elucidated to Yi Fan, who was advancing forward. "Yi Fan, there is no need for concern. We understand that ancient corpses are considered cultural relics, and unless absolutely necessary, we will strive to preserve their integrity." Upon hearing this, all the professors from the archaeological team were momentarily stunned. Was Yi Fan still contemplating the preservation of artifacts at this moment? A young individual, maintaining his composure and awareness in the face of unknown dangers. How had these seasoned archaeologists, adorned with accolades, succumbed to the fear of the unknown and overlooked this principle? Just as Bai Changming was about to express his admiration for Yi Fan's perspective, he heard Yi Fan declare, "This is a toxic corpse. Its bodily fluids carry lethal poison. 100 battles without death, a relentless struggle." Yi Fan's tone was more severe than usual, even disregarding the content of his words. The very inflection could send shivers down one's spine. All present were taken aback. The bodyguards, led by Zhang Qiling, instinctively shifted their fingers away from the triggers. At that moment, as Yi Fan's voice faded, the toxic corpse within the coffin had finally acclimatized to the air outside after a millennium. Amidst the expressions of terror and disbelief from the crowd, the corpse slowly rose from the coffin, rigid and devoid of any joint movement. Standing erect in a manner that defied the principles of human anatomy, the lifeless figure stood barefoot upon the edge of the gilded sarcophagus. Its eyes, a vivid and unearthly crimson, glaring with a profound malice at all that surrounded it. In that moment, everyone was able to discern the full visage of the malevolent corpse, a figure clad in tattered, oxidized armor, revealing ashen, gray-black skin. Its long hair was dry and sparse, and in conjunction with its expression, it resembled a deranged soul. However, the bloodied gashes upon its forehead and body were stark reminders of its status as a mere cadaver. The piercing, wrathful gaze of those scarlet eyes instilled such fear that most dared not meet its stare, instinctively averting their own, as if a mere glance could inflict profound harm. Li Tai, who had been fervently calling for Bai Qingshu to join him in the protection of his black-clad bodyguards, immediately withdrew his hand. Grasping the two towering figures before him, he shielded himself as if closing a door, ensuring that their imposing forms concealed him completely. When he sensed that these bodyguards were subconsciously retreating a step, he erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Be more dedicated. Safeguard this young master. Do you wish to forfeit your compensation?" Simultaneously, feeling that Lu Fei's presence beside him was a hindrance, Li Tai pushed him away a step and said, "My bodyguard is hired with money. Have you contributed any funds to be hovering around here? Go stand elsewhere." Lu Fei stumbled back slightly at Li Tai's shove. Yet the intensity of his fear rendered him oblivious to Li Tai's hostile demeanor. As he continued to retreat, he incoherently repeated, "It's him. It's those eyes." Upon catching sight of the toxic corpse, Bai Qingxiu instinctively recoiled, glancing back at Li Tai, who had earlier boasted about summoning her. All she saw were two bodyguards clad in black, tightly pressed together, forming an imposing black wall. She chuckled coldly to herself, realizing it was absurd that she would instinctively think of Li Tai, who had just claimed he would protect her. This illustrated the fundamentally frail nature of humanity. Internally mocking herself, she resolutely focused her gaze on the lone figure of Yi Fan, who was currently staring intently at the toxic corpse perched on the edge of the golden coffin. At that moment, Yi Fan surveyed the toxic corpse, his muscles taut with adrenaline, fully entering a state of readiness akin to Zhang Qiling. He gripped the hilt of the black gold ancient blade, which he had drawn before comprehending the nature of the entity within the coffin. However, he now recognized that the black gold ancient blade was not the most effective weapon against this toxic corpse. The optimal tool that came to mind was the silk thread from the heavenly silkworm, a reward previously bestowed upon him by the system. In a previous life, Yi Fan was aware that when wrapped around the coffin, possessed the ability to subdue the undead. Now, it seems that known for its exorcising and corpse-restraining properties, stands as the greatest nemesis to the toxic corpse before him. Yi Fan subtly maneuvered one hand to his backpack behind him, preparing to unzip it. Meanwhile, the toxic corpse, perched upon the edge of the coffin, appeared to have completed its charging process and was now fully operational. Before Yi Fan could retrieve what he sought, the malevolent entity launched an assault on the surrounding bodyguards. It leapt from the coffin with alarming swiftness, targeting one of the bodyguards directly in its path, specifically towards the directions of the white tiger and white snake. The toxic corpse's ambush bore no forewarning. It had been quietly standing there, casting a malevolent and piercing gaze upon all present, exhibiting no discernible preference for its prey. Its sudden reaction seemed as though it had indiscriminately selected a target at random. White tiger and white snake were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained their composure. They instinctively leaped aside, hoping to create a momentary gap in the toxic corpse's pursuit. However, the toxic entity remained undeterred by their movements. With relentless determination, it advanced towards the direction where White Snake had evaded, moving with the swiftness of a tempest. For the moment, White Tiger, having narrowly escaped, anxiously glanced towards White Snake, calling out, "White Snake." In the midst of the chaos, White Snake responded with urgency. "I'm fine. I'll lure it to an isolated area. You all find a way." Among the bodyguards, White Snake was known for her agility and nimbleness. His teammates were equally convinced of his prowess, observing his evasive maneuvers with admiration. Just as they were about to exhale in relief, the next moment unfolded. As the white serpent prepared to evade the poisonous corpse's hand from an exceptionally cunning angle, the poisonous corpse anticipated the white serpent's imminent action. He reacted with swiftness that surpassed that of the white serpent, altering his attack trajectory with remarkable precision. Chapter 48. The Concern of Bai Qingxiu. Yi Fan's might the white serpent gazed at the hand extending towards him, ready to evade, and his pupils constricted in an instant. A fleeting moment of hesitation caused his movements to falter, resulting in a slip that sent him crashing to the ground. Consequently, the white serpent narrowly escaped being captured by the poisonous corpse. However, this blunder, coupled with the poisonous corpse's foresight, momentarily spared the white serpent's life, while simultaneously shattering his previous confidence and composure. He instinctively rolled on the ground twice, and as he rose to one knee, he raised his firearm. He fired 3 shots at the poisonous corpse, who was now less than a meter away. The battle armor of the poisonous corpse had deteriorated significantly, and the bullets exploded upon impact, bursting forth 3 sprays of crimson. Dark blood spattered from the bullet holes, splattering onto the face of the white serpent, who knelt on one knee. His pallid complexion reflected his distress, and his chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. The sequence of events from the poisonous corpse's sudden assault to the white serpent's gunfire transpired with astonishing rapidity. The sound of the gunfire jolted everyone back to reality. This was the poisonous corpse. Its bodily fluids were toxic. Firing was forbidden. Following the gunshots, an eerie silence fell, and even the previously menacing poisonous corpse staggered back 2 steps from the impact of the 3 bullets. It seemed that the modern weapon, utterly foreign to him, momentarily stunned him. In the next instant, the white serpent, kneeling on the ground, suddenly covered his face and collapsed, writhing in agony. His skin contorted grotesquely, turning entirely black. and this phenomenon spread rapidly around him. In less than half a minute, before even a complete scream could escape his throat, he ceased all movement. He curled into himself, his visible skin now entirely shriveled and blackened. The ambush from the poison corpse and the sacrifice of the white serpent transpired in less than 2 minutes. At this moment, everyone fully grasped the horror of the poison corpse. They understood why Yi Fan had so sternly warned them not to fire. The white serpent had not directly confronted the poison corpse's attack. He had merely been splattered with its blood. In less than half a minute, he had perished due to just a few drops of that blood. Meanwhile, the poison corpse had recovered from being struck by 3 bullets. He did not even glance at the corpse of the white serpent, already certain of his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his attention to his next target. Just as Yi Fan had stated, his purpose for existing here was to eradicate all living beings that entered this ancient tomb. Invulnerable in battle, relentless in pursuit, the poison corpse strode forward with purpose, heading directly towards the archaeological team behind him. The bodyguards ahead surveyed the scene. Their grief for the fallen comrade momentarily set aside as they steeled themselves to confront the formidable threat of the toxic corpse. Zhang Qiling inhaled deeply and declared, "We cannot fire our weapons. We must devise a way to redirect the wrath of this abomination towards us, granting the professor and students precious time to flee." He cast a resolute glance towards the grotesque figure. In the face of such adversity, their sole recourse lay in risking their lives to draw its ire. Zhang Qiling swiftly instructed his comrades, "Scatter." Without waiting for a response, he raised his firearm towards the grave's apex and discharged 3 rounds. A tribute to the recently fallen Bai Shi, intended to capture the attention of the toxic entity. However, the creature remained undeterred by the gunfire. It continued its relentless march forward. Instantly, chaos erupted among the archaeological team. Members, devoid of any sense of direction, screamed and scrambled toward what they believed to be safety, oblivious to the obstacles in their path. Several professors and students collided without grace, rising from the ground in disarray. Their usual composure abandoned as they failed to identify one another or offer apologies. Instead, they hastened in a single direction, consumed by the singular thought of distancing themselves from the menace. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxiu, alongside Zhao Ziming, assisted Bai Changming in retreating, glancing back anxiously toward Yi Fan as she stumbled in her flight. Yi Fan had just been at the forefront of the group, which meant he was occupying the most perilous position. If the venomous corpse were to select its target based on proximity, the individual closest to it was neither those behind nor the several bodyguards stationed beside the coffin, but Yi Fan himself. This was a creature that could not be touched under any circumstances. If the enemy could not even be approached, what could the formidable Yi Fan possibly do? However, when her gaze finally located Yi Fan amidst the chaos, his action sent a chill down her spine. At that moment, Yi Fan was indeed the closest person to the venomous corpse, and alarmingly, he was not even wielding the black gold ancient blade. Bai Qingxiu felt a jolt of terror, and in an instant, her legs weakened, causing her to collapse to the ground. Bai Changming hurriedly halted to assist Bai Qingxiu. In that fleeting moment as he turned back, he sensed the grip on his other arm loosen. It was Zhao Ziming, who had been supporting Bai Qingxiu in their retreat, now hastily withdrawing his arm. Frantically shaking his head, he retreated while hastily explaining, "Professor Bai, our target is too large to act together. I will help divert the attention of the venomous corpse away from you and Qingxiu." With that, he dashed away without looking back. Bai Changming sighed and went to help Bai Qingxiu to her feet. Leaning on Bai Changming for support, Bai Qingxiu stood up. Her eyes filled with helplessness as she dared not glance towards Yi Fan's direction. "Father, Yi Fan, please help me look after Yi Fan." Bai Changming gazed sorrowfully at his daughter, who appeared profoundly despondent and helpless. Bai Qingxiu's reaction suggested that if anything were to happen to Yi Fan, she might lose all resolve to continue her escape. Turning to look at Yi Fan, he resolved that regardless of what he might witness, he would assure his daughter that Yi Fan was unharmed, even if Bai Qingxiu might harbor resentment towards him upon learning the truth. Comforting Bai Qingxiu, he repeatedly assured her of Yi Fan's safety while genuinely glancing towards Yi Fan's direction. However, upon witnessing Yi Fan's current state, his voice involuntarily surged with excitement. "Yi Fan is fine. Qingxiu, everything is all right. Yi Fan is unharmed." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxiu swiftly turned around, her eyes widening in astonishment. She beheld Yi Fan, who had, unbeknownst to them, skillfully bound the limbs of the poisoned corpse with fine strands of ink. The corpse appeared significantly affected by the ink lines, rendered immobile at the points of restraint, its body only able to writhe as it glared at Yi Fan with malice, who was nimbly circling around it. Chapter 49. The School Bell. "Father, he covets your treasure." Bai Qingxiu and Bai Changming watched Yi Fan's actions with bated breath. The father and daughter duo dared not utter a word, fearing that they might disrupt the crucial endeavor Yi Fan was undertaking. They observed as Yi Fan danced agilely around the poisoned corpse, ensnaring it with the fine lines, transforming it into a fish suspended from a hook. Ultimately, the once menacing undead creature could no longer move its torso, its neck rigidly fixed in place, condemned to observe Yi Fan with a pair of vengeful eyes. Realizing that the undead was indeed under Yi Fan's control and rendered immobile, Bai Qingshu felt a surge of relief and could not restrain herself from calling out to him, Yi Fan. Both Yi Fan and the undead turned their gazes towards her upon hearing Bai Qingshu's voice. In that moment, she found herself ensnared by two pairs of eyes. One pair, belonging to Yi Fan, exuded an aura of calmness, devoid of any emotion, akin to an ancient, mysterious well that could draw one's very soul into its depths. The other pair belonged to the undead beside Yi Fan, its scarlet eyes brimming with malice and hatred, fixated solely on its adversary. Those crimson orbs seemed to devour her whole, instilling a profound chill within her. Bai Qingshu's complexion paled, her heart racing. It was the first time she had been so directly scrutinized by the undead, not to mention standing face to face with it like Yi Fan. Even this distant exchange felt as though she were plunging into an icy abyss, the coldness seeping into her bones. The intensity of the undead's gaze rendered her legs weak. And despite her instinctive desire to look away, she found herself inexplicably anchored in place, unable to divert her eyes even a fraction. Had Yi Fan been contending with such a formidable foe all along? Bai Qingshu appeared as though ensnared by a nightmare, her body rendered motionless. Only her eyelashes, delicate as butterfly wings, trembled softly, revealing the profound fear and disorientation within her. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, upon hearing Bai Qingshu call out, cast a puzzled glance in her direction. However, when his gaze fell upon Bai Changming, who stood beside Bai Qingshu, he was unexpectedly illuminated by the realization that Bai Changming was also looking back at him. He had assumed that the members of the archaeological team were preoccupied with their own escape and would not be aware of the events unfolding here. It would be far more impactful for Bai Changming to witness firsthand the troubles Yi Fan had resolved, rather than merely hearing about them from others. Was this not an opportunity for double credit? Yi Fan turned to glance at the venomous corpse, now ensnared and immobile, bound by the celestial silkworm's ink line, and silently murmured, "Forgive me, esteemed senior." He then launched a powerful kick, sending the incapacitated corpse soaring through the air. With a second kick, the corpse glided towards the golden coffin where it had once resided. Yi Fan observed the celestial silkworm's ink line tautening into a straight line as it was drawn by the corpse, and he leapt decisively to the edge of the golden coffin. Inside, the venomous corpse glared at him with a pair of vengeful eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling and the others, who were already near the coffin, stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Zhang Qiling blinked as he looked at the arriving Yi Fan, questioning, how did Yi Fan accomplish this? What did he do to the venomous corpse? With a single strike, the venomous corpse of the white serpent was effortlessly dispatched, only to be unceremoniously kicked back into the coffin by Yi Fan. Observing Yi Fan, it was evident that he possessed the physique of a youthful man. However, the astonishing explosive power concealed beneath that slender frame was truly formidable. Zhang Qiling realized that even he, with all his strength, could scarcely achieve the feat of propelling an adult man directly into a coffin. Such a perfect execution of the maneuver demanded not only explosive force, but also agility and absolute confidence. Zhang Qiling stood in awe, watching Yi Fan as he peered into the coffin, swallowing hard, rendered speechless. In that moment, Yi Fan wrapped the around his fingers, tightened it, and then snipped it, murmuring to himself, "It is time to seal the coffin." At this, Zhang Qiling snapped back to attention, mistakenly interpreting Yi Fan's words as a directive meant for him. Without hesitation, he rallied the team members behind him, exclaiming, "Heiyun, Baihu, Jinjiao, join me in assisting classmate Yi Fan with sealing the coffin." He was oblivious to the fact that he was the captain of the bodyguard team and should be the one issuing orders. Yi Fan paused for a moment, realizing that his previous statement had been directed at himself. Zhang Qiling truly exemplified the qualities of a dedicated bodyguard captain, displaying commendable enthusiasm. With Captain Zhang taking the initiative to handle the sealing of the coffin, Yi Fan seized the opportunity to prepare for the tasks that lay ahead. Meanwhile, as Yi Fan kicked the venomous corpse into the coffin, Bai Qingshu finally regained control over her own body. She suddenly regained her senses, clutching her chest and breathing heavily. Bai Changming quickly supported his daughter, expressing concern. "Qingshu, what happened?" Bai Qingshu gasped for breath and replied, "The poison corpse, the eyes of the poison corpse." Bai Changming gently patted her frail back, helping her to calm down, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's all right." Thanks to young friend Yi Fan. As Bai Qingshu recalled the earlier events, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Although Yi Fan had been preoccupied with restraining the poison corpse, he had never resorted to violence against it. Yet, upon witnessing her entranced by the poison corpse's gaze, he had decisively kicked the creature into the coffin. What kind of fury must have ignited such explosive power to send a robust poison corpse flying? Listening to her father's words, Bai Qingshu nodded. But she also pondered that possessing such explosive strength in an ancient tomb was no common feat. Reflecting on the baseless accusations made by Zhao Ziming and others regarding Yi Fan's identity, she looked at her father with some concern. "Father, what is your opinion of Yi Fan regarding his performance in the tomb?" Bai Changming assumed that Bai Qingxiu shared the same doubts as Zhao Ziming and his companions about Yi Fan's true identity. After a moment's thought, he gazed at her with utmost seriousness and said, "Qingxiu, do you not trust your father's judgment more than Zhao and his friends? With decades of experience in discerning character, I assure you, I cannot be mistaken." Although the identity of young friend Yi Fan remains enigmatic, his intentions on this journey are undoubtedly benign. Observing Bai Changming's unwavering support for Yi Fan, Bai Qingxiu could not help but chuckle softly. It dawned on her that Yi Fan had chosen to brave the peril of revealing his identity to enter the tomb. Spurred by her own post regarding her standards for a partner, amused, she remarked to her father, who had always been reluctant to let her marry, "Yi Fan certainly harbors no ill will towards me, but as for you, he may have other designs, for he seeks to acquire your most treasured possession." Chapter 50. Now that Yi Fan has lost interest in the Campus Belle, do I stand a chance? Bai Changming dedicated his life to the field of archaeology and had never anticipated that his typically aloof daughter would one day display such a humorous side. Thus, he failed to perceive the underlying implications of Bai Qingxiu's words. Upon grasping her literal meaning, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Fixing his gaze upon her, Bai Changming declared with conviction, "Qingxiu, have you heard anything from Ziming or Li Tai that would lead you to think this way about young friend Yi Fan?" Bai Qingxiu. Bai Changming, gazing intently at his daughter, reiterated with even more resolve, "As your father, with decades of experience in discerning character, I assure you, there is absolutely no possibility of such a thing. Young friend Yi Fan is certainly not that type of person, and it would be wise for you to maintain your distance from Li Tai and the others." Bai Qingxiu. She blinked, observing Bai Changming's exceedingly serious expression, feeling a twinge of helplessness within. Could it be that her father, in his pursuit of her mother years ago, was also such a staunch and unyielding man? Meanwhile, Bai Changming continued to fret that his daughter might misunderstand Yi Fan, a remarkably outstanding young man, and incessantly enumerated Yi Fan's virtues. "Qingxiu, do not be misled by Yi Fan's seemingly aloof demeanor. He is, in fact, a person of great warmth. He possesses a clear thought process, absorbs knowledge about ancient tombs with remarkable ease, and is exceptionally talented in both martial and literary arts, a truly rare young comrade. Therefore, it is only natural for someone of his extraordinary caliber to seem somewhat distant from us ordinary folks. Please do not hastily judge Yi Fan's character based solely on this perceived aloofness." Bai Qingxiu had never heard Bai Changming extol the merits of a young person in such a manner. As her father passionately detailed Yi Fan's commendable traits, she was struck by a profound realization. Should she someday accept Yi Fan's pursuit and be with him, there was an 80% chance that her father would side with her esteemed suitor in any potential conflicts. Contemplating this, a smile that was both sweet and tinged with resignation graced Bai Qingxiu's lips as she addressed her father. "Dad, I understand. I will heed your advice, very well." Bai Changming, witnessing Bai Qingxiu's reaction, smiled with a sense of contentment. Unbeknownst to him, as the strict father who was most reluctant to part with Bai Qingxiu, he unwittingly provided assistance to Yi Fan. Bai Changming turned his gaze to the team members surrounding the tomb chamber. After Yi Fan forcefully kicked the poisoned corpse into the coffin, the previously panicked team members finally regained their composure, halting their aimless flight. They breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing Zhang Qiling and Black Bear collaborating to securely close the coffin lid. At this moment, they instinctively gathered once more around the coffin's edge. Zhao Ziming, who had earlier claimed he would distract the poisoned corpse while actually fleeing when Bai Qingxiu fell, returned to Bai Changming and Bai Qingxiu's side. He looked at the father-daughter duo, offering Bai Qingxiu a reassuring smile and exhaling in relief. "How wonderful, you are both unharmed. Although I may not be physically exceptional, I can certainly divert the enemy's fire for you." Thus, Qingxiu, Zhao Ziming gazed deeply at Bai Qingxiu, asserting, "Even if I cannot personally ensure your safety, I will do everything in my power to prevent you from being harmed in my presence." Bai Qingxiu cast a cool glance at Zhao Ziming, silently reflecting. This statement holds true. He indeed would not allow her to be harmed before him. Hence she chose to turn and flee. Meanwhile, Bai Changming presented an official smile to Zhao Ziming, saying, "Classmate Ziming, both Qingxiu and I appreciate your sentiments. Since you have nothing to do, why not join us in exploring what further assistance we can offer to our friend Yi Fan?" Zhao Ziming detected a sense of detachment in Bai Changming's words, an attitude he had never experienced from the usually discerning Bai Changming, who cherished talent. However, when Bai Changming mentioned Yi Fan, his tone brimmed with admiration. This sensation was akin to realizing that his own standing in Bai Changming's esteem had been overshadowed by Yi Fan. Although Zhao Ziming maintained a polite smile, he inwardly took note of Yi Fan with palpable resentment. In the presence of Bai Changming and Bai Qingxiu, he could not express his ire. So he merely nodded with a smile and remarked, "Indeed, I too am curious as to how Yi Fan managed to resolve the issue with the toxic corpse so effortlessly." Where even the bodyguards faltered, the group, each harboring their own thoughts, proceeded toward Yi Fan. Simultaneously, the team members who had previously dispersed throughout the tomb had gathered once more at the coffin's side. Yi Fan was silently observing Zhang Qiling and the imposing figures of the team as they aligned 9 white bone-cursed wooden nails with the corresponding blood holes on the toxic corpse. In the midst of this, Yi Fan had his own plans. He was deftly playing with the silk thread while entwining it around his fingers, his gaze fixed on the golden coffin. The sealing of the golden coffin, along with the re-embedding of the white bone-cursed wooden nails into the toxic corpse, would serve to sustain the corpse. He needed to add another layer of protection against the corpse outside the golden coffin. Yi Fan contemplated that the optimal method would be to use the thread to secure the coffin. At this moment, the surrounding team members had clustered around him. Lu Bowen, who had been walking alongside him with utmost integrity, held up his live-streaming equipment and deftly navigated through the crowd to position himself right beside Yi Fan. With palpable excitement, Lu Bowen exclaimed, "Brother, I was truly terrified just now. You even sheathed your ancient sword. I thought you were about to perish alongside the poisoned corpse." As he spoke, he attempted to conduct a thorough examination of Yi Fan. Bai Qingxiu pursed her lips and could no longer refrain from interjecting, "Lu Bowen, you boys are far too careless. Allow me to handle this matter." Upon hearing her words, Lu Bowen donned a knowing smile and retreated to the side, adjusting his camera to capture Yi Fan and Bai Qingxiu from a most flattering angle. Aspiring to be the most devoted streamer to his fans, he believed it was the perfect moment to cater to the wishes of the couple's admirers. However, just as Lu Bowen's plan seemed to be unfolding perfectly, Yi Fan deftly sidestepped just as Bai Qingxiu's hand was about to make contact. Lu Bowen, Bai Qingxiu, the fans in the live stream, eagerly awaiting the couple's interaction, erupted in disbelief. Yi Fan actually dodged? The barrage of comments instantly ignited. "What? I was just about to savor the dog food. The main character just kicked the bowl away? Yi Fan, come to your senses. This is our campus beauty. Goodness, am I losing my mind? Or is Yi Fan? If Yi Fan no longer favors the campus beauty, does that mean I have a chance?" This moment marked the singular ecstatic delight of Yi Fan and the campus beauty, eliciting laughter all around. Chapter 51. The Inked Casket. Bai Qingxiu gazed at Yi Fan in disbelief, her eyes reflecting a newfound sense of grievance. She softly inquired, "Yi Fan?" He had not flinched from Lu Bowen's touch moments ago, yet he sidestepped her hand before it could make contact. Nearby, a group of young men, who had been seething at their unrequited pursuit of Bai Qingxiu, seized this opportunity to approach Yi Fan. Yin Jia took a bold step towards Bai Qingxiu, loudly rebuking Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, how can you be so ungrateful? Senior sister genuinely wanted to check if you were hurt, and yet you chose to evade her." Lu Fei stood beside him, addressing Yi Fan with equal fervor. "Yi Fan, do you look down on Qingxiu and Professor Bai?" In an attempt to push Yi Fan's shoulder, he not only dragged Bai Changming into the fray, but was met with Yi Fan's silent sidestep, causing him to stumble forward. Just before he could collide with the casket again, Zhang Qiling, standing by the coffin, reached out and caught him, even recognizing him in the process. Zhang Qiling looked at Lu Fei, and with a sudden spark of recognition, exclaimed, "Isn't this the Lu Fei who fainted after colliding with the casket earlier? My, why do you become so agitated upon seeing the coffin? You should really learn to control yourself and keep your distance from it in the future." Zhang Qiling harbored no prejudice or personal vendetta against Lu Fei. His words were purely well-intentioned. However, Lu Fei's face shifted through shades of red and white in response. It is evident that his soul has been struck profoundly by Zhang Qiling's inadvertent concern. On one side, Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at Lu Fei and then at Yin Jia, silently sighing within. He pondered, how can these two classmates, who constantly proclaim their own insignificance, be so oblivious? Is it truly appropriate to stand so brazenly beside the Campus Belle in front of Bai Changming and Zhao Ziming? Did they not notice that the trio, upon their arrival, clearly resembled a family unit? Yi Fan shook his head internally. As adults, one ought to possess the wisdom to avoid suspicion. However, his earlier avoidance of Bai Qingxiu was not solely to sidestep any misunderstandings. He regarded Bai Qingxiu with a calm demeanor, revealing his sleeve stained with the blood of a toxic corpse, and remarked, "The blood of a poisoned corpse." Had Bai Qingxiu encountered Lu Fei earlier, it would have surely ended in tragedy. The act of saving a life outweighs the construction of a grand pagoda, so why should he be deemed presumptuous? Yi Fan believed that this cohort of classmates was indeed the most challenging to manage. Nevertheless, that mere forward explanation instantly illuminated Bai Qingxiu's mood, warming her heart. Yet, simultaneously, She turned her gaze towards Yi Fan with concern. Was he truly unaffected by the blood of the poisoned corpse on his sleeve? Bai Qingshu hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to directly ask Yi Fan to remove his jacket. Fortunately, as her worries mounted, Bai Qingshu spoke up, stating, "Young friend Yi Fan, the blood of that poisoned corpse is inherently perilous. Do you happen to have a spare jacket? In order to avoid inadvertently harming the members of the archaeological team." Yi Fan quietly removed his hoodie. Beneath it, a lean and robust physique was revealed. The black, form-fitting tank top accentuated Yi Fan's figure exquisitely. It had been quite some time since Yi Fan had shed his outerwear in front of so many people. During this interval, his resemblance to Zhang Qiling had intensified significantly. Hence, with a remarkable 93% fidelity to Zhang Qiling, his physicality now mirrored him even more closely. His pale, cool-toned skin, long deprived of sunlight, appeared anything but effeminate, thanks to the smooth, well-defined muscle contours that rendered him ethereal. Bai Qingshu felt her cheeks flush crimson and discreetly turned her face away. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong approached Yi Fan, casting a glance in his direction. He recalled how Yi Fan had effortlessly kicked the toxic corpse back into its coffin just moments ago. Now, upon witnessing the physique concealed beneath the hoodie, comprehension dawned upon him. This physique was not the product of deliberate bodybuilding. Indeed, intentional training could never achieve such a level. It was a result of countless real combat experiences, honed through genuine confrontations with adversaries, resulting in muscles developed to perfection. Only then could each muscle find its ideal point of exertion, with none being superfluous. Zhang Chong could not help but take a deep breath, realizing that even he could not attain such a realm and standard instantly. What kind of experiences could possibly lead Yi Fan to become the person he is today at such a young age? Reflecting on this, Zhang Chong addressed Yi Fan, saying, "Student Yi Fan, the coffin lid has been replaced. Is there any further work to be done?" Yi Fan gazed at the now-closed coffin and replied, "Ink sealing, coffin sealing." As he spoke, he drew out the ancient black gold blade with one hand, preparing to make a small incision on his arm. At that moment, Bai Qingshu finally discerned what Yi Fan was holding in his other hand and abruptly reached out to halt Yi Fan's impending act of sacrifice. Yi Fan cast a calm glance at him. Observing Yi Fan's other hand, Bai Qingshu inquired, "Young friend Yi Fan, is that the ink line?" Yi Fan contemplated for a moment. Indeed, the silkworm's silk ink line could be considered an ink line, and he silently nodded. Bai Qingshu, suddenly struck with astonishment, raised his gaze towards Yi Fan and exclaimed, "What you mentioned, young friend Yi Fan, about ink sealing and coffin sealing. Could it possibly be that we use this ink line to draw a line around the coffin as a method to subdue the corpse?" Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a solemn professor would possess knowledge of these matters. Shouldn't a serious academic be a proponent of science and resolutely reject the arcane? Moreover, as someone overwhelmed by the pressures of self-study for graduate examinations amidst a deluge of textbooks and exercises, Yi Fan was acutely aware that such concepts would never appear in professional literature. With this thought in mind, he still nodded lightly. Bai Qingshu, filled with excitement, declared, "I was fortunate enough to encounter a mention of this in an ancient text during a tomb excavation. Historical records depict a profession from the Qing dynasty known as the Yizhuang master. In an era devoid of modern technology, the Yizhuang master was responsible for handling peculiar corpses. Amidst the rigid social hierarchy of that time, the Yizhuang master treated all bodies with impartiality, disregarding the distinctions of rank. Consequently, people entrusted the unusual remains of their loved ones to them, leading to the establishment of these places as Yizhuang, and these individuals became known as Yizhuang masters." Chapter 52, Awakening in the Mortal Realm. Yi Fan, unperturbed by the precariousness of the divine altar, observed that Bai Qingshu had never anticipated that the once enigmatic contents of ancient texts would, one day, be revealed to his very eyes. Surrounded by a few old companions who had previously encountered this ancient manuscript in the tomb, the rest appeared bewildered. Bai Qingshu, with heightened enthusiasm, elucidated, "This ancient text is a biographical account, not a comprehensive introduction to the origins and practices of the Yizhuang master. It merely chronicles several anecdotes about the life of that particular master from the clan. One such tale narrates how the Yizhuang master assisted the royal family on the frontier in subduing a zombie. This undead menace terrorized the common folk, subjecting them to great suffering. However, due to the oppressive feudal laws, cremation of the zombie on site was not permissible. In a moment of desperation, the Yizhuang master intervened. He sealed the royal zombie within a gilded coffin and employed a line of ink to encircle the coffin, casting blood ink to pacify the corpse. Thus, the crisis involving the frontier royal family's zombies was successfully resolved. After Bai Qingshu finished speaking, he looked at Yi Fan with astonishment and remarked, "However, after the fall of the Qing dynasty, with the advancement of modern technology and the public's veneration for science, the figure of the Yizhuang master has faded into obscurity throughout history. An elderly professor standing in the back, who had previously encountered this ancient text with Bai Changming, couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, old Bai, upon your mention, I too am reminded. Since we have not discovered any further evidence of the Yizhuang master's existence, I had always assumed he was merely a folk legend from the era of feudal superstition. Now, upon seeing you, Yi Fan, I realize that the Yizhuang master truly resembles the accounts recorded in the ancient texts. They have not vanished, but merely concealed themselves during tumultuous times, revealing themselves only in times of chaos. It appears that you, Yi Fan, are indeed the descendant of the Yizhuang master." In that instant, everyone turned to Yi Fan in astonishment. Yi Fan silently sighed within himself. Although the identity of the Yizhuang master, under the introduction of several esteemed professors, appeared to be one of remarkable integrity, he remained acutely aware of the realities of the world. No matter how mystical the Yizhuang master may sound, there lingers an element of superstition. Even if his existence could be substantiated, such a profession could never be incorporated into educational curricula. Today, this identity may be exalted during chaotic times for its assistance to humanity, but tomorrow, in a time of peace, it would be deemed irrelevant and cast into oblivion. Had it been someone else, they might have readily capitulated to the flattery of the esteemed professors, embracing the enigmatic identity of Mr. Yizhuang. Even the young man, who had been fixated on Yi Fan and viewed him as his foremost rival, felt a twinge of jealousy. Yan Jia, reluctant to concede, remarked, "This Mr. Yizhuang is indeed formidable. Yet, it seems he is always dealing with corpses, which is rather ominous. Therefore, senior sister Qingxiu, it would be wise for you to maintain some distance from Yi Fan." Bai Qingxiu cast a glance at Yan Jia, choosing to disregard his comment. She still harbored hope that Yi Fan truly was the heir of Mr. Yizhuang. If that were the case, Yi Fan could entirely absolve himself of the accusations of grave robbing. With anticipation, she turned her gaze toward Yi Fan. However, having already discerned the essence of humanity, Yi Fan, amidst the eager stares of the professors, declined the opportunity to ascend to such a pedestal. He believed that remaining grounded, securing a place in a graduate program, and transcending the vicious cycle of competition were the true keys to achieving greatness in life. He simply stated, "I am not." Yi Fan's denial was an unexpected outcome for everyone present. Bai Changming paused, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. He mentally revisited the ancient texts he had once perused regarding Mr. Yizhuang and could not help but feel that Yi Fan resembled the figure described therein. Yet, why did Yi Fan deny it? Could he have misjudged? Bai Qingxiu, equally perplexed, looked at Yi Fan, pondering why he would forsake such an excellent opportunity to disassociate himself from the stigma of being a grave robber and a figure of the underworld. Moreover, many of Yi Fan's attributes aligned with those of Mr. Yizhuang. Is it because Yi Fan is truly not the master of the Yizhuang? Or is it that he simply refuses to acknowledge this identity? Even Yin Jia, Li Tai, and others found it hard to believe Yi Fan's response, regarding him with incredulity. Yin Jia, accustomed to countering Yi Fan, surmised that Yi Fan's denial of this identity must stem from its detrimental implications for his interests. He remarked, "Indeed, this identity might have held some weight in an era steeped in superstition. However, in contemporary times, it sounds rather ominous. So Yi Fan's reluctance to acknowledge it is quite understandable. Yet, to pursue Qian Su, he outright denies his own profession, truly a filial son." Upon hearing Yin Jia's words, Bai Qian Su suddenly gained clarity. Was it that Yi Fan genuinely feared the potential misfortunes associated with this identity? Did he harbor a fear of corpses? Bai Qian Su promptly declared, "Yi Fan, you need not worry. I am not afraid of corpses." Realizing her words might have been too blunt, she added, "What I mean is, I am majoring in archaeology, so I often encounter such matters. Therefore, you truly need not concern yourself with these things." Yi Fan cast her a bemused glance, finding her confession somewhat perplexing. Was the Campus Belle attempting to assert her credentials as a seasoned future archaeologist rather than just a mere ornament in the ancient tomb? Is it a common trait among renowned individuals to so eagerly shed labels? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the Campus Belle. Pondering to himself how eager she is to dispel stereotypes, it seems this beauty has been troubled for quite some time. However, the corpse before him was no ordinary one, and her mere assertion of fearlessness could not suffice to quell its menace. Thus, Yi Fan merely nodded, refraining from further commentary, as the endeavor to dismantle preconceived notions ultimately rested upon the shoulders of the Campus Belle herself. As an outsider, his understanding represented the utmost concession he could offer. As for Yin Jia, who had just shown blatant disrespect towards his family, Yi Fan cast a cold glance in his direction. Upon receiving Yi Fan's gaze, Yin Jia instinctively flinched, a shiver running down his spine. Stammering, he managed to utter, "What's wrong?" Yi Fan regarded him with a frosty demeanor and replied, "Return and revisit your upbringing. Be more mindful next time." Yet, the chilling tone conveyed to others morphed into an entirely different message. Return to your mother's womb to reevaluate your upbringing. Take heed in your next life. Even someone as sharp-tongued as Yin Jia found himself at a loss for a retort. Skill, after all, had triumphed over brute strength. Yi Fan glanced at Yin Jia, recognizing that he no longer dared to utter any further nonsense. He then resumed the task he was meant to continue. Bai Changming and several esteemed professors stared in astonishment as Yi Fan wove a blood-red and black net around the coffin, collectively arriving at the conclusion, this is indeed the method of corpse pacification employed by the esteemed master of the mortuary. Yi Fan, my young friend, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 53. Passing it on, Yi Fan acknowledges he is no ordinary individual. Yi Fan meticulously drew a line across the coffin using silk thread, demonstrating his mastery. The golden coffin appeared to be enveloped in a delicate mesh of red and black. Yi Fan recalled the operational procedures he had observed in the film, not neglecting even the coffin's base. With utmost caution, he cloaked all 6 sides with impenetrable defenses crafted from Qiling blood and celestial silkworm thread. Onlookers marveled at Yi Fan's fluid movements and adept execution, silently acknowledging his expertise. However, several young members of the anti-Yi Fan victim alliance, harboring deep-seated animosity towards him, regarded his actions with disdain. Li Tai, arms crossed, scoffed dismissively, exclaiming, "What a performance! He is merely stuffing the toxic corpse inside. Isn't this an exercise in futility? Look at how he's desecrated a perfectly good golden coffin." Yin Jia chimed in quietly. "Well, the toxic corpse is already inside. We can't ascertain whether this layer serves any purpose. Didn't Yi Fan claim he was not the heir to the funeral master? Yet, despite his denials, he seems to be emulating the methods of the funeral master." Zhao Ziming, his face etched with concern, gazed at the coffin and remarked, "Indeed. If Yi Fan is not truly the heir to the funeral master, could his imitation of the master's corpse sealing technique inadvertently yield adverse effects?" Zhao Ziming's words were steeped in sincerity. Several esteemed professors have long regarded this rising star in the field of archaeology with great anticipation. Despite Zhao Ziming's less than satisfactory performance in the recent excavation, his thought processes resonate closely with theirs, shaped by the rigorous demands of their environment and his extensive practical experience. Thus, Zhao Ziming's words easily evoke a sense of empathy among them. Upon hearing Zhao Ziming's heartfelt concerns, the professors began to harbor their own subtle apprehensions. If Yi Fan were indeed the heir of the master of the ancestral hall, it would be one matter. However, Yi Fan had just categorically denied such an identity. His rejection was not a coy pretense of modesty but a sincere and resolute dismissal, devoid of any jest, imbued with a compelling authority that left no room for doubt. Ironically, Yi Fan was currently employing the very methods that Bai Changming had just mentioned regarding the master's technique of using a measuring tool to secure the corpse. Therefore, Zhao Ziming's unease was not without merit, given Yi Fan's firm denial of his supposed lineage. The professors' hearts raced as they exchanged hesitant glances toward Yi Fan, yet no one dared to break the silence. Professor Liu, Zhao Ziming's direct mentor, observed the scene for a while. Zhao Ziming's earlier remarks had been loud enough for Yi Fan to hear, yet the latter showed no inclination to cease his actions. Liu pondered whether Yi Fan simply looked down upon Zhao Ziming, a fellow student. Subsequently, as he stepped forward, poised to speak, "Yi Fan, since you are not." Before he could finish, Yi Fan had already prepared to strike the final ink line. With deliberate calmness, he tautened the ink line over the coffin, wrapping it around his finger before effortlessly snapping it. In that moment, the coffin radiated a resplendent golden light, following the path traced by Yi Fan's stroke. This luminous glow gradually expanded, detaching from the coffin and spreading outward in a magnificent arc. Those gathered around could not help but gaze upward in awe at the dazzling golden radiance, their eyes fixed in wonder. Suddenly, when the web of golden light reached a significant extent, nearly ascending to the height of the tomb's apex, it lingered briefly in the air before swiftly and forcefully re-adhering to the coffin's surface. In an instant, the golden glow vanished, and the coffin returned to its previous state. However, upon closer inspection, the prominent red and black ink lines that had once adorned the coffin were now entirely absent. What remained was a layer of lines, deeper in hue than the gold itself, appearing as though they had naturally emerged from the golden coffin. These patterns seemed to seamlessly blend into the surface, neither entirely vanished nor completely distinct. Although the onlookers were left bewildered by the inexplicable events that had just transpired, they all recognized one undeniable truth. The ink that Yi Fan had applied was undeniably effective. In that moment, the entire tomb chamber fell into a profound silence. Even Professor Liu, who had been poised to speak moments ago, found himself unable to articulate another word, his thoughts lingering unexpressed. The atmosphere, once vibrant, now seemed to be reduced to the rapid stream of comments on the live broadcast, emanating from the device held aloft by Liu Bowen. As a newcomer to the realm of streaming, whose performance had been rather unremarkable yet whose dedication to the craft was commendable. Lu Bowen had captured the entirety of the preceding scene through his lens. At this moment, the number of viewers in his live stream had surged to over 50,000. A staggering figure considering that the entire archaeological university boasted slightly more than that number. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, scrolling with remarkable speed. Goodness. I just searched for the profession of Yizhuang master on my browser, and it actually exists. It simply vanished after the establishment of the new daxia. Information regarding the Yizhuang master is scarce, as it is a mysterious and esteemed profession that emerges during chaos yet remains hidden in times of peace. What was that just now? Was Yi Fan performing a ritual on site? If he is indeed performing such rites, then isn't he essentially a Yizhuang master? Yi Fan, you've been deceiving me while mingling among mortals, and I fell for it so easily. My goodness, I nearly lost my composure watching that. Just moments ago, I was almost misled by Yi Fan's acting prowess. It is well known that live broadcasts cannot incorporate special effects, thus it was undoubtedly the master conducting a ritual. A master performing a ritual? I must quickly offer my prayers to ensure success in my graduate examinations. Meanwhile, Yi Fan cast a silent glance at the golden coffin. Although he firmly believed in the efficacy of this method, he could not help but feel a wave of shock when he witnessed the sudden emergence of golden light above the coffin. As everyone around him was convinced that he was undoubtedly the heir of the master of the ancestral hall, Yi Fan found himself reflecting. So, in my previous life, I truly encountered a Taoist priest in the form of Zhang Qiling. He then turned to Professor Liu and inquired, "Did you call for me?" Professor Liu, observing Yi Fan's indifferent demeanor and glancing back at the coffin, swallowed hard and replied, "Since you are not an ordinary person, it seems the burden falls upon you." With that, he pretended as if nothing had occurred and retreated back to his team of professors. Bai Changming, watching Professor Liu's return, chuckled and remarked, "You still possess your manners, old Liu. Indeed, it is commendable that young Yi Fan has taken on this hardship." Professor Liu forced a stiff smile, his lips twitching. "It is only natural, it is only natural." Yi Fan retracted the remaining ink line and stowed it away in his backpack, saying, "No, it's not a burden." Meanwhile, in Lu Bowen's live stream, the comments flooded in. "Pass it on. Yi Fan has admitted he is not an ordinary person." Chapter 54. Yi Fan's conclusion. Falling in love makes one dull at this point. Everyone understood that the crisis of the golden coffin had been entirely resolved by Yi Fan. Reflecting on the harrowing near-death encounter with the poisonous corpse, a profound sense of relief washed over them all. The team members gazed at the fallen body of the bodyguard. White Snake. Bai Changming took the lead, turning to face White Snake's direction, removing his glasses, and bowing deeply before the lifeless form. All the remaining students followed Professor Bai Changming, mimicking his actions. Zhang Qiling, the captain of the bodyguards, felt a sharp ache in his eyes, now tinged with red. He gazed solemnly in the direction of the white serpent, offering a respectful salute, which was echoed by the other bodyguard members. Yi Fan, too, was moved as he looked towards the white serpent. The once vibrant and confident team members now lay defeated before them. With a deep sigh in his heart, Yi Fan silently paid tribute to the bodyguards. As a student, he bowed his head in the wake of Bai Changming. In that moment of lowering his head, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has acted heroically in a moment of crisis, aligning with character behavior. However, due to the overlap in restoration methods, an increment of 0.1 has been added. The current restoration rate is 93.1, and the corresponding points have been allocated to the host at 93.1. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward. Ding! The ability to inquire from afar has been unlocked. The host may pose questions regarding relevant matters and will receive definitive answers. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Instead of immediately focusing on the new system reward, his attention was drawn to the increased restoration rate. Though he understood that he needed to discover a new method of restoration to continue augmenting the rate with normal data, he was taken aback to find that the overlap was merely 0.1. This sensation felt akin to a painful cut from a certain platform. Having painstakingly achieved a progress of over 90%, he now saw that he was just a few points shy of reaching 100, and the prospect of claiming his reward was tantalizingly close. As the process resumed with a mere fraction of progress, Yi Fan comprehended the system's rationale, which was indeed designed to guide him, as the host, towards discovering new roles and restoring direction. However, the thought of certain deceptive traps in the marketplace caused him to suppress the urge to clench his fists. Previously, Bai Changming, who had been the first to bow, was also the first to rise. With reddened eyes, he surveyed his fellow team members, fervently hoping to lead them safely out of the ancient tomb. When his gaze fell upon Yi Fan, it landed on the tightly clenched fists. Bai Changming was momentarily taken aback, followed by a heavy sigh. In truth, the expressions of everyone present were profoundly sorrowful. Their reluctance and regret for the sacrificed white snake were palpable. as was their collective fear of the unknown dangers they faced and the inherent vulnerability in confronting death itself. Among them, only Yi Fan's visage remained unchanged, his features devoid of any alteration. His eyes bore the calmness of one who had long been accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. In the face of his teammate's departure, he appeared somewhat indifferent and detached. Yet, when Bai Changming observed Yi Fan's tightly clenched fists, he felt a deep sense of admiration. To Bai Changming, Yi Fan's extraordinary identity suggested that he had undoubtedly weathered considerable storms, rendering him all too familiar with such circumstances. As the adage goes, having witnessed the parting of life and death at such a tender age, he could never return to the innocence of his former self. Thus, his expression remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of sorrow for death or fear of it. Yet, Bai Changming discerned from Yi Fan's tightly clenched fists the young man's sentiments regarding the matter, an intense rage directed at the malevolent corpse that instigated this crisis, coupled with a profound self-reproach typical of a strong individual. Bai Changming sighed deeply and remarked, "The primary responsibility for this incident lies with me, as the team leader. Following the conclusion of this archaeological endeavor, I shall coordinate with the authorities to address the aftermath for the members of the White Snake team and will earnestly reflect on my own missteps during this undertaking." At that moment, Zhang Qiling interjected, "Professor Bai, please do not say that. The sacrifice of the White Snake team should bear the most weight of responsibility upon me. As their direct captain, upon our return, I shall thoroughly review my actions." Bai Changming shook his head. "This responsibility should inherently rest upon me as the leader, not be shouldered by you younger individuals." He gazed earnestly at Yi Fan, who, regardless of his formidable prowess, remained in Bai's eyes a youth of the same age as his own daughter. It was precisely because Yi Fan had endured far more harrowing experiences than his peers that he had attained such strength. Thus, Bai felt it imperative to shield this young man from bearing such a heavy burden of life. Turning to Yi Fan, Bai Changming said, "Dear friend Yi Fan, I comprehend your feelings. However, these tribulations are for us older ones to bear. You need not subject yourself to further guilt. Yi Fan, the sacrifice of the White Snake, should it not be the sole responsibility of the poisoned corpse?" Bai Changming stepped forward, embodying the demeanor of a benevolent elder, and gently patted Yi Fan's shoulder. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining bronze coffin. Having previously opened 2 coffins that appeared least likely to harbor danger, they had narrowly escaped each time. Given that even their most trusted coffins posed such peril, the team was understandably hesitant before this bronze coffin, which emanated an eerie aura. However, according to their earlier decision, they were left with only 2 options: to open the coffin or withdraw. At that moment, no one dared to be the first to speak, yet internally, each individual harbored a reluctance to open the coffin. Yi Fan also directed his attention towards the bronze coffin. If one were to judge solely by its exterior, the bronze coffin indeed looked far more intimidating than the other 2. Its verdant hue, deepened by the passage of time, accentuated the raised corners of the lid, while the surface of the coffin was intricately carved with entwined giant serpents. Yi Fan momentarily closed his eyes and inquired within his mind, "Is there a monster inside?" This was the latest skill he had acquired, the ability to ask questions from a distance. Soon, he received a one-word response, "No." Yi Fan opened his eyes. If there is no monster, what might reside within this coffin? Is the most dangerous truly the safest? Observing the hesitation reflected in the expressions of his companions, Yi Fan silently posed another question. "Is there a necessity to open the coffin?" Once more, he received a succinct answer, "Yes." Subsequently, Yi Fan turned to the archaeological team and declared, "It can be opened. There is no harm." Upon hearing this, Li Tai immediately responded, "No harm? Yi Fan, are you out of your mind? How extraordinary humans are, having evolved intelligence yet often choosing not to utilize it. Such a carefree species. Falling in love can render one foolish." Chapter 55, The King Wang Mang's Tomb and Yi Fan, A Twist of Fate. Before Yi Fan could react, Bai Qingshu's cheeks were already tinged with a blush. Li Tai, oblivious to Bai Qingshu's feelings, continued, Su, while I understand the fervor that archaeologists have for opening coffins, those who claim to love doing so in the face of such danger are truly deranged. Fortunately, we discovered this in time. You must not be deceived by him." Yi Fan coolly glanced at Li Tai and elaborated on his earlier statement. "It is permissible to open the coffin. It poses no issue." Li Tai was immediately rendered speechless. Bai Changming sighed deeply, shaking his head. He had long been aware of the multitude of suitors vying for his daughter's affection and was somewhat familiar with them. However, he had not previously realized that these wealthy young masters and charming schoolboys could be so absurd. Even Zhao Ziming, a junior he had once held in high regard, was full of flaws within this ancient tomb. Could this be the result of comparing them to the exemplary Yi Fan? With a sigh, Bai Changming refocused on the matter of the coffin. "Young friend Yi Fan, are you implying that this bronze coffin poses no danger? It seems that the recent elaborations have consumed too much of Yi Fan's speaking quota, leaving him to merely nod without uttering a sound. Remarkably, Bai Changming felt no offense. He hesitated, glancing towards the direction of the bronze coffin. Instinctively, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from it. Its color, structure, and the intricate carvings on its surface all suggested malevolence. Having previously endured the tribulations of the jade and golden coffins, he recognized the pattern. The initial surge of determination wanes, leading to exhaustion. Bai Changming perceived that the entire archaeological team mirrored this decline, now on the brink of depletion. He surveyed the surrounding members, most of whom had lost their fervor due to the preceding two coffins, their eyes now reflecting a deep reluctance towards the bronze one. Yan Jia remarked, "This coffin could not be more explicit about its dangers. Are we really going to open it?" Zhao Ziming turned to Yi Fan, stating, "Since you brought it up, I hope you stand by your words." Yan Jia added, "Whoever speaks should be the one to open it." Yi Fan cast a nonchalant glance at several individuals. Having held the role of Dezhang for quite some time, he found the surrounding chatter increasingly irksome. Before Bai Changming could intervene, Yi Fan had already approached the bronze coffin. As he walked, he unsheathed the black gold ancient blade from his back. Arriving at the coffin's edge, he unhesitatingly wedged the ancient blade into the coffin's seam. With a brief tensing of his arm muscles, he employed the knife as a lever, effortlessly flipping the coffin lid aside. The moment the lid struck the ground, a cloud of dust erupted, prompting an instinctive reaction from the archaeological team to flee. Yet, amidst the swirling dust, Yi Fan stood resolutely, unyielding as a rock, not retreating an inch. He slowly sheathed the ancient sword, and the onlookers found themselves frozen in place. Upon witnessing the opening of the bronze coffin, which they had also diligently avoided, Bai Changming took a deep breath. Such unwavering conviction, formidable decisiveness, and the sheer strength required to wield a single sword and open the coffin. How could this possibly be the demeanor of an ordinary university student? Suppressing his astonishment, Bai Changming approached Yu Fan in the bronze coffin. Yu Fan was examining the contents within the coffin and, noticing Bai Changming's presence, made room for him. At that moment, as Bai Changming beheld the interior of the coffin, he understood why Yi Fan was so determined to unveil it. The inner walls of the bronze coffin were inscribed with a multitude of characters, and within lay a massive serpent skeleton draped in royal yellow robes. At the cuffs of the imperial attire, the resplendent national seal lay prominently displayed. "My heavens, this is an imperial tomb," Bai Changming exclaimed excitedly to Yi Fan. "Young friend Yi Fan, it is thanks to you that we have come to this." He then turned back to the gathered members, urging, "A significant discovery has been made. Everyone, come quickly." However, as he turned his gaze back to the coffin, he was struck by a chilling realization. The inscriptions within began to fade from view at an alarming rate. A sense of dread washed over Bai Changming. Oxidation. He hesitated, his hand reaching toward the inner walls of the coffin, yet the vanished inscriptions eluded his grasp. Upon hearing the term oxidation, the team members reacted as if struck by lightning, rushing forward. However, in less than a second, the writings within the coffin had entirely faded away. Before the others could express their anguish, Yi Fan spoke calmly. The emperor's sacrifice in pursuit of immortality. In truth, the moment he opened the coffin, he had glimpsed the inscriptions within. As a diligent scholar who had long persevered in his studies, he had honed the skill of rapid reading to perfection. Thus, in a fleeting instant, he had gleaned the essence of the text. Amidst the astonished and delighted gazes of his companions, Yi Fan gestured towards the jade coffin, declaring, "Blood sacrifice." He then pointed to the golden coffin, stating, "Human sacrifice." Finally, he turned to the bronze coffin and remarked, "It is his substitute." Following Yi Fan's lead, the group scrutinized the three coffins. Bai Changming inquired, "His substitute? How could it be a snake?" Yi Fan shook his head, correcting him, "It is a python." The elderly professors pondered the connections between these elements: python, imperial robe; hantum, imperial mausoleum. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon them, and they exclaimed in unison, gazing at the coffins, "The new emperor, Wang Mang." This conclusion stirred them to such excitement that their voices trembled. Wang Mang, the new emperor, is one of the most enigmatic figures in the annals of Great Xia's history. Some of his policies and methods were deemed excessively avant-garde at the time, leading subsequent generations to speculate whether Wang Mang might have been a time traveler. The discovery of this imperial tomb has come as an immense surprise to the archaeological team, and its occupant, Wang Mang, adds further significance to their endeavor. Bai Changming nodded vigorously, stating, "In light of this, we must delve deeply into this ancient tomb. The millennia-old enigma holds extraordinary significance for us." He gazed at the bronze coffin and added, "Moreover, this ritual is related to longevity." At that moment, an elderly professor furrowed his brow and remarked, "But is such an esoteric ritual of longevity truly a reality? It completely contradicts biological principles." Bai Changming chuckled and replied, "Before our arrival, stones could transform into living beings, and corpses could claim lives. Each of these defies biology. Old Shin, trust in what is unfolding before you. As he spoke, he cast an excited glance at Yi Fan. To receive assistance from someone as formidable as Yi Fan amidst such a mysterious tomb is an unparalleled stroke of fortune. It is fate. Chapter 56. A fleeting yet breathtaking smile. Indeed, it is you, Yi Baosi. Nevertheless, for most members of the archaeological team, the existence of a tomb of such magnitude as Wang Mang's represents both an opportunity and an unprecedented challenge. Thus, within each heart lies a blend of joy and trepidation. The greater the opportunity, the more it signifies that every crisis within this grand hall is no mere coincidence. As a royal tomb, the path behind the ancient burial site is certainly fraught with challenges. Every face is marked by hesitation and tension, even by Chang Ming, after his initial excitement, cannot conceal the look of uncertainty that clouds his expression. He surveys his companions, noting the concern etched on the faces of several seasoned professors as they cast wary glances at the younger members of the team. Although the bodyguards are each a rare breed of elite, their numbers are regrettably few. Before their departure, the simplistic entrance of the tomb offered no indication of the vastness that lay within. Thus, the original composition of the archaeological team was assembled merely to accommodate the anticipated scale of a small tomb. The students lack experience, and the bodyguards are stretched thin, with no qualified medical personnel assigned to the entire expedition. It has been a considerable time since Bai Changming encountered such a precarious situation during his archaeological endeavors. It is understandable that the young members, embarking on their first excavation, would feel a sense of anxiety when confronted with a tomb of this magnitude. As he observes the reactions of his colleagues, his gaze drifts back to Yi Fan, momentarily captivated. He notices a fleeting smile gracing Yi Fan's lips, a transient expression that, though brief, is strikingly profound. This ephemeral smile, akin to a blooming flower that quickly fades, leaves a lasting impression. In that moment, Bai Changming cannot help but reflect. Yi Fan must have encountered many remarkable individuals in his life before ascertaining the identity of the master of this ancient tomb. Not even the gravest of crises could elicit a hint of change upon his visage. Only with a figure of sufficient weight could one perhaps coax a smile from Yi Fan. At this moment, upon confirming that this was indeed the tomb of Wang Mang, a fleeting moment of joy stirred within Yi Fan's heart. This joy stemmed from two sources. First, Yi Fan harbored a profound curiosity regarding Wang Mang's identity. This emperor, long considered by posterity to be a time traveler of sorts, was shrouded in enigma. The discovery of sacrificial practices aimed at achieving immortality within his tomb only deepened Yi Fan's desire to uncover the truth, as a history and ancient tomb enthusiast. The second reason for his elation lay in the fact that this discovery was intricately linked to his graduate school applications. A small tomb corresponds to minor accolades, while a grand tomb promises greater rewards. Should it indeed be a tomb of Wang Mang's caliber, he could achieve instant renown, making a straightforward path to graduate school a distinct possibility. Just as a subtle smile began to grace his lips, a notification echoed within his mind. Ding! The brief smile that stunned the ages has met the criteria for character evaluation, restoring degree increased by 1, currently at 94. 1. Corresponding points have been allocated to the host based on 94. 1. Congratulations to the host. You have received a system reward. Ding! Poison recognition. The host can discern whether an object is toxic through the color it reflects, with deeper hues indicating greater toxicity. Yi Fan closed his eyes, embracing this reward, and expressed immense satisfaction with it. The reward provided him with a remedy for the shortcomings of the Qiling blood shield, which rendered him impervious to poisons. Although the Qiling blood shield alleviated his concerns about succumbing to toxins, it simultaneously dulled his sensitivity to the poisons in his surroundings, making it difficult for him to detect their presence in a timely manner. The current reward, which enhanced his ability to discern colors and identify poisons, perfectly compensated for this deficiency. Once he had assimilated this reward, his consciousness returned to reality, and he slowly lifted his eyelids. He noticed that his teammates were gazing at him with an intense eagerness, particularly Lu Bowen, who stood beside him, directing the live streaming equipment towards him with an unmistakable fervor. Li Fan cast a cool glance at Lu Bowen, who, upon encountering Li Fan's indifferent scrutiny in the live feed, felt a momentary tremor in his hand holding the device. Subsequently, he forced a couple of awkward chuckles and pretended as if nothing had happened, redirecting the camera towards Bai Qingshu. Lu Bowen, visibly excited, observed the viewer count stabilizing at over 50,000 and whispered, "Dear classmates and fellow alumni, please refer to me as the #1 fan servant. I am risking the wrath of my elder brother's glare to provide you with the finest filming angle. Everyone, let us shower some love." At that moment, the barrage of comments on the screen surged wildly. Allow me to pause the barrage to capture a screenshot. Wow, Leaf Fan, if you can smile, please do so more. What a splendid smile. Host, if you can get Leaf Fan to smile again, I will become your #1 supporter. In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou sought to elicit a smile from a beauty, igniting the flames of war among the feudal lords. Today, in a similar vein, to witness a mere smile from Yi Fan, one is willing to extend a hand to claim the top position. I would gladly refer to this as the Yi Bao Si phenomenon. Is this what one deems an effective smile? Although my screenshot reveals Yi Fan's lips merely curving upwards by 5 pixels, I was so entranced that I failed to capture the moment. Lu Bowen observed the reactions in the comments and then glanced at Yi Fan, who had reverted to his usual expressionless demeanor, feeling a pang of regret. He silently adjusted the camera to provide the archaeological team with a panoramic view. At that moment, Bai Changming had cleared his throat and began to speak. I can understand the myriad concerns that arise in the presence of such a royal mausoleum. However, I also believe that as members of the archaeological university, each of you harbors a profound passion for the field of archaeology. No archaeologist can resist the allure of the opportunity to personally investigate a tomb of this magnitude. I trust you are all aware of the significance this ancient tomb holds for our great Xia. Therefore, I hope that through this opportunity, we can embrace the winds and sail through the waves with unwavering determination. With Bai Changming's eloquent address, the team members gradually regained their resolve. Several young individuals, initially drawn to the expedition by their infatuation with Bai Qingshu, weighed the risks and chose to seize the challenge. After all, there is but one campus beauty, and a handful of formidable rivals are not to be underestimated. They could not claim that their chances of winning her affection were guaranteed. Yet, it has now been established that this is indeed the tomb of Wang Mang. As long as one can achieve a measure of success within this realm, one could certainly attain recognition in the archaeological community of the Xia Kingdom. Should one ultimately win the affections of the Campus Belle, it would indeed signify a dual triumph, establishing a legacy while securing the heart of a beloved. The young men, filled with dreams of both glory and romance, eagerly turned their gazes toward Bai Qingshu. Those who had formed the alliance of victims against Yi Fan were acutely aware that their previous prominence had been eclipsed by him. The forthcoming ancient tomb presented them with the most opportune moment to restore their standing in Bai Qingshu's eyes. Yan Jia adjusted his appearance and moved closer to Bai Qingshu, showcasing his signature smile. Qingshu, it is evident that we are the perfect pair when standing together. Bai Qingshu raised her eyelids to glance at him, for reasons unknown. Despite Yan Jia's meticulously groomed visage that surpassed even that of many women, her thoughts fleetingly returned to the ephemeral smile that had graced Yi Fan's lips moments before. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and without uttering a word, she diverted her gaze from Yan Jia's face. Yan Jia's smile broadened, convinced that his countenance possessed an innate allure for the opposite sex. Standing beside Bai Qingshu, Zhao Zimiying, upon hearing Yan Jia's words, let out a cold laugh and remarked, Yan Jia, before we discuss your ability to assist Qingshu in the ancient tomb, perhaps you should first elevate your professional skills to a level where you won't hinder her progress, before we consider the matter of compatibility. Meanwhile, Li Tai, accompanied by his remaining 2 bodyguards, approached Bai Qingshu with his arms crossed over his chest. The 2 tall, imposing bodyguards flanked Yan Jia and Zhao Zimiying, effectively pushing them away from Bai Qingshu, as Li Tai stood directly before her. Had I known this was to be the imperial tomb, I would have brought additional bodyguards. However, you need not worry, Qingshu. The bodyguards I have hired are the elite among the elite. Even with just 2, they can ensure your safety, so please, do not stray too far from me. The continuous approach of these individuals caused Bai Qingshu to furrow her brow slightly. The primary purpose of her initial post regarding her standards for a partner was to rid herself of these incessant suitors. Yet, now, amidst the ancient tomb, she found herself even more troubled by their presence. As she noticed Lu Fei and Gao Hua approaching from behind, her frown deepened. She glanced around. Bai Changming was engaged in discussion with Captain Zhang Qiling and several senior professors about their subsequent plans, while the bodyguards stood by, ready at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, as usual, seemed to be exchanging glances with the tomb's peak, and Lu Bowen acted as Yi Fan's dedicated reporter, trailing around him, capturing moments and showering him with flattery. Bai Qingshu cast another glance at Gao Hua and Lu Fei, who had approached her with cheerful smiles, and gently clenched her fist. She silently reassured herself that she merely sought a tranquil space before their departure. Thus, she bypassed the beaming faces of Lu Fei and Gao Hua and made her way directly to Yi Fan's side. Lu Bowen, noticing Bai Qingshu's approach, astutely stepped back to create space for her, subsequently capturing both individuals within the frame of his camera. As the audience in the live stream witnessed Bai Qingshu's appearance, they erupted in fervent excitement. Lu Bowen, aware of his role as a fan-favoring influencer, recognized that it was the perfect moment to indulge the shippers. He inquired of Bai Qingshu, Qingshu, what brings you over to my brother and me? Bai Qingshu glanced at Yi Fan and subtly replied, I appreciate tranquility. Lu Bowen, with a knowing tone, exclaimed, Ah, your taste is impeccable, Qingshu. If you look around, my brother embodies serenity like no other. No one is quieter than him. Don't you agree that my brother's calm demeanor is simply extraordinary? He chuckled, then turned to address his viewers. Allow me to introduce our new guests. Just as he was about to continue, he noticed Yifan, who had been silent, taking a few steps away. Lu Bowen wore a perplexed expression as he watched Yifan. To his surprise, Yifan suddenly halted in his tracks and turned to look back at him. Subsequently, the speaker, who was charged by the word, called out, "Lu Bowen, come over here." Lu Bowen exchanged a glance with Bai Qingxiu and swallowed the remaining words he had intended to say. He hurried to Yifan's side. Yifan cast a glance at Bai Qingxiu, leading the bewildered Lu Bowen a few steps further away. It was only when Yifan came to a halt that Lu Bowen followed suit. Observing Yifan and then glancing back at Bai Qingxiu, who remained in place, he inquired with confusion, "Elder brother, why have you brought me here?" His expression then turned serious as he nervously surveyed the surroundings, saying, "I understand now. Do you have something to convey to me?" As he spoke, he covered the recording device with his hand and whispered to Yifan, "Please, do not hesitate to speak. Is it a precaution against Li Tai or a matter concerning Yanjia? I will certainly comply." Yifan silently regarded Lu Bowen, inwardly sighing. He reflected on Lu Bowen's peculiar thought process, contemplating that if he continued to be so loquacious, he would undoubtedly become the next friend of Li Tai and Yanjia. Upon hearing that the school belle preferred tranquility, Yifan's immediate instinct was to take Lu Bowen away. To him, this fellow, who was also a humble student, had been incessantly by his side, thus preventing the school belle from getting to know him. This chatterbox was even more verbose than Tin Li Tai and Yin Jia's combined. Especially after Bai Qingxiu approached, Lu Bowen seemed to have been wound up like a toy, becoming even more garrulous. As if he had an endless supply of words for the streaming device. It can be said that if Bai Qingxiu sought a tranquil environment near Lu Bowen, it would indeed be a miscalculation. Although Yifan, under the influence of his role as Zhang Qiling, also preferred a serene atmosphere. He remained considerate of the fact that the Campus Belle was a young lady. Thus, he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, embodying the notion of who else but myself should enter hell. He strategically positioned the most boisterous member of the archaeological team a good 5 meters away from the school beauty, serving as bait. While Lu Bowen remained engrossed in his queries, Yifan glanced at him and remarked, "Be quieter." Lu Bowen's mind swiftly processed this, and he suddenly realized that his presence was the glaring distraction. He repeatedly bowed his head in apology to Yifan, saying, "It's all my fault. I lack even this little discernment. I promise to become an energy-efficient light bulb in the future. Shall we hasten back to the city, then, my brother?" Yifan, upon hearing his loud voice, shook his head in disapproval. A child cannot be taught. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxiu nearly broke her composed expression, just as she was filled with curiosity. She caught sight of Lu Bowen bowing in contrition. Following that, she heard his assurances to Yifan, which made her feel a sense of relief, causing her to shake her head in amusement. It turned out that Yifan needed to have a separate conversation when educating the light bulb. This truly created a subtle contrast to his seemingly indifferent exterior. 2 chapters are presented here. I kindly request the esteemed readers to bestow upon me a 5-star review, urging for more updates and small tokens of appreciation. Today, the author continues to add more content. If the 5-star reviews reach 80, an additional chapter will be added. Should it reach or exceed 100, yet another chapter shall follow. Please do not regard the author as merely human. As long as there are 5-star reviews, I am but a beast of burden for the production team. Chapter 58, The Corridor, where a simple lock raises concerns among the crowd. Lu Bowen gazes intently at Yifan. As a devoted streamer catering to his fans, he must ensure that the expectations of his CP supporters are met. Yet, Yifan merely casts a fleeting glance in his direction before shifting his focus elsewhere. Following Yifan's gaze, Lu Bowen observes Bai Changming, Captain Zhang Qiling, and several esteemed professors concluding a brief meeting and returning to the group. Bai Changming addresses the team, stating, "In light of the fact that the journey ahead is indeed more perilous than we previously anticipated, I urge everyone to adhere strictly to our protocols. At critical moments, please cooperate with our security personnel in their rescue efforts and embody the spirit of mutual aid. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from taking independent action." As he surveys the team, he notes the composition of the group. The bodyguards stand ready on one side, while Li Tai and others, who clearly aspire to become his son-in-law, huddle together. Yifan and Lu Bowen linger at one end, while Bai Qingxiu, his daughter, stands apart, creating a striking scene of her own. A sigh escapes him. Although he understands Bai Qingxiu's reclusive nature since childhood, her solitary presence in such a treacherous ancient tomb is undeniably alarming. As a father, he yearns to keep his daughter close, yet her isolation amidst the dangers of the tomb fills his heart with dread. This cannot continue. Bai Changming withdrew his gaze and concluded his address, stating, thus, "I hope everyone will take this archaeological assignment seriously moving forward. Let us seize the moment, organize our ranks, and set forth once again. Subsequently, the team members regrouped. Zhang Qiling rearranged the formation, dividing the bodyguards into 3 groups, 3 individuals at the front to scout ahead, 1 group at the rear to ensure a secure retreat, while several in the middle responded to the movements of the front and back teams. The professor's group and the student group were positioned centrally, designated as the primary subjects of protection. With this formation in place, the archaeological team exited through the open back door, leaving behind the front hall that had so perilously threatened their lives on multiple occasions. Upon exiting, they encountered a corridor. The passage was spacious, measuring over 4 meters in width. The floor, ceiling, and walls on either side were uniformly constructed from identical blue bricks, meticulously arranged. At both ends of the corridor stood 2 rows of extinguished lampposts. Having learned from their near-fatal experience with the gas produced by the long-lasting lamps fueled by the essence of spring water in the front hall, the team refrained from igniting the lampposts this time. Instead, they used their own flashlights to scan the sides and ahead, assessing the condition of the corridor. Yinjiaga, walking in the middle of the group, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Why is this corridor so dark? It feels eerie as we walk through." In response, Zhao Ziming said, "Yinjia, do you think we are strolling through a dormitory hallway? This is an ancient tomb, situated underground, where no natural light can penetrate. In the future, should you find yourself with another opportunity to descend into the tomb, ensure that you are thoroughly prepared." Yinjia was rendered speechless by this remark, casting a resentful glance at Zhao Ziming in the darkness. During this period when Yi Fan remained in the shadows, their alliance against him, the Victims' League, would remain fragmented and disunited, each faction operating independently. Ironically, it was Yi Fan himself, the very person capable of unifying the opposition, who was quietly illuminating the sides of the tomb passage with his flashlight. What captured his attention, aside from the oppressive darkness of the corridor, were the lampposts flanking either side. They were arranged with meticulous precision, adhering to a strict pattern of 1 post every 1.5 meters. Each lamppost was adorned with identical coiling dragonstone carvings. Aside from the symmetry of the sculptures on either side, the remaining characteristics were nearly indistinguishable, resembling products of mass production. With Zhang Qiling's remarkable accuracy and observation, Yi Fan keenly sensed something amiss. He first consulted the Encyclopedia of Exotic Species regarding these lampposts, only to find the results returned as 0. Yi Fan subtly furrowed his brow, indicating that these lampposts were indeed legitimate. The issue did not lie within the posts themselves. However, he was certain that something was amiss with them at this moment. Suddenly, the 3 bodyguards in the lead raised their arms in a gesture of halt, prompting the archaeological team behind them to come to an immediate stop, their expressions shifting to one of heightened alertness. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd. Could it be that, having just exited the front hall, they encountered yet another predicament so swiftly? Shortly thereafter, the foremost figure, the Black Bear, turned back with a countenance beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Captain, Professor Bai, we've discovered the entrance." Upon hearing this, the team hastened their steps, gathering around Black Bear. It became evident that the distance between the 2 lampposts at his location was notably greater than that of the others, spanning approximately 2.5 to 3 meters. Between the 2 lampposts stood a pair of arched stone doors. Adorning the doors were 2 dragon heads, their mouths clasping an ancient bolt. Dangling precariously from the bolt was an intricately carved copper lock, its surface cloaked in verdant patina, suggesting it had aged considerably. At this moment, the 2 flanking lampposts resembled grand door pillars. Observing this mausoleum door, Yi Fan momentarily shifted his focus to the lock before him. Bai Changming and several esteemed professors advanced to examine the door closely. Professor Liu remarked, "This door is not operated by a mechanism, but rather by a lock. In comparison to all the monstrous traps we encountered earlier, this seems rather simplistic, does it not?" Even Bai Changming appeared somewhat hesitant. The new Emperor Wang Mang had previously orchestrated a series of lethal traps in the front hall. How could it be that they now faced a door lock that appeared so easily accessible? Moreover, the quality of this lock seemed rather unsatisfactory. As Li Tai cast a disdainful glance at the door lock, he remarked, "This lock appears to be quite neglected. There surely is nothing of value within." Bai Qingshu shot him a cool look and replied, "The ultimate aim of archaeology transcends mere monetary value." Li Tai, slightly taken aback, retorted, "Yet in my eyes, even a mere earthen jar of pickled vegetables would hold immense significance." Bai Qingshu chose to disregard his attempt at salvaging the conversation. She gazed at the copper lock and observed, "Given the simplicity of this lock, might it not suggest that this tomb chamber is not as perilous as we had envisioned?" Chapter 59. Yi Fan, do you wish to resort to violence? Bai Qingshu's words prompted a moment of contemplation among the crowd. Li Tai's demeanor shifted abruptly as he exclaimed, "Su Su is absolutely right. If the tomb door is arranged with such carelessness, the tomb owner must not have valued this chamber at all. Perhaps the mechanisms within have become as unremarkable as this lock." Bai Changming exchanged glances with several senior professors, confirming their thoughts with a nod. Perhaps we have become overly cautious after navigating the treacherous front hall. With that, he retrieved a toolkit from his gear, selecting a set of specialized tools designed for unlocking such ancient locks. Bai Changming adjusted his glasses and leaned closer to the door lock, meticulously examining the structure of the brass lock. He then turned to the group of young individuals and remarked, "This is a relatively basic ancient lock. It presents an excellent opportunity to assess your practical skills. Is there anyone willing to volunteer and give it a try?" Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu had already donned gloves and approached her father, taking the set of tools from his hands, declaring, "I shall do it." Bai Changming felt a surge of pride as he glanced at his daughter. Although it was merely a basic ancient lock, the moment he entrusted his tools to Bai Qingshu instilled in him the profound sensation of one day passing down his legacy to his daughter. He stepped aside to grant her space, positioning himself next to her to observe her technique. Bai Qingshu secured her father's tool bag around her waist, fastening it at the last buckle, achieving a snug fit. As she bent down, her slender waist and graceful arm contours were elegantly defined. The gazes of those around her were momentarily captivated, but they quickly blinked and redirected their attention back to the lock. With one hand gently lifting the door lock, Bai Qingshu conducted a meticulous examination. She then extracted a slender wire from her tool bag and inserted it into the keyhole, deftly manipulating it. After securing the wire in one position, she retrieved a flat, thin piece of iron and inserted it into the gap of the lock. Her movements were confident and practiced. A few esteemed professors watched with appreciative nods. One of the elderly professors sincerely remarked to Bai Changming, "Whoever claims that women are inferior to men is mistaken. Old Bai, you truly excel in raising your daughter. She is not only beautiful, but also remarkably capable. You are indeed fortunate." In the face of such praise for his daughter, Bai Changming transformed from a venerable vice dean into a humble father, smiling modestly as he responded, "Indeed, I am fortunate, most fortunate, ha ha ha." Bai Qingshu was intently focused on the ancient lock before her, skillfully executing the final step by pressing down on the patch. Everyone awaited the anticipated crisp click. However, upon pressing it down, the copper lock remained utterly silent. Bai Qingshu displayed an expression of surprise, while Bai Changming furrowed his brow slightly. The professor who had previously praised Bai Qingshu chuckled awkwardly and said, "It's all right, Qingshu, don't be anxious. When I assisted Professor Bai with locks, it wasn't always a seamless process. Let us check again." Bai Qingshu exhaled deeply. She was confident that her previous actions had been flawless. Nevertheless, she furrowed her brow and meticulously reviewed her steps, asserting, "My actions were without error." Bai Changming took a deep breath. Fully aware of Bai Qingshu's capabilities and her stubborn nature, he understood that if a mistake occurred this time, it would lead to intense scrutiny and relentless training from her regarding this particular aspect, potentially pushing her into an obsessive state. If this were an exceedingly intricate mechanism, it might be more understandable. However, when it comes to a relatively basic ancient lock, she could feel even more self-reproach. In that moment, Bai Changming experienced a sense of anxious concern. He gently patted Bai Qingshu's shoulder and said, "Qingshu, come back. It is only natural to encounter mistakes after just emerging from a place like the main hall." The elderly professor who had previously praised Bai Qingshu chimed in, "Indeed, Qingshu, you are already quite exceptional among your peers." Old Bai added, "We have just exited the main hall. Matters of unlocking should rightly fall to us seasoned veterans." The young individuals seized this opportunity to extend their support. Yan Jiao remarked, "Qingshu, you need not dwell on this. To err is human. Who among us is without fault?" Zhao Ziming had been observing Bai Qingshu's unlocking process from beginning to end. Given their comparable standings as top students, he did not perceive any errors in her actions. Nevertheless, in an effort to console Bai Qingshu, he affirmed, "Indeed, Qingshu, you performed admirably." Although Bai Qingshu felt a flicker of comfort from the reassurances of those around her, her spirits remained unlightened. During this interval, she had mentally retraced her actions numerous times, yet she could not identify any mistakes in her procedure. Was it possible that she had erred without realizing it? If so, it would indicate a flaw in her professional competence. Bai Qingshu felt a sense of guilt, yet also an unwillingness to concede. Meanwhile, Professor Lu spoke up, "Ziming, give it a try." Zhao Ziming, taken aback by the words, glanced at Professor Lu in astonishment. This put him in a difficult position. After all, seeing Bai Qingshu struggle without success, he knew that stepping into the limelight would only deepen her sorrow, a realization that reflected his emotional intelligence. Moreover, having observed Bai Qingshu's attempts, he had discerned no apparent flaws. However, the tone of his direct mentor, Professor Lu, was not one of inquiry, but rather an imperative. Thus, Zhao Ziming had no choice but to approach with trepidation. In the meantime, Bai Qingshu clenched her fist slightly. Were it not for their situation in the ancient tomb, she would have insisted on unlocking the mechanism herself. Yet, with everyone awaiting the lock's release. She recognized that personal pride and stubbornness could not justify wasting the time of so many. Just as she was about to turn and retrieve Bai Changming's tool bag, Yi Fan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. You haven't done anything wrong. The group looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. Bai Qingshu was even more surprised. Could Yi Fan be advocating on her behalf? Yet, she knew she had indeed failed to unlock the bronze lock. No, she could not allow Yi Fan to be perceived as someone who blurred the lines of right and wrong because of her mistake. The stubborn resolve within Bai Qingshu softened, and she was ready to acknowledge her inadequacies. Just as she was about to admit her error, Yi Fan stepped forward, lifting the bronze lock with one hand. His adept fingers traced the surface of the lock before deftly pinching the clasp. The aged bronze lock was effortlessly released. Yi Fan, with a swift motion of his other hand, deftly caught the assortment of small tools that Bai Qingshu had previously inserted to unlock the door. The fluidity of his actions was nothing short of mesmerizing, possessing an aesthetic grace. Turning back, he handed the tools to Bai Qingshu, who, momentarily taken aback, extended her hand to receive them. Thank you, she stammered. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming swallowed hard, quickly regaining his composure to address Yi Fan, exclaiming, Yi Fan, aren't you destroying a cultural relic? This is our last resort. Even if you wish to showcase your skills, this is a step too far. Li Tai chimed in, embellishing the moment, forcefully picking a lock. You could have mentioned that earlier. We wouldn't have needed you then. I could manage that decrepit lock myself. Yi Fan cast a glance at them, removing the copper lock from the bolt. He raised his arm toward the two, prompting an instinctive retreat from them, their expressions tinged with anxiety. What are you planning to do? Are you going to strike? They queried nervously. Chapter 60. The Steel Straight Man responds to comfort. My eyes are the measure. Observing Zhao Ziming's reaction, Yi Fan silently sighed within. His gesture hardly seemed aggressive, leading him to introspect. When did I begin to leave such a volatile impression on others? He gazed calmly at Zhao Ziming and Li Tai, opening his palm. All eyes turned toward him, their pupils momentarily dilating in astonishment. Before one's eyes, the copper lock, which had earlier been seemingly forcefully breached by Yi Fan, now lay securely fastened within his palm, utterly unscathed, even restored to its original condition. Zhao Ziming's lips twitched in disbelief, rendering him speechless. Yi Fan had personally taken on the task of unlocking it because his discerning eyes had confirmed that Bai Qingshu's method was indeed flawless. To rectify something that was already correct was to compound error upon error. As someone who had long navigated the rigorous path of standardized education, Yi Fan deeply empathized with this sentiment. Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu gazed at the small tools Yi Fan had just returned to her with a mixture of gratitude and emotion. She appreciated the comfort offered by those who believed she had erred. But what moved her even more was the unwavering faith of one individual who stood by her confidence in her abilities. Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings before ultimately placing the pristine copper lock into Bai Changming's hands. Bai Changming hastily accepted it, taking a moment to scrutinize the lock closely. Despite its antiquated appearance, seemingly fragile enough to break at the slightest tug, it was undeniably intact. Though Yi Fan's earlier actions appeared rough, they had left the lock entirely unharmed. This task, seemingly straightforward, required a delicate balance of immense strength and agility to execute successfully. Behind this harmonious blend of power and finesse lay years of unwavering dedication and practice. A testament to the adage that 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of preparation off stage. Bai Changming, struck by a sense of awe, cast a glance at Yi Fan, who, unfazed, shifted his attention back to the stone door. Such prowess, such a mindset. What experiences lie behind this young man? Bai Changming took a deep breath and carefully placed the copper lock into the vacuum bag designated for artifact collection. He cleared his throat and approached the stone door, drawing out the bolt. Subsequently, the two stone doors emitted a dull sound as they slowly opened before them. Bai Changming proclaimed, "Everyone, regain your focus. We are about to enter." With that, he was the first to step through the open stone door into the tomb chamber, followed in succession by his team members. As Yi Fan entered, he passed by Bai Qingshu, who could not help but call out to him, "Yi Fan, why do you believe in me?" Lu Bowen, trailing closely behind Yi Fan, paused alongside Bai Qingshu. Upon hearing her question, Lu Bowen, a fervent supporter who had never truly provided his fanbase with substantial content, immediately recognized the opportunity. According to convention, this was the moment for a heartfelt confession of unwavering support. He promptly aimed the camera at Yi Fan, eagerly anticipating the scene unfolding before the lens. Yi Fan cast a glance at Bai Qingshu, unprepared for this question that could not be glossed over with a simple yes. Rapidly recalling the earlier moments, he noted that many had already offered comfort to the Campus Belle. Thus, Yi Fan confidently dismissed the notion of providing consolation as the correct answer and, with objective fairness, stated, "My eyes serve as my measure." The delighted smile on Lu Bowen's face and the glimmer of hope in Bai Qingshu's eyes vanished almost simultaneously. As Lu Bowen feigned nonchalance after failing to appease the CP fans once more, he redirected the camera towards the procession advancing into the tomb. However, the chat room erupted in laughter. How can one deliver such audacious lines with such a serious tone? Yi Fan, you must teach me upon your return. The previous Yi Fan compared to the current, incomparable. I wonder if any CP fans have been unwittingly lured in. Heed my advice and flee, lest you starve to death in this place. Even the allure of Yi Fan and the little streamer pales in comparison, lamented an unfortunate CP fan who felt utterly deprived. Do not heed the rumors. The aloof yet captivating school belle and the strikingly cool male lead. What a delightful pairing. I never intended to ship them. Yet this man truly embodies the hero saving the damsel in distress. Lu Bowen observed the rolling comments, glancing at the earnest Yi Fan. And couldn't he help but display an expression of bemusement. The eternal adversary of CP fans, the straight man. Bai Qingshu paused momentarily, realizing she might have made a somewhat questionable choice moments ago. She had momentarily forgotten her original intent behind posing that question to Yi Fan. Yi Fan continued to regard her with gentlemanly decorum, allowing Bai Qingshu to enter first. With a soft acknowledgement, she, somewhat dazed, stepped into the tomb ahead of him. The moment she laid eyes on the interior of the tomb, she was instantly awakened. Before her unfolded a scene replete with an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels strewn across the floor. The individuals who entered earlier were utterly astonished by the scene before them, rendered speechless as they gazed upon the grand mausoleum. The chamber, roughly the size of half a basketball court, was strewn with gold and silver jewels, forming towering hills of opulence. The walls were adorned with numerous exquisite paintings and calligraphy from renowned masters, while various vessels embellished with lustrous gems surrounded them. The members found it challenging to find a place to step, as the precious metals and stones littered the ground, occupying most of the space. Their room for movement was severely limited, compelling them to tread upon these treasures. This was a tomb entirely constructed from gold and silver. Regardless of the pure intentions that brought the team here, it was difficult not to feel swayed by the magnificent spectacle. Yin Jia gazed at the heap of pearls at his feet, gasping in disbelief. Is this truly real? These are excellent for skincare. Beside him, Lu Fei stared intently at the mountains of gold bars, exclaiming, could you refrain from relating everything to your superficial vanity? Are these treasures merely for your face? Just one handful could buy an entire courtyard in Kyoto. I have never witnessed such a bounty of gold bars in my life. It is indeed a royal tomb. Even Li Tai, who had dealt with wealth extensively, swallowed hard at the sight before him, lamenting, such a waste of resources. This is a true squandering. These treasures should be locked away behind 18 layers of security. How can one hang such a shabby lock on the door? It is utterly disgraceful. Chapter 61. Yi Fan takes action. Deception is justifiable. The tomb chamber, replete with gold and jewels, left everyone utterly awestruck. Whether it be the bodyguards who have spent their lives engaged solely with adversaries and firearms, or the youthful individuals present, even the seasoned professors, well into their 50s, with considerable archaeological experience, were captivated. The sight of such wealth stirred the nerves of every onlooker. Even Lu Bowen, who had been incessantly photographing Yi Fan, shifted his lens to the amassed treasures within the tomb. He murmured to Yi Fan beside him, my heavens, what an eye-opener. Even if my family had been saving since the year we began as entertainers, we wouldn't amass even a fraction of this, my brother. As he spoke, Lu Bowen cast a curious glance at Yi Fan, eager to discern his reaction to the extraordinary chamber. However, upon witnessing Yi Fan's expression, Lu Bowen was taken aback. Yi Fan's face bore not the astonishment or admiration of those around him. Rather, it was even more solemn than his usual demeanor. His brow furrowed, his gaze scrutinizing not the treasures but as if he were evaluating a criminal. Lu Bowen couldn't help but reflect, truly, a man of the world. He then returned his gaze to the gold and jewels, attempting to adopt Yi Fan's perspective. Yet, after merely half a minute of frowning in imitation of Yi Fan, his expression softened. How could anyone bear to regard such treasures with indifference? Indeed, this realm is not something merely attainable by the average individual. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment from those around him, Bai Changming inhaled sharply, realizing that his own heart had momentarily quickened. He promptly adopted a grave demeanor and cautioned, these artifacts are of utmost significance to us archaeologists. I urge everyone to uphold the integrity and professionalism befitting our roles, resisting any inappropriate thoughts. As he spoke, he cast a serious gaze around at the reactions of his fellow team members. Most were gradually retracting their gazes, their expressions ranging from the dazed realization of awakening to a lingering reluctance. Yet, one individual, Yi Fan, maintained a notably solemn expression as he observed the treasures that challenged the very limits of human desire. As a young man in his 20s, he possessed an extraordinary composure and insight. Yi Fan was no ordinary individual destined for greatness. He had undoubtedly already achieved remarkable feats. At that moment, in Yi Fan's eyes, upon entering the tomb and catching his first glimpse of the gold, silver, and jewels, he had not yet uttered any exclamation like the others. To him, these treasures instantaneously lost their original noble hues of gold, silver, jade, and emerald, transforming instead into shades of red, black, or white that directly conveyed the depth of color. Yi Fan realized that the skill of color discernment and poison recognition, a reward from the system, was now in effect. These burial items were toxic. As he surveyed the scene, he noted that not all the gold and gems had altered in hue. Rather, there was an erratic pattern of color change. Upon witnessing the entirety of the truth, the treasures of gold and silver before Yi Fan transformed into nothing more than aesthetically devoid traps in his eyes. Some even appeared so garishly mismatched that they were almost an affront to the senses. He furrowed his brow once more, his expression deepening in disdain. Raising his head, he remarked, "These items are toxic." This statement proved more persuasive than Bai Changming's words. As the members of the archaeological team swiftly shifted their focus from the glittering jewels before them, the team members exchanged stunned glances with Yi Fan, then cast wary looks at their surroundings. The tomb chamber fell into a momentary hush. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling, perplexed, directed his gaze towards Yi Fan while discreetly retrieving his poison detection device from his belt. The electronic apparatus was operating smoothly, with the displayed data reflecting normal readings. Given Yi Fan's previous conduct within the ancient tomb, Zhang Qiling held a profound trust in him. Moreover, Yi Fan's calm demeanor inherently conveyed a sense of conviction, and in his current serious tone, it was impossible to dismiss. Zhang Qiling pondered, could it be that my instrument is malfunctioning? He glanced at Yi Fan, but chose not to voice his concerns. Instead, he began to extract a sample of poison from his equipment to verify the functionality of his device. Zhang Qiling carefully placed the toxin from the vial onto the detection tube, and immediately, a series of beeping sounds resonated through his earpiece. The data on the electronic screen surged dramatically, confirming that the equipment was indeed operational. Zhang Qiling reset the data, gently placing it once more upon the small hill of gold bars by his feet. The instrument remained unresponsive. A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Qiling's face as he glanced toward Yi Fan. Just as he was deliberating whether to discreetly inform Bai Changming of the situation, a loud voice from Yin Jia shattered the momentary silence. "Li Tai, can't you see your bodyguard is stealing our belongings?" Zhang Qiling turned his gaze to see Li Tai gripping one of his bodyguard's wrists. The bodyguard's large hand was clenched into a fist, clearly concealing something within. Zhang Qiling's brow furrowed instantly as he commanded, "He Xiong, by who? Go investigate what he is holding." Before the two could reach the bodyguard, he glanced around at the watchful eyes of the crowd and promptly tossed the item away. A large, exquisitely crafted jade ring rolled across the mound of gold bars before settling in a corner. Li Tai immediately glared at him with disappointment, exclaiming, "Jason, is my salary not worth as much as this ring? How dare you embarrass me here?" In truth, when Jason initially concealed the jade ring, no one had noticed. He was in the process of returning it after having heard Yi Fan mention that such items were cursed, only to be caught red-handed by Yin Jia. Jason felt a surge of indignation. Had he not heeded Yi Fan's words, he would not have faltered in such a trivial act of thievery. Yet the reality was that he had taken something, had not been poisoned, and was caught in the act of returning it. This is a classic case of losing the hen while trying to steal the rice. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling and Jason, two individuals with starkly opposing viewpoints, simultaneously realized that the items here might not be poisonous at all, leading them to a shared conclusion. Yi Fan's move is a cunning stratagem. Upon this revelation, Zhang Qiling couldn't help but gaze at Yi Fan with admiration, exclaiming, "At such a tender age, you truly possess both courage and wisdom." In contrast, Li Tai, lacking Zhang Qiling's broader perspective, only recognized amidst his tirade against Jason that he exhibited no signs of poisoning. Yi Fan had deceived everyone. Instantly, Li Tai turned to Yi Fan and declared, "No, Jason isn't poisoned. Yi Fan, are you not being alarmist?" Chapter 62, The Poisoned Golden Bar Mountain. As predicted by Yi Fan, the crowd's gaze flickered between Li Tai and Yi Fan. At this moment, Li Tai, remarkably seizing upon Yi Fan's vulnerability, swiftly cast aside the shame of his bodyguard's theft of cultural relics. His arrogance surged, as if he had discovered a new continent, and he looked at Yi Fan with triumph. "Yi Fan, your recent actions are nothing short of spreading rumors and undermining morale. I should have suspected you long ago. Your behavior hardly resembles that of a novice tomb raider. Could it be that you are indeed a grave robber, concocting such a falsehood to monopolize these treasures and prevent us from claiming them?" Zhang Qiling, unwavering in his belief that Yi Fan's recent maneuver was a clever ruse, promptly interjected, "Classmate Li Tai, had it not been for Yi Fan's unexpected explosion of fury towards the bodyguard by his side, any unauthorized removal of items from this location would constitute the grave offense of cultural relic theft. As the one responsible for bringing him here, you would inevitably bear joint liability. Typically, Zhang Qiling would temper his demeanor when addressing these professors and students, presenting himself as a remarkably refined individual, in stark contrast to his formidable appearance. Thus, Zhang Qiling's sudden seriousness directed at Li Tai sent a chill down Li Tai's spine, significantly diminishing his earlier bravado. After witnessing Li Tai fall silent, Zhang Qiling turned to Yi Fan, intending to express his profound admiration for Yi Fan's recent actions. However, he was taken aback to find that Yi Fan's expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever, fixated on Li Tai. Zhang Qiling sighed quietly to himself. It was rare for someone as young as Yi Fan to possess such cunning, especially when faced with Li Tai's unfounded accusations. Who wouldn't feel disheartened after encountering such a situation? Just as Zhang Qiling was about to offer Yi Fan some words of consolation, a commotion erupted once more from Li Tai's direction. Instantly, he turned to find that another bodyguard, Rod, had suddenly collapsed amidst a pile of gold bars, writhing in agony and curling up like a shrimp. Li Tai, startled by Rod's alarming behavior, kicked the fallen bodyguard and exclaimed, "I already stated that we do not accept those with acute stress disorders in my household. What bad luck. Such dreadful misfortune." As Li Tai delivered two powerful kicks, Rod's sunglasses fell from his face. Witnessing Rod's visage in its entirety, the crowd collectively gasped in horror. At that moment, Rod was fervently rolling his eyes, his skin marred with a network of deep crimson welts that appeared as if writhing creatures were burrowing beneath the surface. Initially, he emitted a sharp, anguished scream, but after collapsing, he lacked the strength to produce such sounds. He resembled a stranded fish, helplessly opening and closing his mouth, blood-tinged foam spilling from the corners, producing a ghastly, zombie-like rasping noise. This grotesque reaction rendered Li Tai hesitant to strike again. He abruptly turned to Jason, demanding, "What in the world is wrong with Rod?" In response, Zhang Qiling interjected, answering Li Tai's inquiry, "He is not simply ill, he is poisoned. Look at what he has in his coat." Upon examination, Rod's black suit jacket lay open, revealing the bulging outline of gold bars within his inner pocket. It was evident that he had clandestinely taken something from nearby. Jason swiftly retrieved a small vial from his gear, tilting it back to drink its contents, then crouched down to administer an identical potion to Rod. He looked up at Li Tai and reassured him, "Rest assured, young master, this is the antidote. It is the result of 2 decades of research by our beautiful nation, utilizing big data to compile all existing information on toxins in the world. As long as the poison can be identified, it can be neutralized." Li Tai nodded slightly and remarked, "That is more like it. Provide me with a few vials as well. If this young master were to be poisoned, what would we do in your absence?" Just as Jason was about to retrieve more equipment, Rod, curled up on the ground, suddenly began to convulse even more violently. Moments later, Rod could emit no sound at all. After attempting to open his mouth, he fell silent. Zhang Qiling's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "The antidote is ineffective. A poison that cannot be detected by professional testing equipment indicates that there is no record of such a toxin in existence." At that moment, Jason, who had secretly taken the jade ring, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He stared in horror at his hands, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, this cannot be happening." The members of the archaeological team instinctively gasped, each one glancing nervously at the mound of gold, silver, and precious gems at their feet. Had it not been for Yi Fan's earlier warning, they would have surely succumbed to the temptation to touch these treasures. Yet, how could Yi Fan ascertain the toxicity of these riches when even the testing instruments remained unresponsive? The group looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. Suddenly, without warning, he drew forth the ancient black gold blade, declaring, "There is something amiss." At that moment, from deep within the tomb, a series of crisp metallic clinks echoed, the sound of gold and silver being tossed into the air and then falling back down. In any other setting, this sound would have been quite melodious, but within the confines of the tomb, it was anything but reassuring. In such a sepulchral chamber, the sudden sound emanating from the depths of the deserted enclosure elicits a spine-chilling sensation among the onlookers. The group directed the beams of their flashlights towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, 2 heads of flat-headed cobras, each as thick as an adult male's thigh, slowly emerged from a mound of gold bars. One serpent, resembling an ordinary cobra, possessed dark gray scales, albeit larger in size than the typical king cobra. The other, adorned with resplendent golden scales, exhibited a matching pattern of golden hues, perfectly camouflaging itself amidst the gilded heap. From their heads, pearls and coins cascaded down, dislodged by their ascent. A collective gasp escaped the archaeological team as they instinctively took a step back. Zhang Qiling promptly commanded his team, "Stand guard. Exercise caution around these 2 serpents. Ensure the safety of the professor and students." Beside him, the black bear involuntarily shrugged its shoulders and exclaimed, "My goodness, how could there be 2 snakes here?" This tomb contains nothing but gold and jewels. It pondered aloud. Have they grown to such a size by feasting on gold? Is the golden one a glutton for treasure while the black one consumes the earth, resulting in their formidable appearance? However, as the upper bodies of the two serpents fully emerged from the gold bars, their lower bodies rising in unison, the black bear promptly fell silent. Before them lay two serpents whose upper bodies intertwined, sharing a singular form. This was a double-headed cobra, adorned with two distinct heads. The body, notably thicker than the neck, was cloaked in scales of an enchanting black and gold hue, shimmering with a weightier richness than gold and an elegance surpassing black, reflecting a subtle phosphorescence amidst a backdrop of iridescent splendor. Chapter 63. The black-clad bodyguards schemed to coerce the Campus Belle using Yifan, the double-headed cobra. With its cold-blooded gaze, fixated intently on the members of the archaeological team within the tomb, as if searching for something, hissing ominously while flicking its forked tongue. He Yuan swallowed hard, glancing at Yifan, who had already drawn his knife. Yifan is truly remarkable. How does he manage this? His instincts are keener than professional toxin detection equipment. Could he have been bitten by a spider as well? His teammate beside him nodded vigorously. Indeed, spider sense. Though now it seems we should refer to it as Yifan's intuition. Zhang Qiling also cast an astonished glance at Yifan, recognizing that his sensitivity to danger far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary individuals, even exceeding the calculations of mere machines. Simultaneously, Yifan was engaging his mind's encyclopedia of rare species, diligently searching for information on the double-headed cobra. Moments later, relevant data flooded into his consciousness. The black-gold double-headed king cobra, a hybrid of the toxic king and the medicinal king. The black snake, a venomous serpent, is nourished by the 5 poisons. The golden snake, the progenitor of medicinal serpents, matures amidst a multitude of herbs. The black and gold dual-eyed king cobra, bearing lethal venom, can swiftly devastate cardiac and pulmonary functions, typically resulting in death from vascular obstruction and respiratory failure. However, inhalation of the golden snake's scaled powder may serve as the antidote. Yifan swiftly reviewed the reactions following Rod's poisoning. The prominent red marks on his face were likely caused by vascular blockage. Ultimately, he could not emit a proper scream, instead producing a ghastly, zombie-like sound indicative of respiratory failure. In an instant, Yifan understood that these randomly poisoned golden artifacts had been traversed by the black and gold dual-eyed king cobra, thus becoming tainted with the black snake's toxic secretions. This truly exemplifies random slaughter. Nothing could be more arbitrary than allowing such a soulless creature to determine which items are poisonous and which are safe. Even if the engineers who constructed this ancient tomb were to return, they would hardly dare to handle the gold and jade here recklessly. However, upon realizing that the golden snake served as the antidote, Yifan simultaneously grasped another issue. He immediately turned slightly and addressed Zhang Qiling, who was aiming his gun at the black and gold dual-eyed king cobra. The snake must not be killed. At this moment, Zhang Qiling had instinctively regarded Yifan as a comrade in arms, forgetting his student status. Without hesitation, he nodded and replied, "Understood." Before any aggressive action was taken, we would refrain from initiating hostility. Zhang Qiling turned to Bai Changming and remarked, "Professor Bai, this serpent appears exceedingly sinister. Given that we cannot disturb anything here, I propose we withdraw from the tomb slowly while the two snakes have yet to display any signs of aggression." Bai Changming cast a glance at the surrounding artifacts. These burial items held immense value for the field of archaeology, particularly the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls. Yet, recalling the gruesome fate of Rod after his poisoning, they transformed into mere embellishments of danger. He nodded regretfully. "Very well, let us proceed." "Stop. You shall not leave." Bai Changming's words were abruptly interrupted by Jason. Having witnessed Rod's tragic demise, Jason, who had also pilfered items from the tomb, was now gripped by a fear of meeting the same fate. Should the archaeological team abandon this site, he would forfeit his last chance of salvation. While everyone's attention was captivated by the unexpectedly emerging two-headed cobra, Jason devised a plan of utmost feasibility in his mind. He focused on Bai Qingxiu, the individual most capable of influencing Bai Changming's decisions. Thanks to Li Tai's peculiar penchant for associating with Bai Qingxiu, Jason had kept close proximity to her. He seized Bai Qingxiu, ensnaring the slender girl with one arm. "Help me find a way to counteract the poison. If not, let her remain here as a burial companion." The incident occurred suddenly. No one could have anticipated that Jason would commit such a heinous act. When Bai Qingxiu was initially seized, she was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Gritting her teeth, she struggled against her captor, yet the grip on her arm felt as unyielding as steel, offering no semblance of release. Under such coercive force, Bai Qingxiu's voice became strained. "Jason, are you courting death?" Jason's sinister nature was fully revealed as he retorted, "I am acting this way precisely to avoid death." Bai Changming felt a chill wash over him from head to toe. As he approached, he shouted, Jason, have you lost your mind? Release Jingxiu. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. His employer, Li Tai, also flushed with anger and stepped forward to reprimand Jason. Jason, damn it, I told you to. With a mere lift of his arm, Jason shoved Li Tai several steps back, inadvertently knocking down Gao Hua and Lu Fei, who had also advanced. In her desperate attempt to stomp on Jason's foot, Bai Qingxiu realized she was utterly helpless. Recognizing that even Li Tai was callously dismissed, she cried out to the surroundings. Don't let my father come. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming swiftly grasped Bai Changming's arm, saying, Professor Bai, Jason has severed all familial ties. Your intervention now would be futile. Jason disdainfully sidestepped Bai Qingxiu's attempt to step on his foot, declaring, stomping toes, how juvenile, a child's way of fighting. Meanwhile, all the bodyguards in the vicinity raised their weapons, aiming directly at Jason. Zhang Qiling brandished his firearm and declared, Jason, have you ever considered that even if you managed to concoct an antidote by yourself, you would still be no match for us? Jason let out a derisive laugh and retorted, I care not for such matters. All I desire is to survive this moment. You had best believe, I possess the capability to snap her neck before you even pull the trigger. Zhang Qiling furrowed his brow deeply. He understood that Jason, having been forged by the same devilish training and real combat experience, indeed had this ability and the requisite ruthlessness. Thus, not only was there no opportunity to fire his weapon, but even the slightest movement could provoke this dangerously unhinged individual. Yi Fan cast a cold gaze towards him. The two were separated only by a few mounds of poisoned gold bars and a circle of onlookers. He coldly stated, You are not poisoned. Jason, realizing it was Yi Fan speaking, suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Fan, you must have a way to help me with the antidote, right? Very well. Since I am the only one poisoned and you refuse to act, you certainly cannot turn a blind eye to her. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately grasped Jason's intentions. He truly intended to use Bai Qingxiu as leverage against Yi Fan. Bai Qingxiu's heart constricted momentarily, amidst the surrounding silence. She was forcibly grabbed by the arm and pulled towards the nearest mound of gold bars. Chapter 64, Between Life and Death. The heart of a parent's love Jason extended Bai Qingxiu's arm as they reached towards the towering heap of gold bars. As Bai Qingxiu's hand made contact with the gold bar, a smug curve formed at the corner of his mouth. He addressed Bai Qingxiu, saying, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon these inept men who profess their love for you. However, if Yi Fan cannot even save you, then I must admit my misjudgment. As the chilling sensation of metal coursed through his hand, Bai Qingxiu felt a corresponding chill settle within her heart. A profound dread enveloped her, rendering her momentarily deaf to the cries of those around her, leaving only Jason's sinister words echoing in her ears. He was using himself as a bargaining chip to threaten Yi Fan, even resorting to a moral coercion. In that fleeting instant, Bai Qingxiu regained her clarity. She was acutely aware of Yi Fan's formidable prowess within the ancient tomb. Yet must he bear the weight of everyone's lives? Reflecting on Yi Fan's typically indifferent visage, she felt an unexpected pang of sympathy as danger loomed. Meanwhile, the surrounding team members gazed in shock towards Jason and Bai Qingxiu. Jason, with a malevolent smile, straightened himself alongside Bai Qingxiu. He prepared to unleash further threats upon the members who glared at him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart, as if something had gripped it tightly. His temples throbbed, and a wave of agony surged through his veins. The ease he had moments before evaporated, and every pore on his body seemed to torment his mind from within. Jason found himself devoid of strength to hold on to Bai Qingxiu, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this truly the sensation of being poisoned? In the instant he collapsed, his comrades rushed towards him. Bai Changming, filled with anguish, yearned to lift his daughter, who was now in torment, clutching her chest. Bai Qingxiu, gazing at the hands reaching for her, strained to utter, I have been poisoned, do not touch me. Yet Bai Changming paid no heed to her words. She was his precious daughter, his cherished gem. Determined, he approached her, assuring, Qingxiu, do not fear. Father will help you up and take you home. Bai Qingxiu shook her head in agony, imploring, please, restrain my father. The onlookers, both in concern for Bai Qingxiu's plea and fear for Bai Changming's own potential poisoning, extended their hands towards him. Bai Changming, heartbroken, gazed helplessly at his suffering daughter, transforming from a revered archaeological expert into a desperate father. Faced with a toxin for which there were no records, how could he save his beloved child? Tears streamed down Bai Qingxiu's cheeks as she struggled to keep her eyes open, surveying her surroundings. There were several bodyguards, colleagues of her father, and even those young men who had dared to enter the tomb in pursuit of her affections. Among them was Lu Bowen, finally viewing her without the barrier of a live stream. Yet, there was no sign of Yi Fan. Pain consumed the majority of Bai Qingxiu's thoughts. But upon realizing Yi Fan's absence, her heart ached more than her very pores. Images of Yi Fan flickered through her mind like a lantern show. Why had he not come to see her one last time? Had Jason's words truly struck him so deeply? Would he truly feel remorse for being unable to save her? Bai Qingxiu struggled to maintain her clarity as she gazed at Bai Changming and spoke. Father, could you please summon Yi Fan for me? I have something to convey to him. Bai Changming nodded vigorously. Young friend Yi Fan will be coming. Qingxiu, hold on. Lu Bowen immediately volunteered. I shall fetch my brother. Just as Lu Bowen departed, a member of the security team checking on Jason approached Zhang Qiling and inquired, Captain, shall we execute Jason immediately? Bai Changming interjected, no. He must endure the consequences of his actions. His tone was frigid, devoid of the gentle demeanor characteristic of the esteemed professor. Zhang Qiling nodded and instructed the team member, proceed as Professor Bai has stated. Bai Qingxiu detected an unusual strain in her father's voice, causing her eyes to well with tears. She had never been one to speak much, and her current physical state hardly permitted her to utter many words. Yet, there was so much she wished to express to her father. In her youth, she often lamented that he seemed solely focused on his work. Bai Changming shook his head in apology. It is I who have wronged you. Bai Qingxiu weakly shook her head. Yet now, I wish you would truly focus only on your work. At that moment, Lu Bowen was sprinting towards Yi Fan. However, he was taken aback to see Yi Fan approaching the two-headed cobra, unarmed and without a means of defense. Lu Bowen felt a surge of dread. Yet he resolutely conquered his internal fear of the two-headed cobra. With a swift movement, he lunged forward, embracing Yi Fan from behind and exclaiming, Brother, impulsiveness is a devil. It's all that Jason's fault. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Please do not act recklessly. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly and released his grip. Lu Bowen, with a firm shake of his head, insisted, Go and see the Campus Belle. She longs to see you. At that moment, Yi Fan was not one to be easily restrained. In an instant, he freed himself from Lu Bowen's hold. By the time Lu Bowen regained his senses, Yi Fan had already placed a foot upon the cobra's vulnerable spot, while seizing the golden serpent with his hand. Softly, Yi Fan murmured an apology before selecting 2 golden scales from the serpent's back. However, upon recalling Jason's actions, he decided to forego one of them. With 2 extraordinarily long fingers, he exerted precise force, and before the golden serpent could register any pain, a golden scale landed in his palm. Lu Bowen stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated by Yi Fan's impressive display. It wasn't until Yi Fan brushed past him that he snapped back to reality. Astonished that Yi Fan had subdued the terrifying two-headed cobra in mere minutes, Lu Bowen glanced at Yi Fan's retreating figure and hurried to catch up. As Yi Fan approached the crowd, Lu Bowen called out loudly from behind, Make way, the brother is coming. The people around, upon seeing Yi Fan, instinctively parted to create a path for him. Even the few members of the anti-Yi Fan victim alliance refrained from provoking further due to Bai Qingxiu's final wish. Lying on the ground, Bai Qingxiu had entered a state of labored breathing. Her complexion was ashen, yet the veins on her skin were strikingly pronounced, with some visibly swollen. Upon hearing that Yi Fan had arrived, Bai Changming hurriedly wiped away his tears with his sleeve, attempting to steady his trembling voice as he addressed Bai Qingxiu. Qingxiu, young friend Yi Fan is here. Think of what you wish to say to him. As Yi Fan crouched down, he glanced at Bai Changming's condition. In merely a few minutes, this elderly professor appeared to have aged over a decade. Dismissing any sentimentality regarding the plight of parents, he crushed the golden serpent scales in his hand into powder and held it beneath Bai Qingxiu's nose, instructing her, Do not speak. Inhale. There was no gentleness in his command toward the dying woman. It bore a tone that was almost coldly authoritative. The onlookers regarded Yi Fan with confusion. Yet, this method proved remarkably effective for Bai Qingxiu, who was on the brink of losing consciousness. To everyone's astonishment, she obediently sealed her lips and took a deep breath. Chapter 65. Yi Fan, am I the cherished one after all? Bai Changming stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. In that moment when Bai Qingxiu inhaled the golden powder from Yi Fan's palm, the swelling veins upon her face subsided. He watched as she struggled to breathe. And gradually, her respiration became more fluid. Subsequently, Bai Qingxiu suddenly opened her eyes, and as the vascular patterns on her body returned to normal, her breathing calmed. Less than a minute later, Bai Qingxiu sat up from the ground. Bai Changming, overwhelmed with joy, embraced his daughter, who had traversed the gates of hell and returned. Qingxiu, my precious daughter, you truly have taken my life away. Bai Qingxiu paused for a moment, seemingly surprised by her own survival. Soon after, she reciprocated the embrace, displaying an exceedingly gentle smile. The surrounding team members, too, were overwhelmed with emotion, hugging one another to celebrate the miraculous reunion. In this jubilant atmosphere, Yi Fan found himself the recipient of the most embraces. First, it was the bodyguards led by Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling held Yi Fan tightly, patting his back as he exclaimed, Yi Fan, remarkable, truly remarkable. Just as Zhang Qiling released him, He Xiong enveloped Yi Fan in another embrace. Yi Fan, you have truly made me witness a living Spider-Man. This is nothing short of a miracle, He Xiong said, his voice tinged with emotion. Zhang Qiling, amused, explained from the side, though He Xiong is tall and strong, his idol is Spider-Man. Bai Hu, standing behind He Xiong, patted him on the back and remarked, could you please not monopolize our little hero? Have you never seen such a sight before? He Xiong released Yi Fan and made a mock-threatening gesture towards Bai Hu, who promptly took Yi Fan from He Xiong's grasp. He patted Yi Fan's back and said, Yi Fan, well done, truly well done. The black bear gazed at the imposing white tiger embracing Yi Fan, instantly realizing the absurdity of the scene he had just witnessed. It was akin to the Hulk holding Spider-Man. He hastily pushed the white tiger aside, exclaiming, all right, enough of this. You should let go. Just moments ago, you remarked on my lack of worldly experience. Do you really think you were that formidable? Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who had already prepared to gracefully withdraw from the scene, was embraced by each member of the security team in turn. A flicker of genuine surprise and confusion graced his features. Lu Bowen, returning to his former craft, captured this moment with tears streaming down his face. Dear viewers, allow me to introduce to you my extraordinary brother, a veritable deity among men. At that moment, Lu Bowen's live stream boasted an audience exceeding 100,000, far surpassing the original capacity of the Archaeology University. The comments section buzzed with excitement. The emotional resonance of this scene was overwhelming. I never anticipated that a humble archaeology live stream could evoke such tears from me. Lost and then found. I shall bask in this joyous atmosphere. I wish to join in, but I shall remain on the periphery. Good grief, whose wheels just rolled over my face. Woe is me. Thank you, Yi Fan, for rescuing my wife. Wake up. Clearly, that is someone else's wife. With newfound perspective, Yi Fan declared, oh no, I have become the wife. Goodness, what a surreal scene. Akin to a cat infiltrating a pack of dogs. I must capture this moment. Did anyone notice the fleeting moment of confusion on Yi Fan's face? What an extraordinary sense of disarray. Let go of that boy and allow me to embrace the cat. Lu Bowen gazed at the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, acutely aware of a particular issue. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he raised the camera and remarked, it appears that the audience is predominantly female. Subsequently, a flurry of comments appeared. No, come free. Is there one? You better be. Lu Bowen's smile abruptly froze at the corners of his mouth. Reflecting on the earlier comments, he was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of unease. Meanwhile, after receiving affectionate embraces from the bodyguards, Yi Fan was also warmly embraced by several elderly professors, their embraces exuding a more refined demeanor than those of the bodyguards. Yi Fan was almost perpetually surrounded by these affectionate gestures. Even the members of the anti-Yi Fan victim alliance temporarily agreed to a ceasefire, each approaching to exchange brief hugs. As someone who had become resolute on the fiercely competitive path of postgraduate entrance examinations, Yi Fan found a long-lost sense of emotional resonance amidst these embraces. Yi Fan was eventually enveloped by these gestures until he stood before Bai Qingxiu, who had narrowly escaped from the brink of death, having just returned from a harrowing experience. Bai Qingxiu appeared transformed, her expression considerably softened. It seemed that those brief seconds spent at the gates of mortality had taught her how to temper her brilliance. Bai Qingxiu regarded Yi Fan with gentleness, acknowledging that once again, he had been her savior. However, Bai Qingxiu felt that this experience was markedly different from all previous ones. She was, in truth, teetering on the precipice of death. In a moment when everyone else was at a loss, Yi Fan, in a final act of desperation, pulled her back from the gates of the underworld. Now, regardless of what Yi Fan might say, she would acquiesce to his every word. Even Bai Qingming, watching the two young individuals, was profoundly moved. The entire tomb chamber fell into a hushed silence, with all members of the team eagerly anticipating Yi Fan's next words. The atmosphere was perfectly poised. Yet, at that moment, a system notification echoed, audible only to Yi Fan. Ding. The host has activated the beloved attribute, aligning with the character, increasing the restoration rate by 1. Current restoration rate, 95. 1. The corresponding points have been allocated to the host at a rate of 95. 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Ding. The heavenly illuminating horn, capable of revealing all that the naked eye cannot perceive in darkness. When smeared with Qiling blood, it can disperse the soul. Immediately, Yi Fan felt a weight in his backpack, as a heavy object was automatically deposited within. He silently contemplated the restoration rate of the system reward. It remained at 1. Indeed, much like the ice flowers, increasing the restoration rate becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Yet, this novel restoration perspective truly encapsulates the sentiment that one may toil in vain to cultivate flowers, while unwittingly fostering willows in abundance. Meanwhile, Yinjia anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, casting glances at the two figures ahead, murmuring, "What on earth does he fan me? Why is he saying nothing? If I can do it, I shall." Could it be that he is her first love? Lu Bowen, upon hearing this, quietly approached Yi Fan with the live streaming equipment in hand and whispered, "Brother, say something." At that moment, Yi Fan emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Having exited the system interface, he gazed at Bai Qingxiu and, after a moment of contemplation, recalled that he had indeed saved her with his own hands. Thus, the essence of his steadfast masculinity surged forth. He briefly pondered and imagined himself as a doctor who had successfully rescued a critically ill patient. Looking at Bai Qingxiu's gentle smile, he remarked, "Congratulations." However, he refrained from directly stating congratulations on her recovery. Chapter 66. The Love Expert Strikes. Sometimes, inaction is the best action. Yi Fan's simple congratulations left everyone astounded. Even the members of the Anti-Yi Fan Victims Alliance looked at him with astonished expressions. Yinjia touched his proudly pointed chin, inhaled deeply, and said meaningfully, "What kind of dimensional attack have we been subjected to all this time? What does Yi Fan truly mean?" Li Tai glanced at Yinjia, snorted coldly, and replied, "It's surprising that you still call yourself a friend of women. Can't you see through this? Clearly, Yi Fan is a complete novice when it comes to love. Is now really the time for congratulations? If it were me, I would have already named the third child." Zhao Ziming furrowed his brow slightly, carefully observing the reactions of both Bai Qingxiu and Yi Fan at that moment. Observing Bai Qingxiu, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his previous gentle demeanor. He remarked, "No, this is the mark of a true master. Often, a master's strike is intangible, surpassing the tangible. Most individuals cannot perceive that a move has been made." A few glanced at Zhao Ziming, pondering for a moment before suddenly realizing the wisdom in his words. Indeed, one must not underestimate Yi Fan. Bai Changming regarded Yi Fan with appreciation, nodding in acknowledgement, his heart brimming with emotion. This young man, Yi Fan, was always the silent benefactor, providing aid in times of need, yet he never sought to embellish his deeds for personal gain. He never engaged in opportunistic acts. Bai Changming could not contain his admiration, applauding as he approached, exclaiming, "Truly, you are remarkable, young friend Yi Fan. What immense generosity and noble integrity you possess." The praise from Bai Changming secretly delighted Yi Fan, who remained outwardly composed. Observing the professor's reaction, he mused that such integrity should at least secure the safety of half a security guard. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong stepped forward as well. He glanced around, noting that Jason was now completely still, having lost his life in anguish, akin to the initially poisoned rot. While the grim fate of these two seemed to bring a sense of relief, their tragic end served as a stark warning to the living. "This place is perilous," Zhang Chong remarked. "Professor Bai, since we cannot disturb anything here, I believe it is prudent for us to leave." Bai Changming nodded, as the psychological impact of this tomb chamber far exceeded that of the front hall. After capturing a few simple photographs of the opulent tomb chamber, the team swiftly retreated through the stone door they had originally entered. Upon returning to the corridor, everyone stood frozen in astonishment. The corridor, which had previously been shrouded in darkness, had inexplicably illuminated itself. The flickering orange-yellow flames atop the lamp posts cast a warm, inviting glow throughout the passage, rendering it a cozy shade of amber. Moreover, under the radiance of the flames, the entire corridor became more defined. Surrounding them were blue bricks, with stone lampposts flanking either side. Aside from the additional flames, there was nothing else to be seen. The members of the team gazed in bewilderment at their surroundings. When had it become illuminated? Surely it cannot be the oil from that spring visitor. I truly do not wish to experience that again. Zhang Chong gestured to the team member behind him, saying, "Heiyun, go investigate." Heiyun nodded and approached one of the lamp posts, resting his gun on his back, and swiftly climbed up the post. After a thorough examination, he turned back to Zhang Chong and reported, "Captain, this is just ordinary lamp oil. It is in liquid form." Zhang Chong nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Understood," returned to the team. He then turned to Bai Changming and remarked, "Professor Bai, the lamp oil is untainted." Bai Changming furrowed his brow slightly and said, "This corridor does not appear to be short, and the spring shell is a rare species. The 3 tiers of lamp slots in the front hall have already consumed a significant amount. This is merely a corridor, and given its simplistic decor, the lamp oil would not be extravagantly wasted." Suddenly, the lights on both sides illuminated, likely due to the ample oxygen that has permeated the corridor since the ancient tomb was opened, thereby meeting the combustion standards for the everlasting lamps. There is no need for alarm. The flickering orange flames, in fact, exude a sense of safety rather than menace. The corridor now appears more secure than it did in its prior pitch darkness. Consequently, the group felt a slight relief as they continued their advance through the tomb passage. Although they pressed forward in the corridor, Their conversation lingered on the earlier burial chamber. All four of Li Tai's bodyguards had perished, leaving him feeling desolate. The earlier bravado diminished by half. He let out a deep sigh and remarked, "This new Emperor Wang Mang is indeed ruthless and cunning. Just look where we are. And I've already lost 4 bodyguards. No wonder such vast treasures are secured by a mere rusty lock, all coated with poison. What a waste of precious resources by this upstart Huangdi." Yan Jia shot him a glance and retorted, "How can you still mention your bodyguards? If it weren't for your foolish bodyguards, how had seen your sister Qing Su?" Yan Jia glanced at Li Tai, falling silent thereafter. Meanwhile, an elderly professor cleared his throat and said, "However, having seen the burial goods in that chamber, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Could the master of this imperial tomb truly be the new Emperor Wang Mang?" Aware of his own shortcomings, Li Tai seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, inquiring, "Why wouldn't it be so? The bronze coffin in the front hall contains the imperial seal and the dragon robe, does it not? If an ordinary person dared to take these 2 items, they would have been prosecuted for treason and their entire clan executed." Nearby, Zhao Ziming adjusted his glasses and clarified, "Professor Yang does not question whether this is the imperial tomb. Rather, he doubts that its owner is Wang Mang." He elaborated, "Wang Mang usurped the throne during the late Western Han dynasty, establishing the Xian dynasty. This was a time of great suffering for the populace, amidst a severely weakened state, which facilitated Wang Mang's ease in seizing power and altering the dynasty. Given this context, coupled with the fact that Wang Mang reigned for a mere 15 years, amassing such wealth is no simple feat." Li Tai blinked, responding, "Is it not precisely because the new Emperor Wang Mang ought not to possess such riches? Yet, regardless, he is still an emperor. A starved camel is larger than a horse. Surely, it is not impossible for him to accumulate some wealth." He spread his hands and surveyed the surroundings. Bai Qingshu added, "Moreover, we must consider the circumstances of Wang Mang's demise." Chapter 67. Who constructed the tomb for the ill-fated Wang Mang? Bai Qingshu continued, "According to historical records, in the final year of Wang Mang's reign, the Green Forest Army stormed into Chang'an, prompting Wang Mang to flee to Jiantai with his guards, including Wang Yi, accompanied by over 1,000 officials, eunuchs, and attendants. Wang Yi valiantly defended the city, fighting day and night, but suffered substantial losses among his troops, eventually retreating to Jiantai as well. At this juncture, Wang Mang's son, the attendant Wang Mu, contemplated shedding his official garb to escape. Wang Yi admonished him, and the father and son resolutely stood together in defense of Wang Mang. Ultimately, all of Wang Mang's followers perished in battle or were slain. In the ensuing chaos, Wang Mang was killed by the merchant Du Wu. The captain Gong Bin inquired about Wang Mang's corpse, to which Du Wu replied it lay in the northwest corner of a chamber. Gong Bin then beheaded Wang Mang, and his head was displayed prominently in the market of Wan, where dozens of soldiers vied to slay Wang Mang, further mutilating his remains. Upon hearing of Wang Mang's severed head in Wan market, the populace clamored to strike it, some even attempting to consume his tomb. Li Tai Gaohua and others not admitted to the archaeology university through academic merit, along with their bodyguards, were momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, Bai Qingshu's exposition was sufficiently clear, allowing them to grasp the gravity of Wang Mang's demise. Li Tai queried, "So what? Perhaps Wang Mang had amassed these resources during his lifetime." He shrugged, still perplexed by the doubts expressed by Professor Yang and others regarding Wang Mang's identity. Zhao Ziming, casting a disdainful glance at the still-dazed Li Tai, sighed heavily and remarked, "What Qingshu implies is that not only did Wang Mang not meet a natural death, but also his most loyal confidants, including Wang Yi, perished in the final battle. The unfortunate king, who met a tragic end, found himself devoid of loyal confidants. Thus, how could anyone have prepared for him such a lavish burial chamber resembling a treasury?" Meanwhile, several esteemed professors in the group, upon hearing the analysis from Zhao Ziming and Bai Qingshu, exchanged satisfied smiles. Professor Yang beamed with approval, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely the point I wish to convey. Ziming and Qingshu are exemplary representatives of our students, demonstrating their ability to employ their expert knowledge to analyze issues concretely. With a few more hands-on experiences, they will soon be capable of independent work." Zhao Ziming relished the feeling of being praised alongside Bai Qingshu, casting a cheerful glance in her direction. However, Bai Qingshu's focus was not on him. Instead, she turned to observe the previously silent Yi Fan. The emotions reflected in her gaze mirrored those in Zhao Ziming's. She too yearned for Yi Fan to acknowledge her recent performance, a look imbued with a desire for validation. Yet, akin to Zhao Ziming's lack of response, Bai Qingshu received no acknowledgement from Yi Fan either. Lu Bowen, as an observer, perceived all of this with acute clarity. He was suddenly reminded of a sage's words, "Never dismiss others, for you too may find yourself disregarded. Conversely, do not be disheartened by others' indifference, for at any moment, you may also choose to overlook them." At that moment, Yi Fan gazed at the lamp posts lining the sides of the tomb passage. Before entering the recently discovered treasury tomb, when the lamp columns had yet to illuminate, he keenly sensed something amiss with the lamps on either side. Although the Encyclopedia of Exotic Species did not categorize the lamp columns as peculiar objects, and by Changming's previous statements held merit, there must undoubtedly be clues upon these lamp columns. With nearly 95% certainty, De Zhang's intuition within the ancient tomb would not deceive him. Thus, while Bai Qingxiu and Zhao Ziming, the two scholarly elites, had articulated the doubts regarding whether this was Wang Mang's tomb with great clarity, Yi Fan chose not to engage in their discourse. After nearly 5 more minutes, Yi Fan suddenly furrowed his brow. Something is wrong, he exclaimed, abruptly halting his steps. Lu Bowen, who had been trailing behind him with the live-streaming equipment, collided headfirst into the ancient black gold sword at his back, resulting in a dull thud in his head. Dazed, Lu Bowen glanced at the ancient sword that had met his skull, and upon sensing the authority emanating from its owner, he dared not express his frustration. Rubbing his forehead, he inquired, "Brother, what seems to be the problem?" The rest of the team halted upon hearing him. Yin Jia shrugged his shoulders, casting his gaze at the flanking lights, and remarked, "Could it be that these are still the essence of the spring guest? Surely, this imperial family's spring guest cannot be mass-produced?" Meanwhile, He Xiong expressed his confusion. "That is impossible. I have examined it. This is merely ordinary lamp oil. I can distinguish it clearly." Yu Fan shook his head, turned around, and looked behind him, stating, "We have returned." As the crowd turned to him, their faces instantly reflected profound shock. Not far behind them stood the towering pillars of light, which were indeed taller than the others in the tomb chamber. What was happening? Hadn't we been traversing this passage for nearly 20 minutes? How could we have covered such a meager distance? Was this a newly discovered chamber? Yet, I had no recollection of passing through here. Were we back to where we began? But we hadn't turned any corners. The faces of the group grew pale, a chilling sensation rising within them. Zhang Qiling furrowed his brow and said, "We can determine whether this chamber is one we have previously visited by examining its interior." With that, he maneuvered through the group and approached the stone door, pushing it open. The sight that greeted him inside the chamber caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. This was indeed a place they had just been. His voice sounded peculiar, a blend of astonishment and desolation, as if he had beheld a scene of utter despair. A few individuals followed Zhang Qiling, and upon witnessing the contents of the chamber, they mirrored his expression of disbelief. What was going on? Qi and Rod were also present. Lu Bowen stared in astonishment at the live feed display, exclaiming, "How is this possible? We have genuinely been walking for over 20 minutes. Even the barrage was filled with comments. I can attest that you have indeed spent 20 minutes live streaming the silhouette of Yi Fan." Bai Changming glanced towards Zhang Qiling. Perplexed by the reactions of Zhang Qiling and his team, he could comprehend Zhang Qiling's astonishment, but could not fathom the source of the profound sorrow. It was only when he approached the scene himself and beheld the interior of the tomb that understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, this was the very tomb that had been overflowing with gold, silver, and precious jewels. However, during their absence, the two-headed cobra had excavated the small mountain of gold bars. Beneath the vast array of gold lay a grim collection of skeletal remains. At that moment, the two-headed serpent had its face downwards, obscuring whether it was the body of Rod or Jason being dragged over the pile of bones. Some of the bones were still adorned with remnants of the original clothing, all consisting of the short garments from the Han Dynasty. Bai Changming moved his lips and murmured, "These must all be the craftsmen who constructed the tomb." Chapter 68. Ghost Lanterns. Ghostly walls. The team members gathered at the entrance, gazing at the true visage of the tomb where they had previously lingered. He Xiong clicked his tongue, recalling the jest he had made when he first saw the two-headed serpent, saying, "Well, now I understand what this two-headed serpent has been feasting on to grow so large." Li Tai, unable to bear the sight of the bodyguards who were meant to protect them, remarked, "Surely these individuals could not have been poisoned to death here. Knowing that the items here are toxic and still touching them, isn't that akin to courting disaster?" Zhang Qiling shook his head, frowning as he remarked, "Some of the bones inside are not black, indicating that they were dragged here after death. Thus, the toxins never penetrated their bodies." Li Tai, perplexed, inquired, "Dragged here after death? If they weren't poisoned, then how could they?" His words were abruptly interrupted by Zhao Ziming, who interjected, "They perished while trapped here." As he spoke, Zhao Ziming's complexion had turned ghastly pale. "Just like us now, despite having wandered in this passage for over 20 minutes, we still find ourselves near this tomb chamber." Grasping Zhao Ziming's implication, Li Tai instantly shed his previous air of nonchalance, his mind buzzing with realization. After a moment of hesitation, he regained his voice and exclaimed, "Weren't they the craftsmen who constructed this ancient tomb? How could they be trapped here? Shouldn't they be the ones most familiar with the structure of this tomb?" The members of the archaeological team shared Li Tai's reaction, all contemplating the same troubling thought. If even the artisans most acquainted with this tomb met their demise here, then our chances of escape are even slimmer. Li Tai shook his head and retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "No, no, we must leave quickly. I cannot perish in this place. My father's inheritance awaits my claim. I cannot let it fall into the hands of others. I absolutely refuse to die here." He turned his head in a panic, ready to flee, but was intercepted by a member of the security team. "Do you have any idea how perilous it is to act alone?" Not only Li Tai, but several members of the archaeological team were visibly shaken by the recent blow. A professor murmured, "This is even more terrifying than facing a monster directly. Are we not being forced to accept a fatal outcome in what appears to be the most tranquil of environments?" The team's spirits had plummeted, leaving them feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies chilled to the core. Within the tomb, the black gold-eyed king cobra had sensed the commotion at the entrance and slowly raised itself amidst a pile of ominous white bones. Zhang Qiling extended his hand and forcefully closed the stone door once more, declaring, "No, we cannot simply await our fate. This situation is too bizarre. We have clearly been walking for over 20 minutes. How could we not have moved at all? Thus, grant me half an hour. I will take the radio and scout ahead. If I return here, it will confirm we are indeed going in circles. If I do not return, I will use the radio to inform everyone whether we can proceed. What do you think?" The reactions from those around him were starkly divergent. Li Tai exclaimed, "Absolutely. Let's do it." Yin Jia nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes." The black bear asserted, "I will accompany you, Captain." While Bai Changming firmly opposed, "Absolutely not." Yi Fan added, "It's futile." The previously silent Yi Fan suddenly spoke, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was as though they had been sentenced to death by those 3 words. Unbeknownst to them, they had already elevated Yu Fan's words to an unassailable doctrine, now that even Yu Fan declared it futile. Did that leave them with but one option? To await their demise? Bai Qingshu cast a worried glance at Yu Fan, only to find his expression serene as he rummaged through his backpack. Had Yu Fan truly relinquished all hope? No, since Yu Fan had saved her countless times before. It was her turn to assist him now. Bai Qingshu pressed her lips together. Although she concurred with Zhao Ziming's earlier analysis that the majority of the skeletons within the tomb had evidently been dragged in after succumbing to their confinement, she felt as though she was overlooking something crucial. Furrowing her brow, she focused her gaze ahead and, upon noticing the door bolt, was suddenly jolted into realization. No, someone had exited. A delighted smile blossomed on Bai Qingshu's face as she turned to the door bolt, exclaiming, "Do you remember that lock I failed to open? Not everyone is trapped here. At the very least, the person who secured the door has managed to leave. Throughout our journey, we have not encountered any other remains within this corridor." Bai Qingshu silently expressed her gratitude to that infuriating copper lock she could never unlock. It had left an indelible impression on her. The members of the archaeological team instantly perceived a glimmer of hope for survival. Bai Changming asserted, "Indeed, Qingshu is right. We are not without hope of escaping." The crowd gazed eagerly in the direction of Bai Qingshu, who, dismissing the admiration and excitement surrounding her, turned her attention to Yi Fan. She hoped that her discovery might rekindle hope within him. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen interjected, "Yet, we remain unaware of how that individual managed to exit. Throughout this journey, we have encountered no clues. If even these craftsmen could not find an escape route, who besides the one who has already fled could possibly know the way out?" At that moment, Yi Fan had reached into his backpack, his hand grasping the horn of the rhinoceros, but suddenly he hesitated. Aside from the one who had escaped, he alone possessed the knowledge of the way out. Was this not a rather chilling thought for the archaeological team? Nevertheless, the urgency of saving a life took precedence over such concerns. He cast a glance at Lu Bowen, his hapless companion, and swiftly drew the black gold ancient knife with one hand while extracting the rhinoceros horn with the other. Yi Fan's actions left everyone in stunned silence. Bai Changming hesitantly called out to him, "Young friend Yi Fan? Is that?" Lu Bowen chimed in, "Emergency rations?" Yi Fan succinctly replied, "Ghost lantern, ghost wall." He had encountered this scenario in numerous literary works related to tomb raiding, and thus he swiftly realized that the opportune moment to utilize the system's reward, the Amaterasu rhinoceros horn, had arrived. Yi Fan lifted his gaze to the flames atop the lamppost, quickly revisiting the method of using the Amaterasu rhinoceros horn in his mind. The Amaterasu horn possesses the extraordinary ability to illuminate all that remains unseen by the naked eye in the depths of darkness. When infused with the blood of a Qiling, it can cause the very souls of its foes to scatter in terror. The key lies in the darkness. Yi Fan withdrew from the throng, positioning himself within the tomb's passage. After a brief sprint, he executed a motion that defied Newton's first law as he leaped against the wall. With a fluidity reminiscent of a shadow, he wielded the ancient black gold blade to sever the wicks within a 20-meter radius. As the astonished gazes of the onlookers bore witness, the entire tomb passage was plunged once more into obscurity. Chapter 69. The Tale of the Flaming Horn Dispelling Phantoms. Yi Fan found himself confronting a sudden and profound darkness, accompanied by an enigmatic phrase, "Ghosts light the lantern, ghosts strike the wall." This bewildering scenario left the archaeological team momentarily paralyzed. What had Yi Fan just accomplished? Had he truly soared upward? When had he descended? Was Newton's coffin still intact? A barrage of questions surged through their minds. Yet, upon regaining their senses, they discovered Yi Fan had gracefully returned to the ground. The onlookers beheld Yi Fan holding aloft a white, jade horn-like artifact. Just as they were beginning to discern its nature, the white jade horn suddenly radiated light. This glow was neither natural nor akin to the stark illumination of modern technology. Rather, it emanated a remarkably soft and warm luminescence. The brilliance expanded, swiftly illuminating a radius of 4 to 5 meters around Yi Fan, casting his silhouette as though he stood enveloped in a gentle, sacred light. Lu Bowen inhaled sharply, instinctively preparing to step forward, only to be halted by Zhang Qiling beside him. Gazing at Yi Fan's silhouette bathed in holy light, Zhang Qiling cautioned, "Lu Bowen, do not disturb him." Lu Bowen, momentarily taken aback, nodded silently and raised the live-streaming equipment in his hands to focus on Yi Fan's figure. The teammates who had previously expressed confusion over Yi Fan's sudden extinguishing of the lights, particularly those from the victim's alliance opposing him, now stood in a daze, staring in Yi Fan's direction, having forgotten what they intended to say. In their hearts, only the profound impact of that silhouette remained. Yin Jiao murmured, "What on earth is this?" Li Tai, on the other hand, was completely captivated by the Amaterasu horn in Yi Fan's grasp. He absent-mindedly moved his lips, commenting, "That must be worth a fortune." Bai Qingshu's eyes widened as she watched Yi Fan, her mind swirling with curiosity about the object he held. Just then, she overheard Bai Changming muttering to himself. Bai Changming repeatedly recited the 6 words Yi Fan had uttered before his action: "Ghost lantern, ghost wall, ghost wall." Bai Qingshu realized that Bai Changming was deep in thought. Not daring to disturb Yi Fan, she turned to her father, who seemed to grasp the situation, and inquired, "Father, do you understand what Yi Fan is doing?" Bai Changming inhaled deeply and remarked to Bai Qingshu, "Qingshu, do you not find that the object in young master Yi Fan's hand resembles a rhinoceros horn?" Bai Qingshu scrutinized the item in Yi Fan's grasp, her brow slightly furrowed. She nodded and replied, "It does appear similar. However, its texture seems dissimilar to that of a rhinoceros horn. It resembles white jade more closely." Bai Changming fell silent, continuing to observe Yi Fan's actions intently. Once the horn emitted a brilliant glow, Yi Fan took a few steps forward, lifting the horn. His gaze traversed the rows of lamp posts, suddenly fixating on one in particular. This was the very lamp post that had initially alerted him to the suspicion that they had returned to their original location. Among the multitude of identical lamp posts, each exhibiting a perfection that evoked a profound sense of aesthetic fatigue, one stood out due to a subtle imperfection. The dragon carving on that lamp post bore eyes that seemed to have been inadvertently chipped during the crafting process, resulting in an asymmetry. Were it not for Yi Fan's remarkable observational acuity, honed by the high fidelity of over 90% from Brother Zhang, he might have overlooked this minor anomaly. It was precisely because he had encountered this flaw twice that Yi Fan realized they had indeed returned to this very spot. Yi Fan gazed upon the somewhat asymmetrical dragon carving adorning the lamppost, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he thought, "It is you, Wang Jieshi. I have found you." Promptly, Yi Fan raised the Tianzhao rhinoceros horn in his hand. In an instant, a colossal shadow, crouching upon the lamppost, was cast upon the opposite wall. Yet, the entity casting this imposing silhouette appeared to be no larger than a 5-year-old child. Upon witnessing the figure atop the lamppost, the members of the archaeological team collectively gasped in astonishment. Li Tai, who had been observing the rhinoceros horn in Yi Fan's grasp, instinctively recoiled a step, exclaiming, "What the hell? When did it go up there? Has it been trailing us all along?" The towering Gao Hua quickly sought refuge behind a nearby bodyguard, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Upon seeing the enormous shadow, Zhang Qiling reflexively tightened his grip on his firearm. However, upon realizing that the source of the shadow was merely a child, he quietly released the trigger. Bai Qingshu and Bai Changming widened their eyes in disbelief, reflecting on Bai Changming's earlier repetition of the phrases ghost lights and ghost walls. She swiftly comprehended the implication behind his inquiry regarding whether Yi Fan's possession resembled a rhinoceros horn. Bai Qingshu blurted out, "This is the rhinoceros horn that illuminates ghosts." The surrounding individuals immediately turned to her direction. Li Tai questioned, "Is this thing a ghost?" Zhang Qiling pondered, "Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world?" They then redirected their gaze towards Yi Fan. Before them stood a diminutive specter, no larger than a 5-year-old child, its emaciated form starkly naked, bearing the marks of malnutrition. With a distended belly, its skin, a harmonious shade of bluish-gray, blended seamlessly with the surrounding blue bricks. At this moment, the apparition bared its teeth, casting a menacing gaze towards Yi Fan. Though it resembled a mere child, the malevolence reflected in its eyes surpassed that of any adult. As if it longed to devour Yi Fan whole with nothing but its stare. A chill crept over the onlookers, their hairs standing on end. They had encountered animated corpses before, phenomena explicable through the lenses of physics and biology. Yet, this entity, capable of ensnaring them in this place, was a manifestation of the metaphysical. Zhang Qiling's fingers twitched on the trigger. He was adept at dealing with the living, and even zombies could be met with bullets. However, confronting a ghost steeped in the arcane was a novel experience for him. The bodyguards shared similar sentiments. Heixiong's fingers trembled slightly, and he swallowed hard. Miss Bai, please do not frighten me. I, Heixiong, fear nothing under heaven. Even facing 20 foes would not daunt me. Yet, I have harbored a childhood fear of ghosts. Are we truly facing one? Bai Changming furrowed his brow and replied, regrettably, Heixiong. While I too am astonished by the reality of this notion, what Lingshu spoke of is indeed true. The Book of Jin states, at Qiao, swirling in Wuchang to Noju Cliff, the waters run fathomless. It is said that beneath lie many monsters. The mountain dweller ignited a rhinoceros horn and illuminated his surroundings. In a fleeting moment, aquatic creatures emerged. Exhibiting bizarre forms, some were adorned in red garments and rode on chariots. The ancients proclaimed that rhinoceros horns should not be set ablaze, for doing so releases an unusual fragrance that clings to one's attire, enabling communication with spirits. In Chapter 70, is Yi Fan possessed? No, it is foresight. The black bear blinked, saying, Professor Bai, I, Black Bear, am but a simple fellow. Could you articulate something I can comprehend? Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming seized the opportunity to present himself beside Bai Changming, taking on the role of translator, stating, this is a brief tale about a woodcutter who arrived at a location where the waters were unfathomably deep. Others warned that the waters teemed with apparitions, prompting the woodcutter to ignite the rhinoceros horn and direct its light into the depths. Before long, all the strange creatures within the water surfaced, displaying peculiar shapes. Some rode in chariots while others donned red garments. Thus, the ancients warned against burning the rhinoceros horn, for it produces an odd fragrance that, once it lingers on one's clothing, allows one to perceive spirits. Bai Changming nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, this is the tale recorded in the Book of Jin. In our research, we have consistently classified such accounts as folklore. It is astonishing that today, young friend Yi Fan has truly reached such a level. Upon hearing Zhao Ziming's explanation, the black bear's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed toward Yi Fan, exclaiming, this young student Yi can even see ghosts. He must be a little immortal. Zhang Qiling swiftly pulled back the gun's bolt beside him and solemnly addressed the black bear, regardless of who Xiao Yi is. He should be our charge. Now that we are aware this entity is a ghost, we cannot allow a mere child to confront such perilous circumstances alone. This little specter has the capacity to ensnare us all here, and it harbors significant malevolence toward Xiao Yi. It is undoubtedly no benign presence. Black Bear, Golden Eagle, come with me to safeguard Xiao Yi. Channel the vigor you usually exhibit when boasting about devouring human flesh. If anything were to befall Xiao Yi under our very noses after Zhang Qiling pulled the bolt again, it seemed as if the one who had previously expressed fear of ghosts was not him at all. He directly uttered the next line. We shall encase ourselves as human dumplings. With that, the three advanced forward. Nearby, Bai Qingshu instinctively prepared to follow. Bai Changming reached out to restrain her, saying, Qingshu, do not rush in and complicate matters. Do you truly wish for Yi Fan to divert his attention to protect you at such a moment? Bai Qingshu gently pressed her lips together and returned to her designated position. She observed the silhouette of Yi Fan ahead, alongside the bodyguards hastily advancing in his direction. Suddenly, within that brief span of 10 meters, she perceived an insurmountable distance. In the eyes of others, she had always been the lofty flower on the high ridge. Yet now she felt an insurmountable height looming before her. Ahead, Zhang Qiling had already arrived at Yi Fan's side with the Black Bear and Golden Eagle. At this moment, Yi Fan had gleaned all the information regarding this little specter through the Encyclopedia of Exotic Species. The wall-binding spirit is capable of creating the phenomenon known as the ghost wall, allowing tangible attacks to be transferred through the channels crafted by the ghost wall for spatial relocation. While it appears to be a ghost, it is, in fact, a curse. It is forged through the secret techniques of Miaojiang, serving as a binding spell that confines the souls of the deceased. Consequently, the prey that enters this domain will also be ensnared by the wall-binding spirit, unable to escape. Having acquired this knowledge, Yi Fan twirled the ancient black gold dagger in his hand. After swiftly processing this information, he arrived at the conclusion that this little ghost was invulnerable to physical assault. Yi Fan was suddenly struck by a feeling akin to a parent unable to discipline a misbehaving child due to unreasonable circumstances. Fortunately, the Tenjiao rhinoceros, aside from revealing the ghost's form, also possessed the ability to dispel ghosts and scatter souls when combined with Qiling blood. As Yi Fan prepared to take action, 3 teammates who had hastened to his side shouted in unison, "Yi Fan, no." The trio executed a remarkably coordinated effort. The Black Bear and the Golden Eagle stood in front of Yi Fan, forming a protective barrier, while Zhang Qiling positioned himself a step away, taking aim at the specter perched atop the lamppost and firing a precise shot. However, at the very moment the Black Bear and the Golden Eagle stood before Yi Fan, he swiftly sidestepped, appearing behind Zhang Qiling. With no time to react, Zhang Qiling could only watch as Yi Fan moved in a slashing motion, his pupils dilating in horror as he witnessed his bullet strike the little ghost, which was crouching atop the lamppost and glaring at him with a fierce gaze. At the same moment, as Yi Fan swiftly maneuvered with his blade, a sharp gust of wind whipped past his ear. Concurrently, the members behind him widened their eyes in astonishment. To them, it appeared as though Yi Fan had moved almost instantaneously, drawing his sword before the gunshot echoed. A collective thought emerged among them. Had Yi Fan been influenced by the malevolent spirit? Yi Fan, Captain, brother. In an instant, the chamber resonated with the various calls of the onlookers. Zhang Qiling, too, turned in terror. However, the moment he glanced back, he was met with the piercing sound of bullets colliding with metal, followed by the rhythmic thuds of the bullets bouncing on the ground. Yi Fan maintained a fierce side lunge, gripping the ancient black gold blade firmly before him. Zhang Qiling recognized the bullets on the ground, his pupils dilating in shock. He realized that Yi Fan had not been controlled by the spirit to strike him down, but had instead deflected the bullet that could have claimed his life. The expressions of the archaeological team members shifted dramatically. No one had anticipated Yi Fan's true intention. Several bodyguards, who had been poised to charge forward, abruptly halted in their tracks. Bai Hu turned back, loudly demanding, "Damn it! Who the hell fired that shot? Are they seeking death?" The team members instinctively cast fierce glances toward Li Tai's direction, for among the group, only the bodyguards brought by Li Tai were capable of wielding a firearm. The primary suspect, Li Tai, exclaimed with indignation, "Why is everyone looking at me? They're all dead. Not a single drop remains." The team members then realized that the 4 bodyguards Li Tai had brought along had indeed perished on the road ahead. However, the realization that the gunfire did not originate from Li Tai's bodyguards was far more terrifying. Bai Hu immediately scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Who is it?" The team members felt a chill run through their limbs. At that moment, Yi Fan had already subdued his aura. Zhang Qiling stepped forward to collect the bullet from the ground, gasping in astonishment as he stated, "No need to search any further." His pupils trembled violently within their sockets. This was indeed his bullet. Since the captain's bullets were custom-made, Zhang Qiling had recognized it at first glance. Realizing that this bullet had just been discharged from his own firearm, the realization sent a shiver down his spine. He had distinctly witnessed the bullet being aimed at the small demon, yet now, it had been intercepted by Yi Fan from behind him. Had it not been for Yi Fan, he would have met his demise at the hands of the very bullet he had fired. Chapter 71. Could Yi Fan be a celestial being? Zhang Qiling turned in shock towards Yi Fan. As he grasped the reality of the bullet's origin, he became aware of an even more startling truth. Yi Fan had nearly arrived behind him at the instant he pulled the trigger. In fact, Zhang Qiling found it difficult to discern whether he had fired first or if Yi Fan had moved first. However, this all indicates that Yi Fan had anticipated the trajectory of the bullet at the moment he fired. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Zhang Qiling could not help but recall the jesting remark made by Black Bear earlier, suggesting that young Yi might be some sort of little deity. Cold sweat poured from Zhang Qiling's brow, and he gazed at Yi Fan, somewhat dazed, uttering, "Thank you, young Yi." Simultaneously, upon hearing Zhang Qiling's words, the others stood frozen as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The bullet had, astonishingly, originated from Zhang Qiling himself. They looked up at the little ghost, who had seemingly been hit by Zhang Qiling's bullet moments ago. To their astonishment, the little ghost remained unscathed, crouched atop the lamp post in the same position as before. The fierce expression on his face had transformed into a sinister grin, exuding an air of unfathomable audacity. Black Bear and Golden Eagle took a step back, finding the little ghost even more enigmatic than before. No wonder he didn't even attempt to evade. Yi Fan turned to face the little ghost, who now appeared to him as an even more mischievous child. Yi Fan spoke calmly, "This is a wall of ghosts. We cannot fire." Upon hearing this, the 3 team members beside him instinctively lowered their weapons. They were about to inquire about the nature of the wall of ghosts and what they should do next. But before they could voice their questions, Yi Fan had already approached the lamppost. His gaze met the malevolent eyes of the little demon. The grin that had been spreading on the demon's face froze at the very moment it locked onto Yi Fan's eyes, its entire demeanor instantly tense. At that moment, Yi Fan wielded the Amaterasu horn in one hand and the black gold ancient blade in the other. Observing Yi Fan's silhouette, the onlookers found themselves involuntarily silenced. Suddenly, Yi Fan dragged the bone blade across his other arm, a crimson line appearing as blood welled forth. The instant the blood flowed from his arm, the expression on the demon's face morphed dramatically. The previous smugness vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Panic-stricken, it began to glance frantically around for an escape route. The black bear, recognizing the demon's intentions, shouted, "This is bad. That little demon intends to flee." Upon uttering those words, the demon swiftly identified its path of escape, frantically leaping from lamppost to lamppost in a desperate attempt to distance itself from the scene. The bodyguards raised their weapons, prepared to pursue. However, Yi Fan made no move to chase after it. He merely observed the direction in which the demon fled. Once the blood trickled down his arm and dripped onto the Amaterasu horn, he lifted it once more. In an instant, the pale glow emanating from the horn transformed into a dark crimson hue. The scarlet aura rapidly expanded, swiftly matching the speed of the demon's flight. The moment the demon came into contact with the red circle, it let out a harrowing scream as if struck by an insurmountable force, collapsing against the lamppost that had served as a stepping stone. In less than 10 seconds, the demon vanished along with its anguished cries. The rhino horn in hand gradually dimmed, and the entire corridor was once again enveloped in darkness and silence. It was not until Yi Fan switched on his flashlight that light returned to the passageway. He did not seek the direction in which the ghost had vanished. Instead, he cast his beam upon the nearby lamp posts and calmly remarked, "It's all right now." Only then did the others comprehend the situation. The ghost was dead. The members of the archaeological team promptly turned on their own flashlights. Suddenly, one team member exclaimed, "Look at the lamp posts." The group directed their beams towards the columns. The corridor, in its overall structure, appeared largely unchanged, but the details on the lamp posts had transformed. The dragon carvings atop the posts no longer exhibited the near perfection they once had. Instead, they displayed varying degrees of damage. Some imperfections were original flaws in the carvings, while others were clearly the result of human vandalism. Some bore the marks of hard impacts, while others showed scratches from human nails. Li Tai remarked, "Could it be that tomb robbers have been here? Who would be so unscrupulous?" Lu Fei responded, "Surely not. Was it stated that apart from the person who locked the door, no one has exited from here?" Meanwhile, Bai Changming, observing the marks, could not help but furrow his brow and said, "These are not the signs of tomb raiders. They are the remnants left by those who were trapped here, desperately attempting to escape." All this destruction stemmed from a state of profound despair. If we were to find ourselves trapped here today, we might engage in the same actions as they did. Bai Changming's explanation rendered these marks profoundly striking in the eyes of the onlookers. They instinctively turned their gaze towards Yi Fan, the one who had liberated them from such dire circumstances. It dawned upon them that Yi Fan had always possessed the knowledge to discern the presence of malevolent spirits from the changes in the lamppost. It was as if he had foreseen this moment. Li Tai murmured in disbelief, "Could it be? Yi Fan has truly been here before." Zhao Ziming, recalling the events, exclaimed with astonishment, "That copper lock. The procedure that Qingshu followed to unlock it was entirely correct, yet after several attempts, she could not open it. Yet, Yi Fan approached and effortlessly unlocked it. Could it be that the individual who secured this tomb, the sole person to escape, is Yi Fan?" The crowd stared in shock toward Yi Fan. In a place where even the artisans who constructed it could not escape the labyrinth, Yi Fan effortlessly unraveled this deadlock. It was evident that someone had successfully traversed this secret passage before them. Now, Yi Fan was also among those capable of exiting the passage. A collective gasp escaped their lips. At this moment, Yi Fan had already stowed away the Heijin ancient blade and the Amaterasu rhinoceros horn. One hand casually held a flashlight, while the other hung naturally at his side, from which 2 drops of blood slowly trickled down from his fingertips. The crowd, momentarily stunned, regained their composure. Just moments ago, Yi Fan had inflicted a wound upon his own arm, allowing his blood to drip onto the rhinoceros horn, vanquishing the malevolent spirit. Immediately, several individuals began rummaging through their gear, hastening their steps towards Yi Fan. Chapter 72, Professor Bai, my soul has been directly purified by Yi Fan. Leading the charge was Liu Bowen, a devoted disciple who had long regarded Yi Fan as his elder brother. Throughout this journey, he had remained by Yi Fan's side. His reflexes sharpened through constant exposure. His genuine concern for Yi Fan propelled him forward with remarkable haste. Trailing just behind was Bai Qingshu. As someone constantly pursued, she had maintained a lofty self-image. In the past, she had been rescued by Yi Fan in moments of peril, making the current crisis within the ancient tomb overwhelming, leaving her no time for contemplation. Just moments earlier, as Yi Fan faced the malevolent spirit alone, her desire to assist was thwarted by the stark realization of her own helplessness, forcing her to remain stationary. This experience illuminated the considerable chasm between herself and Yi Fan. For the first time in her life, she found someone among her peers who commanded her admiration. This sense of disparity instilled a fleeting hesitation within Bai Qingshu. Ironically, despite sharing the same level of concern for Yi Fan, Lu Bowen's forthrightness allowed him to advance ahead of her. In this urgent moment, Lu Bowen, ever perceptive and dedicated to ensuring that even the CP fans could find satisfaction, did not yield an inch to Bai Qingshu. He shouted, "Brother, you're still bleeding." At a rapid pace, he dashed towards Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan lifted his arm slightly. The wound appeared somewhat lengthy, yet it had not inflicted any significant harm upon him. After all, Brother Zheng was quite adept in matters of bloodletting. Since there was no pain, Yi Fan did not even consider the need to bandage the injury. He cast a glance at Lu Bowen, who was but a step away from reaching him, and suddenly recalled a rather serious concern. This lad had a fainting spell at the sight of blood. His previous encounter with the blood-sucking vines from the jade coffin had made that abundantly clear. Thus, as Lu Bowen approached, about to grasp his still-bleeding arm, Yi Fan thoughtfully raised his arm to evade Lu Bowen's touch. Lu Bowen, caught off guard, found himself momentarily perplexed. In a hurry, Bai Qingshu almost jogged behind Lu Bowen. Reaching Yi Fan's side, she had initially believed she would not be the first to bandage Yi Fan's wound, and was about to retract the gauze in her hand. To her surprise, Yi Fan had evaded Lu Bowen's contact. This caused her hand, which had been poised to withdraw the gauze, to freeze in midair. Bai Qingshu tightened her grip on the soft gauze, hesitating before raising her hand and suggesting, "Shall I assist you in bandaging your wound?" However, Yi Fan had already astutely perceived Bai Qingshu's initial intention to retract the gauze, and combined with her current hesitant demeanor, he mused, "Is this merely a traditional politeness of the great Xia? When one says to let the child accept the red envelope, yet truly does not wish to give it, much like the present moment, where one might utter, 'Allow me to bandage your wounds,' while inwardly yearning to retract their hand." Yi Fan resolutely resolved not to foster such undesirable tendencies. Naturally, he elevated his arm, intending to express gratitude swiftly enough that refusal could not catch up, and thus he spoke, "Thank you." Bai Qingshu's hand trembled slightly before she bowed her head in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen experienced a sudden epiphany, exclaiming, "Brother, I feel as though I am akin to a dog on the roadside, suddenly kicked by a passerby." Simultaneously, the other members of the archaeological team gathered around Yi Fan. Several young individuals, who had previously opposed Yi Fan, turned away in anguish upon witnessing Bai Qingshu display an unprecedented gentleness as she tended to his wounds. Bai Changming stood at the forefront of this gathering, directly facing Yi Fan. His emotions were a tumultuous blend. He felt profound gratitude towards Yi Fan while being deeply awed and astonished by his prowess. Most perplexing of all was his curiosity regarding Yi Fan's origins. Could it truly be, as the youths lamented, that Yi Fan was the one who had locked the stone door and ultimately managed to depart from this place? A myriad of questions swirled in Bai Changming's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for which to voice first. After a brief internal struggle, he called out to Yi Fan, "Young friend Yi Fan." Upon hearing his name, Yi Fan turned to Bai Changming. The moment their eyes met, Bai Changming felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Those eyes, as profound as an ancient well, seemed to possess an enchanting magic capable of drawing in one's tumultuous soul, allowing it to immerse in that deep gaze and undergo a sacred purification. By the time the soul returned to its corporeal vessel, it would find tranquility. Yi Fan gazed at Bai Changming, who had merely called out to him, and then remained silent for an extended period, filled with curiosity. Bai Changming cleared his throat twice, regaining his composure, and remarked, "Young friend Yi Fan, we owe our gratitude to your profound understanding of this ancient tomb. Otherwise, we too might have become mere bones among the remains here. On behalf of the entire archaeological team, I thank you." As he spoke, Bai Changming firmly grasped Yi Fan's hand. Nearby, He Xiong, with great vigor, exclaimed, "Indeed, just moments ago, Brother Yi saved our team leader Zhang. Who could have anticipated that the bullet our captain fired would reappear from behind? Brother Yi must truly be a celestial being." The crowd turned their astonished and admiring gazes toward Yi Fan. Meanwhile, several core members of the faction opposing Yi Fan, their expressions complex, regarded him with conflicting emotions, as he had just accomplished a monumental feat in saving the entire archaeological team. Yin Zhao murmured, "It is quite astonishing. He was merely an obscure otaku before, and now he has transformed into a little deity." He prodded Zhao Ziming and continued, "Indeed, losing to anyone else would merely be a defeat, but I never anticipated that I might succumb to Yi Fan before embarking on this journey. You are clever. Do think of a strategy." Zhao Ziming furrowed his brow. He had always been the most self-assured, boasting a notable reputation at school and numerous collaborations with Bai Qingshu. He should have been the most compatible partner for Bai Qingshu. Not to mention Yi Fan. His pride had initially led him to disregard Yin Jia and others. Among these young individuals, the one experiencing the most significant psychological disparity was undoubtedly him. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ziming donned a courteous smile and stepped forward, saying, "Indeed. Classmate Yi Fan, you seem remarkably familiar with this ancient tomb. It hardly appears to be your first visit. However, our current archaeological endeavor has been sanctioned with an official permit for this initial exploration of the tomb. Entering the tomb without official authorization and subsequently concealing such actions is a grave offense of tomb raiding." Yan Jia promptly echoed Zhao Ziming's sentiments, nodding in agreement. "Yes, yes. You possess far too much knowledge. How could this possibly be your first time here? You wouldn't have ulterior motives for accompanying us on this expedition, would you?" Before Yi Fan could respond, several individuals around him simultaneously interjected, preempting his reply. Zhang Qiling asserted with conviction, "This is impossible." Bai Qingshu gazed at them coolly, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Bai Changming turned his head as well, his expression turning grave. "Classmates, this is exceedingly disrespectful." Chapter 73. The school bell comes to the rescue, however. Zhao Ziming had never before encountered such simultaneous reprimands from the core figures of several teams. Until now, he had always been regarded as the future star and a prodigy in the eyes of others. Frustrated, Zhao Ziming clenched his fists and engaged in a mental analysis. Based on Yi Fan's skills and his experiences in the ancient tomb, it was evident that he was no ordinary university student. Yet, until this point, Yi Fan had presented himself merely as an average college student, or even as the socially awkward figure many perceived him to be. With this reasoning, Zhao Ziming swiftly concluded that Yi Fan's true identity must be one he could not reveal. Or rather, Yi Fan was likely too apprehensive to disclose his real identity. However, it was abundantly clear now that Bai Changming, Bai Qingshu, and even Zhang Qiling, the captain of the security team, stood firmly on Yi Fan's side. A heavy sigh escaped Zhao Ziming's lips as a profound sense of mission surged within him, a feeling of being the only one awake in a world of intoxication. With a strong sense of righteousness and a conviction that if he did not venture into hell, who would? Zhao Ziming resolutely declared, "Professor Bai, Qingshu, Captain Zhang. Yi Fan's true identity must be extraordinary. Disguised as a university student, he has been lurking among us. If he truly possessed such integrity, why would he shy away from acknowledging his true identity? I believe it is imperative to investigate Yi Fan's past experiences upon the conclusion of this endeavor." Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained indifferent as he observed Zhao Ziming's accusations. When Zhao Ziming merely suspected him of being a tomb raider, such doubts posed no threat to him. After all, proving his innocence was a trivial matter. A person of integrity fears not the shadows that may lurk. His previous experiences were likely limited to his diligent studies along the arduous path of graduate entrance examinations. Thus, Yi Fan felt no apprehension about scrutiny. Rather, he feared insufficient investigation that might obscure the efforts he had exerted. He mused that as long as one dares to investigate, he would reveal the extent of his diligence in preparation for the exams, showcasing the relentless determination of countless students who lack shortcuts to success. "I am Yi Fan. I am the voice for the many who toil tirelessly in their quest for academic achievement." Furthermore, he could hardly engage in a debate with these two regarding his innocence from the accusations of tomb raiding, for the system prompt had already sounded. Ding. The host has acquired the nickname Little Brother, aligning with the character, with a restoration rate of 1, currently at 96. 1. Corresponding points have been allocated to the host based on a 96.1 restoration rate. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Ding. Insightful perception. The host can discern all mechanisms within the tomb and understand their solutions. Ding. Ghost Seal. Can command spectral soldiers and may serve as a key under specific conditions. Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the change in how the Black Bear addressed him would grant him a new role restoration project. It was indeed a case of the heart planting flowers that do not bloom, while the heart unwittingly inserting willows brings forth shade. Yi Fan felt a distinct weight in his backpack, realizing it was the Ghost Seal awarded by the system. The term Ghost Seal was familiar to him. In his previous life, he understood its capabilities to command the spectral soldiers and serve as the key to the bronze door. However, he pondered why the system had bestowed upon him this Ghost Seal. Did it imply that he should guard the bronze door immediately after exiting the ancient tomb? The thought startled him, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Unbeknownst to him, while he was contemplating the purpose of the Ghost Seal, Bai Qingshu's attention was entirely focused on him. Thus, her keen perception picked up on his slight frown. Yi Fan's differential treatment of her compared to Liu Bowen made Bai Qingshu acutely aware of the unique regard he held for her. The self-doubt she had experienced upon witnessing the disparity between them was swiftly alleviated by this preferential treatment. These insecurities transformed into a motivating force for her to strive harder. Even though there was a vast chasm separating her abilities from Yi Fan's, she resolved to protect him in other ways. Having made such a determination, she could not allow Zhao Ziming to bully Yi Fan. She immediately cast a cold glance at Zhao Ziming and said, "Zhao Ziming, who granted you the authority to investigate Yi Fan?" Throughout the years, you have seldom erred, yet now you seek to invade a classmate's right to personal privacy? She cast a glance at Zhao Ziming, yet her words were directed at Bai Changming. Professor Bai, is it not a breach of personal privacy and a slander against a benefactor who has made remarkable contributions to the archaeological team? Is this not a sign of moral turpitude? Does such a person still deserve the opportunity for graduate school recommendation? The tone of Bai Qingxiu, as she spoke these words, bore no resemblance to the gentleness she once exhibited towards Yi Fan. She had transformed into the aloof Campus Belle in the eyes of the crowd, exhibiting an even greater degree of aggressive demeanor than before. Zhao Ziming's complexion paled instantly, and he cast a pleading glance towards his direct supervisor, Professor Liu. Professor Liu, not wishing for his promising student to lose this opportunity, was about to say something. However, Bai Changming promptly interjected, Ziming, we hold high standards. Students eligible for recommendation must excel both academically and morally. To repay kindness with malice does not meet the criteria of excellence. Professor Liu, you cannot solely focus on Ziming's academic knowledge. Moral conduct must also be diligently monitored. I believe that Ziming's eligibility for graduate school recommendation warrants a period of observation. Before Professor Liu could voice his thoughts, he found himself silenced. Bai Changming then turned towards the corridor and remarked, very well, we have already consumed some time here. The road ahead remains long, and we have yet to glimpse even a fragment of the secrets of this ancient tomb. The revolution is not yet successful. Comrades must continue to strive. Without objection, let us proceed. Bai Changming's words effectively deprived Professor Liu and Zhao Ziming of the opportunity to argue. Zhao Ziming felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, returning to Professor Liu's side with an icy demeanor. Bai Qingxiu retracted her frigid gaze, secretly casting a gentle glance at Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan had already directed his gaze at a 45-degree angle towards the top of the tomb. He sighed deeply within. The chance for those tormented by the relentless competition of graduate school entrance exams had slipped away. He mused, truly, she is the aloof campus beauty that people speak of, so formidable in her stringent requirements for graduate admission quotas. Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled how he had deliberately allowed this esteemed beauty to tend to his wound, and he couldn't help but sigh again. Had he known, even if Liu Bowen were fainting at the sight of blood, he would have insisted Liu Bowen take on that task. Hindsight is indeed priceless. Chapter 74. A sacred ground of the immortals. Those who see turned back. Bai Qingxiu was oblivious to Yi Fan's thoughts. She had become accustomed to his habit of gazing at the ceiling at the slightest provocation. However, his silence after being rescued was quite characteristic of him. Bai Qingxiu chuckled helplessly, thankful that she had managed to maintain order without dissent during Bai Changming's stern demeanor. Soon, the group was reformed and continued onward through the corridor. Meanwhile, Bai Changming was swiftly replaying the events in his mind. From the moment he first laid eyes on Yi Fan before their departure, he had sensed that this young man was anything but ordinary. Upon encountering them in the hall, there was neither trepidation nor exhilaration, nor even the anticipation and anxiety that typically accompany a novice venturing into a tomb for the first time. It was a calm gaze that could only be exhibited by those who have encountered greater events and witnessed grander spectacles. Not a hint of superfluous emotion was present, and remarkably, there was no trace of desire within those eyes. Bai Changming prided himself on his extensive experience with people, particularly those of notable repute and excellence. However, from their initial meeting, he found himself unable to fathom the essence of this young man. At first, he was puzzled. How could a young person, even if not the stereotypical, socially awkward individual often described by others, maintain such composure in what could be considered a significant setting? Yet, after observing Yi Fan's series of actions within the ancient tomb and comprehending his inherent capabilities, Bai Changming swiftly realized that Yi Fan's initial tranquility was entirely explicable. This included Zhao Ziming's observation that Yi Fan did not appear to be a first-time visitor to this ancient tomb, a viewpoint that was indeed reasonable. It was known that, aside from the enigmatic figure who had successfully traversed the labyrinthine passage and sealed the stone door, only Yi Fan possessed the knowledge to unravel the mystery of the ghostly maze. He had identified the malevolent spirits, understood their attack characteristics, and even saved Zhang Qiang's life. Remarkably, in a situation where no effective means of attack could be employed against these apparitions, which seemed to present a deadlock, he managed to eliminate them with remarkable efficacy. All signs indicated that either this individual was indeed Yi Fan, or at the very least, he was intricately connected to him. Yi Fan's identity is undoubtedly far more complex than that of an ordinary university student. However, the notion, as suggested by Zhao Ziming, that Yi Fan is a tomb raider is a belief that Bai Changming is reluctant to accept. Besides tomb raiders and archaeological professionals, who else could possibly have ample opportunities to personally descend into a tomb? As he pondered this, the bodyguards leading the way had already come to a halt. It turned out that the length of this passageway was not extensive. Had it not been for the previous ghostly wall that had ensnared them in place, they would have reached this point, the entrance to the next burial chamber, within 10 minutes. This marks the entrance to the central hall. The group gathered at the threshold, gazing at the opening, which compelled them to take a deep breath. The entrance measured 3 to 4 meters in width and stood 2 to 3 meters high, adorned with a plaque that revealed a pitch-black void beyond. Just by assessing the size of the entrance, one could surmise that the interior space was undoubtedly substantial. Bai Changming directed his flashlight upwards and read the inscription on the plaque, "Sacred ground of the immortals. Those who enter shall depart." A professor behind him inquired, perplexed. "Sacred ground of the immortals? Shouldn't it be the royal ground?" Bai Changming, with a profound gaze, replied, "Do you recall the purpose of the 3 coffins in the front hall? They served as the altar for the tomb owner's quest for immortality. Now, the tomb owner regards himself as an immortal, and considering he has taken the imperial jade seal and dragon robe as his substitute coffin, I surmise that this tomb owner must possess great confidence in his ability to attain eternal life." A sound of swallowed breaths echoed from the team, clearly indicating that they were equally shaken by the notion presented before them. Simultaneously, a chill gripped their hearts at the sight of the 4 characters inscribed behind the plaque. "Those who see, turn back." When considered alongside the preceding phrase, "heavenly grounds," these words resembled a cautionary sign akin to "keep off the grass." However, when juxtaposed with the myriad crises they had previously encountered, those 4 characters transformed into a stark and frigid threat. The extent of the previous perils implied that the tomb's master need not resort to overtly violent threats. There was no need for a direct proclamation of death upon entry. Simply advising the visitors to retreat was sufficient to instill a sense of foreboding in their hearts. Bai Changming inhaled deeply and stated, "Regardless of our speculations, we must witness the truth for ourselves. Only by entering can we uncover the reality that awaits." The team members steeled themselves, for the truth lay just ahead. With a collective breath, the archaeological team stepped into the entrance. Yet, the moment the entire group entered the central hall, the lights within the tomb abruptly illuminated. The once pitch-black chamber transformed instantaneously into a realm as bright as day. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the tomb's visage was laid bare before their eyes. The sudden brightness sent the team members huddling together like startled birds. Why have the lights turned on again? Is this another illusion? Could it possibly be the work of the spirit? It seems to be everywhere. Danger, danger! Lu Bowen shouted desperately for help, rushing towards Yufan's side. However, the space around Yufan, which had previously been quite spacious, had inexplicably become exceedingly crowded. The crowd had unconsciously begun to regard Yifan as a stabilizing force, instinctively gravitating towards him. Initially, Yifan was not startled by the sudden illumination. Rather, he was momentarily taken aback by Lu Bowen's shout, coupled with the human instinctive reflexes and muscle responses that tend to accelerate under extreme stress. Yifan unfortunately missed the optimal moment to evade the throng. In the briefest of moments to catch his breath, he found himself encircled tightly. Amidst the gathering, he glanced around towards the source of the lights. First, he searched through the encyclopedia of rare species, but found no mention of these lights. His newly acquired skill, insightful perception, also failed to reveal anything unusual about them. They were merely the ordinary, everlasting lamps that Bai Changming had previously mentioned in the corridor. Subsequently, he took a cursory glance at the overall scale of the tomb chamber, subtly furrowing his brow. The members of the archaeological team were so preoccupied with the harmless lights that they entirely overlooked the most conspicuous feature of the tomb. The chamber itself was remarkably vast, equating to the size of 3 anterior halls, yet within this immense space, there was only one prominent object at its center, a colossal dragon bone supported by 4 pure gold pillars. Yifan spoke softly, stating, "Everlasting lamps. Quite ordinary." Chapter 75. This precisely serves as evidence that this is most likely an emperor's tomb. Yifan's voice, cold and clear, mirrored the chill of his gaze. Though seemingly devoid of emotion, it possessed a calming power that steadied the frayed nerves of the panicked team members. In an instant, their tumultuous emotions were soothed by this tranquil tone, and they became acutely aware of their own indiscretion. Bai Changming, who had been momentarily startled and solely focused on protecting his daughter, coughed lightly twice to alleviate the earlier awkwardness. It appeared that everyone had indeed been significantly rattled by the preceding events. "Everyone, pull yourselves together," he urged, casting a glance at Yifan. The latter's actions were increasingly capturing his attention. While appearing quite ordinary at first glance, it was only upon deeper reflection that one could discern the underlying terror. A novice, accompanying his mentor into a tomb for the first time, managed to maintain an extraordinary composure amidst the chaos that enveloped the others. Had he not previously visited this site and become intimately familiar with it, one could only conclude that he had long since acclimatized to such perilous environments. As calm returned, The archaeological team finally took note of the tomb chamber's vastness, their eyes drawn to the enormous dragon bones positioned at its center. This chamber was not only expansive in floor area, but also soared to a height surpassing that of previous tombs, reaching an impressive 2-story elevation. Flanking the chamber were 2 pairs of grand stone doors. Bai Changming remarked, "It appears that while the mechanisms and creatures within this ancient tomb are indeed extraordinary, the overall scale of the burial chamber remains rather conventional. The entrance leads to the front hall, and the previous area was designated for the placement of burial items. We currently find ourselves in the central hall, with the side chambers intended for the remaining burial artifacts. As we proceed further through a passageway, we should soon arrive at the main burial chamber." Upon finishing his statement, he directed his gaze towards the dragon skeleton that occupied the center of the chamber, exclaiming, "Yet, for a tomb of such grand proportions, the presence of only this singular dragon skeleton renders the space somewhat desolate." The 4 golden pillars, each towering at a height of 4 meters, stood in a cruciform arrangement, supporting the dragon skeleton from all sides. The skeleton's posture suggested a graceful flight, its curves vividly animated, evoking the impression that, should it be enveloped in flesh and dragon scales, it could spring to life and soar away. The members of the archaeological team were wholly captivated by the dragon skeleton, instinctively gravitating towards the 4 pillars. Bai Qingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "What a magnificent dragon soaring in the heavens! This solitary dragon skeleton is ample proof that this must indeed be an imperial tomb." Yin Jia looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Incredible! Dragons truly exist in this world. Who could this emperor be, to have captured a dragon and confined it within his tomb?" Lu Bowen, filled with wonder, aimed his camera at the dragon skeleton suspended high above, proclaiming, "Fellow alumni, it has appeared, a genuine dragon bone. Our majestic divine beast of the great Xia." At this moment, the audience in the live stream has surged to over 1 million viewers. Initially, the spectators were primarily students from an archaeology university who engaged daily with various archaeological knowledge, their minds dulled by the rigors of study. Their purpose for tuning into the live stream was not to witness the excavation of this modest tomb, but rather to observe the emotional drama unfolding between a few men and the Campus Belle. However, as they delved deeper into the ancient tomb, their attention was irresistibly drawn to the unprecedented danger and mystery that the tomb itself presented. Their focus has shifted away from the suitors of the campus beauty, even from the beauty herself, to the formidable and enigmatic Yi Fan. Undoubtedly, a significant portion of this attention stems from Yi Fan's remarkable prowess, which captivates those around him. Additionally, at least 20% of the fascination arises from Lu Bowen, who has adopted the role of Yi Fan's subordinate, exhibiting a palpable apprehension towards him throughout their journey. Aside from the myriad shots of Yi Fan's silhouette, close-ups, profile, and panoramic views, the audience is left with little else to behold. At this juncture, the viewers extend far beyond the confines of a single archaeology university. The barrage of comments flows rapidly. "Oh my, am I truly a descendant of dragons? Forget who the emperor is, he truly knows how to handle a dragon. I'm dying to know, who is this emperor capable of capturing a dragon?" The renowned emperors of the Han dynasty are few and far between, and their tomb locations are meticulously documented in historical texts. Who could this emperor from the Han dynasty possibly be? Lu Bowen gazed at the barrage of comments, holding the live streaming equipment as he approached Yi Fan. With an air of mystery, he remarked, "Brother, this emperor is truly extravagant. He even managed to capture a dragon." However, Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "No, this is not dragon bone." Lu Bowen turned back in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? This isn't dragon bone? Then what is it?" The surrounding team members also turned their attention to Yi Fan, while Bai Changming, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Young friend Yi Fan, have you discerned something profound?" Yi Fan pressed his lips together. Initially, he too believed it to be a piece of dragon bone, thus consulting the Encyclopedia of Rare Species. However, the results revealed not a dragon, but rather 5 distinct animals. He articulated, camel head, giant deer antlers, colossal serpent body, eagle talons, and shark tail. Lu Bowen's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he glanced at the supposed dragon bone overhead, exclaiming, "Is this a counterfeit dragon? The craftsmanship is astonishingly lifelike." Yin Jia scoffed, saying, "Such an expansive tomb, merely to house this imitation? That's rather implausible, isn't it? It seems the tomb's owner is no emperor after all." Li Tai added disdainfully, "So it's not a genuine dragon? Such a massive golden pillar supporting it so high. Could it be that they wish to conceal this deception from us? That's not right." Li Tai glanced at Yi Fan and remarked, "Yi Fan, can you truly see that tall pillar?" Meanwhile, after Yi Fan asserted that the dragon bone was constructed from segments, Zhang Qiling, who had been observing through a precision telescope, lowered the instrument and corroborated Yi Fan's statement. "Brother Yi, you are indeed correct. From a distance, it does appear to be a dragon bone. However, Upon closer inspection through the telescope, there are quite noticeable signs of segmentation between these appendages. Li Tai let out a sigh, somewhat dejected, and said, "Then it seems this is not a genuine emperor after all." The group shared in the disappointment of this conclusion. However, Bai Changming suddenly interjected, stating, "No. This actually serves to confirm that this is most likely an emperor's tomb. The camel's head, the giant deer antlers, the massive serpent's body, the eagle's talons, and the shark's tail, these creatures inhabit vastly different regions. During the Han Dynasty, one plausible means of amassing such a comprehensive collection of animal parts would be through tribute to the reigning emperor." Chapter 76, A Clever Child? Yi Fan. You won't have to wait until you grow up to face the truth. At this, Bai Qingshu furrowed her brow in confusion and remarked, "But generally, an emperor would prefer to place carved dragons in the tomb rather than a false dragon. It could be a stone or gold sculpture. But substituting a biological entity for a true dragon is, in fact, an act of great disrespect. In certain interpretations, the notion of a serpent-like creature sprouting legs symbolizes those harboring treasonous intentions against imperial authority. What is the purpose of this emperor?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan pondered this very question. His initial aim for this expedition was to make significant contributions to archaeological work and successfully secure a place for further studies. However, he had since developed a keen interest in the ancient tomb itself, with the existence of the Chongqing Bureau preceding it and the discovery of this false dragon bone. Yi Fan found himself increasingly curious about the identity of the tomb's master. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from above the tomb and from the direction of the tomb doors on either side. It resembled the sound of a colossal entity slowly awakening, accompanied by a deep, prolonged breath. It was as if something was gradually stirring from slumber. He immediately realized that the two tomb doors adjacent to the chamber might indeed be what Professor Bai had described as the ear chambers meant for placing burial offerings. Yi Fan frowned slightly, instinctively becoming alert, and reached for the hilt of the black gold ancient sword behind him. Zhang Qiling noticed Yi Fan's movement and inquired cautiously, "Yi, what's wrong?" Yi Fan deftly unsheathed the black gold sword and replied, "There are disturbances above and on the sides, everyone." Although Zhang Qiling did not fully grasp the nature of the disturbances Yi Fan mentioned, he harbored no doubt regarding Yi Fan's words. He promptly cocked his firearm and instructed his team, "Everyone, be on guard. Pay particular attention to above and on the sides. Professors and students, please gather swiftly and stay within our line of sight." Upon issuing his command, the bodyguards sprang into swift action. As they chambered their weapons, they efficiently organized the scattered professors and students to congregate. In no time, the once dispersed archaeological team had gathered together. Both professors and students found themselves within the protective circle formed by the bodyguards, while Yi Fan stood alongside them, contributing to the formation. Bai Qingshu observed Yi Fan's silhouette as he gripped the ancient black gold dagger. Among the armed and fully equipped bodyguards, Yi Fan stood out without even a jacket. His fitted tank top accentuated his slender physique. In their midst, he appeared remarkably lean. Yet, this stark contrast in physique did not render Yi Fan out of place. Rather, his lithe form resembled that of a graceful black panther amidst a pack of robust Tibetan mastiffs, exuding an air of reliability. Beside her, Gao Hua and Lu Fei, who had fallen silent for some time, rejoined her. With the bodyguards forming a protective circle nearby, Gao Hua emerged as the tallest among those being shielded. In terms of combat prowess, he was arguably the most formidable of the remaining individuals, while Lu Fei was the one with the quickest reflexes. Through this rather unflattering comparison, both men quickly regained their lost confidence, positioning themselves on either side of Bai Qingshu and Bai Changming. Bai Qingshu furrowed her brow and stated directly, "I do not appreciate standing too close to others." The self-assured smiles of the two men instantly froze on their lips. How could she express discomfort with proximity, yet tend to Yi Fan's wounds so closely? The two individuals were entirely unconvinced by this explanation. Gao Hua remarked, "Qingsu, I am now your final line of defense. Those who truly care for you would never distance themselves during such perilous times." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingsu glanced at Yi Fan's retreating figure. Although she felt a tinge of regret that Yi Fan was not by her side at this moment, she no longer blamed him for not caring enough as she had before. In times like these, prioritizing the safety of the greater good over personal desires is the hallmark of a man of great character. To confine Yi Fan by her side at such a juncture would be a profound disrespect toward him. Bai Qingsu pressed her lips together, silently resolving. She could not be the one to tether Yi Fan to her, nor could she pull him down from his heights. Instead of wishing for Yi Fan to descend, she must strive to ascend herself. With a cool demeanor, Bai Qingsu declared, "I appreciate the sentiment, but step aside." Previously, Yi Fan had personally rescued her, and at that time, her refusal was understood by Gao Hua. However, this time, she had merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Fan's silhouette before dismissing him without a shred of compassion. Gao Hua could not fathom what was so captivating about Yi Fan's figure. He glanced at it with frustration. The straightened spine, the taut waist, the robust and fluid lines of muscle, the visibly dense musculature, and the pale, flawless skin. Gao Hua clenched his fist in anger. How infuriating. It is indeed quite striking. He quickly squeezed his eyes shut, striving to redirect his focus away from Yi Fan's silhouette, and queried. Wasn't there talk of some commotion involving a large creature? Just how large are we speaking of? Why have I not heard a sound from everyone? Could it be a figment of my imagination? Lu Bowen cast a sympathetic glance at Gao Hua and remarked, Gao Hua, this is my elder brother Yi Fan. Gao Hua glared at Lu Bowen, questioning, so what? Can Yi Fan conjure something out of nothing? This is the Emperor's intent. Everyone has heard the silence, yet chooses not to voice it. Today, I shall be the clever child who unveils the deception. Lu Bowen, with a serious demeanor, looked at Gao Hua, who appeared somewhat foolish from being smitten, and said, even if you are a child, it won't matter, generally. My brother's slap in the face will come before you reach adulthood. Upon overhearing the exchange between Lu Bowen and Gao Hua, the tension among the crowd eased slightly. However, just as their laughter subsided, Lu Bowen's prediction came to fruition. Yi Fan suddenly tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife and exclaimed, above. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing cry of a phoenix resonated from directly above them. Instantly, the crowd alertly gazed in the direction of the sound. There, above the faux dragon bones, the previously sealed tomb ceiling abruptly opened a gaping hole of 4 to 5 meters wide, and a pair of crimson wings suddenly unfurled, revealing a colossal bird's head within. In an instant, the gigantic avian emerged from the aperture, its body measuring 3 to 4 meters in size, with wings spread wide, extending about 10 meters in length. The entire creature was a vivid crimson, adorned with golden down feathers forming patterns along its wings, while its tail trailed 2 ribbon-like plumes. If one were to consider only the visual splendor, this would be an extraordinarily beautiful colossal bird. Bai Changming moved his lips and remarked. The size and spaciousness of this tomb chamber were clearly designed for it. Chapter 77, A Misstep, the ironclad masculine encounters a crisis of deception. Gazing at the enormous bird that suddenly appeared above the tomb, the team members initially did not perceive it as a threat. Rather, they expressed genuine admiration for its stunning form and appearance. Bai Qingshu raised her head, her pupils reflecting only a hint of crimson, and said, this bird is truly magnificent. Gao Hua momentarily forgot the sting of his previous humiliation, exclaiming, it's so beautiful. Is this truly real? Yin Jia suggested, could this possibly be the legendary phoenix? While dragons are merely fabricated, here is an authentic phoenix, alive. Li Tai gasped, goodness. What a gigantic bird. The young men beside him cast skeptical glances in his direction. Bai Changming also inhaled sharply, saying, to witness such a spectacle in an ancient tomb is truly fulfilling. However, despite the aesthetic allure of the crimson giant, it seemed disinclined to allow the archaeological team additional time for observation. It merely circled high above the tomb for a moment, as if engaging in a long-awaited warm-up. Then, with its neck arched high, it emitted a sharp cry reminiscent of both a phoenix's song and an eagle's call, and in an instant, it shot downward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the members of the archaeological team below. Zhang Qiling bellowed, what are you dawdling for? Fire. Instantly, the chamber erupted with gunfire. A barrage of bullets struck the colossal bird, sending plumes of dust swirling, while the fine crimson feathers cascaded down like delicate snowflakes. Yet, after emitting a piercing cry, the giant bird merely shook its plumage in the air, paused momentarily, and then dove down with even greater speed. The professors and students within the protective circle, previously unperturbed, now screamed and huddled closer together. The black bear, gun in hand, cursed, exclaiming, Captain, it's impervious. Zhang Qiling continued to fire relentlessly, shouting, retreat. Bring the team back. We must leave this place. However, before the team could fully react, the enormous bird had already swooped down upon them. Its claws spread wide, revealing razor-sharp talons. In an instant, Zhang Qiling's pupils constricted. He turned abruptly, intending to push the primary target out of harm's way. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a shadow darted past him, accompanied by the frantic shouts of several individuals behind him. Yi Fan, big brother. As Zhang Qiling, propelled by inertia, shoved the targeted team member aside, he found himself face-to-face with a dark figure. Simultaneously, a sound akin to a blade slicing through the air was followed by a sharp metallic clang, subsequently accompanied by a piercing cry of a bird. The sound of metallic fragments clattering to the ground resonated. Zhang Qiling's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils trembling as he beheld the scene before him. Standing ahead of him was none other than Yi Fan. The sharp blades that had been exposed when the giant bird unfurled its claws now lay scattered on the ground. The break in the blade was remarkably clean, unmistakably severed in a single, decisive stroke, devoid of any hesitation or lingering effort. Zhang Qiling swiftly shifted his gaze to Yi Fan's silhouette. This figure, appearing both slender and formidable, had managed to achieve such a feat. It was noteworthy that Yi Fan was nearly a decade younger than him. Moreover, while Yi Fan was a university student, Zhang Qiling held the position of captain in a professional bodyguard team, a fact that made him acutely aware of his own limitations. The metal, which appeared exceedingly hard, would be challenging to cleave through with a single strike even when firmly anchored to the ground. Furthermore, this was executed against the claws of a creature soaring through the air, a being capable of taking one's life at any moment. Such an accomplishment demanded far more than mere brute strength honed over a decade or two. It required an exceptional core strength and a level-headedness cultivated through extensive real-world experience. It was evident that Yi Fan's prowess surpassed that of an ordinary individual by leaps and bounds. Even Zhang Qiling, a seasoned professional bodyguard captain, felt as if he were worlds apart from Yi Fan. In that moment, Yi Fan maintained the stance of his previous strike, his body positioned in a deep side lunge, forming a strikingly taut line along his back. The muscles of his upper body were distinctly taut, with the skin on his shoulders and arms gradually revealing conspicuous black markings. Zhang Qiling's pupils quivered within his widened gaze. What were these markings on Yi Fan's body? Had Yi Fan sustained an injury while shielding him just moments ago? Behind them, Bai Qingxiu, Lu Bowen, and several esteemed professors were calling out Yi Fan's name, eager to rush to his side. In that fleeting moment, their concern for Yi Fan's injury had entirely eclipsed their fear of the colossal bird. Lu Bowen was the first to reach Yi Fan, yet he found himself unable to assist due to his hands being occupied with broadcasting equipment. Bai Qingxiu, leveraging her long legs, swiftly followed Lu Bowen to stand behind Yi Fan. Recalling her previous experience of tending to Yi Fan's wounds, she no longer hesitated. Yi Fan, let me see where you're hurt, she stated, lifting his shirt as he had just stood up. Yi Fan, caught off guard by Bai Qingxiu's inquiry, had no time to respond before he felt a sudden chill on his back. After living for over 20 years, in fact, 2 lifetimes, he was experiencing for the first time the sensation of a girl lifting her skirt as if he were a rogue. Were it not for his impeccable muscle control and the fleeting semblance of reason that reminded him that this person was Bai Qingxiu, who had just moments ago jeopardized Zhao Ziming's graduate school qualifications with her words, he would have been utterly flustered. Yi Fan had likely already turned around and kicked the robe behind him with force. In an instant, he sidestepped, attempting to wrench his tank top from Bai Qingxiu's grasp. However, Bai Qingxiu was momentarily captivated by the dark patterns emerging on his back, and in her concern for Yi Fan, she unwittingly exerted an unimaginable strength, clutching his tank top tightly. In the ensuing struggle of opposing forces, the shirt, which Yi Fan had purchased for a mere 10 yuan, emitted a mournful tearing sound. The fragile garment was reduced to 2 torn pieces, each falling into the hands of Bai Qingxiu and Yi Fan. With the removal of the shirt, the tattoos adorning Yi Fan's body were fully unveiled. As the intricate design slowly became visible, Bai Qingxiu recalled that this tattoo had also manifested when examining Yi Fan's wounds earlier. However, after his outer layer had been contaminated by the venom of the toxic corpse, the tattoo had vanished from sight. Now, it astonishingly reappeared. Previously obscured by the tank top, they could only surmise the tattoo's complexity from its profound patterns, discerning it to be the image of a dark divine beast emerging amidst roaring flames. Chapter 78, Beneath the Dragon Bone, a place of safety upon recognizing the tattoo. Bai Qingxiu instantly lifted her gaze to Yi Fan's face. To her surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossed his typically impassive countenance. One hand clutched the hilt of a black gold ancient blade, while the other held a piece of black fabric. In his gaze, which had always been as profound as an ancient well, a hint of confusion and innocence unexpectedly surfaced. This did not tarnish his long-standing image of being as formidable as a deity, so unlike that of an ordinary mortal. On the contrary, Bai Qingxiu found this side of Yi Fan remarkably endearing. It was only then that she realized the nature of her previous actions. Hastily regaining her composure, she felt quite flustered holding the fabric in her hands, yet she maintained an outward appearance of calmness. Internally, she chanted the phrase "preserve heavenly principles, extinguish human desires" repeatedly. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen swiftly raised his live-streaming equipment. Had it not been for the device in his hands, he might have been the one to tear Yi Fan's clothing in that very moment. Imagining that scenario sent a chill down his spine. He promptly aimed the device that had saved him from embarrassment at Yi Fan, and, as he anticipated, the barrage of comments flooded in. "Wow, that tattoo is incredibly striking. I distinctly remember that Yi Fan had no tattoos when we were in the corridor. I can vividly recall his pale arms. There's no way I could be mistaken. Well done, school beauty. Little streamer, you'd better be considerate and show us more of such splendid sights. Wait, isn't that my long-lost beloved wife? When did Yi Fan emerge? I shall propose immediately. This is hilarious. Doesn't he, the person above, have a wife? Why steal someone else's wife? Surely, you must not have fully comprehended that last strike. Such force could easily sever your head with a mere slap. Goodness, it's pink. Typing with my tongue to prove my innocence. As soon as I entered, I stumbled over a multitude of discarded pants strewn across the floor. Friends, heed my counsel. Do put on your trousers, for the wheels are rolling right over my face. Even the surrounding teammates were left in utter astonishment. The bodyguards were particularly attentive to the muscle density in the Qiling tattoo adorning Yi Fan, each emitting a series of long sighs. The black bear smacked his lips and remarked, "Brother Yi, those muscles must be the result of rigorous training since childhood, right?" The white tiger stroked his chin and added, "I recall that Yi Fan's tattoos seem to have vanished for a time. Indeed, it must be said, this large expanse of black ink is both striking and enhances his complexion." The golden eagle commented, "Brother Yi is inherently fair-skinned. Even if you two were bare-chested beside him, he would still appear more luminous." Meanwhile, several elder professors chuckled as they patted Bai Changming's shoulder. "Old Bai, who would have thought? Qingshu seems rather spirited." They laughed. "A true hidden gem, old Bai." This was the first time Bai Changming witnessed his daughter in such a state of disarray, and he turned his face away, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, the members of the anti-Yi Fan Victims League glared at Brother Yi and Bai Qingshu with clenched teeth. Gao Hua stepped forward, ready to argue. "Yi Fan, how can you be so shameless?" Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Qingshu interrupted him with a curt "get lost." This was no longer the evasive rejection he had faced before. It was a more explicit dismissal. Gao Hua felt as though he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of a silhouette, this time. With his bare shoulders exposed, Bai Qingshu's demeanor had become even more contemptuous. Gao Hua glared at Yi Fan, thinking, what is so appealing about bare shoulders? He continued to gaze at Yi Fan, whose upright posture, cinched waist, and the smooth contours of his well-defined muscles were strikingly evident. The density of his muscles was palpable, his pale skin accentuated by bold, striking black tattoos. Gao Hua clenched his fist in frustration. Damn it, he really does look good. At the same time, Bai Qingshu found herself at a loss for words. For the first time in her life, it felt as though she had been toyed with. She looked at Yi Fan, who appeared to be maintaining a facade of calm, yet whose face was as red as a tomato, and for a moment, she was unsure how to respond. Suddenly, the massive red bird, whose talons had been severed by Yi Fan, soared back into the air above the tomb and let out a cry. That cry unmistakably carried a sense of vengeance. Concurrently, it served as a stark reminder to the archaeological team of their precarious situation. Zhang Qiling immediately realized that he had squandered the precious time Yi Fan had secured for their retreat due to a minor blunder. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "To the bodyguards! Escort the professor and students out of the tomb." However, Yi Fan suddenly interjected, timely halting Zhang Qiling's actions. "We cannot leave. We must go beneath the dragon bones. They dare not approach the dragon bones." Zhang Qiling was momentarily taken aback. They? No sooner had he uttered this than the two doors of the side chambers, which Bai Changming had referred to as the middle hall used for other burial items, swung open abruptly. From within those doors, two colossal beasts surged forth with alarming speed. At this moment, the entire archaeological team found themselves ensnared, surrounded by these three monstrous creatures from all sides. In the face of such formidable beasts, instinct urged everyone to flee the tomb expeditiously. Yi Fan called out once more, "There is no time. To the dragon bones." This succinct command instantly revived the spirits of all present. Without a hint of doubt, Zhang Qiling reloaded his weapon and declared, "Quick, cover from the security team. To the dragon bones." In no time, everyone sprang into action again. The four golden pillars of the dragon bones loomed not far behind them, merely a distance of less than 10 meters. Yet, amidst the rapid advance of the three massive beasts charging towards them from three directions, that brief span transformed into an eternity. Everyone summoned their utmost speed, sprinting towards the golden pillars as if racing a 50-meter dash. Several young individuals dashed ahead, while the elderly professors, supported by the security team, also hastened their pace. Finally, at the critical moment just before the three ferocious beasts were about to collide, the last three bodyguards responsible for the team's protection swiftly entered the safety zone. As Yi Fan had just mentioned, the beasts abruptly halted as they approached the false dragon bone. After stopping around the four golden pillars, the three creatures began to circle menacingly around the veteran members of the archaeological team beneath the dragon bone. Chapter 79, the third of the four symbols, White Tiger. An azure dragon, the members of the archaeological team observed the three beasts moving in the outer circle. They realized that, despite their current irritable demeanor, the beasts indeed refrained from approaching the dragon bone, just as Yi Fan had stated. They dared not cross the four golden pillars to inflict harm upon the team, instead circling them like hunters waiting for an opportune moment. Once they confirmed their temporary safety, the team members exhaled in relief and turned their attention to the remaining two beasts. They beheld, aside from the initially soaring red giant bird, two newly emerged beasts that were significantly larger than the red bird. One was a white tiger, its size surpassing that of even a camel. Its fur was strikingly smooth and beautiful, and although it was white, it reflected a gentle, warm glow under the surrounding orange flames. With each step it took, the muscles rippled beneath its fur, revealing the immense power that lay within, a force beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The sight of such a massive white tiger was enough to instill a deep sense of dread. On the other hand, one creature was even more chilling, a ground dragon clad in azure scales. Its form was only slightly smaller than the dragon skeleton hovering above them, with a long, robust body flanked by outstretched fins. Both the scales and fins were a striking blue. However, the scales appeared impenetrable, as if forged from the hardest metal, while the fins, when spread, seemed as delicate as gossamer, shimmering translucently in the orange glow of the flames. Except for the absence of dragon horns atop its head and the lack of the ability to soar through the skies like a dragon, every other feature mirrored that of a dragon. It was not a serpent either, for it boasted four massive, curved claws resembling those of an eagle on its underside. This azure ground dragon strode confidently upon the earth, supported by its four talons. These three beasts were undeniably exquisite, yet undeniably ruthless. Li Tai, unable to tear his gaze away from the magnificent golden pillars beside him, remarked while observing the three prowling creatures, "This emperor must possess extraordinary wealth. I now firmly believe we are indeed within the emperor's tomb." Yin Jia strove to position himself in what he perceived as the safest spot at the center, remaining vigilant as he scrutinized the three beasts outside. Although he appreciated beauty in such dire circumstances, his mind was paralyzed with fear as he trembled and inquired, "What in the world are these monstrous beings?" Li Tai cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "I find them rather imposing in appearance." Yin Jia countered, "No matter how handsome they may be, if they are only capable of causing harm, then their beauty is but a hollow facade. Are not beautiful yet perilous monsters still considered monsters?" he exclaimed in a fit of rage. After his outburst, several team members cast him knowing glances. Lu Bowen clicked his tongue and shook his head, remarking, "I thought you were unaware of this principle." However, the elder professors showed little interest in the banter among the younger generation. Bai Changming furrowed his brow as he gazed at the three formidable beasts outside, commenting, "The crimson giant bird, the azure dragon, and the white tiger." Bai Qingxiu, beside him, immediately grasped his implication and replied, "These represent Zhuke, Qinglong, and Baihu, three of the four guardian constellations." Heiyun could not help but gasp, exclaiming, "Goodness, this creature must require artillery to confront." Zhang Qiling, standing nearby, playfully slapped the helmet atop Heiyun's head, saying, "I'd rather blast your bare head with artillery first. These mythical beasts are unlikely to be found anywhere else in the world, and they are currently the living entities we must prioritize protecting within this ancient tomb. Do you understand?" Heiyun adjusted his helmet, which had been knocked askew, incredulously responding, "Captain Zhang, you jest, don't you? These three giants need our protection? Who on earth possesses the capability to harm them?" As the words left his mouth, both men instinctively turned to the previously silent Yi Fan. Just moments ago, Yi Fan deftly severed the talons of that vermilion bird with a single stroke. It was at this moment that the crowd regained their senses, realizing they were indeed safe. As Yi Fan had assured them, Zhang Qiling exhaled deeply and remarked, "Indeed. We owe our awareness of the impending danger to the astute reminder from young brother Yi regarding the presence of something formidable here." The black bear nodded vigorously, adding, "Absolutely. Had we not been on our guard, we might have met our demise at the claws of that great bird right from the start." The black bear quickly recollected the earlier events and inquired, "But how did brother Yi discern the sounds from above and the sides? I, for one, heard nothing at all." This truly exemplifies the sensitivity akin to that of a spider, Peter thought with a shiver of excitement. The black bear's eyes sparkled with admiration. As Yi Fan had almost transformed in his perception into a living embodiment of Spider-Man, Yi Fan, feeling the fervent gaze of the black bear upon him, was overtaken by a wave of goosebumps. Quietly, he took a step away to distance himself from the black bear's scrutiny. Zhang Qiling grasped the collar of the black bear and gently pulled him back. Although they had momentarily secured their safety, the presence of the three divine beasts patrolling outside still loomed over them, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Zhang Qiling turned to Bai Changming and asked, "Professor Bai, are you familiar with the significance of these three divine beasts?" Bai Changming adjusted his glasses, observing the trio of divine beasts outside, and replied, "Guardians of the four-star constellations, a rather esoteric subject indeed. The surviving orthodox literature offers scant records concerning these matters. My knowledge stems from fragments encountered in ancient tombs during previous archaeological endeavors. The four celestial guardians, namely the vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise, are documented in various texts. These records suggest that the four symbols are named after the constellations in the heavens, each representing one of the cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north. Initially, in our research, we held a firm belief in this interpretation. However, other texts also describe the four symbols as mythical beasts existing within the cosmos. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise are recognized as the four spiritual entities of the heavens, aligned with the four cardinal points. Previously, due to the absence of empirical evidence supporting the existence of these four ethereal beings, we regarded this as merely an exaggerated superstition of ancient scholars. As he spoke, he cast a glance outside, furrowing his brow. However, it now appears that the latter interpretation holds considerable credibility. These four entities may indeed exist in reality. Current academic records have suffered severe damage due to numerous insurmountable external factors, rendering this knowledge profoundly enigmatic. It seems that to uncover more specific accounts regarding this esoteric knowledge, we must delve deeper into more ancient tombs. Zhang Qiling also furrowed his brow, letting out a heavy sigh, and remarked, "Even you, Professor Bai, possess only a fragmentary understanding. It seems this truly is a profound field of study. However, since we are discussing these four spiritual entities, only three have manifested thus far. What of the fourth? The black tortoise? Has it yet to be revealed?" Bai Changming inhaled deeply, fell silent for a moment, and then shook his head, stating, logically, "The four elemental spiritual beasts should appear simultaneously. However, it is evident that one has yet to emerge." At that moment, Yifan suddenly spoke up, saying, "No, it has always been present." Chapter 80, Xuanwu. All I know is about the dazzling dance of the sphere. After a long absence, Yifan finally voiced his thoughts, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards him. Lu Bowen, who had been standing beside him, instinctively drew closer, casting a vigilant glance around before inquiring, "Always present? Is it the remaining Xuanwu? I only know about the dazzling dance of the sphere. The name Xuanwu sounds incredibly formidable. Can it directly overpower these three divine beasts?" Yifan slightly narrowed his eyes, internally processing Lu Bowen's incessant chatter, calculating in his mind. He realized that he had only arrived in this world a few days after his demise. Until now, he had believed this world to be remarkably akin to his previous life. However, it appeared that the history, measurements, and written language of the great Xia kingdom were indeed completely consistent with his former existence. Yet, in aspects of metaphysics and knowledge related to ancient tombs, there were notable gaps. In his past life, as an enthusiast of Taoist culture and tomb-raiding literature, he had effortlessly memorized concepts such as Taiji giving rise to yin and yang giving rise to the four symbols, and the four symbols giving rise to the 8 trigrams. The emotions of several young individuals, including some bodyguards, were influenced by Lu Bowen, leading them to believe that the creature named Xuanwu, whose name offers no hint of its true nature, is an exceedingly dangerous entity. Zhao Ziming glanced at Lu Bowen and remarked, "A lack of knowledge is truly alarming. The essence of Xuanwu is, in fact, a tortoise. As the bird soars, as the tortoise is venomous, the dragon soars and the tiger exerts its might. None can rival these four entities, which are the four spiritual beasts. The soaring bird refers to Zhu Ke, while the dragon's flight and the tiger's might pertain to Qinglong and Baihu, respectively. It is evident that the tortoise's venom refers to Xuanwu." Now, as Zhao Ziming's prospects for graduate school hung by a thread, he finally seized the opportunity to showcase his expertise, feeling a profound sense of relief within. Much of this knowledge stemmed from his previous explorations with professors in tombs, where he had perused ancient texts. Due to incomplete records, the professors had been unable to derive definitive conclusions, and thus these insights had not found their way into conventional textbooks. Apart from him and Bai Qingxiu, it was likely that none of the other students present possessed such understanding. Zhao Ziming confidently surveyed the crowd, and upon noticing Yifan, he displayed a provocative expression. Yifan, receiving Zhao Ziming's challenge, chuckled derisively within, thinking, such trivial skills daring to show off in front of the master? It would be a disservice to Fohai if I did not put him in his place. Yifan then spoke. Xuanwu refers to the combination of tortoise and snake. Positioned in the north, it is thus called Xian. Its body is covered in scales and armor, hence Wu. It is not merely a tortoise, it is a tortoise snake. He cast a glance at Zhao Ziming, who opened his mouth, searching in vain for any substantive knowledge to refute. These concepts are not even mentioned in our textbooks. With a hint of agitation, Zhao Ziming turned to Bai Changming and exclaimed, "Professor Bai, it is evident that Yifan has ventured into tombs before. This is irrefutable evidence." However, at that moment, Bai Changming paid no heed to Zhao Ziming's accusations. He merely frowned at him and remarked, "Do not create chaos." Subsequently, he regarded Yifan with profound admiration. Since Yifan had such a clear understanding of the concept of Xuanwu, it was certain that his assertion regarding the presence of Xuanwu here was also correct. Bai Changming affirmed, "Indeed, indeed. Young friend Yifan, please continue. Why do you assert that Xuanwu is here?" Yi Fan glanced upward at the vermilion bird soaring above the tomb. In fact, the moment he spotted the vermilion bird, he promptly referenced his compendium of rare and extraordinary creatures to find information on the magnificent crimson avian, one of the 4 sacred beasts, the vermilion bird, one of the 4 guardians of the true dragon. After confirming that this grand red creature was indeed the vermilion bird, Yi Fan swiftly employed his knowledge of the 4 symbols to deduce the origins of the 2 formidable beings, which were simultaneously emitting heavy breaths on either side. They were the azure dragon and the white tiger. He also realized that retreating from this chamber was far from the optimal course of action. Setting aside the distance to the exit, given the speed of the 4 sacred beasts, the archaeological team would likely face total annihilation before they could even reach the door. Even if the archaeological team successfully exited the tomb chamber, they would never have the opportunity to return. However, the 4 sacred beasts are the guardians of the true dragon, and their evident presence here serves the purpose of protecting this false dragon bone. The sacred beasts possess spirit, and there is one thing they would never do: destroy the dragon bone. Thus, Yi Fan quickly deduced that the safest choice at that moment was beneath the dragon bone. As for the whereabouts of the mysterious tortoise that the archaeological team had yet to uncover, Yi Fan cast a glance at his feet. He tapped the black gold ancient knife against the ground and declared, "Here." Bai Changming turned to where Yi Fan pointed with the black gold ancient knife and immediately realized the floor of this tomb chamber was not the previous blue bricks. It was, in fact, black tortoiseshell. Everyone looked down at their feet. They discovered that the ground beneath them was no longer the usual flat blue bricks found in other tombs. Instead, it was a black surface adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a tortoiseshell that was somewhat smooth to the touch. Initially, their attention had been drawn to the suddenly illuminated lanterns, followed by the false dragon bone that rivaled a true dragon, and finally, the sudden emergence of the 3 sacred beasts. Consequently, no one had bothered to observe what lay beneath their feet. It turned out they were, in fact, standing atop the shell of the mysterious tortoise. Zhang Qiling lifted his foot, gazing at the patterned tortoise shell beneath him, and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, exclaiming, "Little yet keen observational skills truly leave us bodyguards feeling inadequate. As professional scouts turned bodyguards, we surprisingly overlooked this detail." Bai Changming looked at Yi Fan with admiration. However, in truth, Yi Fan did not notice the turtle shell first to realize they were atop the Xuanwu. He cast a glance at Bai Changming, who appeared puzzled. Yet, the moment Yi Fan spoke, Bai Changming understood the significance of Yi Fan's gaze. Yi Fan stated, "The 4 symbols have a representation of directions." Upon hearing this, Bai Changming's expression grew serious. Previously, he and several seasoned professors had only deduced that the 4 symbols could guide military movements in ancient times. The remaining aspects, which seemed unfathomable to them, were the mythical guardian beasts. Thus, the question of the 4 symbol significance in terms of direction had long been a conundrum for them. Bai Changming regarded Yi Fan with utmost seriousness and said, "Young friend Yi Fan, please enlighten us." Yi Fan replied, "The left green classic states, the earth has 4 forces, and energy flows from all directions. Advance with the vermilion bird and follow with the Xuanwu, the left green dragon and the right white tiger." Inquiring about the 4 directions corresponds to the 4 palaces of the constellations: the east palace of the green dragon, the west palace of the white tiger, the north palace of the Xuanwu, and the south palace of the vermilion bird, with the vermilion bird above as the front. Thus, the Xuanwu follows below. Bai Changming was initially taken aback by Yi Fan's words, as such knowledge was certainly absent from traditional textbooks. Subsequently, he nodded in admiration and chuckled, saying, "Captain Zhang, it seems I must add myself to the list of those feeling inadequate." Chapter 81, Aggrieved. "What do you take me for, Bai Changming?" Not only Bai Changming, but several elderly professors from the archaeological team gazed in astonishment towards Yi Fan's direction. A shared thought emerged in their minds. How could Yi Fan possess such intricate knowledge? Prior to this expedition into the tomb, these professors had never even heard of Yi Fan's existence. Conversely, a few other young individuals, who also responded to Bai Qingshu's matchmaking post, were well known within academic circles, making them somewhat familiar to the professors. Yet, it was evident that this obscure figure, Yi Fan, deserved their utmost attention. Bai Changming furrowed his brow deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan as if he were lost in contemplation. His expression was exceedingly grave. After Yi Fan elucidated the reasoning behind his discovery of the Xuanwu's position, he fell silent, calmly enduring Bai Changming's scrutiny. The latter's gaze was so earnest that it resembled an examination. Reflecting upon Bai Changming's earlier words of self-deprecation, Yi Fan observed the professor's current demeanor and felt a pang of unease. Could it be that this esteemed professor had succumbed to the arrogance of authority, rejecting any form of challenge? Should he adopt a more modest approach? Nonetheless, outwardly, Yi Fan displayed no hint of trepidation. In fact, to the onlookers, Yi Fan's aura appeared to far surpass that of Bai Changming. Bai Changming remained quiet for a moment, while, apart from Yi Fan, the others speculated on the professor's thoughts. Li Tai and Yin Jia huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. Who exactly is Yi Fan, and how does he seem to know everything? Could he truly be a Tomb Raider? Humph, what does his background matter? He has not only overshadowed us, but has also eclipsed Professor Bai. It would be quite peculiar if Professor Bai could tolerate this. Indeed, if I were in his position, I would find it intolerable. The group observed with anticipatory expressions as Bai Changming and Yi Fan exchanged glances. Yin Jia fanned the flames, saying, Professor Bai, there is no need to quibble with a junior. We all know that you are the most authoritative figure in our team when it comes to ancient tombs. Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu rarely witnessed her father displaying such a look towards anyone. Although she understood that Bai Changming was not the type to be envious of a junior's talent. In fact, he typically held such young individuals in high regard. This was not a typical situation. Under ordinary circumstances, no young person would dare to overshadow Bai Changming so directly. Bai Qingshu cast a cool glance at the evidently provocative Yin Jia, and then anxiously looked towards Bai Changming and Yi Fan, saying, Dad. Yi Fan is merely speaking his mind. Please don't on the other side. An elderly professor interjected, Indeed, old Bai, I also believe that Yi Fan has performed admirably. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Eventually, we too shall step aside and make way for the younger generation. Upon hearing these words, Bai Changming cast a disbelieving glance at the individuals advocating for peace. His tone, laced with incredulity and a hint of unrecognized grievance, inquired, What are you all thinking? Do you truly perceive me, Bai Changming, as such a petty individual? Suddenly, he stepped forward, grasping one of Yi Fan's hands firmly and pausing momentarily. His voice brimming with excitement as he declared, I never anticipated that our great Xiao would still have a young person like you, Yi Fan. Truly, the heavens have favored our great Xiao. With your presence, the monumental journey of revitalizing the illustrious history of our nation is undoubtedly within reach. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to have your assistance on this journey. Bai Changming's enthusiasm was palpable as he held Yi Fan's hand tightly, as though he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. Yi Fan, observing the glimmering fervor in Bai Changming's eyes, suddenly perceived a resemblance to Liu Bowen in this slightly graying old professor. However, such high praise surely indicated that his prospects for graduate school admission were tantalizingly close. Yi Fan mused, focusing on a steady pursuit of triumph. With a composed demeanor, he replied, You flatter me. Bai Changming tightened his grip momentarily before releasing Yi Fan's hand. He then turned to Yin Jia, who had previously fanned the flames of discord, and regarded him with a seriousness that transcended his earlier demeanor toward Yi Fan. This seriousness now bore an undertone of reproach. Bai Changming stated, There is one more point I must convey to you, young man. The truth is not solely in the hands of so-called authorities. Only those who grasp the truth can truly be regarded as authoritative figures. After Bai Changming spoke, he turned his gaze towards Yi Fan, who stood beside him. At that moment, as if in perfect synchrony with Bai Changming's words, the three sacred beasts pacing outside the dragon bones suddenly let out a simultaneous roar. In such a scenario, the immediate reaction of the crowd was not one of fear that these three beasts would launch an attack. Rather, it felt as though even the sacred beasts were affirming Bai Changming's statement. The onlookers beneath the dragon bone were momentarily captivated by the harmonious roars, all turning their attention towards the three beasts outside. Meanwhile, as everyone else fixated on the sacred beasts, only Yi Fan directed his gaze towards the Xuanwu beneath his feet. Ever since he learned that these three sacred beasts were none other than the Zhuke, Baihu, and Qinglong, the three guardians, Yi Fan found himself puzzled. If these guardians existed to protect the true dragon, then why were they currently safeguarding this false dragon bone? If these three sacred beasts could not even discern between the genuine and the counterfeit dragon bones, how could they still be deemed spiritual beasts? They were hardly superior to mere household dogs. Furthermore, why were these three sacred beasts hesitant to approach the four golden pillars, fearing damage to the dragon bone? While the pillars themselves stood directly upon the Xuanwu, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, his gaze towards the Xuanwu sharpening as he continued to ponder these questions. If the builders of the tomb were so resolute in their belief that the Xuanwu would not perform any action detrimental to this faux dragon bone, they must have had a singular, compelling reason. The likelihood is that the Xuanwu beneath their feet is, in truth, a lifeless entity. Yi Fan consulted the Encyclopedia of Rare Species regarding the Xuanwu at his feet, yet the findings were unexpectedly astonishing. The dual-sided Xuanwu turtle shell is divided into two faces. It can be used for divination, one side auspicious, the other ominous. The Xuanwu has its head and tail connected, allowing for the transference of fortune. The Xuanwu shell can be employed to form formations, with the auspicious side promoting great fortune, while the ominous side can set a myriad of lethal traps. This indeed pertains to Xuanwu, yet it is not the revered beast itself, but rather the shell adorning the Xuanwu. Meanwhile, after the three sacred beasts emitted a resounding roar, they commenced their second round of howls. At this moment, The onlookers began to grasp that the roars of these three sacred beasts conveyed an impatience, a yearning for prey. Zhang Qiling remarked, "Staying here indefinitely is not a sustainable strategy. We must devise a means to vacate this place." Bai Changming surveyed the surrounding golden pillars, letting out a deep sigh, and said, "It seems that these spaces on either side are not merely for the placement of burial items. We need not venture in to investigate." Zhang Qiling furrowed his brow, glancing at the three sacred beasts outside, then at the firearm in his hand. "Our firepower is no match for these formidable creatures. Now, the three parties have encircled us, leaving only one method of escape. Two individuals must divert the attention of these formidable beings to a distant location." Upon his declaration, a chorus of responses erupted from those around him. The elderly professor's reactions were unanimous. "No, absolutely not." In stark contrast, his team members eagerly chimed in, "Captain, let me go? I can do it." Zhang Qiling cast a reassuring glance at his steadfast team, each member gazing resolutely in his direction. He then turned to the dissenting professors, elucidating, "Esteemed professors, this is undoubtedly a sound strategy. Firstly, as demonstrated by the recent encounter with the vermilion bird, our ammunition poses no threat to them. Secondly, we cannot resort to harming these creatures. We cannot afford to linger here. The longer we stay, the more disadvantageous our position becomes. At present, my team and I have regained some strength during this brief respite, allowing us a considerable opportunity to ensure our safety while diverting their attention. By incurring minimal sacrifices, we can achieve maximum results. This is a venture worth undertaking." The brows of the professors furrowed deeply, each aware of the validity in Zhang Qiling's reasoning. Indeed, as he had articulated, the potential losses from his proposal would be minimal. Yet, while the logic was understood by all, the formidable power exhibited by the three divine beasts outside was a sight none could easily dismiss. If three bodyguards are truly to divert the attention of these sacred beasts, the likelihood of their survival is virtually non-existent. Convincing them to endorse Zhang Qiling's proposal is akin to persuading them to passively witness Zhang Qiling leading two of their comrades to certain death. Observing the silence of the elderly professors, Zhang Qiling understood that he would undoubtedly fail to secure their agreement. Thus, he turned directly to his team. He gazed into the faces of each member, each visage reflecting an indomitable spirit, unafraid of death. He trusted this group of loyal subordinates, who had accompanied him through life-and-death situations time and again. Yet, at this moment, naming two of his comrades was tantamount to directly sentencing them to death alongside him. Were it within his power to divide himself into three, he would never summon his team to partake in such a perilous endeavor. However, as the head bodyguard tasked with ensuring the safety of the archaeological team, he was compelled to make this harrowing choice. Zhang Qiling tightened his grip on the firearm in his hand and declared, "To expedite matters, I shall not wait for volunteers. Jin Diao Huabao, I know both of you are swift, but I need you to remain vigilant and not underestimate the situation. We will regroup with our main force when the time comes." The two named team members stepped forward decisively, their lean forms united in purpose as they shouted in unison, "Yes, we will complete the mission." Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together, casting a glance at them before shifting his gaze toward the three ferocious beasts outside, a wave of remorse washing over him. The remaining team members shouted in unison, "Captain, Zhang Team, I can move quickly, let me go." Zhang Qiling surveyed the anxious faces of his comrades and responded, "Enough of this chaos. Let us three take the opportunity first. There will be a chance for you to earn your merit later." He then called out, "Baihu." Baihu stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he gazed at his team, hoping Zhang Qiling would allow him to take his place in this perilous task. However, Zhang Qiling replied, "You will assume the role of acting captain, escorting the professor and the students to safety. No mistakes are permitted." Baihu protested anxiously, "Captain, I." Zhang Qiling, adopting a commanding demeanor, retorted sternly, "What do you mean, I? This is an order." Bai Changming pursed his lips, sighed, and expressed his lingering hesitation, "Captain Zhang, I believe we should reconsider our approach. There may be a better solution." Zhang Qiling countered, "Professor Bai, you are adept in archaeology, but I excel at seizing the moment. In times like these, hesitation leads to defeat." Bai Changming cast a deep glance at Zhang Qiling, his brow furrowing further. Aware of his own shortcomings, he could find no further words to persuade Zhang Qiling. At that moment, Yi Fan, who had remained silent and nearly faded from everyone's attention, suddenly spoke up. He stepped forward, gazing upwards at the top of the tomb, and said, "There are even smaller sacrifices." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Yi Fan. Lu Bowen, possessing keen insight, promptly shifted the camera's focus from the three colossal sacred beasts outside to Yi Fan. He firmly believed that if Yi Fan had spoken, it was certainly with a plan in mind. This conviction was particularly strong among the three bodyguards, who had already steeled themselves for sacrifice. They could scarcely conceive of a sacrifice smaller than the ultimate one-for-one exchange. However, Zhang Qiling, who had just resolved to face death without even heeding Bai Changming's suggestion for further deliberation, instantly altered his previous mindset. Little Yi, what do you suggest? The surrounding young men exchanged glances with Zhang Qiling, their expressions reflecting newfound hope, silently questioning. Has Captain Zhang now adopted a double standard, even disregarding Professor Bai's advice? Wasn't it said that hesitation would lead to ruin? Meanwhile, Yi Fan gazed upward and declared, "Zero sacrifice." He then commanded, "Stay right here and do not move." With that, before anyone could fully process his words, he resolutely advanced towards the safety beneath the dragon's bone. By the time the others regained their senses, Yi Fan had skillfully evaded the simultaneous assaults of the Qinglong and Baihu, and had now firmly grasped the claw of the Zhuge. As realization dawned on the group, anguished cries erupted from among them. Brother Yi, young friend Yi, little Yi. Their eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the direction of Yi Fan and the Zhuge. They could never have anticipated that Yi Fan would choose to put himself in perilous jeopardy. Zhang Qiling immediately raised his firearm, his eyes burning with intensity as he targeted the neck of the Zhuge through his scope. However, he hesitated to pull the trigger, fearing that a single shot would not only fail to aid Yi Fan, but might also provoke the Zhuge into inflicting even greater harm. Amidst their shouts, Yi Fan had already managed to grasp the claws of the Zhuge, leveraging its strength to vault onto its back. Rather than being successfully attacked by the Zhuge, Yi Fan seized the feathers around its neck, effectively gaining control over the creature. He bent low on the Zhuchue's back, directing it to soar towards the summit of the tomb. Then, in a dramatic halt, he commanded the Zhuge to cease its cries in a specific location. After lingering briefly above, the crowd below remained oblivious to Yi Fan's actions until the ground beneath them began to shift, as if animated. Several team members were caught off guard by the tremors, tumbling to the ground. In no time, an entrance to the subterranean realm unveiled itself before them. Chapter 83. The Campus Belle. My rival turns out to be my father? As the dual-sided entrance of the Xuanwu tortoise shell opened, Yi Fan guided the Zhuge downwards. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, he executed a remarkably graceful and swift leap back to the earth. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he employed the early reward of the Qiling's snow-treading steps, allowing him to reappear beneath the dragon's bone with astonishing speed, while the azure dragon and white tiger remained unaware. As Yi Fan approached with an air of nonchalance, the team realized that this was what he meant by zero sacrifice. This was not merely a comforting statement, it was a declaration from Yi Fan, an embodiment of absolute strength. However, the crowd turned their gaze towards the three bewildered divine beasts outside. Clearly, even they were perplexed as to how Yi Fan managed to escape their encirclement. A discerning individual among them quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It was Bai Qingxiu. As she watched Yi Fan approach, she murmured, Yi Fan can evade the attacks of these sacred beasts, yet he chose not to leave on his own. Instead, he sought a way to help us find this entrance. Bai Changming, standing beside her, sighed with admiration. Indeed, I told you that your father would not misjudge character. With that, he cast a quick glance at Bai Qingxiu and, leaning closer, whispered conspiratorially, Qingxiu, allow me to share a secret. I hold a great fondness for this young friend Yi Fan, so you must ensure that no blunders occur. A myriad of emotions flickered across Bai Qingxiu's face. Wasn't the subject and object of this statement inverted? Shouldn't it be her who held affection for Yi Fan, urging her father Bai Changming to avoid making any mistakes? Could her rival in love be her own father? In disbelief, she questioned, have you considered my mother's feelings? Bai Changming responded with a light-hearted, but this young friend, Yi Fan, possesses charm that rivals my youth. What could your mother possibly find unsatisfactory? With a chuckle, Bai Changming stepped forward to greet the returning Yi Fan. At that moment, several team members had already approached Yi Fan. Lu Bowen, fussing like a concerned caregiver, circled around Yi Fan, inquiring, brother, are you unscathed? I was truly frightened just now. Yi Fan raised his hand and brushed aside the persistent grasp of Lu Bowen. Lu Bowen, undeterred by Yi Fan's reaction, swiftly adjusted his camera and excitedly addressed the live stream. What a close call, my brothers. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed past 5 million. The barrage of comments raced across the screen. If only you had mentioned you could fly earlier, I wouldn't have cried. Good gracious, I see now that you haven't spared a shred of dignity for the esteemed Sir Newton. What a life-saving act. I truly cannot bear to witness such events. Yi Fan, how will you repay what you owe me? I apologize, everyone, for inadvertently monopolizing public resources. My husband has caused concern among you all. I sincerely apologize for taking up public resources. In the future, I will keep a closer eye on my wife to prevent her from engaging in such perilous activities. With all this talk of husbands and wives, Yi Fan, where is your integrity? Where is your dignity? Where is your sense of shame? Where can I reach you? What is your home address? The prelude was too lengthy. There was no time to retract the blade. A grand burial for our fallen comrades. The later generations may not know, But Yi Fan is interred because he responded to the criteria set forth by the Campus Belle. Let us be more aware. Finally, has someone remembered the existence of CP fans? When will the main characters themselves recall? Zhang Qiling gazed at Yi Fan with excitement. The series of movements performed by Yi Fan was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. He had definitively demonstrated through sheer strength that the greatest sacrifice is one without sacrifice. Bai Changming approached Yi Fan, his voice trembling with fervor. Young friend Yi Fan, how could you leap from such a height? I hope you've not sustained any injuries. You truly frightened this old man. As Yi Fan listened to Bai Changming's words, remarkably similar to those of Liu Bowen, he felt an uncanny resemblance to Liu Bowen and this old professor. He mused to himself. Could it be that this venerable professor is indeed the father of the school belle? Might he actually be Liu Bowen's biological father? This peculiar thought momentarily startled him, prompting an instinctive glance at the three individuals, mentally comparing their likenesses. Meanwhile, Bai Qingxiu, who had been attentively observing Yi Fan, caught his fleeting gaze. A tremor ran through her heart. Although Yi Fan's eyes lingered on her for but a few seconds, she was certain that his focus did not waver towards anyone else. Could it be that Yi Fan was silently assuring her of his safety? Bai Qingxiu's heart softened profoundly. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and smiled gently. That single glance from Yi Fan, a silent reassurance, was more than sufficient. Having confirmed their connection through a mere gaze, encountering the right person, the saying "a glance spans 1,000 years" seemed to resonate deeply in that moment. Yet at the same time, Yi Fan silently acknowledged that, purely in terms of appearance, Bai Qingxiu indeed bore a closer resemblance to Bai Changming, her supposed father. At this moment, those gathered around Yi Fan were busy confirming that he was indeed unharmed, their anxious chatter gradually subsiding into relief. Yi Fan quietly approached the newly revealed entrance on the ground. Upon noticing it, Bai Changming smacked his forehead. Realizing that in his concern for the well-being of young friend Yi Fan, he had completely overlooked this entrance. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel astonished. Could it be that Professor Bai only remembered the immediate circumstances? If he could forget such an obvious entrance, one could only hope he wouldn't forget his own graduate research opportunity once they emerged from this ancient tomb. It seemed that it was not Yi Fan who played the role of Zhang Qiling, but rather Professor Bai who was assuming that part. Meanwhile, Bai Changming gazed at the newly manifested entrance and remarked with surprise, I never anticipated that there would be such an opening beneath our feet. Yi Fan reflected on the reasoning process he had just undergone: divination, fortune shifting, and arrangement. He had mentally revisited these three terms. It was evident that at least one of these functions must pertain to the mysterious tortoise shell beneath them. Moreover, all three aspects were closely related to the dual-faced tortoise shell. They either served to predict fortune or misfortune, to establish a fortuitous or ominous formation, or to transfer the energies on either side. However, if the sole purpose was to prevent anyone from entering this place, merely exposing the ominous side would suffice. In such a case, even if someone attempted to seek refuge beneath the dragon bone from the three living sacred beasts outside, they would still fall victim to the mechanisms embedded in the tortoise shell. Thus, this location would transform into an impeccable deadlock. However, at this moment, Yi Fan, utilizing his keen perception, discerned the intricate patterns of the tortoise shell both beneath his feet and further afield. He found no mechanisms on this side, indicating that the contraptions on the Xuanwu tortoise shell lay hidden on the opposite side. Beneath them, there was an enigmatic secret. As the bodyguards rushed forth, eager to embrace their fate, Yi Fan swiftly surveyed his surroundings, ultimately locating the mechanism above the tomb's apex through his astute observation. Chapter 84, Confronting Yi Fan. The black bear transforms into a maternal figure. The crowd gazed at the newly unveiled entrance, a square opening approximately 2 meters in both width and height, shrouded in darkness. Within the flickering light of the tomb, a descending staircase became evident. Encircling them were 3 formidable guardian beasts, tigers, dragons, and more, eyeing them with predatory intent. Bai Changming inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Let us descend." The team members nodded in agreement, promptly organizing themselves. The formation remained largely unchanged, with the bodyguards segmented into front, middle, and rear sections to provide comprehensive protection for the professors and students at the center. Yet this time, Yi Fan had silently positioned himself at the forefront of the group. Liu Bowen, the broadcaster who had transitioned from live-streaming archaeology to focusing solely on Yi Fan, trailed closely behind him, advancing to the front of the procession. The team members cautiously descended the staircase, step by careful step. The black bear, armed and vigilant, walked side by side with Yi Fan at the head of the line, observing their surroundings with acute awareness. This staircase seems quite lengthy, and I can't shake the feeling that this place is rather foreboding, he remarked before abruptly halting in his tracks. Upon encountering the towering figure of Black Bear, the team members behind him instinctively halted, their tension palpable. Zhang Qiling's voice resonated from behind, inquiring, "Black Bear, Why have we stopped? Have we encountered a problem? Even Yu Fan felt a twinge of confusion. He had taken the lead, driven by his suspicion that this dual-sided Xuanwu tortoise shell represented a perilous aspect. If the tomb builders had indeed employed this to set a trap, then this place would be fraught with lethal mechanisms. Yet, he had yet to uncover any such contraptions. How could Black Bear have perceived something he had not? With a slight furrow of his brow, Yi Fan scrutinized his surroundings anew. Black Bear then spoke. I suspected something was amiss. Our young brother Yi is still bare-chested, and with this frigid stairway, we cannot allow him to suffer from the cold. Yi Fan was taken aback by the reason for Black Bear's sudden halt. With nearly 100% replication of De Zhang's essence, he himself remained largely unaffected by the chill. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that his once dark Kirin tattoo had vanished. Just as he lifted his head, he was met with darkness. Black Bear had draped his combat uniform over Yi Fan. Faced with this unexpected display of concern, Yi Fan was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He stood in stunned silence for a few seconds as Black Bear adeptly zipped up the garment. In that moment, Yi Fan perceived a reflection of a nurturing figure within the imposing form of Black Bear. Afterward, Zhang Qiling chuckled upon hearing the report from the Black Bear and remarked, "This indeed poses a significant issue. Well done, Black Bear." The attire of Black Bear appeared to be a size larger when donned by Yi Fan. However, it did not seem incongruous. On the contrary, Yi Fan exuded a fashionable aura reminiscent of the current trend of the laid-back boyfriend style. Yi Fan parted his lips and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Observing Yi Fan's reaction, Black Bear sighed deeply within. Though he appeared carefree on the surface, he was, in truth, a person of profound sensitivity. Otherwise, he would not have instinctively realized that if he felt cold, Yi Fan, standing beside him, must feel even colder. Having witnessed Yi Fan's performance in the ancient tomb, he recognized a young deity in the making. Yet, alongside admiration and respect, Black Bear pondered the immense effort required to reach such a level. At his age, one would expect him to resemble the other young individuals, yet Yi Fan had already become the steadfast anchor of their team. It seemed he would hardly regard minor inconveniences like enduring the cold as worthy of concern. This was a point that deeply touched Black Bear as an observer. After sighing inwardly, he jovially stated, "You have saved me countless times. It is I who should be expressing my thanks." Subsequently, Black Bear addressed the team members behind him. All right, the mission is accomplished. Captain, shall we proceed? Zhang Qiling replied, let us depart. Thus, the team continued onward. The staircase comprised around 100 steps, and Yi Fan's keen gaze scrutinized the surroundings intently. As they approached within 20 meters, Yi Fan suddenly signaled for a halt. The trailing group immediately came to a standstill. Beside him, He Xiong held his firearm, vigilantly scanning the area ahead, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Since Yi Fan had personally made the stop gesture, Zhang Qiling did not merely call from behind. Instead, he maneuvered through several team members to reach Yi Fan's side. "Yi, what is wrong?" Yi Fan replied, "There is a mechanism." Zhang Qiling and He Xiong exchanged wary glances, scrutinizing the front with their naked eyes, yet they discerned nothing amiss. He Xiong glanced down at the metal detector in his hand, which remained silent. He and Zhang Qiling shared a look, both reflecting deep concern in each other's eyes. Behind them, the remaining team members shuffled closer. Bai Changming stepped forward, rummaging through his backpack to retrieve his specialized tools. Among them were precision electronic devices displaying fluctuating numbers, hammers of various sizes, and metal bars of differing thicknesses. His array of tools was ample, prepared for what seemed to be a surgical operation on the mechanism ahead. An elderly professor also wielded similarly intricate instruments as he remarked, "Finding a mechanism in this location is no trivial matter. The space is limited, and with steps involved, there'll be no place to hide if something goes awry. Bai, it's time for us to step in." Listening to the professor's words, Zhang Qiling could not help but smile wryly. "Professor Liu, Professor Bai, to be frank, the metal detector has emitted no signals." As he spoke, the black bear shook a metallic device in his hand that resembled a mine detector. Professor Liu, with an expression of disbelief, took the metallic detector from the black bear, examined it thoroughly, and after a deep breath, remarked, "Could it be that we are too far away? If the mechanism is buried deep and considering the passage of time, it may indeed be quite challenging for the metal detector to detect it." With that, Professor Liu intended to take a couple of steps forward to continue his attempt. However, Yi Fan suddenly interposed his arm in front of him and said, "Do not move. Stay still." Subsequently, Yi Fan descended 2 steps and crouched down, manipulating something on the steps. A sound of mechanisms turning echoed from above. Then, with a clatter, a dense cascade of sharp, iron-concealed weapons fell from above, resembling a waterfall. The sheer density made these concealed weapons appear like a heavy black shroud, obscuring their true nature. The weapons that landed on the ground flowed down the steps like a small river. Chapter 85. A true man never looks back at an explosion observing the dark river formed by the gradually flowing concealed weapons. All the members of the archaeological team, standing behind, Yi Fan involuntarily inhaled sharply. Simultaneously, the metal detector in Professor Lu's hand, specifically designed to detect mechanisms, finally emitted a delayed sound. For a moment, the entire space was filled with the cacophony of metal clattering against the stone steps, resonating as the weapons slid downward and collided with one another. The frenzied beeping of the specialized metal detector and the sounds of gasping emanating from the archaeological team were unmistakably alarming. Clearly, had Yi Fan not been the first to discover the location of this mechanism, they would have remained oblivious, relying solely on their dedicated metal detector. By now, these traps would have revealed themselves with lethal precision, only to emit their warning beeps at the last moment. They would undoubtedly have fallen victim to the ambush. At this moment, it seemed likely that they would be the ones rolling down the steps, transformed into metaphorical hedgehogs. Professor Lu, who had just been stopped by Yi Fan, nervously checked his body, ensuring that all his components remained intact. With a trembling sigh of relief, he staggered backward a couple of steps. He stumbled over the stone steps, nearly losing his balance. But Zhang Qiling was quick to support him, sparing his pelvis from a painful collision with the stones. Shaken, he exclaimed, "Thank goodness for Yi Fan. I truly came perilously close to disaster." At that moment, Professor Lu's gaze was fixated solely on Yi Fan's retreating figure, alongside the incessantly falling concealed weapons. His complexion was ashen, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Supporting Professor Lu, Zhang Qiling, noticing his current state, hastily reassured him, "Professor Lu, do not worry. We are safe now, are we not?" With a heavy sigh, Professor Lu responded, "You don't understand, Captain Zhang. You simply do not understand." Beside them, Bai Changming shared a similar state of mind with Professor Lu and began to elucidate on his behalf. "Captain Zhang, to be candid, Lao Lu and I failed to perceive the mechanisms ahead. Had it not been for young Master Yi Fan's timely intervention, we would likely have inadvertently triggered the hidden traps during our search, resulting in calamity for us all. The intricate nature of these mechanisms would have left no refuge for anyone on the staircase had they been activated." The expressions of the few team members in front were filled with astonishment. He Xiong remarked, "Even the two most esteemed professors failed to notice this?" Bai Changming exhaled deeply, stating, "Comrade He Xiong, this is precisely what I mentioned earlier. The truth does not reside solely in the hands of the authoritative, rather, it is those who possess the truth who can truly be deemed as authorities." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Yi Fan, prompting those around him to follow suit. At this moment, the torrential rain of concealed projectiles had ceased their descent, leaving only a sluggish stream of them on the staircase. Yi Fan rose to his feet. Bai Changming observed Yi Fan's relaxed posture, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. Upon noticing Yi Fan's empty hands, he was momentarily taken aback. He exclaimed, "Young Master Yi Fan actually managed to effortlessly disarm the mechanism without the aid of any tools." Professor Lu, regaining his composure, interjected, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. A mechanism that even specialized detection devices could not identify must be extraordinarily intricate. To decipher a mechanism undoubtedly requires countless deliberations. How could one possibly dismantle it with bare hands?" Yet, upon witnessing Yi Fan's naturally relaxed and empty hands, no further words could escape his lips. Professor Lu, Bai Changming, and several senior professors nearby instinctively glanced at the tool bags they held. Within were the most efficient tools they had accumulated over years of archaeological endeavors. Densely packed and remarkably heavy. This stood in stark contrast to Yi Fan's vacant hands. At this very moment, as esteemed figures in the field of archaeology, they profoundly felt the disparity between their extensive equipment and Yi Fan's simplicity. Bai Changming and Professor Lu exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Even with decades of archaeological experience, they should have been the ones most adept at dealing with such mechanisms. Yet, even with these tools, they might not achieve flawless disassembly. Yi Fan, a youth whose years scarcely equaled their experience in archaeology, had managed to unravel the mechanism solely with his hands. Such a feat, devoid of innate talent and experience, seemed utterly implausible. Professor Lu gazed at Bai Changming and whispered, "Could it be that Yi Fan truly is?" Bai Changming immediately silenced Lu's thoughts with a look, exclaiming, "You're being foolish, old Lu. If Yi Fan were indeed a tomb raider, he could easily conceal his abilities. Yet, he has been unreservedly aiding us throughout our journey. Is this the conduct of a tomb raider? Moreover, if all tomb raiders possessed abilities akin to those of young friend Yi Fan, there would be little need for our ancient studies. We could simply return to roasting sweet potatoes." Professor Lu, feeling somewhat abashed by this notion, remarked, "I have misspoken. Yet, the question remains regarding this remarkable Yi Fan." The others turned to gaze at Yi Fan's silhouette, with Bai Changming solemnly declaring, "The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond." As the group pondered this, the stream of concealed weapons had nearly run its course, leaving only a few scattered remnants upon the steps, insufficient to accumulate further motion. The onlookers, relieved, noticed that Yifan, after all the projectiles had fallen, showed no inclination to turn back. He proceeded down 2 more steps, crouched again to manipulate something for a brief moment, then stood up and continued his descent. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Suddenly, a section of the stone steps on either side of Yifan's recent path collapsed with a resounding crash, echoing like stones plummeting into a profound abyss. Yet, Yifan appeared to have anticipated this, exhibiting no sign of turning back. The situation of the collapsing steps extended forward without capturing his attention. He merely paused once more, crouching as before, and after a brief interval, stood up again. Shortly thereafter, a different sound erupted from ahead, followed by the emergence of half-meter-long black spikes from the ground. Yifan stood amidst the chaotic black spikes that erupted from the ground, flanked by stone steps that descended irregularly, yet he exhibited no sign of surprise. Bai Changming gazed at that silhouette and couldn't help but exclaim, "One man holds the pass. 10,000 cannot breach it. How magnificent! Truly magnificent." However, behind him, Lu Bowen instantly shattered the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious! Ladies and gentlemen, this is the legendary true man, who never looks back at explosions." Chapter 86, Shattering Thousands with One. Professor Bai declares him the heir of the thousand mechanisms technique. Moments later, the cacophony of the collapsing stone steps and the emergence of the spikes fell silent. The steps returned to their initial tranquility. Yet, before the archaeological team lay a path fraught with peril, starkly contrasting with the scene they encountered upon entry. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Lu Bowen's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he remarked, "My heavens. Is this truly within the capabilities of humanity? Did he anticipate the locations of all the traps?" With just a couple of moves, he revealed all the mechanisms. Bai Changming parted his lips, astonished, and said, "This is shattering thousands with one. Responding to myriad changes with unchanging resolve. I can only think of one person capable of such a feat." The surrounding team members cast curious glances at Bai Changming. Lu Bowen, in disbelief, questioned, "Could it be? Is there truly another who can reach such heights? Could it be that venerable professor from our school?" Bai Changming shook his head and replied, "This individual is far removed from us. Rather than referring to a single person, it is more accurate to regard this as a representation." He gazed at Yifan's silhouette and remarked, "The consummate master of mechanical arts, the Emo family. It is said that during pivotal moments in history, a talent of unparalleled brilliance emerges once in a century. Among these representatives are Mozi, Gongshuban, Yinshi, and the most familiar figure to us, Mr. Zhuge." The expressions of those surrounding Bai Changming were filled with profound astonishment. Lu Bowen blinked and asked, "The Emo family? Isn't that the scholarly representation advocating for universal love and non-aggression, promoting thrift and equality among people?" Professor Lu took up Lu Bowen's inquiry and elucidated, "In truth, Mozi excelled in craftsmanship and manufacturing, surpassing other schools in military technology, earning him a reputation as a polymath. It is said that he could, in an instant, transform a 3-inch piece of wood into a bearing capable of supporting 300 kilograms. Thus, the Emo family, having pioneered the art of mechanical devices, can indeed be considered the forebear of this craft." He then turned to Bai Changming and added, "However, this art of mechanical devices has long since been lost to history. Since the time of Mr. Zhuge, no related figures have emerged. Therefore, it is not merely forgotten. It has remained lost for nearly 2,000 years. Bai Changming cast a glance at him, then excitedly turned to Yifan, saying, "It has been nearly 2 millennia since any records of the thousand mechanisms technique have been documented, yet it has not been entirely lost. This very person stands before us now." The members of the archaeological team were all astounded as they gazed at Yifan's silhouette. Lu Bowen, eager to call out to Yifan, was restrained by Bai Changming, who grasped his arm and remarked, "Young friend, Yifan has not actively disclosed his identity. Perhaps there is a reason for this. He may wish to remain inconspicuous, much like the predecessors of the past 2 millennia, not wanting to reveal himself in front of outsiders. It would be best not to disturb him." Lu Bowen found this reasoning quite sound. He glanced at Yifan's figure ahead, then at the live streaming equipment in his hands, his lips twitching as he silently covered the lens with his hand. He resolved not to inform Bai Changming or Yifan that nearly 8 million viewers were currently watching this live broadcast. Moreover, Yifan's recent actions and Bai Changming's words had already been transmitted to these 8 million viewers. Lu Bowen's attempt to conceal the situation resulted in a simultaneous blackout for all 8 million viewers. However, rather than departing, new viewers continued to join, and the barrage of comments flowed rapidly. "This little streamer is displaying a classic case of there's no silver here. Well, it is now evident that young brother Yifan is the heir to the long-lost thousand mechanisms technique. Let us delve deeper. Regarding the matter of my identity being exposed live by my younger brother in front of millions of viewers, I must express my astonishment. For a long time, I believe that Yi Fan's standards for choosing a partner were exceptionally high, akin to a lofty pursuit, yet it seems I have been mistaken. Could this truly be described as a downward choice? This situation feels akin to an act of benevolence. Observers have remarked that it is indeed the school beauty who is striving to elevate her status. I am left with but a singular question. If the heir of the Qianji technique disregards lineage and bloodline, does the esteemed Yi Fan still require a successor? At the moment when Yi Fan's reputation as the inheritor of the Qianji technique was solidifying in the eyes of others, a voice resonated in his mind. Announcing a system prompt, ding. The host's identity as the cornerstone is being restored within the team, restoration level at 0. 01. Current restoration level at 96. 11. Corresponding points have been allocated to the host at a rate of 96. 11. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Ding. Lotus nail. Compact and portable. Resembling a lotus flower, each petal can be utilized as a long-range concealed weapon, housing countless silver needles capable of delivering a lethal strike. Yi Fan stood still, somewhat disheartened by the minuscule figure of 0.01, and clenched his fists in indignation. This system seems increasingly reminiscent of a certain platform known for its excesses. Just moments ago, the restoration level was a mere 0.1, and now it has inexplicably increased with an additional 0. Initially, achieving a complete restoration of 100 through repeated restoration levels appeared to be a challenging endeavor. The current behavior of the system is akin to a dagger revealed at the end of a long journey, bluntly indicating that the repeated restoration is utterly unreliable. Yi Fan silently exhaled a breath. Fortunately, although the restoration rate was diminishing, the quality of the rewards from the system remained unimpaired. He gazed at the steps ahead. All the traps along this path had been dismantled. While the road appeared perilous, it was now undeniably safe. Looking forward, Yi Fan addressed the others behind him, saying, "We may proceed." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the members of the archaeological team promptly advanced. Before setting off, Bai Changming cautioned those beside him when dismantling the traps. Our young friend, Yi Fan, displayed no hesitation. However, he clenched his fist afterward. This indicates that he had not contemplated the potential exposure of his identity while saving us. Only realizing it after the traps were neutralized. We must not betray the goodwill of our young friend Yi Fan until we receive his consent. Let us refrain from discussing this matter with outsiders. Should we manage to exit safely, I shall personally visit to inquire further. The surrounding team members nodded in agreement. Lu Bowen cast a tearful glance at his live-streaming equipment, retracting his neck in dismay. Moments later, all members of the archaeological team gathered beside Yi Fan. Bai Changming surveyed the treacherous path ahead and remarked, "Who would have thought that this single staircase harbors such deadly perils? It truly seems they are employing every conceivable means to thwart our descent." On one side, Li Tai remarked, "Aren't the ear chambers on both sides intended for housing the sacred beasts? Could it be that the tomb owner has concealed the valuable burial treasures within this vast cellar beneath us?" Bai Changming furrowed his brow deeply, responding, "To hide precious burial items in a cellar? Such a notion has never been proposed." Yi Fan gazed ahead and said, "He harbors secrets, fearing exposure. Let us proceed." Chapter 87. The School Belle. I regard you as my target, yet you perceive me as an invigilator? After Yi Fan finished speaking, he descended the stairs. The crowd, without a trace of hesitation, did not find it amiss that Yi Fan led the way, following closely behind him. As the concealed peril on the steps became apparent, the formation of the archaeological team shifted. They were compelled to evade a spike on the left and navigate around an abyss on the right as they descended. Yet, Yi Fan, at the forefront, did not even lower his gaze, as if he could sense instinctively where the spikes lay and where the abyss yawned. He advanced with remarkable speed. Lu Bowen struggled to keep pace behind him, yet the distance between them widened significantly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gasped, "Brother, are your soles crafted from exquisite Dove chocolate? How can they be so smooth? You descend faster than I do on a normal staircase." Meanwhile, the black bear chuckled softly and remarked, "You wouldn't understand, young scholar. This is the result of muscle reflexes honed through countless trials. Without the use of sight, one can directly sense the fluctuations of the surrounding air currents through their own body, thus evading all forms of attack and obstacles." Lu Bowen expressed his astonishment. How long would it typically take an ordinary person to reach such a level? The black bear replied succinctly, "Without several decades of training, it is utterly unattainable." Lu Bowen was even more surprised, "But my elder brother is my peer." After a moment of contemplation, the black bear stated, "I have encountered another individual who, despite his youth, possesses such remarkable reflexes." Lu Bowen's eyes sparkled with anticipation, believing this was akin to deducing his elder brother's heritage as a master of the thousand mechanisms technique. As if there existed others of similar youth and prowess throughout history. "Brother Bear, do you know someone as young and formidable as my brother? Who is it?" The black bear replied, "Spider-Man, Lu Bowen." Meanwhile, Yi Fan only realized he was the first to descend when he reached the final tier. His control over his reflexes had become exceptionally fluid, allowing him to remain unaware that these stairs were not merely ordinary steps that anyone could traverse. He glanced back at the current position of the archaeological team, noting they were still several dozen steps behind him. Leading the way were Zhang Qiling, the Black Bear, and Lu Bowen, followed closely by Qingxiu. Trailing behind them were a group of young individuals, with several bodyguards cautiously assisting a few elderly professors down the steps. Tall Gaohua was among those being assisted, and despite standing over 1.90 meters, he suffered from a severe fear of heights. As Yi Fan surveyed the situation, he concluded that there was no need for him to intervene. However, a particular gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him, that of Qingxiu. Yi Fan felt a pang of unease. This Campus Belle, known for her stringent criteria regarding research recommendation slots, might very well accuse him of disrespecting his elders. A frown creased his brow, and he felt a twinge of frustration. Yet, approaching now would be inconsistent with his character. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Fan let out a soft sigh. His current opportunity for a research recommendation had been secured through a post by the Campus Belle, and now, that very chance teetered precariously because of her. It was indeed a double-edged sword. Success and failure hinged upon the same person. How was it that, despite his resolve to escape the grind of self-study, he felt as if he were under scrutiny, as though being monitored during an examination? Meanwhile, Qingxiu, who had already regarded Yi Fan as the heir to the thousand mechanisms technique, recognized that the gap between them was far from negligible, as she diligently pursued her aspirations. Constantly attuned to Yi Fan's reactions, she noticed his slight frown. Logically, from such a distance, it should have been impossible to discern the expression on Yi Fan's face. However, due to his perpetually unchanged demeanor and her inherent attentiveness, she keenly sensed the subtle crease of his brow. A sense of unease gripped her heart. Yi Fan had observed others, their expressions remaining neutral, yet upon glancing at her, he had furrowed his brow. In a moment of contemplation, Qingxiu could not fathom why Yi Fan would react in such a manner upon seeing her. At that juncture, Yin Jia, panting heavily, advised, "Senior Qingxiu, please proceed with caution. This place is still quite perilous." Suddenly enlightened, Qingxiu realized. Could it be that Yi Fan felt these individuals were encroaching upon him? She pressed her lips together. To conserve time, she could not allow these people to lag and hinder the progress of the group. The solution to creating distance was to quicken her own pace. She cast a glance at Lu Bowen, who was leading the way. Lu Bowen was also a student. Having remained close to Yi Fan, if he could advance, so could she. Resolutely, Qingxiu steeled herself against the fear of the abyss beneath her feet and increased her speed as she descended the stairs. Yi Fan, who had taken on the role of a proctor, noticed Qingxiu's sudden acceleration and discreetly turned his head away. Minutes later, members of the archaeological team gradually made their way to the surface, utilizing their flashlights to illuminate the surroundings. Below lay a corridor leading to the entrance of the tomb, located approximately 10 meters to the left. The ground was thickly strewn with concealed weapons, leaving little room to tread. Zhang Qiling summoned a few bodyguards to assist him, and together they began clearing the area, piling the concealed weapons into a mound as tall as a person, resembling a snowdrift. Only after this did the team advance along the corridor, arriving at the entrance of the tomb. The corridor itself was rather short, leading solely to this singular entrance, which was a perfectly rectangular opening devoid of any door. From the outside, one could glimpse the contents of the tomb within. It was not a pitch-black void, but rather illuminated by a radiant light, emanating from the center of the tomb chamber. This light was not akin to flames, nor did it resemble the white glow produced by modern technology. Instead, it resembled the luminescence emitted by the horn that Yi Fan had previously utilized to dispel the specters haunting the walls. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances with Yi Fan. Could this ancient tomb be somehow connected to him? After all, aside from the horn Yi Fan had wielded, they had never encountered such a quality of light elsewhere. Yi Fan, however, paid no heed to their gazes, fixated on the contents of the tomb chamber. At the heart of the chamber stood a jade platform, upon which lay an ancient corpse. For golden pillars, reminiscent of the central hall, were arranged in a cruciform pattern around the jade platform. Each pillar bore 2 iron chains, tethered to the edges of the platform. The ethereal light, reminiscent of that produced by the horn, radiated from directly above these 4 golden pillars. Yi Fan surveyed the surroundings of the tomb with keen insight. Though the path had been perilous, the chamber itself bore no traps or mechanisms. Consequently, Yi Fan became increasingly convinced of his earlier hypothesis. This place harbored secrets that the tomb's master dared not destroy or allow outsiders to seize. Chapter 88. The Archaeological Team in Disarray? The Erosion of Humanity or the Deterioration of Morality. Having confirmed the absence of mechanisms within the chamber, Yi Fan awaited the moment when Bai Changming would announce their entry into the tomb. However, he waited for nearly 5 minutes. during which even the teammates who had been gasping and sighing moments ago fell silent, enveloping the entire environment in a profound stillness. Yet, he never heard Bai Changming announce that they could enter. A sense of confusion washed over him as he glanced towards Bai Changming, turning his head slightly. He noticed Bai Changming gazing intently at him, his eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. For a fleeting moment, Yi Fan felt as if he were gazing upon Lu Bowen decades hence. Beside him, the real Lu Bowen eagerly inquired, "Brother, do you think we can enter now?" Yi Fan nodded affirmatively, yes. However, whether the team can proceed still hinges on Professor Bai's decision. Just as Yi Fan was about to await Bai Changming's words, Zhang Qiling had already led the team inside. Subsequently, the other members of the archaeological team followed suit, entering one by one. Yi Fan observed the teammates passing before him, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. What is happening? Has the archaeological team truly descended into chaos? Professor Bai's temperament is indeed remarkable. Yi Fan then stepped into the tomb, reassessing the strictness of the archaeological team as hierarchy, which he ranked as Bai Qingxiu, Bai Changming, and the others. The scale of this tomb was modest compared to the earlier front hall and middle hall, being merely one-third the size of the latter. The tomb's surroundings were stark and barren. Aside from the 4 golden pillars in the center, the jade platform, and the corpse resting upon it, there was nothing extraneous within the chamber. The members of the archaeological team moved closer to the jade platform. Li Tai surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Is the main tomb room typically this empty? Why is there nothing at all?" Yin Jia glanced at him and replied, "Isn't the tomb owner himself present here? Moreover, we have arrived at the main burial chamber, which indicates that we will soon be able to leave." Upon hearing that they could exit shortly, the young individuals quickly regained their spirits. Even the bodyguards surrounding them sighed in relief, and the atmosphere became considerably lighter. This experience has indeed broadened their horizons within the tomb. Indeed, but it has truly been overwhelming. One exclaimed, "Who has ever encountered such a sinister adversary?" "We have finally reached the end." An elderly professor, overhearing the conversation, approached Bai Changming and said, "Old Bai, have we ever encountered a burial chamber of this scale before? It seems to me that this cannot be the main burial chamber." Bai Changming inhaled deeply and replied, "To be candid with you, Old Yang, I share your sentiments. The main burial chamber should be the true resting place of the tomb owner. The Yin tomb corresponds to the Yang residence. The front hall serves as the entrance. The middle hall is akin to our living room, and the main burial chamber ought to be the master bedroom. The chamber we are presently in resembles a basement. With such a remarkable tomb owner in both the front and middle halls, how could he possibly place his final resting place in a basement?" As they spoke, they had already approached the jade platform. Upon witnessing the condition of the corpse, the members of the archaeological team gasped in shock, each feeling a tingling sensation run down their spines. Before them lay an ancient corpse, enshrouded from head to toe in an impenetrable golden silk garment, leaving only the lower half of its face exposed. Remarkably, the skin of that half-visage appeared pristine, bearing no trace of decay. What astonished the onlookers most was that this half-visage did not belong to an adult, but rather that of a youth, scarcely in his teenage years. Li Tai exclaimed in disbelief, "Could this be the son interred alongside the emperor? It is indeed a merciless father to sacrifice his own child in death." Yin Jia could not resist glancing at Li Tai and remarked, "You spend each day plotting to inherit your father's fortune. Beware lest you meet a similar fate." Li Tai waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "Such a possibility is utterly preposterous." Meanwhile, Bai Qingxiu furrowed her brow and interjected, "That is impossible. Throughout history, there has been no precedent for burying one's own offspring as a form of sacrifice. An emperor's descendants are granted their own sepulchres and are not interred within the imperial tomb. Furthermore, once sealed, the imperial tombs are never reopened, making it inconceivable for a prince to be buried here at a later time." Li Tai pouted and cast another glance at the corpse, pondering aloud. Is it not true that ancient dynasties were rife with struggles for the throne? The death of the old emperor would have presented the perfect opportunity for such power struggles. Could it not be that this prince was slain during those tumultuous times and hidden away by his brothers? Feeling quite clever, Li Tai added, "Did not Yi Fan just mention a secret that was feared to be discovered? Certainly, such matters are exceedingly unsavory. The fratricidal struggle for a throne is among the most reprehensible of actions. Fortunately, no one vies for my father's inheritance." Yin Jia interjected with a wry comment, "However, your stepmother is quite youthful." This reference to Yi Fan's earlier remark about fearing exposure momentarily led the group to consider that Li Tai's assertions held some merit, and no one dared to refute him further. Just as Li Tai was about to revel in his apparent victory, Yi Fan interjected, "That is not a possibility." Li Tai turned to him, inquiring, "Why?" Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, "He is far too young." The group quickly grasped this oversight, and Yin Jia promptly exclaimed, "Indeed, a mere child of 10 or so, who would take him seriously?" Yet, they pondered, how could he remain here for so long without decaying? Surely, he wouldn't rise again. Would he? The crowd anxiously gazed at the corpse upon the jade platform. Yifan scrutinized the exposed skin of the body and proclaimed, "No, he is still alive." While others could not discern it, Yifan clearly heard the faint breaths emanating from the corpse. The onlookers, who had been focused on Yifan, suddenly diverted their attention back to the body. "What? Alive? This child? Alive?" Li Tai regarded Yifan and asserted, "Yifan, even if I were to neglect my studies, I am aware that the Han dynasty existed 2 millennia ago. How could anyone survive for 2,000 years? Yifan gazed at Li Tai, slightly tilting his head towards the direction of the corpse, indicating that Li Tai should investigate for himself. Li Tai, looking at Yifan, reached out his hand towards the nose of the corpse. Suddenly, he let out a shriek and withdrew his hand as if shocked by electricity. "What the hell? It's breathing." His reaction caused the other members of the archaeological team to instinctively retreat a few steps, distancing themselves several meters from the jade platform. At the edge of the platform, only Yifan remained standing there. Yin Jia, pale-faced, glanced at the even paler Li Tai and remarked, "You must be joking. You surely didn't touch it by mistake? How could it possibly be alive?" Startled by the accusation, Li Tai shot an irritated glare at Yin Jia and retorted, "If you don't believe me, go touch it yourself. It's as alive as it gets. It's just missing a mouth to bite me." Chapter 89, Yifan mused. Eternal life is merely a millennium of torment forgotten by time. Li Tai's earnest complaints further convinced the surrounding archaeological team members that the youth lying on the jade platform, presumed to be a corpse, was indeed a living being. Yin Jia moistened his dry lips and stared blankly at the jade platform, swallowing hard. 2,000 years without dying. My heavens, who could this possibly be? Before the jade platform, Yifan stood alone, coldly observing the corpse. He was not unfamiliar with tales of individuals being placed within some vessel, entering a state akin to hibernation to achieve immortality. He vividly recalls the similar circumstances depicted in the tomb-raiding tales of his previous life, particularly the jade figurines and blood corpses within the 7-star Luoyang Palace. The method by which Tai Miansheng attained immortality involved lying within a jade figurine while still alive. Subsequently, every decade, he would shed his skin, allowing new dermal tissue to grow. Thus, he lay within the jade figurine for millennia. However, once a person entered the jade figurine, they could not leave, lest they transform into a blood corpse. Yifan found himself perplexed by the significance of such immortality. Although one might avoid meeting the king of hell for 1,000 years, to remain inert within a jade figurine in this ancient tomb, enduring a millennium of solitude, felt even less desirable than being a living corpse. With a sigh echoing in his heart, Yifan pondered how such a form of immortality could be deemed a divine gift. He instinctively touched the location of the Qiling tattoo on his chest, a symbol of longevity for Brother Zhang. To be forgotten by time, counting the interminable years alone, was undeniably a form of torture lasting over 1,000 years. Yifan gazed at the lower half of the youthful face before him and consulted the exotic species encyclopedia to examine the information regarding the golden silk garment and the corpse within. Soon, the system presented the necessary data in his mind. Ding! The dragon-binding golden silk garment can sustain a person's basic metabolism, thereby maintaining normal life signs. The dragon binding is only permitted for the true dragon son of heaven. Entry grants immortality, while unauthorized users will inevitably become malevolent corpses within a century. Dragons are divided into auspicious and malevolent. Auspicious dragons are protected by good fortune, while malevolent dragons spill blood over 100 steps. Rituals for venerating the auspicious dragon and vanquishing the malevolent dragon. To pay homage to the evil dragon invites misfortune, while to slay the auspicious dragon beckons death. The executor must proceed with utmost caution. Upon receiving this information, Yifan quietly opened his eyes. The distinction between the auspicious and malevolent dragons was stark, and the approaches to each were diametrically opposed, yielding results that were equally extreme. A misstep could lead to irrevocable failure. Yifan swiftly reviewed all the information in his mind. In the previous chamber, he had discerned that this was the other side of the dual-faced Xuanwu tortoise shell, which served purposes of divination, fortune-telling, and formation arrangement. The Xuanwu tortoise shell has dual aspects of fortune and misfortune, with the upper side representing auspiciousness and the lower side signifying calamity. Yifan quickly concluded that the dual-faced Xuanwu tortoise shell was not merely positioned here for the sake of arrangement. The numerous lethal traps set along their path suggested otherwise. In fact, arranging the formation was not its primary function. Its foremost purpose was to alter fate. The false dragon from the previous layer had been manipulating the fate of this true dragon, regardless of whether this true dragon was originally auspicious or malevolent. Its fortune had been redirected. It was now undoubtedly a malevolent dragon. Yifan's expression turned icy. Slay. He swiftly extended his hand, seizing the young man's neck. The members of the archaeological team, who had recoiled in fright from Li Tai's loud exclamations, were still processing Yi Fan's actions. However, at that very moment, as Yi Fan's arm began to move, a surge of hair suddenly erupted from within the golden-threaded helmet. The hair resembled fine black steel wires, exuding an air of formidable strength and fierce aggression. Several bodyguards instinctively prepared to rush toward Yi Fan. However, before they could take a single step, the black hair had already surged before them. The advancing bodyguards found their feet frozen in place as the wiry strands threatened to pierce their very eyes. Each of them experienced a sudden constriction of their pupils, their eyes trembling in panic, while cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. In the next moment, a crisp crack echoed from the direction of the jade platform. The bodyguards were all too familiar with that sound. It was the unmistakable noise made when they snapped an enemy's neck. Instantly, the hair that had been poised to stab into their eyes lost all vitality, cascading limply to the ground. At this juncture, the archaeological team could finally discern the events transpiring on the jade platform. There stood Yi Fan, coldly observing the corpse atop the platform. One of his hands remained poised as if gripping the lifeless body, while the black hair gradually fell away from him. It was evident that Yi Fan had also been assaulted by these dark strands. Withdrawing his hand, Yi Fan coldly remarked, "You've lived long enough. It is time for you to die." In the next instant, the ancient corpse on the jade platform convulsed violently, emitting a series of chilling clicks. Seizing the opportunity while the hair had momentarily retreated, the bodyguards swiftly closed the distance to Yi Fan, brandishing their weapons to shield him from harm. Zhang Qiling and Black Bear stood on either side of Yi Fan, their expressions vigilant as they observed the transformation of the ancient corpse. Before their eyes, the once vibrant skin of the corpse rapidly shriveled and darkened. Moments later, the previously lively figure had devolved into nothing but yellowed bones. The true visage of a millennium-old remains. Zhang Qiling, taken aback, raised his gaze towards the direction of the archaeological team and declared, "The ancient corpse is deceased." Subsequently, the members of the archaeological team returned to the jade platform. Zhang Qiling and Black Bear swiftly conducted a thorough check on Yi Fan. Earlier, both had been perilously cornered by the black-haired figure, thus they were deeply concerned about Yi Fan, who had been closest to the threat, fearing he might have sustained injuries. After quickly confirming that Yi Fan was unharmed, Zhang Qiling remarked, "Yi Fan, it is truly concerning that you, a mere child, are always at the forefront of such perilous situations. It leaves us, who are meant to safeguard you, feeling quite uneasy." Meanwhile, Bai Changming and others had also returned to Yi Fan's side. Bai Changming inquired, "Are you all right, young friend Yi Fan?" Lu Bowen added, "My elder brother, wasn't he hurt?" "Was he?" Their nearly overlapping dialogues made it difficult for Yi Fan not to ponder the nature of their relationship, though he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Yi Fan calmly shook his head, replying, "I am fine." He gazed at the now skeletal remains of the ancient corpse, and upon realizing the identity of this individual as the true dragon son of heaven, Yi Fan deduced, the 14th emperor of the Western Han dynasty, Emperor Ping of Han. Lucien. Chapter 90. Emperor Ping of Han was concealed here by Wang Meng. Lucien, the Emperor Ping of Han, Li Tai, in a flamboyant manner, gaped in astonishment at the ancient corpse upon the jade platform. After a moment, he regained his composure and remarked, "Who is Emperor Ping of Han, Lucien? It does not sound like a renowned emperor, considering the grandiosity of his former palace. I thought it would be Emperor Wu, Liu Bang. Instead, it turns out to be an emperor whose name I have never heard before." Lu Bowen also inhaled deeply, gazing at the corpse on the jade platform with perplexity. Indeed, he is not a famous emperor. However, ascending to the throne at such a tender age signifies a lack of significant achievements in history. As he spoke, Lu Bowen nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu slowly repeated the name, Emperor Ping of Han, Lucien. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "Of course. If this person were an emperor, it could only be Emperor Ping of Han, Lucien." She continued to elucidate. Lucien, originally named Lu Ji, was the grandson of Emperor Yuan, Lu Shi. On the first day of the 9th month in the second year of Yuan Shou, which corresponds to October 17th, 1 BC, Lucien ascended to the throne, becoming Emperor Ping of Han, and paid homage at the temple of his great-grandfather, granting amnesty to the realm. When he ascended, he was merely 9 years old. On the 12th day of the 12th month in the 5th year of Yuan Shou, Lucien passed away in Weiyang Palace under controversial circumstances at the age of 14. He was posthumously honored as Emperor Zhaoping and was interred in Kongling. The ancient corpse appears to belong to a youth of merely a dozen years of age, thus aligning perfectly with the age described. Li Tai uttered a soft exclamation, pondering whether this site is indeed the famed Kongling. Given that historical records affirm its existence, one might wonder why we were unaware of its identity upon our initial departure. Meanwhile, Bai Changming cleared his throat softly and stepped forward to elaborate on Bai Qingshu's remarks, stating, "This is not Kongling. Kongling is located in Xianyang, not here." Upon hearing this, some members of the group grew increasingly perplexed. Yin Jia questioned. So, is this not the ancient tomb of Emperor Yuan of Han? If it is, could it be that historical records are erroneous? Bai Changming chuckled softly, asserting, historical records do not err. However, the historians who document them may deceive. Gazing at the corpse upon the jade platform, Bai Changming continued slowly. Although historical texts state that Emperor Ping of Han, Lu Xian, passed away in the 5th year of Yuan Shi, on the day of Bingwu in December, astronomers and historians have calculated that there was no Bingwu day in December. Hence, the cause of death for this adolescent emperor remains a mystery. While the records claim he succumbed to illness, there existed a widely circulated belief at the time that Emperor Ping was poisoned by Wang Mang. In light of current evidence, this narrative appears to be more credible. Bai Changming adjusted his glasses, his expression growing solemn. Therefore, this tomb cannot be that of Emperor Ping of Han. As for whether this is the tomb of Wang Mang, we cannot hastily draw conclusions before witnessing the main burial chamber. However, one thing is certain. This tomb is undoubtedly connected to Wang Mang. The members of the archaeological team gasped in astonishment. Initially, when they descended into the tomb, they merely viewed it from the entrance, assuming it belonged to some nameless individual of antiquity, with the highest official rank being merely that of 100 households. Now, upon reaching this point and comprehending the identity of Emperor Ping of Han, their thoughts felt as if they had traversed through time. An elderly professor stepped forward, perplexed, and remarked, "There is one thing I have never been able to comprehend. Why did Wang Mang place the body of Emperor Ping of Han? No, this is not a body. He is still alive. Why did Wang Mang confine this child here? I have only heard of usurping emperors altering the recorded cause of death of their predecessors, or modifying their achievements and the public's perception of them. At the very least, like Emperor Hanwu, he was subjected to alterations of appearance by those with ill intentions. Yet, all of this was to tarnish the reputation of the former ruler to maintain their current reign. The idea of altering the location of the preceding emperor's tomb is utterly unprecedented." Zhang Qiling, unable to restrain himself, stroked his chin and suggested, could it be that, due to the considerable controversy surrounding the cause of Emperor Ping's death, Wang Mang sought to obscure the true cause of death, or perhaps conceal the fact that Emperor Ping had not died at all. Thus, it led to the alteration of the burial site of Emperor Ping of Han by the court historians? The several elderly professors exchanged glances, slowly nodding in agreement. The professor who had posed the question still bore a cloud of worry upon his face as he remarked, while this may be the case, if that were the sole purpose, Wang Mang could have easily interred Emperor Ping in any arbitrary location. Why then go to such lengths to entomb him in a mausoleum of such grand scale? Moreover, it appears that during that time, Emperor Ping was not truly deceased. Wang Mang even facilitated a notion of immortality for him within this ancient tomb. If Wang Mang had simply buried Emperor Ping somewhere haphazardly, even if his body had merely vanished without explanation, I would find that entirely plausible. Yet, the reality is that not only did Emperor Ping remain alive, but he was deliberately placed here, concealed beneath a staircase of execution. What could possibly be the rationale behind this? As the elderly professor continued to probe deeply, every member of the archaeological team furrowed their brows in contemplation, following the trajectory of his thoughts. In that moment, all present became acutely aware of these enigmas, perceiving the locus of the obscurity. However, none were able to provide an answer to the professor's inquiry. Bai Changming pressed his lips tightly together, and even those few young individuals who had initially come merely for the allure of Bai Qingsu, showing little interest in the tomb itself, now wore expressions of deep perplexity. After a prolonged silence, Yifan finally spoke softly. He merely uttered 2 words, "Borrow luck." The archaeologists, their faces clouded with concern, turned to gaze at Yifan. Lu Bowen inquired, "Brother, do you know what this borrowing of luck entails? Who borrows from whom, and how is it done? What purpose does it serve? Can borrowing luck grant immortality?" Listening to Lu Bowen's barrage of questions, Yifan closed his eyes for a moment before speaking. "Some matters. I too am in search of answers." As he spoke, he reached out to touch the jade platform. With deft movements of his long fingers, Yifan manipulated the jade surface, producing a crisp sound. Subsequently, a small opening began to emerge beside the ancient corpse's hand. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a diminutive jade table slowly ascended from the aperture. Chapter 91. Scholar, I have inscribed my loyalty on my face, yet you still do not grant me peace? The jade table was of a size suitable for ancient officials, crafted entirely from green jade. Upon its surface lay a yellow silk-wrapped memorial, resembling the royal edicts. Although styled as an edict, it was noticeably thicker than typical ones, indicating that it contained a considerable amount of information. Beside the memorial rested a rolled and sealed decree. The scroll of the decree was fashioned from exquisite jade, while the edict itself was predominantly golden, adorned with black and gold cloud patterns. The crowd first cast a stunned glance at Yifan, who remained remarkably composed amidst these extraordinary revelations. Particularly, Several esteemed professors and the exceptionally talented Zhao Ziming and Bai Qingshu exhibited reactions akin to a seismic disturbance in their pupils. Li Tai, perplexed, glanced around at the others and prodded Zhao Ziming, inquiring, "What's the matter? Have you become daft, looking as though you've seen a ghost?" Zhao Ziming retorted angrily, "What do you know? Just now, Yi Fan, didn't he activate the mechanism in the blink of an eye?" Li Tai naturally nodded and replied, "It indeed didn't seem difficult. I thought it was merely a matter of having hands." At that moment, an elderly professor, overhearing Li Tai's words, let out a deep sigh, exclaiming, "Alas, the layman observes the spectacle, while the connoisseur discerns the subtleties. The youth is blissfully ignorant." Zhao Ziming rolled his eyes at Li Tai and elucidated, "The difficulty of deciphering a mechanism is also determined by the material from which it is constructed. In fact, the more resilient and seemingly robust the mechanism appears, the easier it often is to decipher. This is because such materials are not only durable for us, but also for the artisans who create these mechanisms. Consequently, these mechanisms are typically simpler and can be opened without the need for finesse. Conversely, those mechanisms that appear delicate and fragile are often the most challenging to unravel. Among the most difficult materials to decipher are jade and emerald. Even with the aid of precision tools and an abundance of time, one might not succeed in unlocking such a mechanism without inflicting damage upon its intrinsic material. Breaking it down by hand is, in essence, an endeavor that is fundamentally impossible to achieve. Do you understand?" Zhao Ziming gazed in the direction of Yi Fan, and although he was reluctant to admit it, the reality was undeniable. Yi Fan's abilities were of a caliber that he could scarcely aspire to. Thus, throughout their journey, he had remained considerably more subdued. The extraordinary feats displayed by Yi Fan indeed served to substantiate his status as the fabled heir of the thousand mechanisms art. He spoke with a voice that was not particularly quiet, subtly hoping for a response from Yi Fan. However, the most agonizing circumstance in the world is that while he wore a face marked by a plea for acknowledgement, the other party offered no reply. Conversely, it was Lu Bowen, who had been energetically bouncing around Yi Fan, who received a somewhat impatient gesture from him. In truth, Yi Fan paid little heed to the gazes surrounding him. His entire focus was devoted to deciphering the mysteries of the ancient tomb. He stepped forward and unfurled the document. Yet, it appeared that the onlookers were still in a state of astonishment. Yi Fan glanced at the document and then surveyed the crowd. "It is Emperor Ping of Han." Only then did the members of the archaeological team snap back to reality, with several senior professors drawing closer to Yi Fan. He spread the document upon the jade platform, revealing its contents. Upon unfolding, the document comprised approximately 10 pages. The initial pages chronicled the life of Emperor Ping of Han, resembling the narrative of a standard historical text. However, everyone was acutely aware that while existing historical records might weave tales of deception, the contents inscribed upon this document were unequivocally authentic. Bai Qingshu meticulously read through the first half of Emperor Ping's life, a cold sweat forming upon his brow. He remarked, "Indeed, there is no record of Emperor Ping's date of death within these accounts. This suggests that the true moment of his demise is today." At the tender age of 9, Emperor Ping ascended to the throne, with the Empress Dowager presiding over affairs and Grand Marshal Wang Meng wielding power, while all officials submitted to his authority. By the time Emperor Ping took the throne, Wang Meng had already begun to devise his usurpation plans. Meanwhile, Yi Fan continued to peruse the text with remarkable speed. The earlier accounts of Emperor Ping's life had not surprised him. What he yearned to understand was the underlying purpose of this transmission. Noticing Yi Fan's composed demeanor, Bai Qingshu felt a flicker of astonishment in his heart before redirecting his gaze back to the memorial. If the preceding sections of Emperor Ping's true biography had merely instilled a chill in their spines, the subsequent content sent shivers down their spines, leaving them utterly unnerved. Even Yi Fan's eyes widened slightly, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face. A professor exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it truly possible to reach such depths?" Lu Bowen directed the live stream towards those engrossed in the memorial. The barrage of comments in the live chat was filled with inquiries, clamoring to know what was inscribed upon the document. "It's unbearable. What does it say?" One user lamented. "I have a friend who wishes to glimpse the contents of this memorial before departing from this world." Initially lacking curiosity, I found myself intrigued upon witnessing such an expression on Yi Fan's face, indicating that the contents within were undoubtedly extraordinary. Allow me to digress momentarily. The astonishment of our feline companion is eternally divine. To put it plainly, I have succumbed to a peculiar affliction, one that causes me to perish instantaneously upon encountering the inscrutable contents of the memorial scroll. The scroll inscribed, "The deceased currently exhibits emotional stability. Little streamer. Further investigation and reporting." Lu Bowen, in a state of palpable anxiety, eagerly observed those engrossed in the scroll, his invisible tail wagging furiously behind him. Yet, understanding his elder brother's character, He knew that if Yi Fan could convey the essence in merely 2 words, he would refrain from embellishing it with any additional adjectives. Thus, he turned with urgency towards Bai Changming and implored, "Professor Bai, what does the scroll reveal?" Bai Changming inhaled deeply, raising his gaze from the scroll, and declared, "The owner of this tomb is, indeed, Wang Meng." Lu Bowen, taken aback, craned his neck in disbelief. Was it not said that Wang Meng met a tragic and untimely end, with even his closest confidants perishing, rendering it impossible for anyone to prepare such a grand tomb for him? Bai Changming exhaled slowly, responding, "This is indeed Wang Meng's tomb. It was completed long before his demise. Wang Meng deceived history. The formation we currently inhabit is a dragon locking array." As Yi Fan stated, "The reason Emperor Ping of Han is here is that Wang Meng is harnessing fortune." Chapter 92, Stepping Beyond Science. Su Fu's Locking Dragon Formation? Bai Changming spoke, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Yi Fan. The other members of the archaeological team also cast incredulous expressions towards Yi Fan, although Yi Fan had not divulged all the answers. His mere mention of the term borrowing luck was sufficient to indicate that he possessed a considerable understanding of this ancient tomb. How could an ordinary person possibly discern the purpose of the locking dragon formation prior to encountering this document, if not for some prior knowledge? Lu Bowen, taken aback, inquired, "Borrowing luck? Is that what you just mentioned, elder brother? What on earth does this mean, Professor Bai? Please, do not keep us in suspense." Bai Changming redirected his attention to the latter half of the memorial, stating, "The latter portion elucidates the locking dragon formation. This account is narrated from the first-person perspective of Wang Meng. He expressed that even though he established the Exine dynasty, he was not the true dragon son chosen by heaven, thus he could not command the dragon veins. To attain immortality and ascend to the divine realm, one must possess both dragon veins and dragon fortune. Fortunately, he was guided by the sage Fu Mian, who informed him about the locking dragon formation. The locking dragon formation is designed to draw upon the true dragon son, safeguarded by the 4 sacred beasts. Initially, he sought to assist a legitimate dragon heir to ascend the throne before establishing the Exine dynasty, namely, the Han Pingdi before us. Yet, within mere months of Han Pingdi's ascension, imperial power was already usurped by Wang Meng. Over the course of these years, he commanded individuals to search far and wide for the 4 sacred beasts, all while overseeing the construction of his ancient tomb. In the same year that this mausoleum was completed, Wang Meng, employing various means, also sought out the 4 sacred beasts and acquired the treasured golden silk robe. Although the golden silk robe does not enable one to traverse the world as a living being, it sustains the normal functioning of life, allowing an individual to remain immortal for a millennium. Subsequently, he orchestrated a feigned death for Emperor Ping of Han, instructing historians to record the date of his demise as a day that never truly existed, thus rendering any future inquiries futile. After his simulated death, Emperor Ping was adorned in the golden silk robe, ensuring his everlasting life and providing Wang Meng with a continuous supply of auspicious dragon fortune. Thereafter, the formation of the dragon lock array was completed, utilizing the transformative powers of the black tortoise among the 4 sacred beasts, to transfer the authentic dragon fortune of Emperor Ping to the fabricated dragon above. With a deep breath, Bai Changming continued, stating, "This memorial should have been penned within 2 years following the establishment of the dragon lock array." Wang Meng noted that after the array's completion, he founded the new dynasty, which initially bore fruit, as the dragon fortune brought numerous advantages over the subsequent 2 years. Upon hearing Bai Changming recount the tale of the dragon lock array, the members of the archaeological team were drenched in cold sweat. Li Tai gazed upon the ancient corpse he had just touched, a shiver coursing through him as he felt goosebumps rise on his skin. This child has suffered greatly, lying here for thousands of years, enduring the relentless absorption of life essence, he mused. No wonder the hair had grown so long. It had been left to flourish for millennia. Meanwhile, Bai Qingshu inhaled sharply, her brow furrowed as she turned to Bai Changming and inquired, "Who exactly is this Mr. Fumian?" There is no record of such a person in history, nor was there anyone by that name in Wang Meng's circle. This matter, which seemed utterly incomprehensible to an ordinary mind, required Wang Meng to risk being branded a usurper by both his contemporaries and history itself to undertake. How could Wang Meng so readily place his trust in this enigmatic figure and act upon it? Bai Changming's expression grew grave, and he let out a heavy sigh. This is the second, even more bewildering aspect of the memorial. This Mr. Fumian claims to have been the sorcerer who sought immortality for the first emperor, a practitioner of alchemy from Qin, named Wang Fu. He asserts that he found the elixir for the emperor and achieved immortality alongside him. However, lacking the nourishing energy of the dragon veins, his longevity is not wholly sustained, rendering his face monstrous in appearance. Thus, he perpetually wears a mask inscribed with the character for blessing. Later, Wang Meng conducted extensive investigations, and many individuals from various regions confirmed that the person wearing the mask adorned with the character for fortune had been active for decades. Astonishingly, throughout all these years, he showed no signs of aging. It was then that Wang Meng became convinced that this individual was indeed Su Fu. Su Fu had long been in search of a method for achieving immortality, particularly for those devoid of the dragon's fortune. By a twist of fate, he had acquired the knowledge of the dragon locking formation, a technique specifically designed for individuals like him, who yearned for longevity and transcendence despite lacking the dragon's fortune. The members of the surrounding archaeological team were left in a state of shock. For them, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented imperial tomb, one capable of shattering their worldview. Lu Bowen, holding a camera in one hand while counting on his fingers with the other, exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! If this Su Fu is indeed the Su Fu, then he must have lived for at least 200 years. This notion of immortality cannot possibly be mere fabrication." Simultaneously, the audience in his live stream erupted in excitement. A path previously unimagined had presented itself. Initially, I believed this to be a live broadcast of an emotional program, later realizing it was an exploration of ancient tombs. And now it had evolved into a scientific inquiry. My goodness, could it be possible that Su Fu is still alive? If I were Wang Meng, I too would be inclined to believe that Su Fu, like himself, was devoid of the dragon's fortune yet shared a common desire for immortality, two individuals united by their mutual interests. As he pondered, Yifan slightly furrowed his brow. In his perspective, the reason he had just extinguished the life of Emperor Ping of Han, who was ensconced within the golden silk robe, was that the emperor had already transformed into a malevolent dragon. Su Fu, a sorcerer specifically dispatched by Emperor Qin during his reign to seek the elixir of immortality, possessed knowledge of the sinister dragon formation. Logically speaking, given his true capabilities, how could he be unaware that Emperor Ping would eventually metamorphose into a formidable dragon? Thus, the significance of this transmutation array seemed to diminish. While Yifan contemplated these matters, a system notification echoed within his mind. Ding. Some of the lines spoken by the host and their timing aligned with the character, achieving a restoration rate of 1. The current restoration rate stands at 97.11. The corresponding points have been multiplied by 97.11 and allocated to the host. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward. Ding. The universal exorcism spell, capable of liberating all spirits and granting them peace. Chapter 93. Is it only the emperor who can issue edicts? Yet the living emperor has already been extinguished by Yifan. Following the system's announcement, Yifan felt a surge of incantations flooding his mind instantaneously. Simultaneously, this sequence of spells restored tranquility to his previously troubled thoughts. This restoration was a novel method, hence the system refrained from appending zeros or decimals to his restoration rate. He swiftly reviewed the situation, likely recalling the phrase, "You have lived long enough. It is time to depart," along with some queries for which he too sought answers. Yifan sighed deeply in his heart. He was well versed in the lines of the illustrious brother Zhang. If one were to enhance the authenticity with waterlines, it would have been more appropriate to employ them upon entering the tomb. At that time, the system had not yet been so thoroughly integrated with the platform. And even if one attempted to replicate, it would not have descended to the level of a mere 0 something. However, if he was not mistaken, the next destination was indeed the main burial chamber. This signified that they were on the verge of exiting this ancient tomb. He must elevate the authenticity to a full 100% within these confines. It was not merely for the sake of the ultimate monetary reward, but rather a profound passion for Brother Zhang that instilled in him an urgent desire for complete restoration. Yifan surveyed the surroundings of the burial chamber. There were no other mechanisms present. Thus, the sole means of exit was the staircase they had originally ascended. The path to the main burial chamber still necessitated traversing the hall guarded by the 3 sacred beasts. However, did they truly need to vanquish all 3 beasts to gain passage through the central hall? Yifan glanced upward. The sacred beasts existed to protect the true dragon. Yet the dragon bones above were evidently those of a false dragon. As previously lamented, if the sacred beasts could not discern the true dragon they were sworn to protect, would they not be inferior to a mere house dog? Unless, guarding these false dragon bones was indeed a directive from their master. The object that symbolized imperial command was none other than the edict resting beside the scroll, chronicling Wang Meng's astonishing secrets. Instantly, Yifan's gaze fixated upon that edict. The archaeological team remains deeply engrossed in the profound connections between the dragon lock array, Wang Meng, and Su Fu, as everyone fixates on the contents of the edict. Seeking to unearth subtle clues, Yifan stretches his arm over several individuals to grasp the imperial decree. He deftly unties the small silk ribbon securing it, and then lays the edict flat upon the jade table. Instantly, the attention of the gathered crowd is drawn to Yifan's actions. A few individuals standing at the front lean in to examine the decree. Upon reading its contents, they reveal expressions of bewilderment. Yet, Yifan, upon first glimpsing the edict, experiences a fleeting moment of astonishment. He has not yet scrutinized the specifics inscribed upon it. Rather, he is taken aback by the unmistakable presence of two distinct handwriting styles. The first script is unfamiliar to him, yet the second is as familiar as his own. For it is indeed his handwriting, although the inscription is rendered in small seal script, while he typically employs simplified characters. The stylistic nuances, particularly the way strokes are articulated, mirror his own writing style perfectly. Yi Fan's heart races at this revelation, but he keeps this discovery to himself. Within the edict, threads of pure gold are intricately woven, adorned with characters in a vermilion hue. The two entirely different styles of writing delineate the edict into two sections. Nearby, Bai Changming reads aloud the contents with a look of astonishment. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, "As I journey westward, I establish the dragon bone here." At this moment, the four sacred beasts are positioned here to guard the great Han's dragon fortune, with the vermilion bird advancing and the black tortoise following it. The azure dragon to the left and the white tiger to the right. Any unauthorized intruder shall be dealt with ruthlessly. On the side, Bai Qingshu cast a surprised glance at him and inquired, "Is this the imperial edict of Emperor Ping of Han? Is that why the four sacred beasts are protecting that false dragon bone?" It was then that Li Tai seemed to experience an epiphany, exclaiming, "Indeed. Let us quickly search for any other exits in this vicinity. We certainly cannot contend with those three formidable beings above. If we were to ascend, it is likely that only Yi Fan would survive." Bai Changming inhaled deeply and remarked, "Do not hastily draw conclusions. There is more to uncover." However, it was peculiar that the subsequent text bore the handwriting of another. As he spoke, Bai Changming proceeded to read the following content aloud. "The dragon confined in a well. Blood splattered for 1,000 miles. The sacred beast heed my command. The dragon's fortune has been shattered, prompt damage control, and the four spirits retreat." The members of the archaeological team circulated this edict, each one reacting with a gasp of astonishment upon completion. Zhang Qiling remarked, "The latter content appears even more formidable than the former. Why has only the initial proclamation been enacted while the latter remains ineffective?" Meanwhile, the black bear nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, were I in that position, I would heed the command of the latter proclamation." Soon, the imperial edict was once again in the hands of Bai Changming, who placed it back upon the table and remarked, "The imperial edict, as its name suggests, is a command that can only be issued by the emperor. It seems that these three sacred beasts will only heed the emperor's orders, which is why the subsequent words bore no effect." Li Tai, in a state of despair, exclaimed, "But where are we to find an emperor now? The only living emperor was just choked to death by Yi Fan." Lu Bowen, who had been recording the contents of the edict, looked up at Li Tai with indignation and retorted, "Was that truly a living emperor? Had it not been for my brother's intervention, his very hair would have dispatched you without hesitation. You ought to realize that you would now be nothing more than a crimson liquid sprinkler, perhaps even repurposed by the tomb's owner for watering flowers. And yet here you are, complaining incessantly." Li Tai shrugged dismissively and replied, "I am not blaming Yi Fan. But what are we to do now? We cannot confront those three formidable brothers head-on, can we? At this point, I am not merely a human sprinkler. I have become their reserve food supply. Forget about watering flowers. I might very well be dragged out to serve as fertilizer." Regarding this rather pungent topic, the members of the archaeological team exchanged discreet glances, their brows furrowing in silence. However, they could not provide an answer to Li Tai's predicament, for if they could not devise a means of safely escaping, their fates might very well mirror his. The tomb chamber fell into a hushed stillness. Yi Fan gazed at the two sections of the imperial edict, and suddenly, he discerned a point of contention. Thus, amidst a profound silence, Yi Fan spoke with a calm demeanor, "You may leave." As he uttered these words, before he could articulate his method, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Lu Bowen promptly redirected the camera from the desk to focus on Yi Fan. Yi Fan reached out to touch his own handwriting on the edict and remarked, "This content is incomplete." Several individuals in front turned their gaze back to the edict, yet they failed to grasp the specific incompleteness Yi Fan alluded to. Lu Bowen, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Could it be that by the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims was not inscribed?" Yi Fan, adhering to the principle of action over idle chatter, unstrapped his backpack and retrieved an item from within. Chapter 94. Yi Fan, the living emperor is actually me? What Yi Fan extracted from his backpack was none other than the ghost seal that had previously been bestowed upon him by the system. He swiftly recalled the system's description of the ghost seal's function. It could command the ghostly soldiers and, under specific circumstances, serve as a key. Initially, Yi Fan had presumed that the system was instructing him to guard the bronze door at Changbai Mountain for a decade, akin to Big Zhang. However, he did not entirely reject this notion, for he remained eager to uncover the essence of the ultimate mystery that had drawn generations of the Nine Gates. Yet now, it appeared that the ghost seal's capability to function as a key was rather nuanced. The term key should indeed be enclosed in quotation marks. His assertion that the imperial edict was incomplete stemmed from the sudden realization that it was, in fact, two distinct edicts. However, upon the imperial edict, there exists but a solitary seal. It is only upon the imprinting of the jade seal that this decree is deemed officially effective. The individual who has inscribed this edict, possessing handwriting strikingly akin to his own, has merely penned the text without affixing the seal that would ensure its integrity. Yi Fan sighed deeply within, contemplating. This person, despite sharing his elegant script, exhibits a rather superficial understanding of contractual obligations. Such a lack of commitment to agreements. Could this truly illustrate the disparity between ancient and contemporary individuals? This naivety renders one susceptible to the deceit of unscrupulous enterprises. Fortunately, he had installed the National Anti-Fraud application. Yi Fan retrieved the ghost seal and recited the contents of the decree in his cool, measured tone, akin to proclaiming an edict. The dragon, ensnared in a well, spills blood across the expanse. The sacred beast heeds my command. The dragon's fortune has faltered. Prompt damage control. Retreat. For spirits. At last. He appended the phrase thus decreed in a supplementary format. Subsequently, Yi Fan impressed the ghost seal upon the lower left of the text. In the wake of the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the words upon the decree emanated a brilliant golden radiance in an instant. It resembled a tiny luminescent creature traversing the script, as the golden light unfurled from the initial stroke, cascading downward. The golden glow extended until it reached Yi Fan's hand, at which point he withdrew the ghost seal. Upon his removal of the seal, the golden point split into two, continuing along divergent paths, tracing a symmetrical pattern. Until the moment when the two golden points converged and vanished, a square-shaped emblem radiating golden light appeared before them. Simultaneously, a distant roar echoed from the sky, unmistakably discernible. The sharp, crisp sound belonged to the protagonist, while the deep, resonant growl emanated from the white tiger. The ethereal and distant sound was less familiar, yet instinctively, they recognized it as the voice of the azure dragon. Despite the vast distance, they could feel the profound emotions woven within the roars of the three sacred beasts, as if bidding farewell to something or welcoming a new arrival. The members of the archaeological team all raised their heads high, gazing towards the apex of the tomb. Even the sound alone was enough to instill a sense of awe within them. Many were moved to tears by this powerful resonance. Bai Changming exchanged an excited glance with Yi Fan, who was also looking upwards at the tomb's summit. With fervor, he addressed the archaeological team, saying, "My friends, listen to this dragon's roar." A professor beside him expressed his sentiments. "A heavenly omen has descended. This is a divine blessing for our great Xia." Minutes later, the beastly roars gradually subsided, and silence reclaimed the sky. The crowd remained in a state of astonished stillness, enveloped in quietude. Only the viewers in Lu Bowen's livestream were engaged in a silent, yet fervent discussion. What? It is known that only the emperor can issue a sacred decree. Thus, if Yi Fan has activated it, the conclusion is that Yi Fan is, in fact, an emperor? My dear sir, the times have changed. No, dear sir. The times have returned. Initially, I believed that Yi Fan's involvement in the selection of the Campus Belle was an act of social climbing. Then I thought it was a case of him marrying beneath his station, followed by the notion of him engaging in philanthropic efforts. Now, I have come to understand that. In fact, Yi Fan's endeavor was akin to a talent show. The four holy beasts do not accept their fate without the will of the dragon. This is precisely the essence of the saying. The golden-scaled fish is not a mere creature of the pond. Once it encounters the winds of change, it transforms into a dragon. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Henceforth, I shall address you as your majesty. The common folk humbly bow before your majesty. This humble servant also pays homage to your majesty. The hidden agendas above are all too evident. While others are engaged in archaeological pursuits, Yi Fan is clandestinely surveying the realm. Within the archaeological team, Lu Bowen was the first to grasp the situation. He had noticed the comments in the live stream and suddenly had an epiphany. Turning to Yi Fan, he inquired, "Your Majesty, have the three esteemed figures above withdrawn?" The attention of the crowd was drawn to Lu Bowen's respectful address, all eyes fixed on Yi Fan, awaiting his response. Yi Fan paused momentarily, bewildered as he regarded Lu Bowen. "Your Majesty?" He considered himself merely an ordinary graduate student. In this era of the rule of law, aspiring to be an emperor requires navigating the rigorous civil service examinations, a path even more competitive than postgraduate studies. Nevertheless, Lu Bowen's peculiar insights had become somewhat familiar to Yi Fan. He replied, "They have departed. Also, please refrain from addressing me in such a manner." With that, Yi Fan returned the ghostly seal to his backpack. Lu Bowen nodded earnestly, saying, I understand. One must not reveal their identity while on a covert inspection." Meanwhile, Bai Changming glanced at Yi Fan, hesitatingly opening his mouth to inquire, "Young friend Yi Fan, was that a jade seal you held earlier? May I be so bold as to ask how you came into possession of it?" Yi Fan quickly formulated several explanations in his mind, yet each seemed rather cumbersome. Thus, he simply replied, it was a matter of fortuitous circumstances. He then cast a glance towards the entrance they had arrived from, attempting to swiftly shift the subject. We can depart now. Bai Changming, with a complex expression, looked at Yi Fan before nodding in agreement. Very well. The previous riddle has been unraveled. Yet a new fog has thickened. The main tomb chamber ahead surely holds the answers to all our queries. There is no time to lose. Let us proceed. At that moment, Yin Jiao was about to speak, but Zhao Ziming promptly sensed his intention and swiftly intervened. Yin Jiao looked at Zhao Ziming in confusion as the group reorganized to move forward. A few young individuals continued to walk together, while others were equally perplexed by Zhao Ziming's actions. Yin Jiao exclaimed, Zhao Ziming, why are you stopping me? That jade seal is clearly an artifact, presenting only two possibilities. Either Yi Fan is indeed an emperor, in which case I shall concede defeat, for what can I contest against an emperor? However, there exists a possibility that this jade seal is, in fact, a relic, which is absolutely not permissible for trade in the antiquities market. It could either have been acquired through smuggling or through the theft of cultural artifacts. Taking a gamble, one might transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Zhao Ziming displayed a disdainful smile and remarked, it is all mere fade. Did you fail to comprehend the pattern imprinted by the jade seal just now? Gao Hua inquired. It looks somewhat familiar. What is it? Zhao Ziming replied, it is a beast's head. The prototype of that beast's head is the Qiling tattoo that occasionally manifests on Yi Fan's body. Thus, that jade seal is either custom-made for Yi Fan or intricately linked to him. It could not possibly have been acquired from someone else. Suddenly recalling the tattoo on Yi Fan's body, Gao Hua, who had been dazzled by Yi Fan's earlier display, blushed. No wonder it looks so familiar. It is indeed the tattoo on Yi Fan. Zhao Ziming chuckled softly and said, so, my brothers, do not claim that I have not come to your aid. This is the last time. If you bring calamity upon yourselves again, I shall no longer be able to intervene. Chapter 95. Unwelcome visitors? My dear brother, you are the one who has arrived. The archaeological team exited the tomb, retracing their steps along the staircase they had previously descended. As all the traps encountered on the way had been resolved, Yi Fan did not lead the charge this time. Allowing the team to revert to their original formation, several bodyguards ventured ahead to scout, followed by a combination of the esteemed professor and his students. While a few bodyguards brought up the rear, Yi Fan found himself at the rear of the student procession. Those ahead, including Yin Jia, had heard Zhao Ziming's explanation and felt a chill creep down their spines, especially with Yi Fan just a short distance behind them. Occasionally, a few would glance back, gauging whether their sovereign was in a state of wrath. Yin Jia whispered to Zhao Ziming, why didn't you mention this earlier? I thought you had chosen to remain silent on the journey to let us bear the brunt of the battle while you reaped the rewards. Is this not a case of a dead comrade means a living Taoist for you? Your scheming is rather insidious. Gao Hua chimed in, indeed. Are you not offering us as sacrifices? Yin Jia shot him a glare, retorting, you've stolen glances at Yi Fan numerous times. Your face flushes with just a mere look. Why do you remain unembarrassed when you gaze at me? Gao Hua replied nonchalantly, why would I blush at your face? I am not a woman. Yin Jia countered, then how is Yi Fan any different from me? After a moment's thought, he added, in terms of gender, of course. Gao Hua stated matter-of-factly, apart from gender, you two bear no resemblance whatsoever. Meanwhile, the esteemed professors at the front exchanged knowing glances. It was after they first beheld the emblem engraved upon the ghostly seal that they resolved not to inquire further about the origin of Yi Fan's jade seal. Bai Qingxi walked beside Bai Changming, murmuring, Father, regarding the jade seal from earlier. Bai Changming nodded, indicating his understanding of what Bai Qingxi intended to convey. The nearby elderly professors nodded in agreement. Bai Changming let out a profound sigh and remarked, the pattern beneath the jade seal is none other than the sacred beast, the Qiling, which adorns his elusive tattoo. I fear that the origins of this jade seal, dear friend Yi Fan, are not as serendipitous as you have suggested. As he spoke, his expression grew grave. Bai Qingsu and the other professors nearby believed that Bai Changming was beginning to question the provenance of Yi Fan's jade seal, and they promptly urged him otherwise. Bai Qingsu interjected, Father, you know that Yi Fan is certainly not that kind of person. Another professor chimed in, indeed, old Bai. I genuinely believe that among the younger individuals, Yi Fan is perhaps the most genuine. Although his identity appears somewhat mysterious and he often seems aloof, he is, in fact, quite straightforward and does not seem to harbor any ulterior motives. Bai Changming glanced at them with a sense of relief and said, it is truly wonderful that you all think this way. I was genuinely worried that you might not grasp this nuance. It seems that Yi Fan has indeed won you all over. Bai Qingsu blinked and asked her father, if it is not mere coincidence, then what do you believe it to be? Bai Changming replied with conviction, it is destiny, not mere happenstance, but a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, beside Yi Fan, Lu Bowen was enthusiastically holding a camera, addressing him, "Your Majesty, brother." Upon hearing this address, Yi Fan quietly blinked, pondering how to explain that those of the Bai generation are typically grandfathers. Lu Bowen swiftly rephrased and continued to speak softly with excitement, "Elder brother, do I present an image akin to a royal guard, fiercely dedicated to ensuring the safety of His Majesty?" Receiving no response from Yi Fan, Lu Bowen pressed on, "Yet, it seems that the closest companions to the Emperor are not the sword-bearing guards. Moreover, those guards pale in comparison to you." He suddenly exclaimed, "Heavens, could it be that? Elder brother, I have yet to experience romance and have no desire to become a eunuch." As the conversation veered into increasingly peculiar territory, Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly as he coldly uttered, "Silence." Not only Lu Bowen, but also several individuals nearby heard the chilling brevity of his words. A remarkable synchronicity arose among the diverse groups present, as they promptly halted their movements and responded in unison, "As you command." The professors leading the group also ceased their progress and obediently fell silent. Yi Fan felt a pulse at his temples. These individuals exhibited a certain social audacity. Just as he intended to disregard their excessive reactions in silence, he unexpectedly discerned a distinct sound amidst the profound quietude. Yi Fan immediately ignored the surrounding gazes and focused intently on the subtle noise. However, those around could not hear, not because the sound was faint like the breath of the three sacred beasts, but due to its distance from them. It resembled the rhythmic echo of footsteps from afar. Yi Fan displayed a look of mild perplexity. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's reaction, the people nearby instantly became vigilant. Lu Bowen inquired, "Elder brother, what is it?" Yi Fan glanced at the exit on the steps and replied, "In the distance, someone is drilling." Hearing this, Zhang Qiling immediately heightened his alertness. He swiftly descended the steps to stand beside Yi Fan and said, "Young Master Yi, please elaborate." Yi Fan looked upward and remarked, 100 meters away, there are footsteps. The number exceeds 1,000. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Qiling's forehead as he followed Yi Fan's gaze. Although he could not hear the footsteps as described by Yi Fan, he was certain that if Yi Fan spoke, it must be true. Zhang Qiling quickly began to contemplate several possibilities. Either these footsteps emanated from the stone statues within the tomb, indicating a dense array of traps, or they belonged to the deceased, with at least 1,000 zombies ahead. Regardless, it would be a formidable challenge for the dozen or so bodyguards he had with him. He looked up and asked Yi Fan, "Young Master Yi, is there any further information?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan replied, "The footsteps are orderly and steady. The visitors come with ill intent." Lu Bowen quietly approached Yi Fan and said, "Brother, you are indeed the newcomer." Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. Zhang Qiling, however, chuckled and replied, "This classmate speaks wisely. We are indeed the newcomers." He then turned to his team, urging, "Brothers, let's stay alert. Do not fall asleep. Ensure the safety of our team members and let us proceed." Chapter 96. Yi Fan can't speak? No, he is a versatile warrior. With Yi Fan's reminder, the team members instantly became vigilant. Zhang Qiling meticulously reorganized the formation, striving to ensure that all the professors and students remained within the protective perimeter of the bodyguards. The members navigated the stairs with heightened caution. Yan Jia circumvented a gaping chasm, drawing in his neck, and inquired of Zhao Ziming. Yi Fan mentioned hearing noises. "Could it be that someone has already arrived before us?" Zhao Ziming shot him a bemused glance, suddenly struck with enlightenment. The numerous blunders he had committed were not solely his fault. His inept companions bore some responsibility as well. Take Yan Jia, for instance, who possessed nothing more than a delicate visage, an epitome of the contemporary beautiful fool. Zhao Ziming let out a deep sigh, unable to suppress his self-reproach, wondering how he had allowed himself to be so blinded. Meanwhile, Yan Jia continued to indulge in his boundless speculation. If someone had indeed arrived before them, with a contingent of 1,000 or 800, how could Captain Zhang possibly contend against such odds? Zhao Ziming sighed deeply once more and remarked, "Do you believe that any organization could traverse the places we just passed through unscathed, leaving not a single corpse behind?" Just as Yan Zhao was about to respond, Zhao Ziming swiftly interjected, "Except for Yi Fan." With a heavy heart, Zhao Ziming lamented, "How did I end up teaming up with you all?" The team members, with utmost caution, continued their ascent up the lengthy staircase for over 20 minutes before returning to the central hall they had previously left. To their astonishment, 3 sacred beasts still lingered around the golden pillars. Now, however, the tomb chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence. The once grand central hall, devoid of the 3 massive sacred beasts, felt rather desolate, with only the false dragon bones remaining in the center. Bai Changming glanced around the empty expanse and suddenly remembered something. He lowered his gaze to inspect the ground beneath him. In a hushed tone, he exclaimed, "The traces of the Xuanwu have vanished." The others immediately followed suit, casting their eyes downward. They beheld that the previously distinct, rounded square or diamond-shaped pieces, adorned with simple patterns of the Xuanwu turtle shell, had completely disappeared. Now, beneath their feet lay nothing but ordinary blue bricks, reminiscent of the tomb chamber's floor. Bai Changming instinctively glanced at Yi Fan, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yet Yi Fan's attention was far from the vanishing Xuanwu turtle shells. With the demise of Emperor Han Ping, the Xuanwu turtle shells had lost their purpose of transference. Thus, he did not squander his attention on those matters that had already become relics of the past. Yi Fan gazed towards the source of the footsteps, which lay directly ahead in the central hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling had meticulously recounted the number of individuals in their group, confirming that all members had safely traversed the lengthy staircase. He approached Bai Changming and reported, "Professor Bai, everyone is accounted for." Bai Changming nodded, gathering the team members scattered in various directions. Standing before the crowd, he surveyed their faces. Almost all the expressions had shifted from the initial ease and anticipation upon their arrival to one of exhaustion and distress. Sweat stained the brows and backs of nearly everyone. As if they had just participated in a frantic dash, their chests visibly heaving. They appeared somewhat disheveled and weary. Frowns of varying depths creased their foreheads. Even the young men who had initially come in pursuit of his daughter now bore no trace of their former levity. After enduring several harrowing encounters, the youthful bravado had indeed been tempered. Yet, at the same time, Bai Changming felt that the youths should not remain in such a state of trepidation. His gaze swept across the group, landing on one individual whose expression had remained unchanged despite having changed clothes multiple times, Yi Fan. His eyes remained calm and resolute, as though nothing in this place could shake his composure. Unbeknownst to him, while others perceived this as a perilous, impending adventure, Yi Fan viewed it as an increasingly imminent opportunity for graduate school recommendations. It is precisely because in his previous life he was overwhelmed by the pressures of graduate school examinations that in this life, Yi Fan harbors an especially profound obsession with securing a place for further studies. Bai Changming glanced once more at the members of the team, fully aware that Yi Fan had now become the steadfast anchor of the entire group. With a smile, he turned to Yi Fan and said, "Young friend Yi Fan, would you kindly share a few words with everyone?" At that moment, Yi Fan, who was increasingly resolute about obtaining a graduate research position, suddenly experienced a disconcerting sensation akin to being called upon by a teacher in class. Before he could utter a word, Lu Bowen, standing beside him, stared at him with an expression of palpable anxiety. To Lu Bowen, his elder brother typically refrained from speaking unless absolutely necessary. Yet now he had been summoned to address the group. His mind raced as he pondered how to rescue his brother from this predicament, thinking that given Yi Fan's stature, he ought to deliver an impressively grand statement. However, to his dismay, his lack of education left him with only a few simple phrases. And despite the frantic whirring of his thoughts, he could not conjure any eloquent words. Bai Qingshu furrowed her brow slightly and cast a glance at Bai Changming, softly calling out, "Dad." Bai Changming, who had initially been watching Yi Fan with an expectant smile, felt his expression falter at Bai Qingshu's signal. He had been so focused on having Yi Fan, the stabilizing force, encourage the team that he had forgotten his son was not fond of such public displays. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming, who had already sensed an opportunity to show his allegiance, looked towards Bai Changming and made an okay gesture, indicating that the responsibility rested with him. Bai Changming subtly moved his eyes and nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Zhao Ziming feigned nonchalance, quietly strolling to stand behind Yi Fan. His mind was adorned with far more eloquent phrases than Lu Bowen's. This was his inaugural experience of aiding someone in cheating, and it was under the auspices of Bai Changming's permission. He bowed his head, pretended to cough into his hand, and was about to whisper a few grandiloquent phrases to Yi Fan, such as riding the wind and breaking the waves, cutting through thorns, and living up to expectations, when Yi Fan suddenly spoke. Gazing straight ahead, he calmly declared, "Though there be millions, I shall proceed." This encapsulated his most genuine sentiment, both regarding the coveted graduate school slots and the quest to uncover the truth of the ancient tomb. In that instant, the entire chamber fell into profound silence. Moments later, the archaeological team erupted into thunderous applause. Bai Changming exclaimed, "Excellent. What a proclamation of though there be millions, I shall proceed." He clapped vigorously, his excitement directed towards Yi Fan. At that moment, he felt no regret for allowing Yi Fan to deliver the pre-mission speech. Even a single phrase had fortified his resolve for the journey ahead. Zhao Ziming scratched his chin and ambled over to Lu Bowen's side. Lu Bowen, using his unoccupied hand to clap against his thigh to simulate applause, cast a smug glance at Zhao Ziming. With a sigh, Zhao Ziming remarked, "Yi Fan is truly an ACE." Lu Bowen responded with a look of confusion. Zhao Ziming cleared his throat and elucidated, "Hexagonal warrior." Chapter 97. "I, your majesty Yi Fan, declare, alas, I have become the Campus Belle." Bai Changming gazed at Yi Fan with a sense of relief. This single statement from Yi Fan undoubtedly surpassed any number of his own attempts to encourage the team to view the risks of this endeavor as both a challenge and an opportunity. Bai Qiling proclaimed, "Excellent. Now that everyone is invigorated, let us seize the moment and depart at once." The team promptly reorganized themselves. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed an extraordinary sense of unity and understanding. Soon, they arrived in an orderly fashion at the entrance of the central hall. The entrance was a pair of stone doors, intricately adorned with elaborate dragon motifs. The door panels appeared robust and solid, making it hard to believe that Yi Fan had previously heard footsteps from 100 meters away through such thick barriers. The stone doors were not locked. White Tiger and Black Bear stood guard on either side. They exchanged a glance, nodded in unison, and simultaneously pushed the doors outward. The ancient stone doors creaked heavily as they were propelled by the strength of the two formidable guards, gradually revealing a dark corridor beyond. With a surge of determination, they pushed the stone doors open to their fullest extent. Once fully ajar, the ominous passageway behind the doors came into view. Black Bear and White Tiger simultaneously retrieved their instruments, examining the displayed readings before turning back to each other. White Tiger remarked, "Oxygen levels are sufficient." Black Bear added, "No toxins detected." Zhang Qiling nodded, stepped forward, and directed the flashlight ahead, stating, "Let's set off." The team members took a deep breath and gradually entered the dark passageway. This corridor was notably wider than the previous one, stretching nearly 10 meters across. The archaeological team traversing it resembled mere pedestrians who had inadvertently wandered onto a two-way highway. Appearing utterly insignificant, unlike before, the passageway was devoid of the rows of lamp posts that had stood erect. It was entirely empty save for their presence. Lu Bowen walked alongside Yi Fan, involuntarily shrugging his shoulders as he remarked, "The earlier corridor and the tomb chamber were suddenly illuminated by the everlasting lamps, which were quite startling. Just as we adjusted to that, it has now plunged into utter darkness. This ancient tomb certainly knows how to play with one's psyche." This time, several younger members accompanied them. Zhao Zimian glanced at Lu Bowen and teased, "If those everlasting lamps light up again, you'll undoubtedly be hiding behind Yi Fan." Yin Jia shook his head, saying that you claim to be unafraid, your body will surely seek refuge behind Yi Fan. Gao Hua shot a look at Yin Jia, noticing his movement towards Yi Fan, and inquired, "Are you speaking of yourself?" Lu Bowen found this scene oddly familiar, as though he had encountered it before, leaving him momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. This sense of déjà vu perplexed him, making him wonder if he had dreamt it before. Unable to find an answer, he cast a glance at his live streaming room. The barrage of comments within the room provided Lu Bowen with the solution he sought. "Wait. I recall the last time I witnessed these young individuals vying for attention was during their previous gathering around the Campus Belle. How utterly exasperating. Don't you have partners of your own? Why do you always encircle my beloved? No one can escape the magnetic allure of my cool and detached wife." Madness. Yi Fan is driven to frenzy. I, His Majesty Yi Fan, declare, alas, I have become the Campus Belle. In a moment of despair, I was jolted awake. The Campus Belle is, astonishingly me. Regarding my decision to join the harem of my rival after recognizing the disparity between us books are not to be scattered, understand? I deliberately stepped out to examine the buzz topic presented by the streamer. Buy and be certain, have you bet correctly on the Campus Belle CP? Am I the only unfortunate soul perishing in the pit of Yi Fan and the Campus Belle's coupling? Manually added image. What are these youngsters even shipping between the Campus Belle and Yi Fan? Are they starving? JPG. Those who have followed from the beginning now find it utterly laughable. The pride they once held against Yi Fan has been replaced with profound humility. Have the children finally seen the harsh truth? If you cannot win, then join. We are the model of our generation. This world is indeed crooked. Lu Bowen casually perused a few comments, and his pupils widened in astonishment. He finally recalled where he had encountered this scene before. It was a behavior exhibited solely by this group when they were around Bai Qingxiu. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the situation. The resemblance was striking. To his astonishment, Nantong was right beside him. Realizing this, Lu Bowen resolutely turned to Yi Fan, vowing internally, I shall safeguard my elder brother's innocence. Lu Bowen leaned in conspiratorially towards Yi Fan and whispered, Brother, you must keep your distance from those individuals behind you. They are not trustworthy. At that moment, the group was nearing the corner of the passageway. Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, halting the individuals behind him who were still advancing. Lu Bowen immediately fell silent, believing that Yi Fan had understood his subtle warning. The team behind Yi Fan promptly came to a stop as well. The few bodyguards in front, noticing the cessation of footsteps behind them, instinctively turned back. After several narrow escapes, they had developed a certain degree of tacit understanding. The burly bodyguard in the lead inquired, Little Yi, what is the matter? Yi Fan replied, Something feels off. Lu Bowen, the emotional master who often failed to express his feelings, thought this was hardly surprising. Whether through the bridge effect or the universal appreciation of beauty, such sentiments were entirely normal. However, Yifan remarked, "The footsteps are too light." Zhang Qiling asked, "What do you mean, little Yi?" Yifan gazed at the corner ahead, having been attuned to the rhythmic sound of footsteps throughout their journey. In terms of rhythm, the footsteps were remarkably synchronized, evoking in him the sensation of a military drill. Initially, as he stood on the steps, the sounds of these footsteps seemed faint, leading him to believe it was merely a matter of distance. However, after listening intently along the way, he came to realize that distance was not the sole factor contributing to the lightness of the sounds he had heard earlier. It was not even the primary one. The principal factor was that the footsteps themselves were inherently soft. Now, as they approached the source of the sound, the footsteps remained delicate. In fact, the team members had yet to discern the presence of these sounds. Yifan turned to Zhang Qiling and remarked, "The footsteps are just around the corner in the corridor." Instantly, several team members turned their heads to face forward. There, at the corner ahead, the previously dark passage was illuminated by a faint blue-green glow, slowly drawing nearer, as if a luminous entity were gradually approaching the bend.